Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Adoption. You want to adopt someone else's Dean? After receiving the cotton, Chun Tao and Fu Yuan felt that the time was about right. I thought today's matter was over and was about to leave, but Xia Li, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly came up with an idea. This is not satisfied with gathering information about the enemy, but you want to directly instigate someone else's Dean to rebel? This cat has been in the hospital for so long that it has become a mascot. I'm sure no one else would want to give it away. Okay. Fu Yuan here was still trying to find a way to persuade Xia Li. When he turned around, the receptionist at the front desk had already started nodding in agreement. Now not only Chun Tao and Fu Yuan were confused, but Xia Li himself was also confused. He just casually asked the receptionist, "Can this cat be adopted?" He didn't hold out much hope. If not, he would bring Lucia to interact with the cow cat next time. Unexpectedly, the other party agreed so readily as soon as I opened my mouth. In fact, from the beginning, we planned to adopt the Dean out. As you know, the environment in a hospital is not good. Animals infected with various diseases are sent here every day. We're also worried that the Dean might get sick. You think too much. I am not an ordinary cat. How could I get those diseases? As she spoke, the receptionist came out from the counter and walked into the room with the Dean in her arms. Xia Li followed closely behind. Before you, many kind-hearted people have adopted the Dean, but without exception, the Dean was returned. It was returned, well, the families who adopted the Dean all said that he was very strange. As if worried about scaring the new adopter, the receptionist smiled gently. Specific manifestations include vomiting when looking in the mirror, stealing snacks from home, eating at the table, turning on various appliances such as air conditioners and televisions when the owner is not at home, and howling in the middle of the night and trying to escape at any time and anywhere. The receptionist said awkwardly, "The director has a lot of problems. That's why no family has successfully adopted it." During the conversation, the two came to a room inside the staff lounge. The receptionist took a look and saw that there was no one in the room. He put the Dean on the ground again and took out his cell phone to make a call. "Director, there's a guest who is willing to adopt the Dean." "Well, he's not a student. This customer picked up a stray cat the day before yesterday and came to our hospital for a checkup. He got vaccinated and bought cat food from downstairs. He's pretty reliable." Xia Li was waiting for the receptionist to call. He stood where he was, lowering his head and looking at the cow cat squatting on the ground. "This brother wants to support me?" The cow cat wagged its tail, meowed, and walked over, then walked around Xia Li. It sniffed and smelled the scent on Xia Li's legs. "Brother, you smell so good. It's not annoying, but it's a bit strange. I seem to smell the scent of other species, and it doesn't seem like the scent of ordinary small animals." The cow cat walked around Xia Li's legs again and again, its wet black nose pressing on Xia Li's shoes to take a breath, and then sniffing the smell of his trouser legs. "Is this cat a pervert?" Xia Li pulled up his trouser legs calmly. The cow cat looked up and squinted his eyes. "Why do you still dislike me getting up? Are you serious when you take a step back? Why are you pretending? You clearly want to adopt me. You must have been deceived by my invincible appearance, right? Men, you say one thing and mean another." The director has agreed. "Please fill out a form. It's very simple." The receptionist turned on the light in the lounge, took out a form from the drawer, and simply wrote down the date. She still had some feelings towards the young man in front of her. After all, the other party is a kind-hearted person who is willing to spend $1,000 to give stray cats a physical examination. From this point alone, one can judge a person's friendliness towards small animals and his financial ability. So she didn't ask much about Xia Li's situation, but just asked Xia Li to fill out the form according to the procedure. "If there are any problems later, you can always return the Dean to us." After filling in the basic information, The order taker stepped aside and asked Xia Li to continue filling in the form. She kept talking. We haven't named the dean yet. We just want to find someone to adopt him. He is old now, his immunity is weak, and it is easy for him to have problems if he stays in hospital. After all, he had raised a pet for so many years, and the receptionist's tone sounded a little reluctant, but she was more happy that the dean had found an owner. Sister, I am a human being, not an ordinary cat that can only live for a dozen years. Now is the time to be young and energetic. Two voices entered Xia Li's mind at the same time, making his head a mess. After writing down the name, phone number, and home address, Xia Li put the pen on the reason for adoption in the last column. Reason for adoption. I want to find a companion for my kitten at home. Finally, he added, I like neurotic cats. Brother, this is a good handwriting. Are you a liberal arts student? Sure. I have no problem keeping you company. I like that calico girl very much. The dean jumped onto the table, stepped on the paper with a pair of white gloves, and looked down at every word Xia Li wrote, not forgetting to comment on it in his mind. The movements were very human. Okay, done. The receptionist smiled and tapped his fingers on the upper right side of the form. There, give it a name. Name. Xia Li was in a dilemma for a moment. He didn't expect that the adoption process would go so smoothly and they could start naming the child right away. Names are very important for both humans and animals. Xia Li thought that the name Lucia gave to Cotton was too casual. The previous adopters of the dean have all called it black and white impermanence, Chi Taigong, Sesame, Mimi. The receptionist reminded in a gentle tone. Listen, are these names serious? Who knows what young people are thinking nowadays? My name is Wu Qi. Then let's call him Wu Qi. As Xia Li was speaking, he put down the pen in his hand. The cow-cat's ears twitched, and a hint of surprise appeared in its clear and unworldly golden brown eyes. This brother is really good at it. You can guess this? Wait, the word Wu is wrong. It's Kotian Wu, not Wu, which means nothing. The cow-cat's voice was shrill, but could not change the words written by Xia Li. Then the dean will be called Wuchi from now on. The receptionist was also very satisfied with the name and said with a smile, I'll add you on WeChat. We will conduct video visits from time to time in the future. Is that okay? No problem. Xia Li nodded. Come out from the staff lounge. Xia Li had a pet airline box in his hand. It not only contains the director of this pet shop, but also a big gift package for new adopters given by the director. Really raised it? Chen Tao was a little amused. No, isn't our purpose this time to conduct an investigation for Xia Te? How do we directly instigate a big boss to rebel? Fu Yuan also found it funny. Boss, you are amazing. Their eldest brother, Xia, is just like this. He has a lot of clever ideas and is very brave. He can do whatever he says. Go ahead. This word is not at all inappropriate when used to describe Xia Li. Unlike Fu Yuan himself, I have never had the courage to rebel against the environment around me, and I even feel scared when pursuing the girl I like. It's just a cat, not the real dean. Xia Li explained casually. I saw that Mianhua cat had no companion at home, so I found a companion for it. That's right, Chun Tao said with a sigh. With the frequency you and Xiaolu feed dog food, the cat will be full by now. Carrying Wuchi and Cotton back to the car, Xia Li left both cats on the passenger seat. Wuchi was locked in an airline cage, and the people at the pet hospital specifically reminded him not to open the door before he got home, otherwise he would run away in a moment. They also did as he was told carefully. He didn't think about talking to the cat until he got home. Meow. Sister, look here, I'm in the cage. Meow, meow, meow. The innocent and clear sound of a cat's meow echoed in the car. Cotton lay calmly on his seat and wagged his tail without any interest. Meow, meow. Wuchi felt a little lonely and kept making noises, trying to attract Mianhua's attention. Xia Li was concentrating on driving, and he was annoyed by the series of cat calls and the shouts of sister that kept coming into his mind. Is the cat meat hot pot delicious? What? The two guys in the back seat were confused by this question. Grass. New account, don't do it. Soon, the cat's meowing in the car stopped. Where are we going now? Chen Tao asked after a while. Xia Li. Go to Chunbei Road to pick up my girlfriend. Go, go, go. Qintao realized that he shouldn't have asked this stupid question. Ladies first, ladies first. He still had more than half an hour left for his lunch break, which was just enough time for Xia Li to pick up Xiao Lu and then send him back to the company. By the way, Xiao, how are you planning to celebrate your birthday? Qintao asked again. What? Xia Li raised his head and glanced at Qintao in the rearview mirror. Come to think of it, there is indeed such a thing as birthdays on Earth. During the 3 years in the other world, he never thought about birthdays. These 3 years not only tempered his will, but also smoothed out his edges. Xia Li was born in early winter. When I was a child, I often heard Ms. Fong say that she was lucky that she was born in winter instead of summer, otherwise she would have suffered a lot. Xia Li calculated in his mind and realized that his birthday was tomorrow. No plans. Xia Li paused and said, "What's the plan if you don't have any plan?" Qintao asked. After rekindling his friendship with Xia Li, these good brothers celebrated every birthday together. Is Xia trying to get special treatment? The boss has a girlfriend now. Things are different. Fu Yuan explained for Xia Li. Damn, I knew it. Qintao grabbed Fu Yuan's arm. Yuanzi, are you going to do this in the future? How should I know? If you betray the organization as well, then it would be a double betrayal. After all, you and Angie are counted as 2 of them. I haven't even started yet. Fu Yuan felt embarrassed by what Qintao said. There are 5 people in their small group in building number 3, and there is only 1 girl among them. We all grew up together, and he felt embarrassed to suddenly bring up these things. It's too far, too far. Let's not talk about it this far. Fu Yuan shook his head. Qintao clicked his tongue twice. Fisk, Yuanzi, you are so pure, unlike Xiaoter, who is an old dog. Your mother. Xia Li was driving normally when he was suddenly stabbed in the back and couldn't help but curse. The vehicle slowly stopped by the roadside. Xia Li looked at the time and sent another photo to Lucia. The photo shows himself with one hand on the steering wheel, with text saying that he has arrived at his destination. Well, this action, a little handsome. Xia Li admired around, and Lucia came back with a message. Girlfriend, I'm running. The message was a voice message. After Xia Li clicked on it, the sound was played directly from the car's Bluetooth. Everyone in the next car heard it. Qintao lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't like to laugh. Fu Yuan stretched his neck to look outside, trying to recognize Zhou Anqi from the crowd. Xia Li couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and clicked on the voice message. Don't worry, just walk slowly. Girlfriend, we are still on the 3rd floor. There are so many people here. Lucia's voice is still as sweet as that of a girl, sounding like a crisp peach. Sweet, crispy, and juicy when you bite it. Along with her rapid voice, there was the sound of running in the background. It's okay, don't worry. Xia Li's tone was very gentle. Qintao rubbed his arms. Yuanzi, do you think the air conditioner is turned on too low? He asked Fu Yuan beside him. Fu Yuan was busy looking for someone in the crowd and shook his head. It's okay, it's quite warm. But why do I have goosebumps? Qintao roared. Toyota? What model is this car? I can't recognize it. In the airline box, the cow cat that had been quiet for a long time began to scratch the iron cage. He looked out of the box and tried to look at the car logo in the center of Xia Li's steering wheel. He recognized the car logo, but he had no idea about the model number in more detail. I've been away from Earth for so long, and the world here is changing so fast. After muttering, Wuqi turned around in the narrow box again, with his butt facing Xia Li and his face facing the window. Passing through the air vents of the airline box, Wuqi saw the city outside with tall buildings and felt a sense of emotion. Where exactly is this place? Has this world actually developed to this point? Wuqi's voice entered Xia Li's mind, and Xia Li listened quietly. He had 100 questions he wanted to ask. However, in order to prevent Taozi and Yuanzi from suspecting that he was mentally ill, Xia Li decided not to talk to Wuqi for the time being. I'm coming. From a distance, Fu Yuan recognized the girl who was running towards him at a high speed, holding a shopping bag and holding the hand of a little girl who was a head shorter than her. He suddenly felt nervous and at a loss, and quickly moved his position. Hey, why are you squeezing me? Qintao couldn't stand it anymore and pulled the guy over. You sit over here. Angie will definitely get in from the passenger side soon. Come over here. Just as Fu Yuan was arranged in the central position, the car door was opened. Zhou Anqi got into the car first, and she had a faint scent of perfume on her body. Brother Xia, please wait for a long time. Fine. Xia Li responded casually and turned his head to look at the dwarf dragon who was trying hard to crawl into the car from outside. The dwarf dragon's chest can develop, so shouldn't these short legs also develop? Clap hands. The first thing Lucia did when she got in the car was to put the shopping bag in her hand on the ground. Xia Li went to look curiously, but Lucia covered the mouth of the bag with her little hands to prevent Xia Li from seeing it. Lucia tucked the shopping bag between her legs and buckled her seatbelt again. Finally, she picked up Mianhua, who was sleeping on the floor, and smiled sweetly at Xia Li. Brother Xia, wait a long time. The evil dragon has started to speak like a human, right? Yes, something happened. Xia Li nodded. What? Lucia's face was slightly stunned. Hey, when Xia Li replied to Zhou Anqi just now, he said nothing, but when it came to me, it became something happened. Lucia frowned her pretty brows, knowing that Xia Li was bullying her. But she didn't care about it. The more boys bully girls, the more it is a way of expressing their love. Xia Li likes her very much. Lucia pursed her lips and smiled secretly, and suddenly she saw a cat cage next to her. She picked up the cat cage, thinking it was the new small cage Xia Li had bought, but when she held it in her hand, she found it was heavy. Huh, why is there a cat in the cage? Lucia looked surprised. As for the Wuqi in the aviation box, everyone else was squeezed into the corner. He looked out from inside the airline box, and the moment he looked into Lucia's eyes, he felt his soul tremble. This brother's girlfriend. Why does something feel wrong? End of this chapter. After sending Chan Tao back to the company, Xia Li took out his mobile phone and ordered some takeout as compensation for this guy. He wanted to say a few more words before leaving, but when he saw that Xia Tuer had finished his lunch, Qintao swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and turned around and got out of the car proudly. With a click, the car door closed. Xia Li glanced at the situation in the back seat through the rearview mirror. The atmosphere over there is a bit strange. Yuanzi and Anqi sat on each side, both looking out the window at the same time, neither speaking. Xia Li, you put someone else's cat in the wrong place. Lucia lifted the airline box and looked inside again. She had seen this black and white cat in a pet shop last time. She heard that it was a cat of a high-ranking official. You're not mistaken. I adopted him. Xia Li replied. Adopt. Lucia hugged the little girl tightly in her arms. But we have Cotton. Xia Li is a playboy. I'll tell you about this when I get back. Xia Li said, raising his chin towards the back seat. Leave him in the back. Oh. Although she was still a little dissatisfied, Lucia did as she was told and put the flight box in the back. Suddenly a cat joined the battlefield. Fu Yuan and Zhou Anqi came over at the same time, and their heads bumped into each other. Fu Yuan sat up straight immediately. Sorry. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Anqi forced a smile. Call. Wuqi in the cage breathed a sigh of relief. Why does this little girl, who looks normal, give people a sense of oppression? The final boss of the last level of the game. Yeah, that's the feeling. Angel. As if she noticed something was wrong in the back seat of the car, Lucia leaned over and patted Angie's thigh with her little hand. Zhou Anqi's expression was not very good. She looked solemn and her thoughts were wandering. Meeting Lucia's innocent eyes, Zhou Anqi smiled at her. Hee hee. Lucia smiled with her little canine teeth showing. Puff. Zhou Anqi was completely amused by Lucia. Lume is so cute. I really can't bear to leave you. Come with me to the capital tomorrow. No. The two girls pushed and shoved each other in the car for a while. Finally, Lucia hugged Xia Li's arm and whined. I want to be with Xia Li. Huh? Zhou Anqi laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. Lume was always so honest and straightforward, as she envied her character. As Zhou Anqi laughed, she turned around and saw Fu Yuan with a calm look in his eyes. Then the expression on her face returned to calmness. Arrive. Xia Li had one arm hugged by Lucia, and his arm was happily pressed against a soft thing. He didn't want to pull his arm out at all, so he held the steering wheel with one hand and stepped on the brake. The car stopped by the roadside. Zhou Anqi looked outside and found the environment very unfamiliar. That's not right, Brother Xia. This is not the Wanyo district. It's indeed not. Xia Li nodded and said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I won't go back yet. You guys can get off here. Ah. Zhou Anqi's tone was surprised. However, when she turned around and saw Fu Yuan who had already got off the car, she seemed to understand something. Brother Xia did this on purpose. Fu Yuan got out of the car, walked around it half a circle, and opened Zhou Anqi's door. Come down. Fu Yuan took the lead in helping Zhou Anqi pick up the shopping bags, and Zhou Anqi had no choice but to get off the car. Dog feet. Lucia, who was in the passenger seat, rolled down the window and spoke loudly outside. The pronunciation is still wrong. It should be good job. Zhou Anqi smiled bitterly, but finally couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, Lume, you are so cute. See you next time, Angie. Well, see you next time. Lucia raised her fair little hand and waved it, and Xia Li saw the colorful patterns painted on her fingers. Look carefully, it should be manicure. Looking out the window, Xia Li and Fu Yuan looked at each other silently. Fu Yuan nodded at him, his lips moving as if to say, thanks, boss. The vehicle restarted. Lucia adjusted her seat, and, following the method Xia Li taught her last time, she turned her cushion into a lying position. The evil dragon lay on the passenger seat and closed his eyes. The weather is gloomy today, but she's in a good mood. Are you tired shopping? Xia Li asked. Lucia had a peaceful expression and her voice was lazy. W equals. When can I see Angie again? She said she would come back during the Chinese New Year. When is the Chinese New Year? Lucia has no concept of time and does not understand festivals in the human world. There is still more than 2 months. This is the most important festival in China in a year. Once a year. Lucia opened her eyes suddenly. She understands this. For the residents of this human country, the Chinese New Year is the most important day. But for an individual human being, the most important day of the year is his or her birthday. Tomorrow is Xia Li's birthday. By the time, hey. While waiting for the traffic light, Xia Li turned his head to glance at the hidden smile on the evil dragon's face. I don't know what's going on in this head. I will definitely take you home during the Chinese New Year. According to the customs of Shu province, my mother will definitely give you a big red envelope. Red envelope? Xia Li explained succinctly. It's just a bag of money. Lucia slapped her thighs and sat up. The great human being will give me a bag of money. Get rich. Xia Li was amused by her words. Now I can understand why Zhou Anqi wanted to take Lucia with her when she returned to school. If the emotional value that Lucia provides to people is suddenly cut off, there will be withdrawal symptoms, right? Let's go get off the car and eat. On the way back to Wanyo district, Xia Li passed an intersection full of restaurants. There happened to be a parking space on the side of the road, so I parked my car right there. I've been busy with things at the pet hospital this afternoon. Now it is past noon, and Xia Li is so hungry that he can eat a dragon. I have already eaten. While Lucia was explaining, she took off her seatbelt and got out of the car holding Little Cotton. Where did you go eat? Xia Li originally wanted to let Wuchi stay in the car alone for a while, since it wouldn't take long anyway. But considering that the cat is a smart guy, it would be bad if it damages the car. So he opened the back door and took the box out. For lunch, Lucia counted on her fingers. Milk tea, egg cake, grilled gluten, candied haws, egg burger, wolf-tooth potatoes. Listening to the dragon eating in a mess, Xia Li smiled and said, You call this a snack? Not even a full meal. Lucia rubbed her stomach and said, I'm really not full. The world outside has changed so much. Xia Li was carrying a flight case and walking on the street looking for food. Zhou Anqi introduced Lucia to many snacks that she had never seen before. No wonder the evil dragon was in such high spirits today. Xia Li felt an inexplicable desire to win. Be sure to take Lucia to a restaurant where she will feel more satisfied. There are a wide variety of restaurants at the corner of a street, and intermittent sighs could be heard from the box in Xia Li's hand. Lucia walked in front. She was obviously not hungry now. She was more interested in the little cotton in her arms than looking at the surrounding restaurants. So many hot pot restaurants. I am in Shu province after all. I actually came all the way here. Dingling. Xia Li heard the crisp sound of bells. In the morning, the staff at the pet shop said that the bell was hollow and made no sound. Only Xia Li heard the ringing sound. Then, this bell must be related to Wuqi's special ability. So every time it rings, is that when magic or superpowers are activated. 3 seconds later, a traffic accident occurred. 3, 2, Wuqi's voice came again. Sally didn't have time to observe the surrounding situation and immediately ran with the box. In front, the cotton in Lucia's arms fell out while she was playing. The stray cat was timid, and after leaving its owner's arms, little Cotton subconsciously tried to find an obstacle to hide behind. Cotton ran toward the road with his tail between his legs, and Lucia hurriedly chased after him. Boom! Xiaoli dropped the box and hugged Lucia and Mianhua in his arms without hesitation. It happened in a flash, and Xiaoli rushed forward directly. Xiaoli, Lucia blinked. She was very nervous when Xiaoli suddenly hugged her. Xiaoli's heartbeat was so fast. Xiaoli was really scared this time. He lowered his head to make sure that Lucia and Cotton in his arms were okay. The dragon and the cat have not left the sidewalk yet. However, next to the sidewalk, an electric bike was driving in the wrong direction and hit a lifted manhole cover, sending the person flying several meters away. What's wrong with you? Xiaoli stared at that place blankly. Lucia stretched out her little hand and patted Xia Li's chest, which was beating violently. She had never seen the hero so panicked before. Even on the battlefield of A's continent before, Xiaoli had never shown such a frightened look. Lucia suddenly remembered that Xiaoli was also very brave when protecting his teammates, but he would never drop everything in his hands and use his body to protect anyone like he did just now. Are you protecting her? Fine. Xiaoli was still somewhat frightened. He stood up, his trouser legs were torn, he brushed the dust off his trousers, and Lucia helped him brush it off. Next time this happens, don't chase after him. The road is very dangerous, said Xiaoli. He was not sure whether the traffic accident Wuqi had just predicted meant that the electric bike fell down by itself or that the electric bike hit someone. However, even if he had to make the choice again, Xiaoli would not hesitate. He would not gamble with Lucia on that 50% probability. But Cotton ran away just now. Xiaoli spoke to Lucia in a very serious tone, even a little fierce in Lucia's eyes. Lucia felt that she still had her reasons, so she explained weakly. Cotton ran away and I went to rescue him, but you can't go. Why? My body is much stronger than yours. Even if a two-wheeled vehicle hits me, I won't. Xiaoli reached out and pinched the dragon's soft lips. Don't listen, the evil dragon is chanting. I don't want to take any risks with you. Your safety is the most important thing in any situation. No. Lucia could understand Xia Li's desire to protect her. After all, she had the same idea. Logically speaking, it is obvious that as a dragon she is more resistant to collisions, so letting her crash into it will be much less dangerous than letting Xia Li crash into it. Therefore, she should be the one to protect Xia Li. But Xia Li didn't listen to her. The evil dragon kept muttering. Xia Li let go of her hand and threatened in her ear. I'll listen to you at other times, but you have to listen to me on this matter. But I kiss you again. Lucia still wanted to reason with Xia Li. As a result, Xia Li acted like a stubborn person and refused to listen, and even threatened her. There are people coming and going on this street. Kissing the dragon at this time would be too disrespectful to the dragon. Lucia felt that she would be embarrassed, so he shut his mouth silently. There is no other way. We can only let this brave man bully the dragon. After all, she is already 100 years old, so it is understandable that she lets this brave man who is about to turn 23 go. Lucia quickly adjusted her mindset. She looked back at the broken electric bike. Is the human over there okay? I'm wearing a helmet, so I should be fine. Xia Li doesn't want to stay here. He picked up the airline box that had fallen to the ground with one hand and held Lucia's little hand with the other. Let's go eat hot pot rabbit. You wanted to eat it last time, but you didn't get to eat it. Xia Li stopped hesitating and just found a store and went in. Lucia rarely goes to places like restaurants. After entering, the cramped space and the pungent aroma in the air made her feel uncomfortable. Xia Li chose a seat by the window and considerately helped Lucia open the window. The fresh air blowing in from outside made Lucia feel much more comfortable. Pa bang! Patting the empty seat on the sofa next to her, Lucia called Xia Li. Xia Li was puzzled. What? You sit in the same row with me. Usually couples sit facing each other. Then we are an ordinary couple. Xia Li had no choice but to walk over and squeeze onto the same row of sofas with Alon. The waiter in charge of serving the food gave the two of them a strange look, then silently poured them tea. A little spicy, Xia Li said to the waiter. After the waiter nodded and left, Lucia moved her little but close to Xia Li and spoke to Xia Li in a very low voice. Xia Li, I just saw at the door that pets are not allowed in this restaurant. Xia Li nodded. Most restaurants don't allow pets. Then we must protect cotton. Well, protect the cotton. Xia Li was a little amused. I thought this dragon had become more clingy, but after all this time I called him over to be a tool. Lucia put the little cotton on her thighs, but her legs were too small. It was okay when she was sitting in the car, as she could half lie down and the cotton would not fall down. But the chairs in the restaurant were straight, and Lucia couldn't hold cotton, so she could only put cotton on Xia Li's legs. Little Mianhua was very well behaved at this moment, with his two cat paws tucked in his lap, nestling on Xia Li without moving. The scene that just happened must have scared it quite a bit. After placing the cotton, Lucia walked around the dining table again and came to the airline box. As soon as she squatted down, she heard Xia Li talking. You can't touch it. The dragon looked up. This cat is poisonous. Poisonous, Lucia thought for a moment. But I am immune to all poisons. Even if you're immune to all poisons, it won't work, Xia Li said sternly. Lucia secretly took a look inside the cage and then looked at Xia Li in confusion. Xia Li directly stated in a way that the dragon could understand. This cat is a male. Male? Well, so if you touch me, I'll be very unhappy, Xia Li said directly. Even though it's a neutered male cat, it's still a male. And there is a human soul inside. Xia Li felt weird even when she hugged Wuji herself. So how could she let Lucia touch him? Oh, after Xia Li said this, Lucia could understand. Possessive. Male dragons have a strong, territorial desire for the females they like. They will do everything they can to drive away any males around them. I didn't expect humans to have it too. Lucia was a little happy. Silently sitting back next to Xia Li, Lucia took a sip of the lemonade the waiter had just poured for her and continued muttering. But if you adopt this cat, there will be one more male cat in your territory, in your home. I have another way of dealing with it. What way? I'll tell you when I get back. Xia Li was mysterious and didn't say much. Lucia was used to it. She had almost finished her glass of lemonade when the hot pot rabbit was soon served. Even if it is slightly spicy, most people cannot accept the slightly spicy taste in Sichuan province. The bubbling red oil on top made Lucia a little scared. This pepper is not spicy, but it is fragrant, fresh, and spicy. Xia Li picked up a piece of rabbit meat, rinsed it in 2 bowls of water, and finally put it in Lucia's bowl. Lucia lowered her head, picked up the piece of meat with chopsticks, and put it into her mouth. How about it? The meat is very tender. When she was a dragon, she rarely ate rabbit meat. Rabbit meat is not only difficult to eat, but also makes you hungrier the more you eat it, so it is not on the dragon clan's diet. I didn't expect that after being carefully processed by humans, it tasted surprisingly delicious. Lucia picked up another tiny piece of meat from her small bowl of chili. Using such a large pot of seasoning just to cook such a small amount of meat. The humans in this world are very extravagant. Eat more. Xia Li filled the evil dragon's small bowl. The evil dragon kept putting the meat into his mouth. When he came to his senses, he found that his bowl had become a small hill. There is no time to eat. Xia Li suddenly understood the time when Ms. Fong kept serving food to herself when she was a child, and she wanted to fill a 400 milliliters bowl with 4 kilograms of food. Thank you, brother. While the meal was going on, a voice of relief came from the airline box. It took Wuqi a while to come back to his senses. Although he is a cat, when he looks at ordinary people, he only sees a creature slightly larger than himself. But when being looked down upon by the little girl, Wuchi felt a sense of fear as if he was being stared at by a giant. Heaving a long sigh, Wuchi looked out through the gap in the cage and just happened to see his new master staring at him. It felt strange from just now. This brother not only predicted his predictions twice in a row. Moreover, earlier on the road, the moment he sensed that a traffic accident was about to happen, this brother just ran and successfully protected his girlfriend. Thinking back to the surprising coincidence when he named himself, Wuchi frowned. A ridiculous idea popped into his mind. Brother, can't he hear his voice? End of this chapter. After eating hot pot, we came out of the store. After a gloomy day, the sky finally started to drizzle. Lucia's face was flushed red from the spiciness, and her thin, shiny lips were slightly swollen, making her look delicate and delicious. Lucia took 2 deep breaths, and the cool air blowing her face helped her regain some spirit. It's still very spicy, she snorted. In the end, he was fooled by the brave man and ate a big bowl of rabbit meat boiling in chili oil. Go ahead to dangers. Lucia found herself increasingly vulnerable to the hero's tricks. You'll get used to it if you eat more. Xia Li lifted the hat on the back of Lucia's clothes and put it on her. I couldn't eat chili when I was a kid, but when I went to primary school, the food in the cafeteria was very strong, so I gradually got used to the taste. What good is this thing that hurts in the mouth? As expected, Lucia still doesn't like this kind of food that will attack dragons. Xia Li also put on the hood of his cotton coat, and the two of them stood under the eaves outside the rabbit meat hot pot restaurant and waited for a while. After the rain subsided a little, they walked forward holding hands. The older generation said that eating chili peppers can remove dampness. The air humidity in Sichuan province is high, and it is easy to get rheumatism, so every household will eat some, and over time, it has become a local specialty here. It's okay. If you live with me for a few more years, you'll get used to this kind of thing. And now you can't distinguish between nasal and lateral sounds, which is also a characteristic of people from Shu province. Shu province dragons. Lucia listened in silence. For a moment, I didn't know whether Xia Li was praising me or lecturing me. You've only been on Earth for a little over a month, and you've already accepted the society here. That's pretty impressive. Seeing that Long was infatuated, Xia Li praised her without hesitation. Lucia couldn't hide the smile on her face. Hey, I'm awesome. Well, the Silver Dragon Queen is very powerful. She infiltrated the alien race in just over a month. This dragon is so terrifying. At this rate, in a few years, I'm afraid. Oh, Xia Li got his words stuck in his mouth halfway through. Lucia wanted to hear what happened next, and looked at Xia Li with a pair of pure eyes. They can all ride on the hero. Xia Li said this reluctantly. Lucia's eyes lit up. I've only heard of people riding dragons before. This is called a dragon rider. This is the first time I've heard of a dragon rider. That's right. Xia Li nodded guiltily. Then I'll call for a knight. Yeah, you're a human knight. The expression on Lucia's face was bubbling with beauty. So to say, in the past, when Xia Li was typing on the keyboard and playing games, she sat on Xia Li's lap. Was that also considered a kind of riding? Oh, the dragon that can hold the brave Xia Li under his buttocks is the first one not only on Earth, but also in the entire A's continent. The more Lucia thought about it, the more capable she felt, and her self-confidence was boosted like never before. Xia Li led the evil dragon forward with a guilty conscience. The cold, icy rain hit my face randomly. The city of Qingcheng is freezing cold in winter. The wind on the face feels like a knife. The cold wind that penetrates the collar is like icicles, and its power is no less than the ice magic on the continent of A's. Meow, meow. The cat in the airline box couldn't sit still anymore. He was silent for a long time, then spoke with a hoarse voice. Xia Li listened carefully and found that this guy was mumbling something. Anyway, let's give it a try first. Just now, Xia Li's full attention was on Lucia, and he didn't pay attention to the cat's inner thoughts. He only heard the last half sentence. Wuchi was quiet for a while, and Xia Li felt that he should be honest. However, the next second, Wuchi's voice went straight into Xia Li's mind. 3 seconds later, a plane will fall. 3, 2. The countdown began. Xia Li was stunned for half a second and immediately looked up at the sky. The sky was still gray, and the drizzle continued, falling on my face. After watching for a full 5 seconds, Xia Li didn't see a single bird, let alone an airplane. Front left, there are black silk stockings. Since Wuchi's predictive abilities have all come true, his words are highly credible to Xia Li. Xia Li subconsciously turned his head to the left. At first glance, he thought something was going to happen again. As for the word black silk, I only heard it later. Depend on, this brother can really hear what I say. Not only does Jin Ling have the ability to predict, he can also understand all my languages. I just made up all those words. His reaction proves that he understood them. The conclusion was confirmed, and Wuchi's heart was boiling. How many years have passed? How many years have passed? I accidentally traveled to a world ruled by cats where I couldn't speak the language. After struggling for most of my life, I finally got the recognition of the artifact. From then on, I reached the pinnacle of my cat life. Just when I was about to complete the game in the other world, I was back to Earth. It's fine that I came back, but I can't change back. Brother, do you know how hard it is for me? Brother, can you hear me? Please talk to me, please. I'm almost suffocating, seriously. Meow, meow. The timbre is ordinary and fluctuates. The hoarse and urgent neutral voices made Xia Li's head ache. What happened to the cat? Lucia only heard a cat howling in a cage and wanted to go check what was going on. Maybe he was just adopted, so he's a little excited. Back in the car, Xia Li threw Wuchi directly into the trunk. This car is an SUV, and the trunk is connected to the entire space inside the car. Xia Li sat back in the driver's seat and could still hear Wuchi's calls one after another. You are the first human I have ever met who can understand me. Meow. Even if it's just a hum response, please, I want to talk to someone. Ah. Meow ah. Cotton, you can't learn from the cat behind. Lucia hugged little Cotton and pinched its soft paws. Because it was drizzling, Xia Li closed the sunroof, and the air in the car was not circulating, so Lucia felt very stuffy. Add to that the noise of the cow cat, and she felt even more depressed. Cotton is very well behaved and never barks. Lucia muttered and touched Cotton's head. Cats that are too noisy will be eaten. In the trunk, the cow cat, who was still performing a solo concert, suddenly shut his mouth. When other humans talk about eating cats, Wuchi would just think they are joking. But this little girl said eating cat. Wuchi will definitely believe it. After all, her eyes really have the power to make cats tremble. Hey, it's not barking anymore. As Lucia was talking, the trunk suddenly shut down. Well, he probably understood what you said, so he was scared. Xia Li said, back home. Xia Li was still changing shoes at the door, and Lucia took the lead and kicked her shoes away, then ran back to the bedroom with her shopping bag and hid her things. Xia Li watched the scene helplessly. What the hell? What on earth did this evil dragon buy? I'll have to secretly pry open the seal of her bag and take a look. Xia Li, what? As soon as she returned to the bedroom, Lucia came running back barefoot. Her pair of little feet in white socks stepped into slippers and stood in front of Xia Li. Lucia has changed a lot today. Not only are there some red flowers painted on the fingernails, but there are also many decorations in the hair. The long black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, and the hair lay softly on both sides of the shoulders. The hair was tied with several red ribbons and tied into a playful bow shape. Xia Li took a closer look and found 2 small cherry hairpins on Lucia's head. This cherry looks just a little bigger than a pea, small and very cute. It fits Zhou Anqi's dressing style very well. According to her, Lucia is suitable for this lively and cute look. Xia Li thought of the love Bibles on the internet. If your girlfriend dresses up specially, you should keep praising her no matter how you feel about her. You're so nice today. Snapped. Xia Li hadn't finished speaking yet. Lucia stretched out her little hand and patted Xia Li on the chest. What was photographed was not only her hands, but also what she was holding, 2 red banknotes. $200 for you. The evil dragon spoke in a very arrogant tone. This attitude is like giving a tip to the waiter. Unspent, Xia Li took the money. I thought something was wrong. The money he transferred to Lucia was electronic currency, so how come it turned out to be paper money when the dragon took it out? Considering that Lucia doesn't have a bank card, the money can only be exchanged by Joanchi. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a day, the big-tailed dragon said proudly. Xia Li was confused. Why? Why? I just want to buy you a day. You want to celebrate my birthday? At this time, Xia Li had already guessed it roughly. Chen Tao had asked him this question during the day. The group of friends in building number 3 all know each other's birthdays, and Joanchi knows it too. She has been in contact with Lucia so frequently recently, she might have already revealed all these things about Xia Li. The Dragon Clan has never had the concept of a birthday. They have a vague concept of time and don't care about a certain day of the year. Originally, Xia Li didn't care about it, but it is obvious that Lucia has been influenced by Joanchi. Human life is short, and it is difficult to celebrate birthdays more than 100 times. So every time counts, especially their first time together. No, her thoughts were instantly discovered, and Lucia showed a hint of panic at this moment. It was a surprise. It hasn't even started yet, and it's already been exposed. Lucia reflected deeply on herself. She couldn't figure out when her whereabouts were exposed. She looked so handsome when she slapped the money on Xia Li's chest just now. No, I must have misunderstood. Xia Li held back her laughter. He patted the dragon's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Then I will sell you for 1 day, and tomorrow I will belong to you, and you could do whatever you want with me. Okay. Hearing this, Lucia blushed and smiled. Although there were some minor problems in the process, the result was correct. What do you want to do with me? Anything. Is it? Xia Li held Lucia's thin shoulders, wishing he could drag her back to the house to sleep right now, and then a new day would start the next second. Meow. Just then, a cat's meow came from the airline box placed at the door, breaking the affectionate atmosphere. Brother, first aid. Let me go to the litter box and solve the problem. End of this chapter. Go sit on the sofa. The cat in the box kept meowing, and it sounded really anxious. Xia Li placed the evil dragon on the sofa, and then got busy under the evil dragon's strange gaze. After closing all the doors connecting to the living room, Xia Li still felt uneasy, so he lifted a chair to block the door to the balcony. Are there bad guys trying to break into our house? Lucia was holding the large sheep, and Xia Li's move put her in a state of combat readiness. If a bad guy really came into the house, she would go up and punch him twice. In the rules of this society, illegal intrusion into a residence can be properly defended. Lucia silently watched Xia Li busying around. Finally, Xia Li took the airline box at the door and opened the cage door facing the cat litter box in the living room. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed quickly. He rushed into Cotton's litter box at a very fast speed. Meow, meow. Cotton stood outside his toilet, feeling disgusted by the cat that suddenly broke into his territory. The little paw dug into the plastic basin and found that the adult cat inside was much bigger than Cotton, the 2-month-old kitten. It took a look and found that it might not be able to win, so its tail exploded into a pine cone, and it secretly hid behind Xia Li. Why? It feels good. There was a rustling sound coming from the cat's litter box. Wuchi skillfully buried the cat litter, shook off the sand on his paws, and then walked out of the plastic basin. As soon as he came out, Xia Li was ready to go. She cleaned the cat litter box and packed it up and threw it into the trash can. Don't be fooled by my casual appearance, but I still love to be clean. Wuchi licked his paws and said secretly in his heart. Xia Li glanced at him, and Wuchi stopped licking his paws. The man and the cat looked at each other for a moment. So, meow. Wuchi made a tentative opening. The cat's meow that came out of his mouth was automatically transformed into human language and transmitted into Xia Li's ears. Meow, meow, meow. You can understand what I'm saying, right? Meow. Fuck meow. Although he had made sufficient mental preparations, Wuchi was still shocked when Xia Li nodded in response. I was even so scared that I developed a mouth habit. Meow, meow, meow. No. Why can you understand me? I'm speaking the cat language of another world, which humans in this world can't understand? I don't know. Xia Li shook his head. And at the moment, it's just what I can understand. Xia Li squatted on the ground. Wuchi also squatted on the ground. He looked down at the cow cat with a frightened expression on his face and reached out to touch the bell on his chest with some concern. Etc. Wuchi jumped up with all four claws and quickly retreated half a meter. Could it be that you are also from another world? He seemed to have thought of something. Xia Li nodded. Wuchi was stunned for a moment, his mouth wide open. You are also a human who traveled to the Nick continent and then returned to Earth? Quick, tell me, why can you turn back into a human? Nick Land. Xia Li was very sure that this was the first time he heard this word. I haven't heard of it. I went to another world. Xia Li said calmly. When adopting Wuchi, Xia Li had a general idea of the circumstances. So when he heard Wuchi say it himself, he didn't feel that surprised. In comparison, Wuchi's pair of black pupils with gold rims had widened out of sheer surprise. Wait. Another world? So what is your golden finger system? Superpower? I don't have any such thing. Xia Li paused, recalling the 3 years he had spent in the A's continent. He really didn't think he had any golden fingers. In addition to his strong learning ability, his physical fitness and mastery of magic are only at the level of a normal human. If I had to say Goldfinger, I wonder if being recognized as the master by the demon exorcising sword can be considered a kind of golden finger. There are no superpowers in our world, only magic, said Xia Li. Magic? Oh, you traveled through a magical continent. Wuchi quickly understood. I didn't expect that there are travelers like me on Earth. I was thinking, I can't be the only one in this world who is so unlucky. Haha. I found the organization and finally found someone who understands me. Brother, do you know how hard I've been through these years? Meow meow. The sad sound of cats' meows echoed in the living room. Mianhua lay beside Xia Li, looking at Wuchi with sympathetic eyes, as if he were a stupid cat. Whoa, brother, your name is... Oh, your name is Xia Li, right? I just heard those people calling you that. Do you know how many years it has been since I last spoke to a human? Since returning to Earth, no creature has been able to communicate with me. I can't even talk to cats that have the same body structure as me. The IQ difference is too big. They can't understand my language. Wuchi felt sad when he talked about his past. Perhaps because he had been suppressing his emotions for too long. He kept meowing. Xia Li even saw tears flashing in his cat eyes. Unfortunately, Xia Li has never been a cat, so she cannot understand Wuchi's feelings. But as a time traveler from Earth, he could still sympathize with Wuchi to some extent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been rescued from the veterinary hospital. Xia Li, Lucia, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, finally couldn't sit still anymore. From the beginning, Xia Li has been talking to the black and white cat. If it were another girl, she would probably think there was something wrong with her boyfriend. But Lucia was different. She just thought Xia Li was playing with the cat. What are you playing at? Lucia also wanted to get involved. As soon as she walked over, the cow cat that was crying the last second tucked its tail between its legs and backed away the next second. Brother, this is your girlfriend, right? Wuchi looked up in horror. In his eyes, what he saw was not only a little girl with a cute ponytail, but also a monstrous beast that was full of oppression. This reminded Wuchi of the horrible memories of fighting monsters in another world. Xia Li, this cat is afraid of me, Lucia said with a pout. She wanted to join in, but like all other species, the cow cat showed a natural fear of her. It's okay. I will be surprised if he wasn't afraid of you. Xia Li pulled Lucia's little hand over, asked her to stand beside him, and said to Wuchi, "This is my girlfriend, Lucia. She and I are from the same different world." Meow. Hello, little girl. Wuchi took a step forward with difficulty, almost mustering up all his courage. Hello. Lucia chuckled and thought the cat was a little amusing. Hello, Catman. I'm Dragon Man. Lucia stretched out her hand to shake hands with Wuchi, but Xia Li grabbed her dragon claw back and put it in his pocket. This cat is called Wuchi, and it can understand what you say. Okay. The dragon raises its head. Xia Li explained the general situation to her. Lucia understood quickly. After all, she's a dragon from another world and has a strong ability to accept things. No matter how fantastic the scene is, it seems normal to her. Is he really a cat person? Her eyes fell on the cow cat again, and Lucia had a new understanding of this cat. Meow. Wuchi hid under the table and nodded vigorously. Can you do magic? Meow. He has superpowers. Xia Li acted as a middleman and translated. He can predict the future, but this ability has weakened since he returned to Earth. Now he only has 3 seconds of foresight, and it can only be triggered occasionally. 3 seconds. Lucia thought to herself that it was lame. It's just a little bit faster than the dragon's intuition. However, Lucia now understood the ways of the world, so she did not say this. Xia Li, why can you talk to him? Lucia, on the contrary, cared more about this matter. According to the rules of this world, people can't understand the cat's meow. The strange voice sounded like an ordinary cat's meow to Lucia, and it was definitely not a human voice, as Xia Li said. Did you sense any signs of magic being activated? Xia Li also cared about this matter and asked Lucia in return. Lucia shook her head. No, the dragon race is very sensitive to magic. Since even Lucia didn't notice it, the connection between Xia Li and Wuchi has nothing to do with magic, but something else. I think it's because of this bell. Xia Li thought for a moment and grabbed Wuchi, whose face was full of resistance. Regardless of his resistance, Xia Li plucked the golden bell under his neck. Dingling, can you hear the bell? Xia Li asked Lucia. Lucia listened attentively, then after a moment, shook her head. Is this bell hollow? It is indeed hollow, Xia Li said, but I can hear its sound. Meow. Wuchi, who was kicking the ground with his limbs, was stunned for a moment. Xia Li's words made him fall into another kind of fear. Can you hear the sound of the golden bell? No, the golden bell is a divine weapon. Its power is my power. Only I can hear the sound it makes. Why can you hear it too? End of this chapter. Wuchi felt that he was awesome. The bell on his chest is the power he gained after more than 10 years of hard work in Nick Continent. Like Xia Li, Wuchi's journey to another world also started with a catastrophe. Without a system or a golden finger, before being recognized by the artifact, he was just an ordinary person, cat, with average physical values. This is different from the brave man Xia Li, who was directly called to pull out the sword from the stone. Wuchi's path to obtaining the artifact was extremely bumpy. He didn't describe the specific process in detail, but it was not difficult to hear from his expressive tone that he was not having a good time in that world full of cats. However, this treasure was obtained after surviving a life-threatening situation. Was it so easy for her to be turned against by this man, whom she had just met for less than a day? There's a cow. Wuchi's heart was wailing. You said you lived there for 18 years. Xia Li and Wuchi compared the general information. After Wuchi traveled to another world, he spent 18 years there in the form of a cat. Finally, he returned to Earth by chance and lived on Earth for another 3 years in the form of a cat. Xia Li felt that this number was quite terrifying. He had been a hero in the A's continent for 3 years, and he felt that he was about to be assimilated into the culture and customs there. And Wuchi has been a cat for 21 years. It is quite rare that he still retains human consciousness. If Xia Li had not appeared, Wuchi's would have been completely destroyed in a few decades, and he would have become a completely crazy cow cat. Yeah, Wuchi nodded. I lived there for 18 years. Do you still remember how many years it was when you left Earth? I can't remember. Then do you know about the Beijing Olympics? There is no Chinese person in the 21st century who is unaware of the Olympic Games. However, Wuchi still shook his head. Have no idea. Then you left Earth before 2008. Xia Li made a rough estimate. It is discovered that the flow rate in the world that Wuchi traveled through is about the same as that on Earth. In comparison, 3 years for Xia Li is only equal to 1 week, which is a huge difference. The different worlds they traveled through were not only many years apart in time, but also had very different worldviews. One is a world of swords and magic. The other is a world of cats and superpowers. However, there's one thing that is the same. Xia Li and Wuchi both returned to Earth from another world for unknown reasons. Xia Li was fine. Xia Li was summoned to another world and traveled back when he finally fought with the Silver Dragon Queen. I originally thought that I returned to Earth because a magical collision opened up some kind of space rift or something like that. But if Xia Li came back because of a magical collision, how should Wuqi explain it this way? According to Wuqi, this guy has used his predictive ability to repel monsters and successfully ascended the throne of the cat kingdom. Before I could enjoy it, it happened suddenly. When he opened his eyes, he was back in this modern metropolis that felt unfamiliar to him. It feels like killing the final boss, but not receiving the treasure chest reward. No wonder, sir. Xia Li decided to sort out the known information first. He took out a notebook and wrote on it. Wuqi jumped onto the table and slapped Xia Li with his cat paws in annoyance. Gong? What does gong mean? Change it to male. Xia Li, I originally wanted to write father-in-law. After silently filling in the gender, Xia Li continued writing. Age, 18 years human, 18 years cat, plus 3 years earth cat. Superpower, predict the future and use your abilities to change the future. This ability made Wuqi almost invincible in the other world. Unfortunately, after returning to Earth, his ability to predict the future was greatly weakened, leaving him with only 3 seconds left. Wuqi didn't know the specific reason for this weakening of ability, and Xia Li didn't delve into it. There's no magic power on Earth that can perform magic, and, similarly, there is no certain medium here that can perform supernatural powers. Like the dwarf dragon next to Xia Li that suffered an epic weakening. The bell on Wuqi's chest was also weakened. Okay. Lucia took a bite of the cookie, moved her eyes away from the TV, and looked at Xia Li. Fine. Xia Li reached out and patted the cookie crumbs off her fair little face. Wuqi meowed all day long, and his throat was so dry that it was smoking. These brothers don't know how to take care of their guests. Wuqi had no water to drink, so he walked around the living room, determined the direction of the kitchen, and stood on tiptoe to open the door. Calculate the height well, and jump without any surprises, with agile and light movements. The 2 front paws easily grasped the door handle, and then pressed it down with its own weight. With a creaky sound, the door opened. A set of movements flows smoothly. Xia Li watched this scene. I thought, no wonder the first few families who adopted Wuqi chose to send him back. With his ability, no matter how good the doors and windows are, they can't protect him. Cuckoo. Wuqi was not polite at all. He used his cat paws to pry open the faucet, then stretched out his thorny cat tongue to catch the water and drink it. After drinking, he did not forget to wipe his mouth with his arm. This action, somewhere between a cat and a human. It looks quite weird. Not to mention that ordinary people would find it weird. Even Xia Li, who is an insider, found it strange. Do you have food at home? After drinking the water, Wuqi rubbed his stomach and walked around Xia Li's kitchen without any hesitation. Although the family situation seems ordinary, the daily life is quite full of life. There are clean pots and pans, potatoes stored in basins, and a seasoning box with an uncovered lid on the stove. Is this the modern young man living with his girlfriend? You know a lot about life. Xia Li thought about it for a moment, nodded and said, there is cat food. I don't eat cat food. Wuqi gets a headache when he hears the word cat food. He started eating cat food after returning to Earth. The taste of that stuff in the mouth is similar to that of compressed biscuits eaten by humans, and it is a compressed biscuit with a fishy smell. I could accept it at first. After all, the nutritional value is there. But over time, eating compressed biscuits for a period of time will make you sick of it and want to vomit. Even though Wuqi has lived for 18 years, he is still picky about the taste and texture of food. What kind of good person eats compressed biscuits for every meal? Only an ordinary cat with low IQ can accept this thing, but he can't stand it. I eat on the sly at the veterinary hospital. Cat food is not for me. All right. Xia Li had also heard a little about these things. He took out the rabbit meat that he had packed in the afternoon from the refrigerator, heated it in the microwave, and poured it into the cat bowl sent by the pet hospital. Wuqi jumped down from the sink, sat on the ground, and smelled the smell. So spicy. Wuqi felt suffocated just by taking a sniff, and his tongue kept sticking out. Do people from Shu province eat such heavy-tasting food? It smells so good. I haven't had hot pot in over 20 years. It was a rare opportunity to eat this kind of food, so Wuchi was not picky. He sat on the ground, curled his tail, and started eating in small bites. It was the first time for Xia Li to see a cat eating hot pot rabbit. It was quite interesting. Taking out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and pouring half a bowl for the cat, Xia Li went back to the sofa to rest. "Brother, you are so nice." Wuchi was meowing while eating, and at the same time he did not forget to thank Xia Li for the Coke. He hadn't had Coke for a long time. As soon as he put his tongue into the bowl of water, it stung and tears started streaming down his face. Spicy, refreshing, and stimulating. "It's been a long time since I've done this to a person." Meow. Cotton had been hiding under the sofa and had been wary of the adult cat for a long time. As if it thought the adult cat was not dangerous, it took 2 tentative steps forward. Coming to Wuchi's bowl, Mianhua put his nose close to it and smelled the food. Meow. Finally, he was choked by the pungent smell and ran away. Meow ha. "Sister, this kind of thing is not something a kitten like you can accept. Ha ha ha." Wuchi was there, making a high-pitched cat laugh. I don't know if this guy would laugh like this in other people's homes. It's a bit too creepy. Eat or not? When Lucia saw Xia Li approaching, she raised the biscuit box in her hand. She hadn't eaten for half an hour, so she had some biscuits to help digest the food. Xia Li didn't even nod, but just opened his mouth. Lucia glanced at the cow cat's back and found that Wuchi was not looking at her. Then she pushed the biscuit into Xia Li's mouth at an extremely fast speed. Xia Li chewed some biscuits and asked vaguely, "Where do you want to go tomorrow?" "Where do you want to go?" Lucia asked. "You pay me $200 for a day, so tomorrow you are the boss and you have the final say." But Lucia couldn't say a but. But the person celebrating the birthday is the biggest. This is an unwritten rule among humans. But Lucia wasn't here to celebrate Xia Li's birthday. "Let's go to the movies," Lucia said in a slow voice. Zhou told her the 4-piece date set. Eat, go shopping, and watch movies. The last one was something like, "Your home is like my home." Lucia didn't understand it, so she skipped it. Okay. Xia Li took out his cell phone and opened the ticket purchasing app. As the new year approaches, there are very few movies scheduled in movie theaters, and even fewer movies that Lucia can understand. Romance movies, no. There are 2 horror movies. Xia Li wanted to make a good impression on Lucia, so he passed all horror and mystery movies. There's a dragon. Lucia leaned her little face over and pointed at a poster in Xia Li's phone. "This is Godzilla," Xia Li thought for a moment, and said, "It's the same as the dinosaur pajamas in your room." Godzilla. Lucia stared at the giant lizard walking upright. Although the name of the previous crayfish had the word dragon in it, she did not approve of it, and she thought this Godzilla was cool. "Distant cousin," Lucia said excitedly. "Your distance is really far enough." Xia Li smiled and had already clicked on the payment interface. "Then let's see this." Godzilla. After eating the rabbit meat, Wuchi jumped onto the sofa nimbly, then walked around behind Xia Li and looked at his phone curiously. "It's already 2024. Why are we still filming Godzilla?" "This is called IP value." Xia Li took the cat off his shoulder. Domestic IPs are also being remade over and over again. Every spring season, there's guaranteed to be a movie related to Journey to the West, and everyone is happy to watch it. Wuchi wagged his tail and patted Xia Li's legs with his white gloves. "Meow. Buy me one, and I'll go see it too. Can you get into the cinema?" Xia Li found it funny. "I have a date tomorrow. What are you going to do?" "Be a dog." "Tisk, if you don't want to go, then don't go." Wuchi is a modern man after all. Although he has been away from the earth for 18 years and has fallen behind in many trends, he still understands the ins and outs between young lovers. Meow meow. "No, I have my own things to do." Wuchi licked his paw. "What did he say?" Lucia, who didn't understand anything, tugged at Xia Li's sleeve, curious. He said the fighting scenes in this movie are scary and suggested that girls watch it while hugging their boyfriends. Xia Li said without changing his expression. "I'm awesome." Wuchi, who was licking his paws, stopped and looked at the shameless young man in shock. Lucia, who was fooled, was thinking about this problem seriously. After a moment, she nodded. "If you're scared, you can hold me." "Then I would definitely be scared." Xia Li said. Wuchi, there's a dirty word in the cat world that I don't know whether I should say or not. This brother is so shameless. Just like him. I'm going out now. Open the door, brother. Meow. Wuchi came to the balcony and looked up at the door between the balcony and the living room. The door was blocked by a chair and could not be pushed open with any strength. This is to prevent thieves. It's no surprise that I want to go out. He returned to Earth, fainted from hunger on the street, and was subsequently adopted by a newly opened pet hospital. Since then, he has always wanted to go out and experience the outside world. However, the doctors in the hospital only thought that this male cat was being quirky and wanted to go out and find a female cat. So, out of kindness, they arranged a thorough sterilization operation for him. That won't work. Xia Li sat on the sofa, unmoved. Wuchi turned his head with a stiff look. No, brother, you are living with your girlfriend. It's not good for me to live with you and your wife. It's so inconvenient. As Xia Li's refusal attitude was particularly firm, Wuchi felt that a disaster was about to happen. If it were an ordinary family, those cat-proofing measures wouldn't have much effect on him. But the brother in front of him knew his background. Knowing everything about him, it would be easy for Xia Li to prevent him from escaping. That's the truth. Xia Li stood up, opened WeChat on his phone, and held it up to show the cat on the ground. Have you forgotten? When I adopted you, I agreed to a condition. What conditions? Wuchi didn't think of it for a moment. I promised the pet hospital that I would follow up from time to time. This follow-up can be done by taking you to the pet hospital to show your face, or sending them a video. Meow. Wuchi was silent for a moment. It was indeed true. Well, don't worry about that. I'll just be out for a few days, and I'll definitely be back. You were having fun, but you didn't come back. How am I going to report to you? Xia Li looked down at Wuchi. This cat is a habitual escapee. Maybe Wuchi would come back to Xia Li every now and then to cheer him up because Xia Li was the only person who could talk to him. But the frequency of this return is controlled by Wuchi himself. Although Xia Li did not agree on a specific follow-up visit time with the pet hospital, it is necessary to make a video at least every 3 to 5 days. Moreover, Wuchi has just been brought back, and the hospital will definitely be very concerned about Wuchi's condition. Therefore, we must add a restriction to him. Come back at 6:30 every night and show your face to prove that you are still alive so that I can report to them. Xia Li stated his request. After hesitating for a moment, Wuchi nodded. Okay, I promise you. It's no use just saying yes. Xia Li's tone was somewhat helpless. Wuchi suddenly became alert. What do you want to do with a cute little kitty? Meow meow. As Xia Li walked closer, Wuchi walked backwards. The cow-cat cried out in fear, his expression dull, as if he would be abused by humans in the next second. Lucia chewed her biscuits and watched the scene with a bit of amusement. Give me the bell. This is the deposit. Xia Li grabbed Wuchi's cat by the head. Meow meow. Brother, I rely on this bell to go out and fight cats. You are trying to exploit my only golden finger. However, Wuchi thought about it for a while and compromised again. All right. Wuchi thought about it, and actually sat down on his own initiative, holding his chest high. He looked up at Xia Li. If you can take it, take it. Wuchi's voice was firm, and his tone was full of unquestionable confidence. Xia Li frowned. Then something came to mind. Wuchi said that the bell on his chest was a magical weapon. Even in a different world full of cats with superpowers, this bell is definitely T0. If we do a simple conversion, the status of the golden bell is equivalent to that of the demon-repelling sword in the A's continent. As it is also a divine artifact with supreme power, it is normal for it to recognize a master. The fact that Xia Li was able to hear the golden bell's voice before only proved that he could use the golden bell's power, but did not mean that he recognized the bell as its master. It's almost the same as Chun Tao being able to lift the demon-repelling sword. And to take the bell off Wuchi's body is equivalent to pulling out the demon-killing sword. There must be other conditions. Xia Li looked at Wuchi's arrogant eyes and became more certain of his guess. However, he decided to give it a try. Xia Li stretched out his hand and grasped the golden bell. The bell is only slightly larger than a coin, and it feels heavy in the hand, heavier than gold. Click sound. Xia Li picked the golden bell as easily as picking a cherry. Wuchi closed his eyes and said with great energy, "Umph, this bell is a divine artifact. It only recognizes me as its master. The fact that you can hear its sound only proves that it has a certain affinity for you, and you can only use it to a certain extent. You want to take it off me? That's not even." "What?" Wuchi opened his eyes. I was surprised to find that the bell on my chest had disappeared. It lay quietly in Xia Li's palm, with golden light emanating from its surface. The cow-cat's face showed an unprecedented look of fear. "Brother, this is only the second time you and Jinling have met. Could it be that you are born with the sacred body of a natural bull?" Xia Li put the bell close to his ear and shook it. "Well, no sound. It only makes sound when it is started. Okay, you can go." Pushing open the door leading to the balcony, Xia Li gestured to Wuchi to take care. No one can guarantee whether the cat will abide by the agreement. After all, it is a cat, and it is playful. Once it is let out, it will be gone forever. Now that his superpowers are detained by Xia Li, it will also help him learn a lesson. That's what Xia Li thought. But Wuchi doesn't think so. Xia Li confiscated his artifact, which was more painful than confiscating his balls. Wuchi stood in front of the windowsill, unwilling to leave. He looked down at the situation downstairs. The height of the third floor is no problem for a cat with human intelligence. "Foolish human, you plucked the bell behind me, and now you're trying to pluck the bell in front of me. Too much, too much." "Xia Li, Wuchi is crying so sadly." Lucia was carrying a box of cookies. Eat cookies while watching the show on the balcony. When Lucia saw the cow-cat with tears in its eyes denouncing Xia Li's actions, she nodded in approval. "That's right, although I don't know what happened. All her heroes are so bad. A brave man even dares to bully a dragon, so it's normal for him to bully a cat." Xia Li ignored Wuchi's protest. He lifted the bell and looked at it. It was already evening outside, and the rainy night was gloomy and damp. In this dark outdoor environment, the coin-sized bell emitted warm golden light on Xia Li's fingertips, like a glowing little toy. Wuchi looked at him fiercely, and when he found out that Xia Li could really use his magic weapon, his eyes welled up with tears. "There is nothing more to say, so be it, destroy. I will come back again. Goodbye." Looking at the busy streets outside the community, a breath of freedom fills the air. This was the modern world he had left behind for 20 years. The excitement brought about by the scene quickly overshadowed the brief anger. Wuchi jumped down from the balcony, and his black figure disappeared into the night. Don't learn from him. If a dragon falls, it will definitely get hurt. Xia Li was afraid that Lucia would learn from what she saw, so he reminded her. Lucia snorted, "I'm not that stupid. Here, try this and see if there's any magic in it." Xia Li placed the golden bell in his hand into Lucia's hand. The light soon went out, and the golden bell with divine luster returned to its normal state. Lucia felt nothing. "Leave my hand and it will go out." Xia Li thought about it, and found that this bell with superpowers might really have recognized him as its master. No one has ever said that a divine weapon can only recognize one master, right? Maybe just like Wuchi said, Xia Li is actually a holy body that is naturally compatible with the divine weapon. Unfortunately, divine weapons are too rare. When Xia Li was in the continent of A's, the only divine weapon he had come into contact with was the demon-repelling sword. Therefore, this speculation cannot be confirmed. "Come here, try again." Xia Li grabbed Lucia's little hand, held her in front of him, and put one hand on the evil dragon's slender waist. She could smell a faint fragrance on the dragon at the tip of her nose. The smell was very faint, and it should be the lingering scent from when Joanshi took her shopping to try perfume during the day. Xia Li usually doesn't like the smell of perfume, but when such a smell appears on Lucia, it smells unexpectedly good. It makes people want to bury their face in her chest and take a few deep breaths. Lucia was suddenly tricked by the brave man into hugging her. She didn't react for a while. Her soft waist twisted uncomfortably in Xia Li's palm. When their sight returned to normal, they both held half of the bell in their hands. The bell went off and on. When Xia Li touched it over a larger area, it lit up slightly, but once it rolled into Lucia's small hands, it went out again. It is between half bright and half light, and the Schrodinger's starting state. Still no feeling. Lucia shook her head, and her soft hair brushed against Xia Li's chest. Xia Li swallowed and found it difficult to concentrate. Who has the energy to do experiments at this time? Wouldn't this mean packing up the dragon and throwing it on the bed and then doing this and that? It means going to sleep and then welcoming a new day. I think it must be the wrong posture. Lucia was thinking with a serious look on her face. What posture? Xia Li came back to his senses. Think about it. Wuchi was wearing it around his neck before, so he could activate the power of the bell. Why don't you try it too? Lucia raised her head and looked at Xia Li quietly with a pair of pure and clear eyes. Xia Li thought about it and felt that this was true. Then I'll try. Xia Li found a string in the drawer, passed it through the hole in the middle of the bell, and tied the string around his neck. Lucia walked over with a smile and rang the bell on Xia Li's chest with her hand. The bell swayed left and right on Xia Li's body, emitting a faint golden glow. Fun. And there's also a strange feeling of shivering. Suddenly I understood what Zhou and She meant by occasional mood of life. Hee. Is there any sound? Lucia poked her head in and asked. Without. Xia Li heard nothing. I always feel like there's something weird. Not right. Wear a bell around your neck. Apart from pets, people only wear it when men and women are in a romantic relationship, right? Besides, isn't it usually worn by girlfriends? How'd he get here? Hey. At this time, Xia Li's reaction was a little slow. Just now, when he was doing the experiment with Lucia in his arms, his mind was filled with thoughts about this stinky dragon. Only instinctive impulses remain, and there is no ability to think proactively anymore. So, when the evil dragon raised a question, Xia Li acted subconsciously without doubting her thoughts at all. Now, when Xia Li looked down and saw the smirk on the evil dragon's face and the way she was playing with the bell on her chest, Xia Li suddenly felt like he had been cheated. Their family has always been a place where people fool dragons. Can dragons fool people now? You understand very well, Lucia. Xia Li's mouth twitched. I don't know who this evil dragon learned this from. The evil dragon shook his head and said, I don't understand. No one understands as well as Xia Li. Even when praised by the hero, Lucia was not in a hurry to accept his praise. A certain amount of humility is necessary. Moreover, if I nod and admit it now, wouldn't it be obvious that I said that on purpose? I just want to see if I could activate that something, a supernatural power, the dragon explained. After all, it is predictive. 3 seconds can prevent a lot of things. I'll let you go this time. Xia Li took down the bell and stopped playing with it for the dragon. Now it seems that even if I get Jinling's approval, I won't be able to use it normally. I don't know if it's because of the species. Xia Li is a human, not a cat, so it can't be activated. Or is it because Xia Li has never learned how to control superpowers, so he can't use them? In short, the ability to predict still has to be exerted through the ordinary. Cotton, come here. Thinking of this, Xia Li squatted down and summoned Cotton. Cotton, whose name was called, walked over lazily. Seeing that it was walking slowly, Lucia ran over to pick up Cotton, then ran over to hand Cotton to Xia Li. Xia Li tried it and put the bell on her cotton neck. As a result, after the bell left Xia Li, not only did the light of the bell go out completely, but it even fell off when it was hung around Cotton's neck. Xia Li picked it up and played with it for a while, and found that there was a crack on the hanging ring of the bell. When it was on Cotton, the crack was very big, but when it was on Xia Li, it would be a perfectly closed loop. It is indeed a divine weapon. Xia Li sighed. It is as divine as his demon-repelling sword. Xia Li, this magical weapon from Yolai is not easy to use. Lucia squatted beside Xia Li, stroking Cotton's head and speaking. Xia Li reacted and laughed angrily. Who taught you this word? People on Bilibili all like to use this word. Lucia blinked. Don't learn this kind of stuff from netizens. Xia Li knew that enthusiastic netizens would teach his little dragon bad things. Waving his hands, Xia Li still hadn't given up on Lingling. He decided to try again. I'll give it one last try. If it doesn't work, I'll keep it at home as collateral. Xia Li then thought of the demon-killing sword that was thrown into the box on the balcony. although he couldn't make the golden bell work directly in his hand. What about indirect? This golden bell, without a doubt, possesses extraordinary powers that do not belong to this earth. This is the same as the situation with the demon exorcist sword that uses sealing magic. Now, Xia Li intends to extract this ability like extracting magic power. Convert its superpowers into magic power that can be used by Xia Li. Worth a try. Xia Li went to the balcony to look around and finally took out the demon exorcising sword that had been hidden in the bottom of the box. He returned to the living room, holding the sword in one hand. The evil dragon in the living room had already hidden behind the sofa, holding Cotton. "Why run so far?" Xia Li said with a smile. "Cotton, Daddy is going to kill you." "Bah, don't lead the kitten astray." Xia Li held the sword in his right hand and the bell in his left hand. The golden light on the left and right formed a sharp contrast with the faint blue light. Xia Li strung the bells together with a red rope and then hung it on the hilt of the sword. This time, the bell did not fall, and it still maintains a state of emitting golden light. "There's a play." Xia Li's eyes lit up, and he quickly waved to Lucia. "Come here." Lucia also sensed something and moved over step by step, holding Cotton. The incandescent light in the living room flickered at this moment. The flow of magic power, which even Xia Li could not feel before, was now flowing through his hands at a very slow speed. That supernatural power that we cannot capture has been transformed into the magic power of the A's continent through the demon exorcist sword. Xia Li grabbed Lucia's little hand with some excitement. He placed the dragon claw on the back of his hand, and both of them held the same sword in both hands, raising it high. "Do you feel it?" He lowered his head and asked the evil dragon beside him. Lucia nodded. Her eyes reflected golden and blue light, which fell into her eyes and was as clear as glass. Xia Li suddenly had an urge to swing his sword. With the blessing of magic, the power of this demon-killing sword will be much stronger. It's been more than a month. That wonderful feeling of magic flowing through my body is back. Tell me, can first-level magic be cast? Xia Li looked at the dwarf dragon in his arms. At that moment, he even wondered if he was dazzled. Long silver hair, bright red eyes. Xia Li seemed to see the silver dragon queen transformed into a human form, looking down at the tiny humans with an absolutely arrogant tall figure. In the blink of an eye, Lucia's bloodthirsty eyes returned to a harmless brown color. She raised her head in front of Xia Li's chest, her face soft. With her soft lips slightly parted, Lucia spoke in an innocent tone. "There is none left." "It wasn't me." Xia Li turned around and found that the bell and demon-killing sword in his hand had gone out. The light that originally emanated from them dimmed a lot. There's a feeling of being drained of energy by a powerful creature. Xia Li was stunned. "You, none of my business." Lucia was innocent enough. She didn't know what was happening either. She also felt the magic power generated between the two artifacts just now. With that kind of power, it would not be a problem to cast a first-level magic. As long as Lucia wants, the wind magic that failed in their last experiment can definitely be activated this time. But just when Lucia had the thought of trying this, the magic power disappeared. It was absorbed by her body in an instant. Lucia's dragon body has been in an environment without magic power for a long time. Although she herself did not feel any discomfort, her body's desire for magic power was constant. As long as she comes across a tiny bit of absorbable magic power, she will absorb it directly into her body. It's like sprinkling water on a dried-out sponge. You can't just tell a sponge not to absorb water, and it will stop absorbing water. This was totally out of Lucia's control. "Xia Li, this is none of my business." "It's none of Long Long's business." Of course, Lucia knew that this magic was hard-earned. But this matter really cannot be blamed on Long Long. Just as Lucia was pulling at Xia Li's clothes, ready to explain for herself, what Xia Li cares about is no longer this. And many more, Xia Li suddenly bent down, and the two faces were approaching each other at a very fast speed. Seeing that their noses were about to touch each other, Lucia subconsciously closed her eyes. Could it be that you want to use kissing to repay bad debt? Just return it. Lucia thought Xia Li was going to kiss her, so she looked like a fierce dragon, ready to accept punishment. However, Xia Li did not kiss her. Instead, it stopped very close to her cheek. Lucia opened her watery light brown eyes and looked at Xia Li nervously. Xia Li reached out and touched her soft face. On your face, there are dragon scales. Into this chapter, a scale the size of a fingernail was faintly emerging on Lucia's face. The scales are flawless silver, but under the light, they produce a flowing and colorful luster. Like the stained glass in a church, the color of this scale is very light, but it shines brightly. Xia Li could be sure that this was the dragon scale of a silver dragon. Putting aside the size of the scales, their color and outline are exactly the same as the dragon scales that Xia Li saw on the continent of A's. Don't move. Let me take a look. Xia Li gently touched it. This was the first time he had touched Lucia's scales in this way. All the countless encounters he had with Lucia in the past had been carried out with violence and tearing. Only this time, he was extremely careful in his movements. It was as if it was protecting a delicate petal, afraid of breaking it. Lucia didn't even know she had grown dragon scales. But when Xia Li touched the skin on her face that was different from the flesh, Lucia's eyes lit up. I have scales. So she also reached out and touched her face. Dragon scales are not as hard as imagined. As far as Lucia could remember, she had never touched such soft scales. These dragon scales were even softer than those of a newborn dragon. So soft, Lucia fiddled with it gently with her fingers, and the feeling was somewhat similar to peeling off fish scales. Don't play. Xia Li grabbed Lucia's naughty dragon claws. It's such a shame to damage the dragon scales that I have worked so hard to grow. He leaned closer and stared at the soft dragon scale, feeling a strange feeling in his heart. Although the dragon scales are larger than a palm and as thick as armor, look majestic and have high alchemical value. But this small piece of dragon scale, as thin as a cicada's wing, is also very beautiful. Small and very cute. Xia Li also reached out and touched it. Lucia felt itchy and tingling, and her cheeks immediately flushed. But when she saw that Xia Li seemed very interested in her dragon scales, she took the initiative to lift up the long hair hanging by her ears so that Xia Li could see it more clearly. At this moment, Xia Li suddenly lowered his head and quickly swept across Lucia's small and soft dragon scales. The brave man secretly kissed the dragon. To be precise, I licked it. The silky little snake hooked up, raised its scales, and then slipped into the crevice with a whoosh. Lucia covered the dragon scales on her left cheek and looked at Xia Li blankly. The dragon scales became wet and were filled with Xia Li's scent. Why are dragon scales tasteless? Xia Li smacked his lips and savored the taste. Lucia blushed. As a dragon, she only recently understood what the emotion of shyness was. When most girls feel shy, there are only two reactions. One is to hide your face and act like an ostrich. The other type is to turn shyness into arrogance and directly fight back with great aggressiveness. But Lucia seems to be different. Her cheeks puffed up, and she covered the half of her face that was licked by Xia Li. She sat back on the sofa silently, hugged the large sheep doll, and then took the remote control to change the channel on the TV. The TV's playback interface was switched frantically by the evil dragon, 3 times per second. The fluorescent light in front of the screen kept flickering, shining on the evil dragon's clean but red face. Is this angry? Xia Li thought for a moment, suppressed the smile on his face, and walked over with a serious face. I have lived in the continent of A's for 3 years, and this is the first time I've tasted dragon scales, and they are fresh dragon scales. Da-da-da. He leaned over, but Lucia ignored him and just pressed the remote control frequently, as if she wanted to vent all her shame and anger on the poor remote control buttons. Xia Li looked at her with a smile. The presence of dragon scales was not conspicuous. Even if Lucia went out with this face, at most she would be considered to have some kind of shiny flakes that girls liked. No one would guess that she was a silver dragon. Now that the dragon scales have, if we try to use some magic, can the dragon horns return to normal? Dragon horns, dragon tail, dragon maid. The things in Xia Li's mind went completely in the wrong direction. After all, he is a man in the passionate love period. It is impossible for him to say that he has no fantasies about his girlfriend. Xia Li withdrew his thoughts and asked Lucia again, "Can you control it to appear and disappear?" Lucia was still upset about the brave man's sneak attack just now. Suddenly he licked her, and it was the first dragon scale he licked. The dragon scales are so soft and so small that no brave man would let them go. The more Lucia thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She lifted the sheep doll in her arms to completely cover her face. After some inner struggle, he felt that it would be bad if he did not answer the hero's question and left him there. So Lucia answered Xia Li in what she thought was the coldest tone. "Too little magic power." "I can't." "That means just a little more magic power will do?" Xia Li asked. "It's hard to say," Lucia muttered. Xia Li fell into deep thought again. He grabbed the demon exorcist's sword and looked around. The magic seal on the exorcist's sword is still there. Even if Lucia absorbs all of its magic power, the seal on it cannot disappear. This is the characteristic of the exorcist's sword, and also a rule. Since the sealing magic still exists, does this mean that these artifacts have their own way of slowly restoring magic power on Earth? Thinking of this, Xia Li drew out the demon-repelling sword. Thick clouds dyed the night sky ink black. The winter in Sichuan province is damp and cold, and the moisture in the air seems to make the wind sticky. Xia Li lay on the bed, listening to the sound of water dripping in the bathroom, unable to fall asleep. It felt like there were waves surging in my heart that I couldn't control. For every sound of water in the bathroom, he would imagine a corresponding smooth scene. It's normal to be greedy for the person you like, right? Turned over, Xia Li felt that there was always something on his mind. That piece of dragon scale that is full of light. I hope Lucia will be gentler when washing his face and not rub the dragon scales off. This piece was not easy to make. Rather than the appearance of Wuqi, who was also a time traveler, in front of Xia Li, it was the subtle changes in his girlfriend that made Xia Li more concerned. That tough yet soft touch gradually awakens memories of the Xia Li's continent. At the same time, it also reminds him. The girl living in his house was not a weak and helpless girl. Instead, it was a pure-blooded silver dragon that could swallow up mountains and rivers. After waiting for more than 10 minutes with his head resting on his wrist, Xia Li finally couldn't stand the sleepiness anymore. Half awake and half asleep, Xia Li saw a pair of silver-white horns shaking in his sight. The horn was shaped like a slender deer antler, rising up on both sides of the head, with a slightly upturned tip and complex and ancient patterns on it. The horns exuded a bright white color, and together with the mist, they shrouded Xia Li in front of him, as if separated by a layer of mysterious and dreamy gauze. Xia Li knew what this was. Is this a dragon horn? This reminded him of the days when he was on the continent of A's. These horns were what he had always dreamed of cutting off. Dragon horns are the embodiment of power. Cutting off a dragon's horns will cause them to lose their powerful strength. Come here. Xia Li was sleeping in a daze, and the little consciousness he had made it impossible for him to tell whether what appeared before him was real or an illusion. But there was one thing he was sure of. The little dragon that had just emerged from the bath was climbing onto his bed. He carefully embraced the evil dragon. When he touched the pair of horns, Xia Li gently grasped them. He did not have the thought of chopping them off, as he had done before. Instead, he wanted to protect them together with the evil dragon in his arms. The hard touch of the dragon horn made Xia Li's heart flash with a trace of doubt, and his blurred vision focused in front of him with some difficulty. This time, Xia Li saw not only dragon horns, he even saw a long, snake-like tail covered with silver scales. The biggest difference between a dragon's tail and a snake's tail is that the dragon's tail is not completely smooth. It has fin spines similar to those of fish. This tail also has fin spines. However, the thorn is not sharp, and the tip looks round, even a bit cartoon-like. When Xia Li's hand touched the long, delicate tail, all his sleepiness disappeared, and he suddenly woke up. He subconsciously supported himself with his arms and backed away, but his back hit the wooden board at the head of the bed. In the unlit room, Flames jumped in front of Xia Li. The heat blew on his face, and the strong light of the fire made it difficult to open his eyes. At this moment, Xia Li was fully awake. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. It was just a small piece of dragon scale that appeared. Could it be possible that the evil dragon could fully recover its abilities? After denying all the guesses in his mind one by one, Xia Li looked at the figure behind the fire. Subconsciously, he couldn't help but compare Lucia's face with it. There is no tall and mature figure, nor sharp and arrogant eyes. The girl opened her pair of bright and harmless eyes, with a blush on her childish face. Her expression was so immature that she looked like a naive girl who had just been confessed to by her boyfriend. "Happy birthday." Lucia's voice was tense and hoarse. She stretched the strawberry cake in her hand forward and put it in front of Xia Li. "Make a wish," the evil dragon said in a soft and gentle voice. Xia Li stood there in a daze, feeling the cold touch coming from the bedboard, and his Adam's apple rolled a little. He looked at the flame in front of him again. This thing turned out to be a candle. Because it was dark all around, the tiny spark of fire was magnified into an all-encompassing blaze in Xia Li's eyes. Xia Li breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lucia quickly moved the candle closer. "Snort louder. How can you eat birthday cake so late at night?" Xia Li was a little amused. "I am really happy, but I was indeed shocked by the series of actions taken by the evil dragon just now." Xia Li reached out and grabbed the dragon's tail on the bedsheet again. This tail is indeed made in the shape of a dragon's tail, but when you hold it in your hand, you can't feel the smooth and delicate scales on it. You can only feel a softness. This thing is filled with cotton. The corner of Xia Li's mouth twitched. "It's midnight now. According to the time in this country, today is your birthday." Lucia held the cake and knelt in front of Xia Li. The cake smelled so good. The sweet scent of cream and the heat of candles mixed together and filled Lucia's nose, making her very greedy. Usually it's that night, rarely in the early morning. "Blow it now. Go, go, go." The evil dragon was urging him to hurry up. So Xia Li had to sit up and accept this surprise. Looking at the bright fire in front of him, Xia Li closed his eyes. Make a wish. The last time he celebrated his birthday on Earth, his wish was to graduate successfully. The last time I wanted to do part-time work to make money. Going further ahead, it means making a fortune, winning the lottery, and doing well in the college entrance examination. It is said that the wishes people make with their eyes closed are an expression of their greed. But Xia Li thought about it and found that he didn't seem to have anything to desire. In good health, he vacant one eye and stole a glance at Lucia. Lucia, behind a firelight, was not looking at Xia Li, but was staring at the cake. "All right." Blowing out the candle, Lucia turned on the light as quickly as possible. Her eyes were bright, brighter than the stars outside. "What wish did you make?" asked the evil dragon urgently. Xia Li shook his head. "It won't work if I say it out loud." So Lucia pouted and stopped asking. The two of them sat at the dining table one after the other. Lucia went to get the plate, while Xia Li took a plastic knife and cut the cake. This cake is not big, only about 6 inches in size, and is a very common style sold in cake shops. Lucia only had the whole morning to go out yesterday, so it was definitely too late to order a custom cake, so she could only choose the regular one. Xia Li was still a little touched by this. It turns out that the dragon god had been keeping it a secret for a whole day, wanting to hide the cake and then give him a surprise. Putting a small piece of cake on the plate, the evil dragon leaned over and thought the plate was hers and stretched out its claws impatiently. Xia Li patted the dragon's claw. "Over there, the rest is yours." He pointed to the remaining half of the cake. "I eat so much." The evil dragon was shocked. "The great silver dragon queen, you can't be unable to eat even a small cake, right?" "I can definitely eat that." Lucia was in high spirits. She lowered her head and took a bite. The expression on her face instantly melted away, and she squinted her eyes in happiness. Good to eat. Zhou was not lying to her. Celebrating Xia Li's birthday was indeed a happy thing for long. This is the anniversary of the birth of mankind. It comes once a year and is a very important day. Lucia lowered her head and ate the cake. It was already very late at night. The drizzle outside had stopped at some point, and the air was filled with a damp and cold smell. After Xia Li finished his portion in 2 mouthfuls, he propped up his head and looked at the evil dragon in front of him. As far as I can remember, he has celebrated his birthday 20 times. Half of it was spent with family, and the remaining half was spent with friends. This time is the most special one. Although it was not lively enough, there was only one person, a dragon, a cat, and a small palm-sized cake, and it was even in the middle of the night. However, the sense of satisfaction it brought to Xia Li was unprecedented. Xia Li discovered that as long as he stayed with Lucia, his restless heart could be easily satisfied. She was satisfied, but always wanted more. Extending her fingers, Xia Li rubbed the last piece of cake before Lucia could inhale it. Lucia looked at him in confusion. Xia Li hesitated for a moment, then rubbed the cream on her fingertips onto her face. Lucia thought Xia Li was going to play the apply butter game with her. Zhou had told her about this game. It was an indispensable part of their birthday celebrations together in the past. As a result, Xia Li smeared the cream on his own face. What does it mean? The hero hasn't woken up yet and suddenly attacks himself? The dragon doesn't understand. After finishing the last half of the strawberry, Lucia was satisfied and started to clean up the garbage on the table. There's more here. Xia Li suddenly pointed at the cream on her face and said, Lucia, it turns out to be such a trap. Isn't this cake cheap? Seeing the evil dragon hesitate, Xia Li continued, It's not good to waste food, Miss Lucia Savannah. The brave man smiled like the silly son of a landlord, evil and treacherous. The dragon will not be fooled by this. But, before going to bed today, Xia Li licked her on the face, and Lucia never fought back. This time, she had a chance to fight back. Lucia pinched the corner of the table nervously and leaned her graceful body forward. The girl's chest was slightly raised, with some cream under her small nose, and her amber eyes were flickering with anxiety because of nervousness. She was afraid that after she kissed him, she would not be kissing Xia Li's face, but Xia Li's lips. This bad hero just likes to cheat at the last moment. However, Xia Li tilted his head slightly and did not move until he stretched out his tongue and gently licked the cream off. The brave man did not do anything bad. This made Long, who was already very alert, somewhat dissatisfied. Smacking lips. The last bit of cream is sweet because it is melted by the hero's body temperature. It turns into sweet syrup the moment it enters the mouth. It seems sweeter than every bite I just swallowed. Humph. Cunning humans. Lucia picked up the trash, packed it, and threw in the trash can. Cotton in the cat's bed was awakened by the noise of the two people and came out and stretched. Lucia touched Cotton and squeezed another cat noodle for him to eat, muttering, Today is the bad warrior's birthday. We eat cake, and you eat cat noodle. Xia Li sat at the table and watched this scene, a smile appearing on his lips. I hope the wish I just made can come true. After eating sweets, you need to brush your teeth. I will watch you brush. After a yawn, Xia Li said to the evil dragon on the ground. Lucia turned back and continued to mutter to him, I only ate 2 bites. You have to brush even if you eat half a bite. Girls should be clean. I'm a female dragon. Female dragons should also love cleanliness. Lucia had never liked the tedious and complicated cleaning process of humans. She went to the bathroom to wash up angrily. Xia Li watched her busying around, staring at the silver dragon's tail and unable to take his eyes off it. Back in bed, the two of them crawled into their respective beds. Xia Li felt itchy, so he turned over and reached into the evil dragon's quilt to rummage around. After touching the dragon's tail, which was smooth but felt like cloth, Xia Li finally remembered this. Your tail. I bought it at the mall. Lucia turned in her bed. It was pitch black around, and Xia Li saw the scales on her soft face that were glowing with silver light. So, in the end, the horns and the dragon tail are fake, and only this piece of dragon scale is real. What are you buying this for? Xia Li said helplessly. He almost thought his girlfriend had turned into a little dragon girl, because he said you don't like cats or foxes, so I didn't buy these ears. Lucia muttered, I've been looking for the dragon's horn and dragon's tail for a long time. Even Joanchi said that your hobby is really unique. Xia Li, this is a misunderstanding. The reason why he said that he didn't like cats and foxes and only liked dragons was because he was afraid that the evil dragon would be jealous. At that time, Xia Li thought that the dragon was arranging a test for him, so he answered the question without hesitation. It turns out that the stinky dragon was actually asking this kind of question. I should have answered, I want them all earlier. He stretched out his hand and pinched the cold and hard horns, then tapped them with his hooked fingers. Xia Li discovered that this thing was actually made of plastic. Does it hurt to wear it? I was just about to ask Lucia if it was uncomfortable to wear and whether she should take it off when sleeping. Lucia's face turned cold, and she slapped the hero's stinky hand away. Don't touch my steering wheel. Xia Li. No. Where did this dragon learn these words? I don't know if it was taught by netizens on the station or by Joanchi. But Joanchi wouldn't teach Lucia such an improper thing. So the only possibility is that the evil dragon learned it himself. And, is this my steering wheel? So, this is my birthday present? Xia Li grabbed the dragon horn, and Lucia was forced to lean into Xia Li's arms. She didn't like being grabbed by the horns like this. Although they were fake dragon horns, when Xia Li grabbed them, she still felt a different kind of itchy sensation. I just ate your birthday present, Lucia said softly. For some reason, she wanted to disobey Xia Li from the beginning. No matter what Xia Li did, she wanted to go against it. This feeling is very similar to when I first met Xia Li. It's similar to the rebellious feeling of if I do what you say, I will lose face. But not exactly the same. This feeling tonight was mostly due to the fact that Lucia wore a dragon's tail and horns. Joanchi said that this is the behavior that young lovers should have. It can also be said to add a little romance to life. Although Lucia didn't understand what the meaning was, she knew it was a reward for Xia Li. The dragon rewards the brave. This kind of behavior would be embarrassing for a dragon. My gift is a cake. Cake can't be considered a gift, Xia Li said dissatisfiedly. Then what do you want? A brave man does many things. He didn't sleep well late at night, and his hands were touching things everywhere, which made Long very nervous. Xia Li thought for a moment and said, Can I ask you to do it? How do you want it? Lucia burrowed deeper in her bed, leaving only a pair of bright eyes exposed. The hero's words also sounded strangely nervous. Isn't there a ribbon wrapped around the cake? Wrap the ribbon around yourself, and then were the dragon horns. Xia Li opened his eyes and found that the evil dragon's eyes were becoming more and more weird, and he was looking at her as if she was a pervert. So he quickly shut up and changed his words. You are mine now, so why should I choose you over someone else? He picked up the dragon and the quilt together and held it in his arms. Okay, sleep. Keep your energy up. We have a date tomorrow. After listening to Xia Li's mumbling, the evil dragon moved its body and snuggled into his arms again. Xia Li closed his eyes, feeling the throbbing in his heart. He recalled the wish he had just made. I hope to marry Lucia next year. End of this chapter. The next morning, the sky was clear and the warm yellow morning sun broke through the soft clouds and poured down. Xia Li stretched out his arm and fished it out. He didn't get Lucia, who was supposed to sleep next to him. Instead, there was the sound of sizzling oil coming from outside the half-open door. What breakfast is the hard-working little dragon making now? Lifting the quilt off her body, Xia Li got out of bed and took a look at the kitchen. Lucia was wearing an apron, and her long black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail behind her head. She held a spatula in one hand and the pot in the other. It was hard to imagine that those slender wrists could easily lift the pan, and the fried egg in the middle of the pan flipped over skillfully in her hands. After flipping the fried egg, she took chopsticks and started to stir the noodles in another pot. She stirred the noodles with chopsticks twice and saw that the boiling white foam was about to overflow from the edge of the pot, so she took 2 breaths and blew out to cool down the pot. The white foam soon disappeared, and she rolled up the 2 strands of hair that fell beside her ears. Without the obstruction of hair, the girl's fair neck was fully exposed. Lucia's waist was just slightly higher than the stove, which gave her an indescribable sense of delicate and pretty. She still wore the pair of dragon horns from last night on her head, and the long silver dragon tail behind her, but dragged on the ground. What made Xia Li more excited than the little cook is cooking for herself was the little dragon lady is cooking for herself. How is this different from Dragon Maid? It was early in the morning, and Xia Li was already unable to suppress his anger. Now, seeing the maid Long who was cooking for him, he couldn't help but walk over and hug her. Morning, sensing someone approaching, Lucia subconsciously looked up and was about to say good morning to Xia Li when those delicate and dense kisses began to fall on her. This time the kiss was not on the cheek or lips. Lucia felt something wet rolling over her neck. She couldn't help but pull her neck down. After Xia Li kissed her neck, he didn't let go and took another half step forward. Lucia could only step back, her waist already leaning against the stove. Behind me was a cloud of white mist, and the noodles in the pot were tumbling in the boiling water. Xia Li glanced at the already cooked fried egg, turned off the dangerous oil pan, and then looked at Lucia's pretty face. The heat was hazy beside her, and Lucia's golden brown eyes blinked, as if she was confused by Xia Li's sudden attack. She is still cooking. The brave man is messing around. However, it was this look of confusion mixed with a hint of innocence that was like a fire that ignited the dry wood in Xia Li's heart. He pinched the hand that was placed on his chest, trying to block the distance between them. The fingertips, as soft as young buds, curled up in Xia Li's hands. Lucia blinked her long eyelashes, and her thick eyelashes cast a small shadow on her fair cheek. The winter morning light crept in through the window, and Lucia could feel her heart pounding. She closed her eyes for some unknown reason. In Xia Li's opinion, such an action is more like an invitation rather than a tacit consent. The tiny and fragmented kisses fell like a continuous drizzle. Then the rain started to get heavier, and my breathing became rapid. The rain came with great force, and the raindrops mixed with each other's scent entangled together, producing some sounds that stimulated people's nerves. Lucia leaned back a little more. Xia Li was worried that she would be scalded by the steam behind her, so he stretched out his other hand to hold the back of her head. He secretly squinted his eyes and saw Lucia with her eyes closed, looking dazed and scared, but still trying to raise her head. This stupid dragon. But I would never reject him. If Lucia wanted to struggle with her strength, it would be no problem for her to escape from Xia Li's hands. Even if she wanted to, it is very likely that Xia Li was killed. Xia Li always wanted to teach Lucia about the emotions between humans in this world, let her understand, and then express it in a human way. But none of these things seemed to matter at this moment. A girl's blush is worth 1,000 words. Brother, Lucia felt suffocated, and the soft moan that leaked out of her nose was like a fire burning in Xia Li's heart. To be honest, both of them are pretty bad at kissing. One party didn't know how to start and rushed in like a headless fly. The other side is a single-core processor, which cannot handle the situation at hand, so it just chooses to start where it is. She was like a wooden stake, allowing Xia Li to do whatever he wanted to her. No resistance at all. Xia Li's hand had already climbed over the hill without him noticing. Even he himself didn't react, and his hand went up, as if he was bewitched and controlled by a dragon. Realizing this, Xia Li took his hand away in order to restore his image as a righteous gentleman in Lucia's heart. As a result, his arm rubbed against the pot, and Xia Li screamed in pain from burn. "Ew, what did you call me just now?" Xia Li wiped her face fiercely, with a hint of sweetness still remaining at the corners of her mouth. "You are 78 years older than me, and you still dare to call me brother." The point is, doesn't Lucia still understand interpersonal relationships? At this time, it is obvious that what you should call him is not brother, but something else. If that happened, Xia Li would probably lose control and kill himself right there, and then... I said pot. Lucia also wiped her face. The suffocating feeling of not being able to breathe just now has recovered, and my dizzy head has become much clearer. But she didn't dare to look up at Xia Li, and quickly took the chopsticks with a red face, stirred the pot, and found that the noodles were overcooked. "Pot, pot, pot! The pot is going to burn. Turn off the fire," and the evil dragon said without even raising its head. In the dialect of Shu province, it is indeed difficult to distinguish between pot and G. Mine is spicy. After saying these harsh words, Xia Li went to the bathroom to take a shower. When I got out of the bath, breakfast was already on the table. For fried eggs, 2 bowls of noodles, and a bowl of boiled lotus root. The fried eggs were golden on both sides, with a little soy sauce poured on top and cooked to perfection. Although the noodles looked like mush due to being cooked for a long time, they were delicious and fragrant. They were sprinkled with chopped green onions, chili oil, and a large spoonful of meat sauce brought from the neighbor's house. Little cook Lucia's cooking skills are improving at a rapid pace. The richness of this breakfast is even better than that of the small noodle shop downstairs. At least he is invincible here in Xia Li. Longevity noodles. Eat them and you'll live longer. Lucia sat at the dining table waiting for Xia Li to start eating. Only then did Xia Li remember that it was her birthday today. After all the operations just now, not only did Lucia crash, but Xia Li himself was almost unable to operate it. A bit too much? Xia Li lowered his head to look for the noodles, then looked up at the evil dragon. It just so happened that the evil dragon was also secretly watching him, and the moment their eyes met, he jumped away as if he had been electrocuted. Both parties are unexpectedly innocent. Forget about the evil dragon's innocence. After all, she doesn't understand these things. But Xia Li didn't understand why he was panicking. After eating it, Xia Li could no longer tell what the longevity noodles tasted like. He felt his head was filled with the smell of hormones. It was indeed because I woke up and saw Xiaolong Yang cooking that I couldn't help but feel the impulse. But if you think about it carefully, it's not right. We are all lovers now. Shouldn't cohabiting couples kiss, hug, and lift each other up every day? But this dragon is too thin-skinned. Smoke starts coming out when you kiss it, and the system crashes when smoke starts coming out. Kissing her is like kissing a piece of softwood. No response at all. What are you looking at? Lucia stared at Xia Li for several seconds, and Xia Li felt uneasy. What was that just now? After hesitating for a moment, Lucia spoke in a very low voice. As she spoke, she pointed her finger at her mouth. Kiss, Xia Li replied. But this kiss is different from the previous ones. This time, Xia Li blushed. He explained in a way that the dragon could understand. Before, it was a normal kiss, but the one just now was 100 times kiss. 100 times kiss, Lucia repeated. 100 times, that sounded like a lot. No wonder she had a feeling she didn't usually have. I was impulsive. Xia Li grabbed his hair in annoyance. I think I still need to make this matter clear. Lucia was different from other girls on Earth. She had just gotten familiar with her position and began to look at society from the perspective of a young girl. It had only been a few days since she started being a girl, and Xia Li's direct attack on her was a bit too hasty. Lucia looked at Xia Li steadily, then picked up the bowl in her hand and took a sip of the noodle soup. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, "Is this one of the ways humans express affection?" Xia Li nodded. "Yes, I will only do this to the person I like." In the past, Xia Li did like to fool Xiaolong, but this time she definitely had no intention of lying to her. Including my hand. It just got naughty. I can't control it. It's like being bewitched, Xia Li said frankly. Lucia smiled secretly. Charm? She's a dragon, not a succubus. How can she use seduction techniques? But she was still very happy when Xia Li said that. Lucia found that she actually enjoyed this impulse. I don't hate it. Okay. I don't find it offensive that Xia Li treats me like this. It was the first time for Xia Li to try to dress up his girlfriend himself. Speaking of which, today can indeed be considered an official date for the two of them. In the past, going out to buy groceries and cook for a purpose was not considered a date. Only today is different. Even Lucia, after Zhou Anqi's explanation, knew the meaning of the word date. I didn't do it well. Following the tutorial she found on the website, Xia Li styled Lucia's hair into 2 buns. One side of the meatball is bigger than the other, and it looks a little crooked at first glance. But fortunately, Lucia is very beautiful. No matter how badly Xia Li doesn't know how to dress up, Lucia's face is enough to support her beauty. Lucia adjusted the buns, hanging on both sides of her shoulders, and felt that tying her hair like this was almost like having two ponytails. However, after Xia Li put the cherry hairpin on it, this seemingly dry hairstyle became a lot more lively. That's it. Putting the mirror down, Lucia put on her coat. Today was a day she bought from Xia Li for 200 yuan, so time was precious. Wait a moment. Xia Li reached out and took off her dragon tail and dragon horns. Lucia wanted to dress up as Little Dragon Girl to celebrate Xia Li's birthday, and Xia Li appreciated it. But just keep this thing at home and show it to him secretly. It's not suitable to wear outside. Have you decided where you want to go? Miss Lucia Savannah. Xia Li flipped through his phone twice before putting it in his pocket, putting on his coat, and getting ready to go out. I haven't updated my travelogue this morning, and I've used up all my saved drafts in the past 2 days. But considering that I've agreed to spend the whole day with Lucia, I'm sure I won't spend my time typing away today. So I just wrote a note asking for leave. The content of the leave application is accompanying Long's girlfriend out to collect materials. There were several more comments under this chapter instantly. Most of the comments were question marks. Some said the author was so carried away with writing that he couldn't distinguish reality, and some of the daughter party members scolded the author for being shameless. Xia Li glanced at the comment section and rubbed his nose. Then he took the dragon's claw with great pride. I haven't thought about it yet. Lucia thought for a while and found that she couldn't even name a few places. You bought me a day, but you don't have any plans for yourself? No, the evil dragon shook his head. Dragons all follow their own will without any destination. Since we don't have a destination today, let's just play whatever we see. Before going out, Xia Li put a box of biscuits and a bowl of water on the balcony, which was preparation for the stray cat witchy. By the way, in order to prevent thieves from breaking into the house and to prevent his little girl from being bullied by stray cats, Xia Li locked the balcony door. After doing all this, he took the evil dragon downstairs and drove the car. When I was leaving the community, I saw the security guard with a mouth full of yellow teeth waving his arms and doing gymnastics. Seeing a familiar vehicle coming out, the security guard smiled and made way. Take your girlfriend out to play? Yeah. Xia Li smiled happily. The old man glanced into the car, and Lucia nodded shyly to the elderly, friendly human. The security guard didn't mind this timid little girl. Although Lucia didn't greet people much, she was highly regarded in the community. He is good-looking, gentle, and kind. Whenever she encounters a neighbor in need, she is always willing to lend a hand. This kid from a Xia family is blessed. I heard from Aunt Huang that you are getting married soon? The old man asked Xia Li with a smile. Xia Li searched his mind for who Aunt Huang was. Suddenly, I remembered the aunt who was walking her corgi named Pork Belly downstairs that day. She was the only one who asked Xia Li questions about marriage. At that time, Xia Li laughed and followed her words, saying, "It's almost there." I didn't expect that this casual remark would actually reach the ears of my neighbors. Ha! Xia Li laughed dryly twice. At this point, he could only continue with this answer. "It's almost there. Wait for you to send out wedding invitations." The old man stretched his arm into the car window and patted Xia Li's arm. Xia Li raised his hand to say goodbye to him, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. What is marriage? Having just escaped from this place of trouble, the evil dragon beside him had no intention of skipping this topic and chased after Xia Li and asked. Lucia wanted to ask this question last time. She did search for related words on the internet, and the result was, take your ID card and household registration booklet to a certain place to register. It seems to be able to make the relationship between human men and women recognized by society. Lucia was very moved by what she heard. Seeing people around her asking this question with a smile, she also thought about how to respond to them. But Xia Li said that their relationship might not be recognized by society. Marriage is... Xia Li gripped the steering wheel, concentrating on the road ahead, thinking in his mind. In 2 steps. The first step is very simple. Just take your ID and sign. The second step is to be in a well-decorated hotel, wearing the most beautiful clothes in the world, and then a bunch of our relatives and friends gather together, and they give us their blessings. This is a social process. Oh, Xia Li's answer was similar to what Lucia saw on the internet. Lucia had never seen it, so she couldn't imagine such a scene. End of this chapter. Xia Li drove around the city of Qingsheng. Since this morning's trip had no purpose at all, even Xia Li himself didn't know which direction the steering wheel in his hand would turn in the next second. Maybe he would suddenly turn right at the next intersection, stop the car to admire the unique street scenery, and then take the little dragon's hand to introduce them to her one by one. When he looked up and saw the no parking sign on the side of the road, Xia Li stepped on the accelerator and drove away in dejection. The open skylight on the roof let in cold air, and the winter morning breeze was chilling, but the sunshine was just right. The evil dragon, sitting in the passenger seat, was rolled over by Xia Li's amusement. For her, this city always had endless interesting things to tell. As I was rolling, my vision suddenly dimmed. Lucia grabbed the seatbelt in her hand, sat up, and looked out. The scorching sun and white clouds were obscured by the buildings, and the car was slowly driving underground. Lucia shouted excitedly, "Goblin maze!" The bright lights on the ceiling and the complex indicator lights are intertwined, forming a colorful underground world in the darkness. "This is the underground parking lot," Xia Li explained. Lucia snorted, "I know. There's still more than half an hour before the movie starts." So Xia Li found a spot to park near the elevator. Lucia opened the door and jumped out of the car. Compared to climbing up and down when she first used the car, she has learned to jump on the spot. The dragon falls. Don't run around. Xia Li hurried over and caught the evil dragon that had escaped. This goblin maze has complicated paths, and there are thousands of goblins inside. It will be bad if I get lost. Then I will protect you. Lucia nodded vigorously. The way Xia Li spoke made Long feel very involved. What kind of goblin maze? Thousands of goblins. If you walk further in, you will enter the mother nest and defeat the big boss inside. My blood is boiling. Lucia had heard of so many of the hero's heroic deeds, but she had never ventured with him. Take the elevator to the 4th floor. Xia Li went to the trading office to exchange for the mysterious bubble potion and exploding white fruit. Lucia didn't like the bubble potion, but after tasting the white berry, she gave it a fairly fair evaluation. "Good to eat. Here you go, hold it." Xia Li stuffed the popcorn bucket into Lucia's hands. He went to the milk tea shop next door and ordered a cup of heated fruit tea for Lucia. After the movie started checking tickets, he took Lucia in leisurely. It was Lucia's first time to be in a place like a movie theater. Before coming here, she had heard Xia Li describe the situation inside. She thought it would be as lively as a restaurant, but after being there in person, she found that this kind of place was so quiet. No one spoke, and everyone sat in their seats, 2 by 2. The quiet atmosphere seemed a little depressing. Fortunately, the space is large, otherwise the dragon would have developed claustrophobia. "There's no light in here." Lucia moved closer to Xia Li's position and looked around curiously with her eyes open. There are no lights. The only source of light is the central screen. "Oh, no wonder Xia Li said this kind of place is a dating paradise. If you do something bad here, no one will see you." Crack, crack. Lucia put popcorn into her mouth. On her face, the glittering silver scales glowed slowly in the darkness. That little mouth was like a popcorn grinder, grinding the popcorn into powder and swallowing it like an assembly line. The surround speakers on both sides had already started playing sound, but Lucia still tilted her face and kept looking back. "Where are you looking? The movie has already started." Xia Li straightened the evil dragon's head. "Look at the goblins kissing." Maybe for the evil dragon, watching young lovers kissing in the corner is more interesting than the content of the movie. Today is a weekday, and most of the people who come out to watch movies at this time are couples. Xia Li looked around and found that, just as he said, the huge cinema was full of young couples holding hands. Occasionally, a few Godzilla fans would sit in the middle and watch the show quietly, making sure not to disturb the people around them. This kind of place is really suitable for a date. "Hey, stop looking, stop looking. We bought the tickets to watch a movie, not this." The evil dragon beside him was watching the people kissing intently. As if she was reminded of the kiss Xia Li gave her this morning, her cheeks turned red. After Xia Li forcibly turned her gaze away, she shrank her neck and muttered a few words. You can watch movies by paying, but you can't even watch this by paying. If you want to see it, let's go back and look in the mirror and let you see it enough, said Xia Li. Lucia's mind automatically imagined the scene. She didn't even dare to open her eyes when they were kissing, and she didn't even dare to look at Xia Li. So how could she have the courage to look at herself in the mirror? Just thinking about this kind of thing makes Long feel ashamed. Never. Crunching on popcorn. Soon, Lucia's attention was drawn to the huge monster in front of the screen. The sci-fi disaster movies in the human world are like incomprehensible to dragons. But as it is also a giant beast, Lucia still feels quite involved when watching Godzilla movies. The content of this movie is roughly about a three-headed monster awakening from the ice. It has the ability to control other titans. Godzilla senses the threat it brings and goes to war with it. The war between the giant beasts was a catastrophe for mankind. In the end, the protagonist Godzilla successfully killed the three giant beasts after obtaining the power sacrificed by another giant beast. The story ends with Godzilla reaching some kind of balance with the other titans, and humans realizing that these ancient creatures of the earth should be respected and protected. At this point, the 2-hour film ends. Lucia came out of the cinema, still feeling unsatisfied. My distant cousin is awesome. She gestured twice with her hands, and then exhaled atomic breath in a very childish way. This method of concentrating the energy in the body and then compressing and ejecting it from the mouth is quite similar to the breath of a dragon. White smoke came out of Lucia's mouth. Xia Li saw that the dragon scales on her face began to emit red light, and quickly covered her mouth with his hands. I'm super. What a hot little mouth. If the appearance of white smoke can be explained by the low temperature in winter, then it is difficult to explain these hot lips using normal science. Have you forgotten that you have magic power now? Xia Li said in a low voice. Lucia blinked. Yes. She is now a silver dragon that has recovered a little bit of her magic power. Maybe you can really spit out something. Lucia swallowed the smoke silently and nodded repeatedly. I know. Xia Li let Long go only after he saw that Long had calmed down. Every bit of magic power is hard-earned. Don't waste it. I definitely won't abuse it. Xia Li continued to emphasize, every corner of the human city is monitored by surveillance cameras, so take it easy. I know. The evil dragon nodded again. Xia Li looks down on dragons. She has survived for more than a month without any magic power. The evil dragon had a haughty expression on his face, but Xia Li still felt uneasy about handing over the magic power to this guy. But neither the demon-repelling sword nor the golden bell has the ability to store large amounts of magic power. Xia Li could only keep his magic power in Lucia for now. After it has accumulated to a certain level, you can use it according to the situation. As for usage, Xia Li will not use it to challenge the technological level of this world, and he is not that greedy. The only goal he wants to achieve now is to give Lucia a legal identity. Xia Li. Just as Xia Li was staring at the small piece of dragon scale on the dragon's face in a daze, Lucia squeezed his hand and brought his thoughts back. The humans on Earth in the movie can coexist with the Titans, so why can't the humans on the Ezer continent? This problem, Xia Li paused for a moment and continued. It's mainly because of the disparity in strength. The humans on the A's continent are all united, especially the empire that has integrated its army. Their combined combat power cannot be underestimated. As for the dragons, although they are powerful individually, they hardly gather in groups, and they don't know how to cooperate. So there's a big difference between the two. Oh, Lucia understood what was said and nodded. If a dragon as powerful and intelligent as Godzilla appeared, and then he stood up to represent the Dragon Clan in negotiations with humans, maybe that day will really come. Maybe. Xia Li wiped the popcorn crumbs off the evil dragon's palm and pulled him over to hold it in his hand. That's not our concern. What we are concerned about now is how to make you truly integrate into this society. This integration is not only about emotional understanding and living habits, but also about what you said before, joining here and becoming a part of society. I know that. Lucia has this realization. I want to be a veterinarian. You don't have a resume, so this is a little difficult, but I have some idea now. Xia Li took out his cell phone, waved it in front of the evil dragon's face, and said, Wuji is the headmaster of their family. When I adopted Wuji, I added their front desk person on WeChat, and now I'm trying to establish a good relationship with him. Once we get to know each other better, I can try to get you in as an intern. End of this chapter. Lucia always thought that Xia Li adopted Wuji because Wuji was a time traveler from Earth like him. From this perspective, the two of them sympathize with each other. That's why Xia Li was willing to rescue Wuji from the pet hospital. This is the kindness from the brave. But now, after listening to Xia Li's plan, Lucia felt that things were not that simple. Xia Li considered many aspects of the problem. Adopting Wuji and tricking Wuji into lending his bell was one thing. Another thing was to establish a good relationship with the pet hospital. There is no doubt that the starting point of each of these questions is for Lucia's sake. Lucia felt warm in her heart, and she couldn't help but hold Xia Li's hand a little tighter. Xia Li, okay, humans have so many things to think about, Lucia said emotionally. No wonder humans are said to be a sentimental race. With such meticulousness in mind, she, a dragon, definitely cannot learn it. Lucia couldn't consider so many things, so she could only stay by Xia Li's side like a mindless dragon. She's responsible for the physical aspects, while Xia Li is responsible for the brain. In the continent of A's, they're a combination of warrior and commander. If she were on Earth, she would be a little wife. Lucia already knew the words little and beautiful, but she needed to understand the last word, wife. Lucia could understand the term marry a wife and have children. This word is very common even in the continent of A's. Then in this society, the Earth with such a complete constitution can be seen everywhere. Lucia looked up at Xia Li. What are you thinking about? Xia Li felt that the dragon's eyes were strange. Those beautiful eyes, slightly narrowed, held a hint of danger, as if they were ready to eat someone. The evil dragon didn't say anything. He just pursed his lips and walked to the front. The two left them all and went for a walk on the street outside. There are fewer people in the outdoor commercial area in winter, and now that it is a weekday, there are only a few pedestrians on the entire pedestrian street. The deserted streets were filled with the sounds of vendors shouting and hawking their wares. Xia Li was still there with his head down, trying to guess the evil dragon's thoughts, little knowing that the dragon had already turned the page. Xia Li, do you want to eat some ice cream? Lucia looked at the vendors on both sides who were more numerous than passers-by, then looked up and asked Xia Li again. Xia Li subconsciously moved his gaze downwards to Lucia's snow-white calves. Because Lucia said that Xia Li would dress her up today, Xia Li dressed her in a pair of white stockings according to her own preferences. I don't mean anything else. Xia Li can wear black or white stockings. It just so happened that there was a pair of thick white socks at home, so the dragon put them on. What made Xia Li marvel was that Lucia was very suitable for this color. The pair of exquisite little feet were tightly wrapped in snow-white stockings, and they were soft and slender when lying in the palm of the hand, just like an ice cream cone. Want to eat? Xia Li nodded seriously and answered Lucia's question. Xia Li's real intention was not to drink, but Lucia was an honest dragon. She pulled Xia Li to the door of an ice cream shop. Xia Li was silent for a moment. I wonder if this generation of netizens is any good. She has learned how to drive the steering wheel. So why hasn't she learned how to drive the white silk ice cream? The evil dragon couldn't have done it on purpose. Then he looked down at her innocent and harmless appearance. It's hard to say who is good and who is bad. Xia Li walked over and took out the money. This shop sells classic Turkish ice cream. The owner is a foreigner wearing a red hat. He is stirring the ice cream in the freezer with a big stick in his hand. After seeing Xia Li scan the code to pay, the Turkish uncle smiled. As soon as Xia Li saw this smile, he knew that the other party had no good intentions. Not surprisingly, the most unique marketing method of this ice cream shop is to entertain customers. He put the ice cream on the iron rod into the cone and handed it to Lucia. The moment Lucia raised her hand to take it, the ice cream disappeared and returned to the iron clamp. Lucia was not at all annoyed. She silently glanced at the empty cone in her hand, then put it in her mouth and ate it with a crunch. Now, it was the Turkish uncle's turn to remain silent. So he played the same trick on Lucia again. Lucia once again tasted a crunchy cone. "Little girl, you ate the cone. What are you going to use to hold the ice cream?" The Turkish uncle laughed angrily. Lucia stretched out her arm and pointed at the wall. "Don't you have hundreds more there? But you only bought one ice cream, so I can only give you one cone," the uncle said with a smile. Lucia was puzzled. "You said it yourself. I bought ice cream, not a cone. So when are you going to give me the ice cream?" The dragon rarely confronted humans like this. Usually, in such a situation, she would have hidden behind Xia Li and let Xia Li solve the problem. But this time was different. This time it's a big dessert food matter, and Lucia wants to deal with it on her own. After eating the ice cream cone shell in her hand, Lucia felt that it tasted pretty good. If the man with the black beard continued to tease her, she could stand here and eat ice cream cone skins all day long. The Turkish uncle looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Industry rules state that you should only tease children, not adults. Adults are thin-skinned, and since they are customers, they will usually get annoyed after a few jokes, and it will be difficult to deal with them afterwards. If the girl in front of him wasn't so pretty and well-behaved, he wouldn't have embarrassed himself. The Turkish uncle took out the vanilla ice cream that the little girl had requested and brought another cone. He glanced at the little girl's eyes, and the little girl was also looking at him. The two looked at each other silently, as if they were engaged in some kind of psychological game. After a while, the Turkish uncle handed over the ice cream on a long stick. The moment the little girl relaxed her guard and reached out her hand, the uncle's mouth curled up, and his face was filled with the joy of victory. What? Judging from the feeling just now, the ice cream on his stick should have slipped away from the little girl's hands again. How come this ice cream appeared in the little girl's hands intact? The Turkish uncle felt that something must have gone wrong and was a little confused. The money has been paid. Xia Li, who had been standing on the sidelines watching the show, suddenly took a step forward. He put his broad shoulders in front of the Turkish uncle and nodded at him. Lucia licked the ice cream with a slurp, and Xia Li pulled her dragon claw and quickly left this dangerous place. "I asked you what happened just now." After finding a safe area, Xia Li began to interrogate the evil dragon. The dragon was eating and didn't intend to pay attention to him. Seeing her like this, Xia Li snatched the food directly from the dragon's mouth. The dragon's claws were empty, and the ice cream was snatched away by the hero. The dragon could only lick his lips and answer the hero's questions with an innocent tone. I don't know. You used magic." The ice cream just flew over here by itself. The evil dragon spoke in a firm tone. If Xia Li hadn't seen it with her own eyes, he would have been deceived by her watery eyes. "You used levitation magic," Xia Li said affirmatively. Lucia pondered for a while and reluctantly admitted, "It seems so." The hero in front of her had a bad expression on his face, so Lucia had to change her strategy and explain in a low voice. "For the first 100 years of my life, I lived in an environment where magic could come and go at will. After coming to Earth, even though I have no magic power, I still developed this subconscious habitual behavior. Before, I couldn't activate it because I didn't have magic power, but now that I have magic power, this subconscious behavior can be realized directly." The evil dragon stared at the ice cream cone Xia Li was holding high, feeling anxious, and continued speaking. "Just like I was unconsciously about to breathe fire just now. The ice cream was so light that levitation wasn't even a first-order magic. For a dragon, this was as easy as eating and drinking." Lucia was sure that the dragon scales on her face were definitely still there. It just slightly changed its trajectory of movement. It is difficult to distinguish even with the naked eye, and it will definitely not be captured by the surveillance camera. The evil dragon patted his chest and guaranteed. But Xia Li's expression was still so serious, looking a little scary. All right. This time it was really her problem. I just promised Xia Li half an hour ago that I wouldn't use magic, but I didn't expect to break my promise so soon. I will definitely control myself next time." Lucia swore, staring at the cone. Xia Li seemed to be moved by her sincerity and lowered his raised arms a little. Seeing that this trick worked, Lucia hooked her finger at Xia Li. Xia Li, I'm telling you in secret. Explain. Xia Li knew that this evil dragon had been up to some bad things recently, so he raised the ice cream cone cautiously and leaned forward to listen to what she wanted to say. I thought the evil dragon would continue to mumble about his explanations. Unexpectedly, the dragon didn't even bother to explain, but just tiptoed and kissed Xia Li on the face. Xia Li was stunned. What method is this? As a brave man with a will as strong as a rock, Xia Li knew that he would not be persuaded by any tricks. The reckless use of magic is a serious matter, and the dragon must be taught a lesson. Standing on tiptoe, Lucia left a soft lip print on the other side of Xia Li's face. Xia Li's computer crashed immediately. Forgive you. Xia Li, who is quite principled, returned the ice cream to the hungry dragon. I wanted to start teacher Xia mode and give him a lecture. Never mind, she gave too much. End of this chapter. Complete the 3 elements of a date: eating, shopping, and watching a movie. Xia Li felt that the time was about right. For someone like him who is used to staying at home, staying outside is definitely not as good as being at home. The main reason is that Xia Li is too boring. Even when he goes out on a date with girls, he can't find any fun things to do. What Xi said last time was very right. Lucia felt so wronged to follow him. How are you feeling? Are you having fun out here? The more Xia Li thought about it, the more unsure he felt. He always felt like something was missing today. However, Lucia didn't think so. The evil dragon is always so supportive and never spoils the fun. She curved her eyes and responded to Xia Li with a sweet smile. I'm so happy. Is this $200 worth it? Value, Lucia added. I'll buy you next time. Thank you so much, boss. Xia Li smiled helplessly. In fact, if you count the money, these 200 were borrowed from Xia Li. If one day Lucia is really able to earn 200 yuan in this society by her own strength, and then gives the money to Xia Li to buy Xia Li for a day, Xia Li will definitely be Lucia's little brother. Standing at the street corner where the cold wind was blowing, Lucia looked at the endless flow of people on the road in confusion. She remembered that their car was parked underground. Lucia had no idea how to get to the underground parking lot, but she didn't want to appear to be directionally challenged in front of Xia Li, so she put her hands on her hips. Your home is my home, or Rujia. Don't learn this kind of stuff from Anchi. Xia Li punched the dragon on the head twice. What do you mean your home is like my home? Of course, it's back to their common home. But this is the last step of the date. Lucia thought. To be honest, she learned a lot. But I didn't learn much. For example, she remembered the content of each step of the date, but did not understand the specific steps. However, seeing Xia Li's reaction, could it be that the last step is something amazing? Come on, go home. Xia Li took Lucia back along the way and took the escalator down from the mall. Lucia followed behind, stopping and starting, typing on a cell phone in both hands. Xia Li wanted to correct the evil dragon and told him not to play with his phone while walking, but after seeing Zhou Anqi's avatar in the chat box, he didn't say anything. At this time, the sky outside was gradually darkening. The street lights began to flicker, emitting a dim and warm light. In the quiet car, Lucia typed on the keyboard from time to time. When Xia Li turned his head to look at her, she hid her phone behind her. In the end, in order to avoid the heroes peeking, Lucia simply held up her phone facing Xia Li, with the fluorescent light shining on her face to ensure that Xia Li would not take a peek. However, being too clever can backfire. Xia Li rolled up the passenger window and, through the reflective window film, he saw the conversation inside. Lulu, it's done. Gee, is it over? Where did Brother Xia take you? Lulu, eating, shopping, and watching movies. Gee, and then? Lulu, and now on the way home. Gee, did he take you to these places? Gee, how about the deer antlers I bought yesterday? Did you use them? Lulu, yes. Gee, and then? Lulu, then I closed my eyes and the day dawned. Gee, nothing happened? Lulu, yeah, nothing happened. Gee, cat is scared.jpg. Gee, for a moment, I don't know who has the problem between you. The words reflected on the car window were mirror images. Xia Li had some difficulty understanding the information, but she managed to piece it together. Was this what the two sisters were talking about? It's really exciting. What is Zhou Anqi planning for his little dragon mother? Isn't he teaching her how to capture Xia Li? However, since Xia Li only saw the last few messages, he had no idea about the previous chat records. After thinking about it, Xia Li could only think of one possibility. Lucia told Zhou Anqi that she had to stand firm and win Xia Li's heart. Then Zhou Anqi understood it from the perspective of a modern girl and completely misinterpreted her meaning. So he began to come up with plans and various strategic means to make Lucia, the dragon, dizzy. Then Lucia began to follow Zhou Anqi's instructions. Although she completed the task, she did not achieve Zhou Anqi's preset goal due to her lack of understanding. Whose problem is this? Of course it's your problem, Zhou Anqi. Xia Li still prefers to go at his own pace. When you like someone, physical impulses are inevitable. Xia Li had thought about whether he would ask Lucia if she was willing in a fit of rage. No need to guess. Lucia would never refuse him. For him, there's always only one answer to this question. It is said that if you like someone, you should be unrestrained, but if you love someone, you should be restrained. Xia Li's feelings are somewhere in between the two. Sometimes I just wanted to hold Lucia in my arms, make a vow to her, and then complete the last step of human expression of love. Sometimes when he calms down, Xia Li would think about Lucia's situation in this society. She couldn't even enter the hospital. Xia Li couldn't give her a legal identity, let alone a suitable living environment for the mother and daughter or mother and son. There are so many social problems to face when you fall in love with a dragon. This indecisive character is not like Xia Li at all. If I didn't really like it, why would I think so much? Don't say anything else. Although their relationship is not recognized by society. But at least you need to get your parents' approval. Back home, Xia Li took the shopping bag in her hand to the kitchen and picked out and sorted the fruits and vegetables. I bought another batch of goods today, including both vegetarian and meat, and they're nutritionally balanced. After feeding the goldfish, Lucia came over to help him put the eggs into the boxes in the refrigerator. After putting the eggs in, shake the basket of potatoes and sweet potatoes and store them in a cool and dry place. The two of them were busy running around, and they were surprisingly in sync with each other. The time jumps to 8 p.m. After a whole day of hard work, even Xia Li felt a little tired. He was lying on the sofa watching TV, while Lucia was still typing on her cell phone. She went to the bedroom while typing. When he came out again, he had a small blanket in his hand. Lucia covered Xia Li with a blanket and patted his thighs with her little hands, as if she was rubbing him. It's cold at night, and humans are most likely to catch a cold and get sick in winter. I am more resistant to cold than ordinary people. Xia Li pulled the evil dragon's claw over and asked her to sit over and cover herself with him. Today, Xia Li really felt like something was missing. In previous years, on my birthday, I would always go out with friends until we were drunk, and we would party until the early morning before having another party. Sometimes we would go to an internet cafe or a bar. If we wanted to have some quiet time, we would go play a game of billiards late at night. Usually, it would be daybreak when we got home. This year's birthday was quite peaceful. Now that night was about to fall, Xia Li was getting ready to go to bed. It's too plain. There is no such grand and satisfying feeling of bidding farewell to 1-year-old with the blessings of friends. Yes, just a pair of slender, white, and delicate hands in my hands. He pulled Lucia's hand over and kissed the back of her delicate hand. Lucia subconsciously retracted her hand, but found that she couldn't move it back, so she pretended to be busy looking at the TV, and a blush appeared on her face. Is it worth it? Xia Li was thinking. Well, worth it. End of this chapter. The next day, Xia Li woke up and looked at the empty room, feeling like something was missing. The evil dragon was busy in the kitchen with clanging sounds. This time there was no sound of boiling oil, so he must be cooking something. After washing up, Xia Li returned to the living room and stared at the demon-repelling sword leaning against the wall in a daze. Dingling. The bell hanging on the demon-exorcising sword rang automatically without wind, making clear sounds. It was as if Xia Li was reminded by some kind of induction. Xia Li suddenly remembered. Correct. What about the cat? Didn't we agree that he would go home at 6 o'clock in the evening, punch in, take a video, and then send it to the pet hospital? Why didn't I see him come back last night? Xia Li knew that this cat would definitely not be punctual. It was right to keep his bell at home. Pushing open the window leading to the balcony, Xia Li was about to see if the biscuits and water that were placed outside for him yesterday had been eaten. When I opened the window, I saw a black shadow rushing in. As he ran, he kept muttering, "It's so cold, I'm almost frozen to death." The food that Xia Li had originally placed in the corner had been eaten, and most of the water had been drunk. Not only that, there was a large clump of cat hair on the ground, and obvious signs of a cat sleeping in the cardboard box. Oh, it turns out that he forgot to open the window when he came back last night. That's fine. Dry. Why did you close the door so tightly? You didn't even open the window. I couldn't get in all night. Wuchi went back to the house and lay down, shivering with cold, still talking nonstop. Do you know how much damage a cat can suffer if it is exposed to the sun for one night in the southern winter? I plan to get a non-fatal disease, but one worth $2,000. I plan to give up treatment and sign for cremation. Wuchi was so angry that he wanted to loudly condemn Xia Li. Still a brave man. Don't those people from another world over there screen the heroes before they summon them? However, when Wuchi saw Xia Li bringing a bowl of hot water to warm him up, he was speechless again. You still have some conscience, and you're kind to cats. Wuchi raised his proud head and glanced at Xia Li. He was only arrogant for a second, then lowered his head and drank the water with his tongue rolled up. A habit ingrained in the genes of the Chinese people, drinking hot water. Wuchi hasn't had a sip of hot water for a long time. Especially in this winter, he felt a lot more comfortable after drinking a sip of hot water. I heard that cats will die if they eat chocolate. Is that true? How would I know? I haven't tried it. Xia Li squatted beside Wuchi, picked up the little cotton cat that was meowing around him at his feet, and held it in his arms. Cotton has a certain sense of territory in this home. Faced with the intrusion of adult cats, its only way to resolve the crisis is to act coquettishly and cutely in front of its owner. In order to avoid wandering again, she has to stick to the male owner of the house. Same idea as its mother. Then try it. Xia Li took a piece of chocolate and threw it in front of Wuchi. Wuchi was so frightened that his hair stood on end. You are a sinister person, aren't you? I just want to do an experiment, Xia Li said. Very curious indeed. A human soul on the inside and a cat on the outside. Is he a human or a cat? Moreover, according to Wuchi, he turned into a cat after going to another world. Logically speaking, his cat body is not even a species from Earth. By the way, have you had a physical examination at the veterinary hospital? Xia Li suddenly thought of something and asked. Physical examination? Wuchi drank enough hot water and stretched out his paws to wash his face. Even Cotton would feel ashamed of itself seeing this seductive posture. Of course I did. Before the bell was cut off, I had my blood drawn and x-rays taken many times. As if he remembered that dark past, Wuchi's voice was filled with a bit of indignation. Those guys would take me to check the equipment during the holidays. Because my blood and physical condition are always healthy, they would come to me if they suspected there was something wrong with the equipment. So, your blood and body structure are at least within the range of a normal cat. Xia Li thought thoughtfully. Of course, I am a cat. Wuchi responded loudly to Xia Li, and then went to play on Mianhua's cat climbing frame without any hesitation. He was used to looking down at the tiny humans from a high place, but now he always had to squat on the ground to talk to Xia Li, and he felt uncomfortable everywhere. As a result, before he could jump onto the cat climbing frame, he was knocked down by Cotton's cat punch. Meow meow. Why is Cotton's sister still hitting people? Although Wuchi likes to hang out and pick fights with cats, he still has some principles. Don't beat the old, weak, sick, disabled, or pregnant. After being beaten, they have no choice but to crawl into their own cat bed in shame. This cat bed was a dowry given to him by his parents, a pet hospital. He lay on the soft cushion with his legs crossed, looking like a human and a cat. Xia Li, let's have poached eggs today. It is good. After finishing her work, Lucia came out with a small pot, and the hot smoke blew on her fair face. Wuchi looked up, and when he saw the golden-brown light in the girl's eyes, his hair stood on end instinctively, and he shrank back in fear. I don't know if it's his imagination. He felt that his brother's girlfriend was a little more terrifying than the previous 2 days. Do you think that if my girlfriend's blood is taken to the veterinary hospital for testing, will her indicators be normal? Xia Li thought for a while, and while sitting at the dining table, he did not forget to ask Wuchi at home. Wuchi crossed his legs and spoke leisurely. Brother, what are you thinking? Why don't you take your girlfriend to the people's hospital, but take her to the pet hospital for a blood test? Wuchi was puzzled. Xia Li paused and said as a matter of course, she is not a human being. Ah, she's a dragon. Uh-huh. Wuchi sat up directly from the ground. His first reaction was to think Xia Li was joking with him. But when he met the girl's confused eyes again, Wuchi suddenly realized. Dragon. This brother's girlfriend is a dragon? Then it all makes sense. No wonder I felt like my blood was suppressed when I looked at her. She mentioned her race when she introduced herself to you last time. Seeing that his pupils were trembling with shock, Xia Li took the initiative to explain. Wuchi opened his mouth wide and stood on all fours on the ground, looking like an emoticon. Ah, wait. You said you came back from the world of swords and magic. So if you think like that, Wuchi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his throat felt sore. Look at Lucia again. In Wuchi's eyes, behind the girl's delicate figure, there was a towering dragon with stern eyes, staring at him as if he were an ant. She is a Western dragon? Yes, to add, it's a silver dragon. I'm awesome. Wuchi was sweating profusely. I thought it was just a joke last time, but I didn't expect this guy's girlfriend is really a dragon. You dare to bring a Western dragon into the real world. Isn't this going to conquer the world? With the defense of that magical dragon, bullets cannot penetrate it at all, and even a nuclear strike will be a joke in front of her. Why don't you fight for resources with your own strength and just eat poached eggs here? Thinking of this, Wuchi shook his head. I was also brainwashed by the survival war for more than 20 years. I thought that if I had power, I could have everything. In an environment where the strong prey on the weak, the strong should plunder the resources that belong to them. But this is Earth. The situation is different. The appearance of the dragon will only bring disaster to yourself and the people around you, and will not necessarily make life better than it is now. Moreover, there is no magic on Earth, and a dragon is just an ordinary person in modern society. Xia Li, eat this. Lucia put the bit of fried egg she had taken into Xia Li's bowl, and then stole half of the egg from Xia Li's spoon at a tricky angle. Xia Li was used to being abused by the dragon, so she sucked the remaining eggs into her mouth without any concern. Aren't all these eggs the same? He said as he chewed. Each egg has a different color when it's cooked. Some yolks are darker, some are lighter. Especially when they're not cooked, the yolk is red and very soft. The young cook Lucia is still a little new to cooking. Perhaps because of the dragon clan's taste, she felt that half-cooked eggs tasted better. Xia Li listened and nodded, then took another bite of the egg in the bowl. Lucia cooked 3 poached eggs for him in total, but he had nowhere to use all the nutrients and calories he consumed every day. This one has a candy heart. Xia Li handed the egg and the spoon to the dragon, thought about it, and decided to throw it directly into the dragon's mouth. The evil dragon opened its mouth and sucked in a violent gust of wind. Half-cooked egg liquid flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she stuck out her tongue to swallow it up. Meow, meow, meow. Do you eat cat food or dog food at home every day? Wuchi saw this scene and turned to ask the underage kitten next to him. Cotton had no idea of this. Because of a territorial crisis, he was digging at his cat bowl, using his claws to push the bowl little by little into his cat nest and hide it. Seeing this scene, Wuchi was so angry that he laughed. I don't eat your cat food. End of this chapter. There was a sound of water splashing in the kitchen. Xia Li returned to his room and sat in front of the computer typing. Wuchi was not liked by Xiami Anua, and he didn't dare to provoke Lucia. In addition, the temperature was low today, and he didn't want to go out, so he simply sneaked into Xia Li's room to supervise him. When I was a kid, computers were still big-headed computers with scroll wheels underneath the mouse. Now, computer equipment has evolved into this. Wuchi leaped onto Xia Li's desk with all 4 limbs and nimble movements. He sat in front of the screen, looking at the words appearing on the computer, trying to read a sentence. Although Xia Li was not averse to others watching him typing, It was too much of an eyesore to have this cat head right in front of him. He lifted up Wuchi's neck skin and put aside. "You're blocking me. What are you doing?" Wuchi looked for a long time and found that this brother was typing a novel, and he was surprised. Aren't computers used for playing games? Modern offices all use computers, and even mobile phones can be used for work, Xia Li explained casually. He and this cat from the last century had nothing in common. Wuchi has been a human for 18 years and a cat for 21 years. All in all, he is almost 40 years old. Yes, I'm a person abandoned by the times. Wuchi sighed deeply, folded his front paws together, and simply laid down on the table. Seeing him so lonely, Xia Li stopped after typing a sentence. "What was your era like?" "You mean the other world?" Uncle Cat raised his eyes. The half-black and half-white cat head always made Xia Li feel funny. "I mean when you were a human being." "Oh, back then." Wuchi fell into memories. The expression on his face seemed like he was smiling, but there was a hint of bitterness. "I don't remember clearly. When the cat's memory covered the previous memories, I only remember that I had a 28-inch truck. My family conditions were okay. I was given a computer in the millennium. My favorite game was Meteor Butterfly Sword. Have you ever heard of Meteor Butterfly Sword? It was even earlier than when World of Warcraft was launched in China. By the way, I think I traveled through time not long after World of Warcraft was launched. I still remember that I made an appointment with my friends to go to a black internet cafe to play this game, but when I woke up the next day, I had turned into a cat." After Wuchi finished speaking, he laughed twice. Over the years, he has long been accustomed to this body. Now, when he thinks back to his days as a human being, although he feels a little emotional, those regrets are already a thing of the past for him. Xia Li moved the mouse and silently searched for the opening time of the World of Warcraft Chinese server. 2005. In other words, Wuchi traveled between 2005 and 2008. He should be born in the 1980s, around the end of the 1980s. Compared with Xia Li, who was born in the early 2000s, Wuchi does have a generation gap with him. Have you ever thought about going back to check it out? Xia Li closed the web page and suddenly asked this question. He had disappeared from the earth for 7 days, and Ms. Fong was like an ant on the hot pan, complaining that he did not contact his family. And nothing surprising, he disappeared from the earth for 21 years. In China, a person can be reported dead if he or she has been missing for 4 years. His 21 years are enough to have his household registration canceled. As for whether Wuchi has any relatives, Xia Li did not ask this question casually. I can't remember where I am anymore, but it's definitely not from Shu province. You guys eat spicy food here, but we don't eat spicy food that much there. The accent is also different. It doesn't sound like my hometown dialect. Tell me some keywords, and I'll help you look them up. Xia Li opened the search interface and was ready to help Wuchi. 18 years away from Earth, plus 3 years as a cat on Earth. It's been a total of 21 years, so friends and relatives should still be around. Forget it. Wuchi shook his head. Just consider me dead. Having said this, he did not continue. In fact, after regaining his freedom the night before, Wuchi tried to find the direction of home. But after searching for a whole night, he looked at his elongated shadow under the street light and stopped again. I can't face the fact. No matter whether his parents had waited for him for more than 20 years or whether they had already fallen asleep, this was destined to be a tragic ending. Therefore, Wuchi felt that there was no need to open up those old wounds. Anyway, it's impossible to change back, so I might as well live the rest of my life as a cat. Put aside all worries. Just treat him as if he were dead. Have you recorded today's video? I'm going out now. She stretched seductively in front of Xia Li. Then Wuchi jumped down by stepping on Xia Li's legs, and before leaving, he did not forget to wag his tail at him. Leaving now. Go out and get some fresh air. Do you need toilet paper? I'll help you wipe your tears. Fuck you. Wuchi slapped Xia Li on the leg with his claw. Now Wuchi can be sure that this brave man is indeed a sinister person. The humans on the continent of A's must have some special hobby, so they summoned such a sinister person to save their world. Anyway, if you need anything, just tell me and I'll help you. Xia Li continued typing on the keyboard without changing his expression and wrote another paragraph. Wuchi looked at him calmly. After a moment, There was a silent sigh. No wonder you say you could be a hero. What? Nothing. If I have any trouble, I will definitely come to you. Anyway, I rely on you. To use the jargon, you are still my master in person. Xia Li got goosebumps when he heard him call him master twice in an awkward way. If Wuji was a female cat, Xia Li could still barely imagine him as a girl with animal ears. Unfortunately, he is a male. Xia Li could only imagine a muscular cat with a full beard. The master can't do anything. That's right. When leaving, Wuchi stood at the door, remembered something, turned around, and asked Xia Li again, "If your partner is a dragon, how is she going to survive in this society?" Considering that Xia Li had previously asked him whether the pet hospital could detect dragon blood, Wuchi could more or less guess that his brother's girlfriend had no identity in this society. Without an ID card, life was already very difficult back in the early 2000s, and it is even more difficult in today's rapidly developing society. "I will protect her." Xia Li hesitated for a while before answering with these words. "What then?" Wuchi asked again. Now Xia Li had no way to respond. "Then what?" "Then there is no more. It seems that there is nothing to give except a promise. He has no ability or money, and even giving Lucia a peaceful and stable life is a luxury." Although they have only been back to Earth for over a month, Xia Li has been telling himself that this is not a rush and rushing is not the solution. But in fact, Xia Li was very anxious. "I am now trying to find a way to collect magic power. Once the stored magic power can release 4th level magic, there will be many ways to do it. 4th level magic is a watershed, at which point one can control a person's body and consciousness. The lower the willpower of a person, the easier it is to be controlled. However, it is easy for modern people who grew up in a greenhouse and have long been accustomed to a comfortable society to be manipulated. You plan to solve the problem with magic? I didn't think about it. This kind of loophole will be discovered sooner or later. It will be even worse after it is discovered. If there is really no other way, this is the only way." Xia Li paused and glanced at Lucia, who was reading a book and practicing calligraphy in the living room. "She likes it here and wants to integrate into society. I can't let her be an illegal resident for the rest of her life," Xia Li said in a low voice. Last time he told Lucia that she would not be recognized by society. Lucia was prepared for this, and so was Xia Li. But who doesn't yearn for a more stable and better life? Xia Li never ignored such problems for a moment. Wuchi looked at Xia Li's helpless expression. Instinctively, since Xia Li showed enough kindness towards him and was willing to lend a helping hand, Wuchi also wanted to help this distraught young man. "Do you know about the family reunion visa?" Wuchi asked. "What signature?" "I'm not sure. When I was the director of a veterinary hospital, I heard customers talking about it. Basically, if a foreigner marries a Chinese, China can provide a permanent residence permit and ID card for the purpose of family reunion. China's ID card control is very strict. Without any family history, there is no comparison in the gene bank. It is difficult to get an identity under such circumstances. Therefore, the family reunion visa policy should be the only legal opportunity for you." After hearing this, Xia Li immediately opened the web page and started searching. Sure enough, there is such a visa. If you rely on magic to solve the problem, you can still get the ID card, but as Wuchi said, there will be high risks. Once found out, you will face more than just imprisonment. The visa issue is feasible, but it's quite troublesome. You have to find a way to get your girlfriend abroad first. Find a small country with less strict controls, and then use some connections or have enough money. No singularity so far. Xia Li grew up in modern times, so he definitely understands modern rules better than Wuchi, who lived in the last century. Long Jie looks mixed race, so I think it's feasible. After saying that, Wuchi let Xia Li figure it out slowly while he patted his butt and left. "The little female cat outside is calling me. See you tomorrow, brother." The cow cat's figure quickly disappeared in the living room. When Lucia saw Wuchi leave, she slowly raised her head from where she was writing and glanced towards Xia Li's room. "Xia Li, do you want fried pork with sweet pepper for lunch?" "Well, eat." Xia Li was thinking about the problem absent-mindedly. The only legal chance. Wuchi's previous words lingered in his ears for a long time. Given such an opportunity, he would definitely not miss it. But how do we carry out the two steps that Wuchi mentioned? The first step of sending Lucia abroad alone had already blocked their way. It's still the same problem. Without an ID card, you can't buy plane tickets or bus tickets. If you want to sneak across, you might as well use magic. Speaking of magic, two-way teleportation magic allows Lucia to travel to places she has never been to. However, this kind of magic requires people on both sides to cast spells at the same time in order to open the portal. Lucia can now use magic on Earth because she can store magic power in her body, but Xia Li can't. Xia Li knows magic, but he has no magic power, so this is another hurdle. Perhaps the two-way teleportation scroll on the continent of A's can solve this problem. Things have fallen into a vicious circle. Buzz dash. Xia Li was lost in thought when the vibration of his cell phone interrupted his train of thought. I looked up and found that it was a message from Ms. Fong. Xia Li. The evil dragon came in front of Xia Li at some point and waved its little hands on Xia Li's face. Would you like some fried pork with bell peppers? I want to eat sweet dragon fried meat. Xia Li hugged the stinky dragon and gave it a kiss. The stinky dragon snorted twice, his cheeks red. Then you go cut the meat. I'm not good with the knife, and the meat I cut is full of holes. End of this chapter. In a few seconds, the pork that Lucia specifically requested was cut into shreds and then marinated with some cornstarch and shredded ginger. Xia Li wiped his hands, turned around, and said to the evil dragon behind him, "I'm done." The evil dragon was about to stick its face on Xia Li's cutting board. The hero's skills have nowhere to be used on Earth, but just with this swordsmanship, he has defeated 99.9% of the human population in the country, right? Not only were the shredded meat cut neatly and evenly, but the length was just right, and Lucia could eat a whole piece in one bite using just one chopstick. No wonder he was able to kill a mixed-scale dragon with one strike. The evil dragon muttered, "Yes, one sword kills a little silver dragon." Xia Li tapped her on the head. The evil dragon shrank its neck and quickly covered the scales on its face. Leaving the kitchen to along to study, Xia Li returned to the computer. Only then did I remember that I had not had time to reply to the message I received from Ms. Fong. When I clicked on it, I found that there were two people sending me messages. One is Mr. Xia Yuanjun, and the other is Ms. Fong Xiaofong. The content of the two messages was roughly the same. Lao Xia, birthday cake.jpg. Ms. Fong, happy birthday, son. Then came the mundane transfer of $2,000. In line with the idea of raising sons poorly and daughters well, Xia Li did not have much pocket money when he was a child. After he grew up and entered university, he held on to his breath and learned from his senior classmates to strive for self-improvement. As long as he could be self-reliant, he would never ask for a penny from his family. The old couple often want to give their son pocket money, but they don't want to hurt his ambition. It was rare to find a legitimate reason now, and since Xia Li had a girlfriend, the old couple each gave a red envelope. Xia Li knew the good intentions of the parents. His family is like this, rarely expressing their feelings with words, but more often with obscure actions. If it was Xia Li in her teenage years, she would have just accepted the money and said thank you to her mother. But today was different. Xia Li picked up his phone and took the initiative to chat with Ms. Fong. Summer dawn. Mom, you got the time wrong. Ms. Fong. I'm not mistaken. Wasn't it yesterday? Summer dawn. Yes, yesterday is gone. Ms. Fong. I was playing cards yesterday and forgot about it. Fong Xia was very frank in her confession, and Xia Li was speechless. Summer dawn. What is the difference between forgetting and misremembering the time? Summer dawn. This is the most difficult day of your life. Xia Li sent back two messages, and Fong Xia probably didn't expect her son to say the latter sentence. The words that were being typed disappeared quickly, and the other party deleted the first sentence of the reply and started to reply the second sentence. Xia Li clicked on the red envelope interface and generously gave Ms. Fong a red envelope of 500 yuan in return. Summer dawn. Mom, you suffered yesterday, 23 years ago today. Growing up in an ordinary Chinese family that is not good at expressing emotions, it is very difficult to express these emotions in words. Many things are kept deep in my heart and never expressed. For such a family, using small details to express their feelings is the only thing they know how to do. However, often at times like this, not only are we unable to express our meaning accurately, but we may also be misunderstood. This is how family conflicts are basically formed. Xia Li had experienced this kind of awkward and difficult way of expression before. After returning to Earth, he not only learned a set of skills, but also learned how to say these words. This is true for Lucia and for her parents. Miss Fong didn't reply for a long time. Xia Li couldn't help but smile, wondering if she was secretly wiping her tears. Miss Fong, what do you mean by today's yesterday? Summer dawn. Because you remembered the wrong date. Miss Fong, I am not mistaken. It was 23 years ago today. I would never be wrong in my life. After a pause, Miss Fong sent a grinning emoticon. Miss Fong, your father said he was also very hardworking. Miss Fong, he just said that you have grown up and he envied me very much. Miss Fong, why don't you talk to him too? Another person's chat box popped up on Xia Li's phone. It was sent by Lao Xia. Lao Xia, I didn't. Hey, how come his father is still such a tsundere? Xia Li smiled happily and also sent a message to Xia Yuanjun. Summer dawn. Dad, you've worked hard too. Summer dawn. I heard that I used to bother you when I was a kid. After waiting for a while, Xia Yuanjun said nothing. Xia Li knew that old Xia was just like that, very arrogant, and he would feel uncomfortable when being praised. At this moment, I guess he is watering the flowers and playing with the little goldfish with a red face. Although words can convey very little emotion, even the most heroic words will be smoothed out by the flat Microsoft Yahoo font when read in the heart. But it's much better than keeping silent and me guessing without you saying anything. Ms. Fong, what did you tell your father? Summer dawn. What happened to him? Ms. Fong, in the middle of winter, he has to change the water in the fish tank, and I can't stop him. Summer dawn. Haha. Yes, it's pretty much the same as Xia Li's guess. Ms. Fong, let's get down to business. Maybe it was some kind of suppression from blood, but when Xia Li saw the 3 words sent by Ms. Fong, the smile on his face froze. A bit scary. These 3 words are no less effective than my mother calling me by my full name with a cold face. That would kill Xia Li right on the spot. Summer dawn, you said. Xia Li no longer had that playful smile on his face, and even straightened his back a little as he leaned against the backrest of the gaming chair. Ms. Fong, last time you asked me to come here with your dad to see Xiaolu. Your dad could take a few days off. How about that? Is it convenient for you? Smile, smile. Xia Li felt uneasy when he saw Fong Xia's smiling expression. If you say inconvenient at this time, the next emoji you receive will be a bleeding knife. Right? Moreover, Xia Li has no job now. In his parents' eyes, he is just a lazy and unemployed vagrant. Hard to refuse. Lucia, who was in the kitchen preparing a bag of vegetables from last night, heard Xia Li's call. She walked over at a very fast pace, then leaned against the door frame and stuck her head out. Okay, my mother said she wanted to come and see us. Xia Li said. Oh, Lucia thought for a moment about who the hero's mother was. It's that great human being. Well, there should be 2 great humans, Xia Li said. My dad will come too. And another great human being. Although Lucia had never met Xia Yuanjun face to face, the last time Xia Yuanjun came to her house, she hid in the quilt and listened to the noise. It was a man with heavy footsteps. My parents. Would you like to meet them? It's kind of embarrassing to say this. It's only been a short while since they expressed their feelings to each other, and they haven't even taken the step of officially confirming their relationship, right? It was just a natural thing for them to do this, hugging and kissing each other every day. Although it was basically Xia Li who was the one taking the initiative, both parties had already tacitly accepted the relationship as a couple. Even if Lucia doesn't care about the steps of human love, this development is too fast. Meeting my parents so soon. This stinky dragon has no idea what it means to meet the hero's parents. Okay. Lucia didn't hesitate at all. Aren't you nervous? Xia Li pulled her little hand over and wiped the water droplets on her clothes. Lucia shook her head, then nodded, and then gestured with the universe on her fingertips. A little bit. A little bit, indeed. Thinking that the person on the other side might be a human being greater than the hero, Lucia felt nervous and didn't know how to respond. What should I do? Don't do anything. We'll rehearse it beforehand later. Xia Li took out his cell phone and replied to Feng Xia's message. After the word okay was sent, Feng Xia was afraid that Xia Li would go back on his word, so she immediately sent a message to finalize the matter. Ms. Feng, I have already told your father. Ms. Feng will come tomorrow. Summer dawn. Xia Li slapped his forehead. It's over. It's too late to rehearse. The little dragon next to him is still a rookie dragon whose social skills are still in the initial stage and who has only made one friend. Into this chapter. In order to finish writing some manuscript for the next 2 days, Xia Li typed on the keyboard for the whole afternoon. The work had just finished, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. This time Wuqi returned home on time, raised the cat's paw like a white glove, and patted the balcony door. Why is the door closed so tightly? Wuqi shivered with cold as he walked inside. It's cold and windy outside. Xia Li closed the door again and picked up the cotton ball at his feet, who also wanted to go out and see the outside world. Wuqi jumped into the nest he brought back from his mother's home to warm himself up, then looked up and asked Xia Li again. I'm hungry. What time is dinner? Open now. Xia Li took out the bread she bought last night and made a cup of hot milk for Wuqi. Most cats cannot drink milk because they are lactose intolerant, so Xia Li specially bought goat milk. He had done this when he was raising Cotton. As a result, Cotton was too small, and all the lessons were not put to use in time. Instead, they were used on the stray cat Wuqi. Wuqi glanced at the steam coming out of the kitchen, then looked at Xia Li. Hey, don't you have food at home? I want to eat. Xia Li pretended not to hear and put the food next to Cotton's bowl. Cotton meowed, thinking that this was something prepared for him. He put his pink nose close to take a smell. Cotton didn't like human bread, so he walked away in disgust. Hello. Wuqi called Xia Li again. Duh. Lucia was carrying 2 plates to the dining table. Today they were having stir-fried meat with bell peppers and boiled green beans, plus a bowl of tomato egg drop soup. As the little cook's cooking skills improve little by little, the food at home becomes better and better, and Xia Li is so blessed. Wuqi was so greedy that he looked at it. He hasn't had a home-cooked meal in a long time. Besides, Brother Xia's home cooking doesn't look spicy at all. My girlfriend did that. Xia Li took a step forward and blocked Wuqi's sight. Wuqi, how did this hero manage to be both generous and stingy? Come on. I'll open another can for you. Xia Li was also generous. She rummaged through the box she brought from Wuqi's mother's house, then took out a can of cat food and opened it. Wuqi sniffed the smell and felt a little hesitant. According to the cat's stomach and taste, these foods are obviously more suitable for him, and the nutritional value is more in line with his own needs. But perhaps because there is a human soul living in his body, Wuqi's desire for food is not just to evoke memories of his life as a human being, but also because he is unwilling to accept his current situation. A cat for life. Although I've already realized this, when it comes to actual action, I always want to resist this fate. If I were to turn back into a human, she should become an illegal resident like her brother's girlfriend. If you think about it this way, you might as well be a cat. Don't eat. Xia Li knocked on the cat can. While Wuqi was hesitating, Xia had already walked over timidly. The pretty calico cat first looked at the adult cow cat warily, then tentatively stretched out its little paws to take the can and sniff it. It stretched out its cat tongue and licked the canned meat. After finding that the cow cat did not make any movement to protect the food, it tucked its tail in and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Wuqi glanced at Xia and snorted coldly. Wait for it to eat first. Well, another tsundere. It's not good for your cat's body to eat human food for a long time. Xia Li took out her phone and took a 360-degree photo of Wuqi. Don't look like a kitten on your face, smile. How can you make me laugh? If I laugh like this, my old boss will be scared to death. Wuqi yelled. So Xia Li sent a photo of a cold cow cat. This dead ghost look was in line with Wuqi's usual temperament. Even the lady from the veterinary hospital who wrote back said, Wuqi hasn't changed much. It seems that he has adapted to the new family. Wuchi lay on the ground, feeling somewhat lonely. It's true that eating too much human food will cause diarrhea, but it's good to have a snack every now and then. Then what do you want to eat? Saltwater duck. No surprise there. Salted duck. Xia Li had heard of this kind of food, so it must be very famous. Thinking that it was probably a specialty of some place, Xia Li took out his mobile phone to search for it. Forget it. A cat, can't eat that much. Wuchi thought Xia Li was going to order takeout for him, but when he got closer, he found that he had opened the search engine. Salted duck, also known as osmanthus duck, is one of the representatives of Jinling cuisine. Wuchi has been a cat longer than he has been a human. He has forgotten a lot of things, but this word is deeply engraved in his mind. Are you from Su province? Xia Li turned around with some surprise. Although Su province and Shu province differ by only one letter, the distance between them is several thousand kilometers. Since Wuchi said this word subconsciously, it at least proves that he often came into contact with this thing when he was a child. So he should be nearby. I don't know. It doesn't matter. He wagged his tail in a dull manner and jumped on a cotton's cat climbing frame in 2 steps. Mianhua was bribed by Wuchi with a can of food, and now she didn't object to him playing with his toys and continued to eat the can. Xia Li took the can away. Cotton licked his nose and let out a soft meow. Kittens can't eat too much. The rest will be given to you, Uncle Wuchi. Meow. Wuchi watched the scene quietly and closed his eyes to take a nap. Xia Li placed the remaining cans next to his bowl without saying anything else. If Wuchi doesn't want to face it, then don't face it. Everyone has times when they want to escape. Xia Li, let's eat. Lucia knocked on the empty basin and called Xia Li. The stinky dragon was still making a lululu sound from its mouth. Xia Li, no. Why does this scene look so familiar? It sounds very similar to the scene of feeding pigs in the small broken station. Hey, laughing hare. As soon as Xia Li saw the stinky dragon's little fangs when he smiled, he knew that the other party did it on purpose. You treat me like a pig, don't you? Yes, the evil dragon nodded honestly. The dragon clan's animal husbandry technology is not as advanced as humans, but they still know how to feed pigs, said the evil dragon. Xia Li fainted from anger. I treat you as my wife, but you treat me as a pig? Stop grinning like an idiot. My mom and the others will be here tomorrow afternoon. Come to my room later, and I'll teach you a lesson. Teacher Xia was ready to start the class by fiercely putting a handful of shredded pork into Along's bowl. Along ate his rice in big mouthfuls and nodded vaguely. I know. You shrank last time. If you encounter something you don't understand, just nod your head. Swallow it, and then talk. The evil dragon's cheeks were puffed up, and the words he spoke seemed to be encrypted. The more Xia Li asked her to explain clearly, the more she wanted to tease Xia Li, and finally she just spoke incoherently and uttered a bunch of gibberish. Gurgle hashtag at UN% and on the cat climbing frame on the other side. This row of cat climbing frames has been improved by Xia Li, and the central pillar of the cat climbing frames goes straight to the ceiling. Wuchi lay in the top cubicle with his eyes closed and slept, eavesdropping on the noises from the restaurant. His black cat's tail was shaking from time to time. I don't fit in the cat's world, and the same is true in the human world. There is no place on Earth for a species with the body of a cat and the human heart. This feeling of being abandoned by the whole world, Wuchi thought about it, and felt that it should be about the same time as when Lucia came to Earth. But as a dragon, Lucia was lucky. She was picked up by a kind, brave man and taken home. Oh, so it seems that he was also picked up by a kind-hearted, brave man? Meow. I felt a cat's paw patting me in front of me. Wuchi opened his eyes and smelled the scent of canned cat food. I don't know, when the little calico cat climbed up and was patting its head with its skinny paws. It seemed as if he was greeting Wuchi timidly. Meow. Wuchi responded with a cat's meow helplessly. The language of these cats is different from his. Instead of communicating with sounds, the cats on Earth seem to communicate with body language and expressions. Wuchi saw a look of concern in Mianhua's eyes. Did you notice his current mood and come here to comfort him? Meow. Cotton responded to him again. When it raised its paw again to pat Wuji, Wuji also raised his hand and gave it a strange high five. Meow. End of this chapter. After a night of unremitting efforts, the evil dragon Lucia has mastered the basic etiquette for human women to meet their boyfriend's parents. Open the door and say hello, then welcome with a smile. Xia Li specifically reminded him that it was okay for her to put on a cold face when dealing with strangers outside, but she must not look indifferent when meeting her parents. Ms. Fong is a very sensitive person. Doing this would make Ms. Fong feel that Lucia doesn't like her, and she would feel very frustrated. Lucia understood this feeling and put herself in his shoes. If Xia Li had a cold face and didn't talk to her when she sat on his lap, she would start to reflect on whether she had done something wrong. Xia Li is so fierce. I didn't do anything. Xia Li kept crying out for justice. He was just telling Lucia to smile when she was talking to people, but the stinky dragon was imagining the scene in his mind, and he even made himself angry. Is this the kind of joke you see on the internet? Girls are just the real punching bags. They can make themselves angry. Give your not-so-bright dragon brain a break. Xia Li rubbed Lucia's big face with both hands, but Lucia didn't take it seriously and surrendered directly. You know what to do tomorrow, right? Yeah, I know. Lucia patted her slightly raised chest, full of confidence. The only way to reduce the error rate is to do nothing and say nothing. If we nip the signs of an incident in the bud right away, nothing will go wrong. Still have a question. Xia Li suddenly remembered that when Lucia and Zhou Anqi met for the first time, Lucia only nodded and didn't shake her head. As a result, Zhou Anqi asked a lot of strange questions. If the person you're chatting with is Fong Xia, Xia Li could imagine that Ms. Fong would be even more cruel. Well, if my mom asked me about marriage, just say you haven't thought about it that far yet and are still discussing it with me. Xia Li scratched the hair behind his ears and felt that his hair had grown too long and should be trimmed. After a pause, he cleared his throat and added, "And the children?" "Children? Shoes." Lucia tilted her head. In the dialect of Shu province, children equal shoes. Although when she was with Xia Li, they spoke Mandarin, Lucia often heard these dialects when she went out. As I listened, I learned a few things. The child is a human cub. Oh, Xia Li is going to give birth to human cubs. Xia Li was so angry that he became embarrassed, but Lucia was still hesitating. He fell silent, staring at the dragon's little face. Lucia blinked her eyes and suddenly felt a little guilty, so she quickly lifted the quilt and crawled in. "Sleep, and then welcome the arrival of the great human being tomorrow," she said loudly. It seemed as if he wanted to use this tone to cover up his panic. Xia Li looked at her quietly. The stinky dragon squirmed twice in the quilt, not want to look at Xia Li. It is basically certain that the evil dragon does understand human knowledge. After turning off the incandescent light on the ceiling, Xia Li got up and went to the balcony to close the door. Meow. Wuqi's figure had disappeared in the living room, leaving only a calico kitten sitting on the ground looking out the window. Meow meow. Seeing Xia Li coming, Mianhua Sticky walked over and rubbed Xia Li's legs and neck with his head. That cat, uncle, never closes the door when he goes out. Xia Li closed the balcony door, and the whistling wind stopped abruptly. He squatted down again and touched Little Cotton's head. Don't follow his example and go out. If you go out, you won't be able to come back. Meow. Mianhua narrowed her eyes, and her white belly was revealed as Xia Li caressed her. Broken. While stroking the cat, Xia Li thought of another thing. I forgot to tell Wuqi not to come back tomorrow night. The next day, when Lucia got up, she was as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. I touched and looked around in the living room, and always felt that the house needed to be tidied up. Don't clean up. If you continue to clean up, we will be left with nothing. Xia Li grabbed along and pressed her down on the sofa. The living atmosphere that was created with great difficulty, as well as the smell of fireworks in the house, were about to be swept away by the evil dragon. These things are for Ms. Fong to see. Xia Li, let's go out and buy something. Lucia still thought something should be done. When humans welcome important friends, they will give them a welcome and prepare grand celebrations. But I won't just sit at home and wait. What do you want to buy? Xia Li asked the evil dragon. Lucia thought about it. If it is a dragon, dragons like gold, and filling their nests with gold will definitely be liked by their fellow dragons. But people's preference for gold is second to the currency circulating in society. So, in summary, Lucia said seriously, let's go to the bank and steal the small change. Take it out, and then put it on the ground. What are you thinking about? Xia Li laughed. Because humans like small amounts of money. You're not wrong about this, Xia Li said while pulling the evil dragon's claw. But there's one thing you don't know. My parents like you, so you sitting at home is the best way to welcome them. Lucia silently pulled her claws out of Xia Li's hand. Every time a human tells him they like him, the dragon feels shy. And such an important person said he liked me. Xia Li fiddled with his phone, and after much thought, he ordered some takeaway fruit. He then stood up to put away the instant noodles and junk food in the kitchen, and hid the demon-exorcising sword and the golden bell under the bed. Humans have their own way of dealing with the world, and evil dragons don't understand these things. It lasted until the afternoon. Xia Li and Ms. Fong agreed to meet at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Watching the time pass by, Xia Li sat on the sofa, his movements exactly the same as the evil dragon, with a very honest look. I suddenly feel very hot. Xia Li tugged at his collar. Normally, they all wear their own coral fleece pajamas at home, but today they're going to meet their family, so they're all dressed up, even wearing high-neck sweaters. Lucia was wrapped up like a plump little white dumpling, because Ms. Fong had specifically told Lucia to dress warmly, and even asked Xia Li many times to make corrections. In order to show his attitude of correction, Xia Li wrapped Lucia up to a level of warmth that was praised by her mother. Pressing your palm on her white down jacket, you can even leave a row of exaggerated palm prints. Are you hot? Xia Li fanned himself with his hands and asked Lucia. Lucia sat upright, her hands on her knees, her neck stiff and shaking her head. I'm not hot. Dragons are very slow to perceive changes in temperature, so as long as the temperature is not scalding hot, it doesn't matter to Lucia. But even though she didn't feel the heat, Lucia was just as nervous as Xia Li. She was so nervous that she started to stutter. This made Xia Li very panicked. Is this what it feels like to bring your girlfriend to meet your parents? I felt nervous but excited at the same time, afraid that her parents would be unhappy with Lucia, and also afraid that Lucia would dislike her own parents. Xia Li acted as the middleman, and always felt that it was difficult to strike a balance between the two. However, this dragon has a friendly personality, and there is nothing wrong with him except his poor social skills. And Ms. Fong is not a nitpicking person. They should have no problem getting along, right? Remember to call them uncle and aunt later. Don't repeat after me. You can't repeat after me now. Xia Li rubbed the sweat from his palms on his trouser legs and said to the evil dragon, I know. The evil dragon nodded repeatedly. She now understands this kind of interpersonal relationship. The hero's mother cannot call her mother herself. She can only call her that after the hero agrees. Bang, bang. Just when the two were feeling extremely uneasy, there was finally a knock on the door. Open the door. What Xia Li saw was a man wearing a yellow coat and rabbit ears. Meituan delivery man. It turned out to be a fruit delivery. Xia Li reached out to take it and said thank you. The nervous evil dragon behind him also came over, and when he saw the familiar dress, he subconsciously followed suit. Male rabbit ears. What ears? Behind the male bunny-eared girl, a man and a woman walked up the stairs. The woman was wearing a bright dark blue cotton jacket, carrying a simple vegetable basket in one hand and an exquisite shoulder bag in the other, giving people the feeling of a fashionable and virtuous aunt. She smiled quite gently, especially when she saw Lucia behind Xia Li. Her face, which showed some traces of time, instantly lit up with a smile. The man walking in front of the woman was wearing dark clothes. He was holding several large boxes in his hands, covering his face, and walked hurriedly to the door. The question, what ear, came from the middle-aged man. He thought he had heard it wrong. Lucia quickly shrank her neck, and her face turned red. Xia Li took a step forward and greeted him. Mom, Andy. Lucia's lips stuttered because of nervousness. After saying that, she lowered her head, and from Xia Li's angle, She could see her ripe earlobes. No. Did the dragon do it on purpose or by accident? Was it intentional and careless? Hello, Xia Li, first time meeting you. Feng Xia stood in front of Xia Yuanjun, excitedly wanting to greet her future daughter-in-law. I've seen it before in photos. The little girl has small bones, a petite figure, and pretty, soft facial features that are somewhat similar to the traditional soft girls in Shu province. It's the kind of beauty that's pretty but also has a bit of Western blood. Feng Xia originally liked Lucia's well-behaved appearance, and after hearing about Lucia's background story from Xia Li, she felt even more sorry for the little girl. Is it cold? This old house has no insulation. It must be very cold living here. Feng Xia had heard from her neighbors about Lucia's shyness and kindness. Seeing Lucia's embarrassed look, Feng Xia didn't mind at all. She walked over and held her hand. This watery face. I'm afraid even the climate in Shu province is not enough to raise a girl like this. It's not cold, Auntie. Lucia stuttered nervously. The little girl looked quite thin, and Feng Xia thought she would have a cold body. But when she pulled her hand over, she found it was unexpectedly warm. Not bad. Xia Li has passed this level. It's okay. Don't be nervous. We are all family. Feng Xia invited Lao Xia to come into the house. Xia Li was standing at the door. Not to mention greeting him, the old couple looked at him as if he was a transparent person. They didn't even look at him directly. Their attention was all on Lucia. No, who is your biological son? And that evil dragon over there, your boyfriend, is at the door. Xia Li closed the door, feeling somewhat lonely. And at the same time, she packed up Cotton, who was squatting at the door and curiously looking at the corridor outside, and hugged him in her arms. Dad! He went to the kitchen to help Lao Xia. This time, old Xia acted as a feeder again and delivered a large amount of supplies to Xia Li. In addition to the common apples and pears in winter, there are also some meat, vegetables, and eggs. Ms. Fong is really something. She just loves to do this. Obviously, it was something that could be bought anywhere, but she insisted on sending it to Xia Li from far away, as if she thought Xia Li was a child who would never grow up and could not pick out good stuff. Only the stuff she personally sent was the best. However, these are the old couple's thoughts, so even if Xia Li doesn't like to eat them, he will choose to accept them. You got a cat? After piling the 2 boxes of fruit together, Xia Yuanjun turned his head and saw the kitten in Xia Li's arms. Xia Li nodded and touched the cotton head. Well, it's not dirty. Xia Yuanjun didn't say much. Maybe I would have given him a few words of advice in the past, but Xia Li is already grown up now, and he should just keep those words in mind. He turned on the faucet and washed his face. Feng Xia was still chatting with Lucia in the living room. Xia Yuanjun had nothing to do, but he was too embarrassed to talk to his son, so he started wandering around the house. When going to Xia Li's bedroom, Xia Yuanjun felt it was inappropriate, so he stopped and walked out, then turned back to the small dark room. After thinking about it, I still felt something was not right, so I backed out again. Now this property belongs to Xia Li's private territory. He could only be a visiting guest and stay in the living room. Xia Yuanjun always felt that this family had changed a lot. But the layout of the furniture has not changed. The things are still the same, but the people are not the same. Things have changed and people have changed? This word is not appropriate here at all. Looking back at Xia Li, who was following him like a shadow, Xia Yuanjun shook his head and sighed. This guy is guarding against him. Young people, there are things hidden in the room. Those who understand will understand. Dad, where's your thermos? I'll go get you some hot water. Xia Li is very diligent. I'm afraid the old man is too idle. Xia Yuanjun waved his hand. In the car, I'm not thirsty. After saying that, Xia Yuanjun couldn't find a place to rest, so he simply went to the balcony. Xia Yuanjun closed the balcony door skillfully, took out a cigarette and lit it, and the house was immediately filled with smoke. Didn't Lao Xia quit smoking? Why is he still smoking so heavily? Xia Li went to the sofa and squeezed with the evil dragon. But the evil dragon didn't bother to push him and left with a face as red as an apple. Xia Li glanced at her. I don't know what Ms. Fong talked to her about. I smoke occasionally, Feng Xia said with a smile. Your dad is very happy. I see. Xia Li nodded. Old Xia is a proud person. He is not as enthusiastic as Fong Xia. He is used to hiding his emotions deep in his heart. For so many years, Xia Li has been watching him. Mom, what did you say to Xia Li? Xia Li still cared more about this matter. Fong Xia sighed and said nothing. After saying that, she waved to Xia Li, and Xia Li sat over and listened to her seriously. When are you going to have a baby? Xia Li. Miss Fong always uses her ultimate move when she meets someone. No wonder the evil dragon's face turned so red with shame. We haven't even gotten married yet, Xia Li said helplessly. Fong Xia asked again, when are you going to get married? Everyone please vote for the monthly ticket. Fong Xia is indeed impatient in this regard. She had a child relatively late. In that era, if a woman in her 20s or 20s gave birth, people around her would say it was too late. Now that all her relatives and friends have grandchildren, and her own son has finally made some progress, Fong Xia naturally keeps a close eye on him. In her words, that is, as long as Xiaolu is willing, we should get the marriage certificate as soon as possible, and we can start thinking about having children. While I'm still young, I can take care of the children for you. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you when I am old. In the living room, Xia Yuanjun was puffing away at the cigarette on the balcony. When he was young, he liked to watch the street view from the third floor. Now the streets have changed a lot, and the people in his family have also changed a lot, and he is still adapting to these changes. This old house where I have lived for 20 years, how did I go from being a newcomer to a guest? After taking a quick glance at the brat in the window, Xia Yuanjun took another long puff of his cigarette. Your father is happy and is thinking about you. Fong Xia was afraid that the old man's sad look would cause misunderstanding among young people. Xia Yuanjun is not good at expressing himself and has done many things in the past that caused Xia Li to misunderstand. There are big problems in communication between father and son, and they often quarrel. I know, Xia Li nodded. While I was in school, I really didn't understand my parents. I thought Xia Yuanjun was very serious when he didn't speak. Later I found out that he liked to laugh secretly just like me, and when he laughed, he only curled his lips without showing his teeth. To put it simply, it is a curled mouth. The 3 years in the other world made Xia Li grow a lot. Mom, it's like this. Xia Li brought the topic back on track. We can't let Fong Xia always worry about having a baby. He's fine here, he can accept it. But Lucia's side will scare the dragon. Let me talk to Xiaolu first. If we want to get married. Hey, you must be not used to living here. The old house is not well insulated. It is cold in winter and hot in summer, and it leaks. Fong Xia suddenly interrupted Xia Li. When she smiled, her nasolabial folds were deep, but the expression on her face was gentle. I have discussed this with your father. We have saved some money over the years. We save money to prepare for your future. Now that you have found a girlfriend, and we are very satisfied with her, the follow-up plan will be put on the agenda. We want to buy a property in your city. You can choose the place. Hearing what Fong Xia said, Xia Li fell silent and dared not say anything. Well, after all the twists and turns, we still have to face this problem. But Ms. Fong, the situation of your future daughter-in-law is different. It is hard to say whether the baby she gave birth to was a dragon egg or a human. Moreover, getting married is not something they can do for the time being. Auntie, eat some fruit. While they were chatting, Lucia went to the kitchen and cut a fruit plate. Although the knife skills are still a bit clumsy, it can be seen that he put a lot of effort into it. Quartered kiwis peeled grapefruits and oranges. The surface of the fruit was bumpy, and Fong Xia picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Yeah, very sweet. Fong Xia smiled and praised highly. Like it however you like. The little girl has a very good personality. The word kind may be common when used to describe girls in modern society, but the word simple is definitely not common. Nowadays, what girl is not spoiled and flashy? Lucia's neat dress, clear eyes, and honest character are perfect in Fong Xia's eyes. Fong Xia did not continue the previous topic. It is the nature of all parents to urge Xia Li to get married and have children, and it also puts pressure on their own sons. But when he urged her in front of the little girl, his meaning changed completely. No matter how anxious Fong Xia was, she would not do this. Mom, is it sweet? Xia Li leaned over to look at the fruit plate. and asked Feng Xia. Feng Xia looked at him strangely. Sweet. So Xia Li asked Lucia again. Sweet, Lucia? Uh-huh. Lucia wiped her hands on her apron, her face red, and she looked a little overwhelmed. I don't understand what Xia Li is trying to do. Let me try it, Xia Li said again. I didn't expect this stinky dragon to be so sensible. As soon as his parents arrived, they were given a fruit plate. Xia Li never taught Lucia to do this. Could it be that this evil dragon secretly learned it last night? You try it. Lucia looked puzzled and her eyes showed a little aggrieved. It's okay for Xia Li to bully Long at other times, but it's definitely not okay to bully Long now. But I didn't wash my hands. Xia Li raised a hand that was holding the cotton. Seeing this, Feng Xia raised her eyebrows. No, isn't there a toothpick on it? Your hands are clean, so just feed me, Xia Li said. Cop. There was so much juice in the kiwi fruit that Feng Xia almost choked. Mom, take your time eating and leave some for me. Xia Li quickly calmed her down. Feng Xia rolled her eyes at him. My son is usually such a serious person. How come he has become so shameless now? Look at the little girl's blushing expression again. Now, their parents are present. If the parents were not present, Feng Xia couldn't imagine what her son would do to the little girl. There was no need for her to urge this. I'm afraid we'll have grandchildren soon. Lucia stuffed the kiwi into Xia Li's mouth at a very fast speed. Xia Li's mouth was filled with stuff, and he couldn't speak. This kind of feeding behavior in front of the parents is so disrespectful to the dragon. However, it is said on the internet that being intimate with your boyfriend in front of his parents will increase your family's favorability. In order to win over the hero's mother and make her own, and then turn against the hero in the future, Lucia decided to endure for the time being. Only those who endure the most hardships can become a dragon. After stuffing kiwi fruit, continue stuffing grapefruit. The sweetness in Xia Li's mouth was hit by the sour taste of grapefruit, and his face was distorted. Sweet first, then sour, saliva sprays. Ha ha ha. Feng Xia laughed so hard that she slapped her thigh. After laughing, she wiped her tears, glared at her son, and then took Lucia's little hand and asked her with a smile. Xiao Lu, what do you think of Xia Li? Teacher Xia's rule is that when you encounter a problem, just answer okay, according to what the other person says. Lucia nodded and spoke seriously with a blushing face. Xia Li is a very nice person. This kid is unreliable. He stays at home doing nothing every day. He is so lazy. Mom, I'm working. I've been writing novels since I was in college. Xia Li cried out for injustice. Other students go out of work part-time and earn a lot of money, but why is he just being lazy and doing nothing by writing novels at home? What's wrong with staying at home for a while? It makes you less worried than hanging out. Besides, maybe he earns more from his part-time job. He was halfway through his words when Feng Xia gave him a sharp look. It's okay, Annie. I also like squatting or lying down at home. Lucia replied in a low voice. The smile on Feng Xia's face became even more intense. That's good, that's good. Aunt Wang's son from a unit next door has loved going out to play with his friends since he was a child. Now that he's an adult, he's playing more and more recklessly. He was even put in a detention center a few days ago. Just don't mind him being like this. I don't dislike Xia Li, I like Xia Li. Okay. Feng Xia held the little girl's hand and nodded repeatedly. She deliberately avoided sensitive questions such as home address and family environment. So the only questions she could ask were about Xia Li's illness. How does Xia Li treat you? He must bully you every day. Xia Li is very good to me. She buys me new clothes and delicious food. Did he bully you? Bullying occasionally. Lucia pinched the corner of her clothes, her face flushed red. She had a shy expression on her face that could easily be misunderstood by her elders. Xia Li was standing nearby, feeling neither comfortable nor comfortable sitting. Not only did Long feel embarrassed when talking about this topic, even he felt ashamed. Finding that there was no place for him to stay here, Xia Li went to the balcony to get some fresh air. I opened the door and saw Lao Xia playing with the cat there. Fanning the mist off his face, Xia Li thought something was wrong. Cotton was in the living room. So how did the cat on the balcony get there? Looking down, I found that the cow-colored psycho cat was none other than Wuchi. This cat is so weird. It just jumped onto the balcony and tried to attack me. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been slapped by it. And this cat has no nails. It must be the cat of the neighbor next door. Xia Jun dusted off his clothes and concluded, Xia Li, brother, there's a thief in your house. I just slapped him, and I'm pretty sure I hit him right on the shoulder. Come quickly in support. Dad, this cat is mine too. Hey, Dad? Xia Li squatted down and touched Wuqi's head. Wuqi's hair suddenly stood on end. The human he punched a few times turned out to be Brother Xia's father. Looking at it this way, the father and son are really quite similar. Why do you have so many cats? Xia Jun frowned. According to the traditional thinking of the older generation, small animals all have bacteria and viruses. Forget about the kitten at home, but why is there a big cat? This cat goes out to play every day, so it might be sick. It's fine. He has all the vaccines and no infectious diseases. Xia Li knew what old Xia was thinking. He knocked Wuqi on the head with one hand. Wuqi felt that this guy was seeking revenge for his father. This cat is very interesting and has special skills. In order to win the old man's favor, Xia Li spoke mysteriously while touching Wuqi. What stunt? The old man took the bait. He could do a backflip. Wuqi, I don't know how. Please don't talk nonsense. Do not believe? Xia Jun clearly looked disbelieving. This trick is fine for coaxing a little girl, but you want to favor an old man like him? Impossible. Come on, Wuqi, show me a show. As he said this, he opened the balcony door and called Fong Xia to join in the fun. Mom, let me show you something. Now there were 4 people standing on the balcony. The 4 of them waited in unison for Wuqi to do a backflip. Lucia, who knew the truth, was laughing secretly behind Fong Xia. Xia Li winked at her, and the dimples on Lucia's face became more obvious. Are you sick? Wuqi was wailing in his heart. But the situation has been set, and he would definitely feel bad if he didn't give his brother some face. With his eyes closed, Wuqi jumped up with all his strength. Then, imitating the backflip posture from memory, it flipped its 2 front paws backwards. Finally, she landed on her belly with a gorgeous posture. After repeating this 5 or 6 times, Wuqi just stopped, lying on the ground, looking like he was about to die. This cat is good. Wuqi gained Xia Yuanjuan's recognition. Fong Xia said happily, I think you can earn a lot of traffic by posting it on short video software. I have seen a lot of it before. It was okay before. Now, there is no shortage of cute pet bloggers. Moreover, AI technology is so advanced that fake and real things are mixed together, so this kind of video has no highlights. Xia Li has studied the market, using Wuji to make money, regardless of whether Wuji himself is willing or not. Xia Li's focus now only wants to be on Lucia. There is no point in getting entangled with a male cat without eggs. Let's go inside, it's cold outside. He pulled the old couple back into the house, turned around and glanced at Lucia, who was pursing her lips happily. Not fun. It's fun, Lucia replied quietly. After adding a bowl of water to Wuqi, who was suffering, it was getting late, so Xia Li decided to go out and solve the problem of eating first. In order not to expose his worrying cooking skills, Xia Li did not choose to cook at home, but went to a restaurant directly. With Lucia present, Fong Xia didn't say much about Xia Li. A family of 4 packed up and went out. Hey, Aunt Huang, how come you look thinner after so long? You just finished your meal and went out to walk the dog. Haha. Yes, this is Xia Li's girlfriend. Hey, it's still early. We won't rush them. It depends on what these young people want. Uncle Chun is on duty. Yes, come back to see your son. Sister Wang, long time no see. You look a lot younger. This is Xia Li's girlfriend. Along the way, Fong Xia greeted everyone she met. She is also a well-known kind person in Shandong, Chaoyang community. She finally came back this time and was like a star, especially when introducing Lucia. He would pull Lucia over and greet each person he saw. This made Lucia, who suffers from social difficulties, feel very embarrassed. Finally getting into the car, Lucia was sweating from the heat and secretly fanned herself on the face. She now wished she could dig a hole and bury her head in it like an ostrich. Meeting the parents is so scary. Cry. Lucia looked at Xia Li silently, and Xia Li was also helpless. My mom likes you. he mouthed to Lucia. The car had just started when Feng Xia, who was sitting in the back seat, patted the seat cushion and asked Xia Li happily, "Is this car easy to drive?" "It's easy to drive. As long as it's easy to drive, I was planning to buy it for you, but you didn't want it, so I'm using it to practice. This is the first time I've been in my son's car. Old Xia, don't you agree?" As she spoke, Feng Xia poked Old Xia, who hadn't said a word, with her elbow. Old Xia didn't say anything, just nodded. "This feeling is really good," Feng Xia said again. Old Xia looked out the window and nodded again. Now, it's not just the feeling of going back home that has changed. The feeling of sitting in the car has also changed. It was the first time for Lao Xia to sit in the back seat during a family trip. It's amazing. The little boy who used to be so small and worrying has grown up so big. They all know how to step on the accelerator and the brake. The vehicle started steadily. Xia Yuanjun tugged at his collar and swallowed twice. There's an indescribable feeling of being moved. Into this chapter. For dinner tonight, we chose a local restaurant hidden in the streets. Focus on a down-to-earth vibe. In the box, Xia Li pushed the menu to Lao Xia, and Lao Xia pushed the menu to Feng Xia. Feng Xia flipped through the menu twice but didn't order anything. Finally, she handed the menu to Lucia. The dragon was at a loss. "I heard from Xia Li that you are not from Shu province and cannot eat any chili peppers. Let's see what you like to eat." Miss Feng said kindly. I can eat anything. Now I can eat a little bit of chili." Lucia replied in a low voice. Holding a menu that she couldn't understand at all, Lucia could recognize most of the words, but she had a hard time thinking of the corresponding food. What about ants climbing trees and fuchi-fipian? It just sounds terrifying. Even the unfussy dragons wouldn't eat this kind of thing, so how dare humans? With a worried look on her face, Xia Li came over to help take a look and whispered in her ear. "This restaurant's menu doesn't even have pictures. Ants climbing a tree is pork stewed with vermicelli, and fuchi-fipian is beef offal. These two are authentic Sichuan dishes. It's normal that Lucia has never seen them before." Xia Li came too close, and his breath blew on Lucia's little face. Lucia hooked her fingers and scratched her cheek shyly. "This vermicelli doesn't have any chili in it. You can try it, and the sweet skin duck and dompa cuttlefish are not spicy." Holding a pen and ticking on the menu, Xia Li knew that Along was in a dilemma, so she helped her choose dishes according to her taste. By the way, she also selected a spicy Sichuan dish with pickled peppers for Lao Xia, as well as Ms. Feng's favorite white bean and pig trotter soup for beauty and skincare. For 4 people, 4 dishes and 1 soup are just right. Feng Xia held her chin with both hands and watched the scene. She supported herself with her hands, her face smiling like a flower. She looked at Xia Li, who was well-mannered and masculine, and then at Lucia, who was petite, gentle, and virtuous. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful. Very good. Okay, that's all. Lucia's voice was extremely nervous. To be honest, she has to be a little restrained today and not let the great human being see her unusual appetite. "Auntie, you choose." Lucia pushed the menu into Feng Xia's hands. Feng Xia's face was full of joy. She was obviously a middle-aged woman, and her wrinkles deepened when she laughed. But this smile with her cheeks supported gave people a sense of childishness and intimacy. Lucia has always wanted to have a good relationship with the hero's mother. But the feeling of getting along with a brave mother is different from that of Zhou Anqi. I am not as casual as my friends, but more reserved towards my elders. But I felt a sense of warmth for some unknown reason. That's pretty much it. Feng Xia was afraid that the children would not be full, so she picked out 2 more dishes and handed them to the waiter. The small box was brightly lit, and warm air from the air conditioner blew overhead. The surroundings became quiet again, and Xia Li dragged a bench to Feng Xia to talk to her. Lucia sat alone, but she didn't feel lonely. Fiddling with the manicure she had done a few days ago on her fingers, Lucia looked around and listened to the noisy sounds outside the house. Occasionally, when she stole a glance at Xia Li was also looking at her. The two looked at each other. Xia Li smiled at her, and Lucia quickly lowered her head and continued playing with her fingers. Suddenly, I thought of that day when Xia Li went out to have dinner with friends in the evening and Lucia was alone at home. That day, she turned off all the lights in the room and stood on the balcony looking into the distance. As darkness began to encroach on the earth, the lights came on and thousands of houses lit up one after another. At that time, Lucia was thinking that there was a family behind each of these lights, and the thousands and thousands of lights represented thousands and thousands of human families. Among the thousands of lights, not a single one will be lit for her. That lonely, isolated feeling swept over me like a tide. Lucia had been a dragon for 100 years and had long been able to endure loneliness, but at that moment, she could not bear such loneliness. But now, it's like a light is on for her. Mom, what you just said about buying a house. You said, Xia Li moved the stool in front of Feng Xia. Feng Xia took a sip of hot tea and looked at Lucia behind Xia Li with a smile. Xia Li, no, Mom, when you're chatting, at least keep your eyes on the person who's speaking. I am your own son. After clearing his throat, Xia Li spoke. Can you give me the money for the house first? What do you want to do? Didn't I tell you last time that I wanted to start a business? Now I have some idea about it, Xia Li said, scratching his hair. In fact, before today, Xia Li wanted to talk to Feng Xia about this matter. Coincidentally, today Feng Xia took the initiative to propose to buy him a house for their marriage. So Xia doesn't have to ask about his family financial situation. Since you could buy a house in the urban area of Qingchang City, you can at least take out 1 or 2 million in cash. For Xia Li, that was enough. What clues are there? Tell me what you think. Talking about business, Feng Xia shifted her gaze from her future daughter-in-law to the talking, money-eating beast in front of her. Even old Xia, who was pretending to have nothing to do, pricked up his ears and pressed the pause button on the short video on his mobile phone. I have been researching the market for a while and found that common industries such as catering, clothing, and entertainment venues have long been saturated in places like Qingcheng City. I have a cat. When I went vaccinated a few days ago, I found that there was not even a decent pet hospital in Wanyo district. It took Xia Li more than 10 minutes to explain his ideas one by one. When facing his parents, Xia Li had nothing to hold back. Whether it was those bold plans or those naive ideas that his parents took for granted, Xia Li put forward them without reservation. Xia Li was willing to accept the following criticism and praise, whether good or bad. It is said that you should find a job that suits you. There was nothing to complain about Xia Li. His only thought after graduating from university was, as long as I'm not tied to my workstation to work, everything else is acceptable. As for Lucia, her skills can only be used in these places except in the zoo. Since Xia Li wants to help her integrate into society completely, it would be better for the couple to start a business and solve the problem once and for all. Vet hospital? This word is somewhat unfamiliar to families who have only raised fish in addition to raising children. Isn't this what Sister Li's family runs? Old Xia, who was eavesdropping on the side, finally couldn't help but speak. Feng Xia slapped her thigh and realized, oh, that's really profitable. Her husband studied veterinary medicine. He just opened a shop 2 years ago, and he told me that he wanted to buy a new house this year. Aunt Li, Xia Li had no idea who the Sister Li the old couple was talking about. Feng Xia's network of contacts was so wide that Xia Li could not recognize many of them. Yes, Aunt Li, they opened a small pet clinic in Miang 2 years ago. I heard that the investment in equipment is not small, but the return is quite high. The key is that they can't take much risk. After all, the customers are all pets. But this not only requires skills, but also tests one's heart. I don't know if you can endure this hardship. Feng Xia talked incessantly. She didn't have any objection. The money was intended for Xia Li to start a family and a career. Xia Li could take it if he wanted. Feng Xia rarely denied her son's ideas, nor did she discourage his enthusiasm. But I still suggest you take it one step at a time and start from small things. You will never achieve great things if you aim too high. Feng Xia added. I was worried that this kid was sitting at home doing nothing every day, so it would be good to find him something to do now. Let's take the first step first. If you want to open this kind of hospital, you need at least a veterinary qualification certificate, Xia Yuanjun said on the other end. Xia Yuanjun is a down-to-earth person. As a member of the system, he always keeps his feet on the ground. People can never earn money beyond their own understanding. Xia Li is still a layman now, and if he wants to take this step, he will have to make a lot of effort. I have checked this online. You can study online and take the self-examination for the veterinary qualification certificate. I will not open a shop directly. I plan to study and take the examination first. Besides, the pet hospital I like sells products downstairs and treats patients upstairs. This business model is good. I could start by opening an ordinary pet supply store. Xia Li said. During this period, Lucia was sent to the hospital for internship. While gaining experience, you can also be an insider. Originally, when Xia Li heard Feng Xia say that she had a friend, he thought about using his connections to get Lucia to learn from Feng Xia's friend. But when I heard that it was in Miang City, which was so far away, I gave up the idea immediately. The current goal is still to have Lucia do an internship at the store in Jinjiang District. At that time, we can ask Wu Qi, the former dean, to give advice and achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this time, the waiter in charge of serving the dishes has also served all the dishes. Xia Li stood up and took a bowl to add more rice for the old couple. When adding rice to Lucia, he deliberately pressed down a bowl of rice. Long was shy and would be embarrassed to add more rice later, so he pressed a little more for her. Xiaolu, what do you think of what Xia Li just said? Feng Xia took advantage of this gap and asked Lucia, who was in a daze beside her. Lucia was completely unable to join in the conversation. She didn't even understand the basic workings of human society and was completely confused when she was suddenly asked to listen to such difficult rhetoric. Hearing the hero's mother ask her this, she could only nod her head. Fine, you support him? I will always support Xia Li. Okay. Every sentence the little girl had answered before was very shy, but this one was said with great force. You can tell she said this from the bottom of her heart. The expression on Feng Xia's face melted instantly. When she wanted to start a business, it was Lao Xia who supported her without hesitation, and it was only then that the couple finally got to this point. Seeing the determined expression on Lucia's face, Feng Xia couldn't help but think of Xia Yuanjun, who had always stayed with her. As long as the love is there, home is there. Compared with these, entrepreneurial setbacks and investment failures are nothing. Old man, what do you think? Feng Xia sat down and asked Xia Yuanjun. Xia Yuanjun nodded without saying anything, but his attitude towards the matter was very clear. Is it enough? Xia Li placed a large bowl of compacted rice in front of Lucia. The rice was pressed like shaved ice and was so full that it was about to overflow. Enough is enough, it's too much, Lucia said humbly. Xia Li smiled. Is this more? You always use a basin to eat. This bowl is too disrespectful to the dragon. There was no observance of etiquette in Xia Li's family. The family just picked up their bowls and started eating, doing whatever they wanted. Lucia didn't even dare to pick up the food with her chopsticks. She was not yet skilled enough in using chopsticks and was worried about exposing this in front of Feng Xia. So Xia Li picked up the food for her. Eat more, eat more. Not only Xia Li, but Ms. Lian Feng also stretched out her arms to join in feeding Lucia. The child is shy, so she has to take better care of him. The vermicelli of the ant climbing the tree is stewed very well, and the taste is excellent when mixed with minced meat. Lucia loves the sweet-skinned duck, which tastes crispy and sweet and has a unique taste. The restaurant that Xia Li found was the kind of family restaurant that the locals loved. A restaurant like this hidden in a deep alley cannot survive without some good cooking, so the taste goes without saying. Soon, most of the dishes on the table were eaten. Feng Xia was still picking up food for Lucia. This child has a good appetite and eats as much as he can. Although he is shy, he is not shy at all. He eats openly and drinks a cup of tea when he is thirsty. Feng Xia likes him very much. Mom, she's very introverted. She won't tell me when she's full. She'll just keep eating. Xia Li watched happily from aside. I always feel that the scene where my mother picks up food for the evil dragon is very magical. More magical than magic. This silver dragon that spews thick smoke from its mouth and makes the entire A's continent tremble in fear. I actually met his parents. What are you talking about? Feng Xia was unhappy and glared at Xia Li. The little girl was thin-skinned and small, and she felt embarrassed to eat after Xia Li said a few words. Even Lucia secretly lifted up her small leather shoes from under the table and stepped on Xia Li's instep. That aggrieved look seemed to be telling Xia Li not to say anything. Xia Li held back his laughter. Why reward me? Mom, there's one more thing. Xia Li turned around and said to Feng Xia again. Feng Xia was unhappy with the boy at the moment and was only concerned with taking care of Lucia without even raising her head. Xia Li didn't mind and continued. Do you know any friend from abroad? Abroad? Feng Xia looked up at him. What are you doing? It's nothing. I just want to know how Ms. Feng's interpersonal relationships have developed. Xia Li replied. Feng Xia is a straightforward and friendly person, and basically everyone who has dealt with her can become her friend. It is precisely because of this character that Feng Xia's business always goes smoothly, whether she runs a supermarket or a chess and card room. If we have friends in Qingchang City or Miang City, we have quite a lot of them. Do you expect a middle-aged woman who runs a mahjong parlor to become international? Feng Xia looked at Xia Li and asked back. Xia Li thought about it and agreed. No matter how extensive Ms. Feng's interpersonal relationships are, they cannot extend beyond China. It seems that if we want to find a small country willing to issue Lucia an ID card, we have to change our approach. Just as the mother and son were chatting animatedly, Xia Yuanjun suddenly stood up and walked over. He pretended to go out, but accidentally took out a red envelope from his pocket. Lucia didn't even have time to react, and when she looked down, she saw something in her hand. Heavy. Old Xia is not good at expressing himself, so he threw the red envelope and left without saying a word. Xia Li looked out of the glass window and saw that the old man started smoking heavily again. The old face is quite red. Lucia silently opened the red envelope, and her eyes widened when she saw the thick, big red banknotes inside. Yes, small amount of money. Xia Li. Pulling Xia Li's sleeve, Lucia couldn't wait to show Xia Li the red envelope. Okay. Yes, they're great humans offering me sacrifices, Lucia said in a very low voice. In fact, after Xia Li saw old Xia's ruddy old face, he knew what was going on. Giving a red envelope to the son's girlfriend when meeting the parents for the first time is a sign of recognition, and is also considered one of the traditions in Shu province. Please accept it, Xia Li said. I have already accepted it, Stuttering Dragon said tremblingly. I don't know what happened, but something happened. She didn't mean to ask for the little money from the great human beings. This time they put money in the red envelope you gave them, but next time they might put gold in it, Xia Li said half-jokingly. Yellow, gold. The Stuttering Dragon was stunned. Well, do you want 3 or 5? The evil dragon knew nothing and was fooled by Xia Li. In traditional customs, 3 golds and 5 golds refers to the number of gold and silver jewelry that the man must give to the girl when she gets married. Accepting the 3 and 5 golds is equivalent to an engagement. Gold. Lucia was dazed. Ever since Xia Li took her to the gold shop to see gold last time, she hadn't come into contact with such shiny things. Oh, there's small gold coins around her neck that she brought back from the continent of A's. However, she had seen this kind of gold coins many times when she was making dragons, so she didn't find it new. However, Lucia really liked the gold jewelry that was lying in the window of the gold shop and emitting a dazzling golden glow. This is not good. Lucia recalled that this kind of thing was quite expensive. 3 Jean, how much does it cost? The dragon tried to count with his fingers, but found that the number was too big to count. I'd rather have half a caddy, or 3 ounces will do, the same weight as the noodles I had this morning. Xia Li made a puff sound and almost spit out the tea in her mouth. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. On the way back, Feng Xia kept talking to Lucia about Xia Li's embarrassing childhood experiences. For example, when he was in kindergarten, he stuffed a bean-sized toy into his nostrils, and he had to go to the hospital with great effort to get it removed. When she was in elementary school, she firmly believed that the eggs in the refrigerator could hatch into chicks. So, she secretly put the eggs in the quilt to hatch. As a result, the eggs broke the next day. Feng Xia lifted the quilt and saw a nest of egg yolks, so she beat the child. When I was in middle school, I put an effervescent tablet in my mouth. The teacher called me to answer a question, and I vomited foam all over my mouth, which scared the teacher half to death. The more they talked, the happier Fong Xia's expression became, while Xia Li's face became as gloomy as water. As a brave man, does he still need to save his face? I secretly glanced at the evil dragon's expression in the passenger seat. The dragon rolled over in his chair with laughter. Even though she didn't understand some of the words, the brave man's growth story was more interesting to her than any other story. Hey, hey, hey. It's a pity that she didn't see Xia Li's childhood. On the other hand, when Lucia was a child, Xia Li was probably not even an egg at that time. Whether it's the time difference or the space difference between them, it's quite big. It is hard to imagine that these two parallel lines that seem to never intersect actually intersect at this moment. Passing the busy intersection of Qingcheng City, Xia Li drove forward. Miss Fong said that she had not been back for a long time and wanted to see what changes had taken place in Qingcheng City, so she asked Xia Li to take a closer look. In fact, the old couple drove back this time. If they want to go for a ride, they can ask Lao Xia to drive them there. The reason why Xia Li was asked to act as the driver was that Ms. Fong was reluctant to leave. Xia Li was not sure whether he was willing to give up his son, but she definitely couldn't bear to part with Lucia. Turned to the entrance of North City Zoo. Lucia had been to this zoo once. She leaned over the car window and looked out. The neon lights at night were like lighthouses in the darkness, shining slowly in the air. The colorful lights were reflected in Lucia's eyes, as if stars lived there. Fong Xia, who was sitting in the back row, couldn't sit still anymore and continued, I took Xia Li to this zoo a few times when he was a child, and he would be scared to tears every time by the lions and tigers inside. Ha! Lucia blinked her bright eyes and looked back at Xia Li. Xia Li was silent. It turns out that what Xia Li said last time, randomly scaring a passing child to tears, was about himself. Lucia snickered. Mom. Xia Li had a cold face and spoke out to stop his mother from spreading rumors. In Lucia's eyes, he is still a righteous and powerful hero. Today, Fong Xia exposed all his secrets. Xia Li's family status is already somewhat worrying. If this continues, he will lose his deterrent power in the evil dragon's heart. All right, I won't say any more. Ha ha. Fong Xia covered her mouth with her hands while laughing and slapped her thigh. The car slowly drove away from a zoo. In order to prevent the dragon from getting carsick, Xia Li deliberately opened the sunroof. The cool breeze outside the window blew into the car. Fong Xia and Xia Yuanjun in the back seat didn't say much, but just silently tightened their collars. Drunk driving check ahead. Xia Yuanjun just looked up at the flashing red and blue lights not far away and made a conclusion in a sophisticated manner. Xia Li thought that, as expected of someone working in the system, he was more observant than ordinary people. But neither of them drank tonight, and there was no smell of alcohol in the car. Rolling down the car window, Xia Li exhaled twice into the alcohol tester in the traffic police's hand. Lucia opened her lively eyes, very curious about what Xia Li was doing. Lucia knew that the people sitting in those vehicles with flashing red and blue lights were police officers who were there to maintain social order. She almost went to the police station with a knife to find her uncle. If Xia Li hadn't stopped her in time, she would probably still be wearing silver shackles and crying behind bars. Drinking and driving is illegal. If you blow the detector after drinking, it will sound and the driver will be taken away and convicted. In the future, if you see Xia Li drinking, don't let him touch the car. Ms. Fong, who was sitting in the back, noticed Lucia's curious look and said kindly. Seeing Lucia like this, Fong Xia also judged that it was her first time to be caught driving under the influence. After all, she was a child from a remote village where even cars were rare. It was normal that she had never seen such a thing. Yes, I will. Lucia nodded seriously. Xia Li couldn't touch the car when she was drunk. She remembered that. Looking at the detector in the traffic policeman's hand, Lucia was eager to take action. How should I put it? I have a strange feeling of self-affirmation, knowing that I have not violated the laws of human society, but wanting to be checked. Xia Li, I want to try it too. She tugged at Xia Li's sleeve and spoke in a very low voice. The traffic policeman who leaned in also heard these words. When he saw the little girl's pretty and shy expression, he laughed heartily. Uh-huh. Okay, let me give it a try. Blow. Drip. Well, there's no alcohol content. You can go. The traffic police uncle waved his hand. Xia Li said, "Thank you for your help," and then drove away. He didn't react just now. Why did this stinky dragon take the initiative to ask for an inspection? Because he was not sure what the difference was between a giant dragon transformed into a human form and a real human being. Xia Li did not dare to let Lucia make this attempt. As a result, the dragon had no self-awareness at all and volunteered to be killed. She will try the alcohol test this time and the blood test next time. Haha. Xiaolu is very interesting. Miss Fong suddenly spoke. She had been in a good mood the whole day since she returned to Qingchang City and saw Lucia. Although Lucia is as thin-skinned as most little girls, her behavior and actions are unexpectedly lively and playful. It will definitely liven up the atmosphere in their home in the future. Fong Xia had long felt that the atmosphere in her home was dead. An old Xia who keeps silent, and a little Xia who is like a dog that can't spit out ivory. My home is usually plain and warm, but there's always something missing. There's no one to liven up the atmosphere. Now, this only missing thing has been made up. Be nice to Xiaolu, you hear me? When getting out of the car, Fong Xia stood under the window and spoke loudly to Xia Li, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Xia Yuanjun drove to the other end of the community. They would not stay at Xia Li and his wife's home tonight, but chose to go back to their hometown. Xia Li was a little confused as to why her mother scolded her. Mom, I know, don't always bully little girls. Fong Xia spat twice. I thought people of their generation couldn't understand those teasing behaviors, but Fong Xia understood them very well. This kid just likes to bully little girls, and Lucia's rosy cheeks have always been red. No. Xia Li answered sincerely. Fong Xia rolled her eyes at him. Forget it. It's normal for young people to flirt with each other, and she is too lazy to interfere. Xiao Lu, contact me if you have any problem. If Xia Li bullies you, tell me, and I will take care of him. Fong Xia turned to Lucia in the passenger seat and said, with reluctance in her eyes, they just added each other on WeChat, so they can keep in touch later. Lucia nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Drip. Not far away, Xia Yuanjun had already driven his car to the gate of the community and was honking the horn to urge people to hurry up. Fong Xia displayed the traditional character of Sichuan women and went over to them cursing. I'm coming. Why are you rushing me? It's already so late, and you don't even consider whether your flute sound is disturbing others. It is not easy for old Xia to take a long vacation. Fong Xia's purpose of returning to Qingchang City this time is not only to see her future daughter-in-law, but also to see the elderly in her own family. That is Xia Li's grandmother. Fong Xia said that they had been staying at her grandmother's house for the past few days. Goodbye, Auntie. Lucia stuck her head out to say hello. Fong Xia, who was scolding Xia Yuanjun loudly in the last second, suddenly smiled and turned around to wave at Lucia. See you later, Lu. Watch the familiar little white car go away. Xia Li then turned the steering wheel and parked the car within the parking space line step by step. Let's go get off the bus. The handbrake was pulled and the engine was turned off, and the evil dragon in the passenger seat was silently taking off his seatbelt. Xia Li walked around the car and helped her little dwarf down. The little dwarf kept his head down the whole time with a sweet smile on his lips. Why are you laughing? You're so stupid. I won't say it, Lucia hummed and turned back, her little fangs showing from the corners of her lips. Xia Li, if you don't say it, don't say it. A big part of the reason for asking the parents to meet Lucia today is to formally introduce their family to Lucia and want Lucia to integrate into their family. But now, Xia Li has a sense of crisis. Fong Xia likes Lucia so much, which is both good and bad for Xia Li. The good thing is that her parents accepted her. The downside is, I seem to be under the control of Fong Xia and Lucia. Hey. When going upstairs, the stinky dragon finally couldn't help but start showing off his achievements. Even though nothing was accomplished, the plan was surprisingly successful. Now, I have won over the hero's mother. And then, Xia Li glanced down at the wicked smile on the evil dragon's face. Then you won't be able to lose me. I would never abandon you. If you abandon me, the brave mother will definitely give you a good beating, Lucia said arrogantly. I told you I won't abandon you. Sally took out the key and opened the door. Lucia snorted again. Feng Xia's appearance gave her the confidence she had always lacked a boost. I used to feel that I was a freeloader in Xia Li's family. Just like the adopted stray cat Mianhua, Lucia's existence could be replaced or abandoned at any time. I tend to feel inferior in front of someone I like. This is the answer Lucia got after searching on the internet. Now, that is not the case. She could feel that she still had a place in the hearts of the brave mother, the brave father, and the brave himself. It even made her feel that becoming a member of a brave family wasn't that difficult. She and Xia Li are a small family. When Xia Li's parents, and his relatives are put together, they form a big family. Since when did the things she had never dreamed of become within her reach? Then you'll never be able to lose me in your life. The door opened, and the warm yellow light from inside fell on Lucia's face. Lucia was quite confident when she said this. Xia Li smiled along with her. Then you'll never be able to escape. I have nowhere to go, Lucia said as a matter of course. As she said this, she was about to go to the door to change her shoes, but Xia Li grabbed her. The evil dragon was wearing a white down jacket today. She felt soft and fluffy in his arms. She still had a faint smell of oil smoke from the restaurant. Xia Li sniffed the evil dragon's body, and the smell made him feel at ease. Lucia, let's make a bet, Xia Li said in a low voice. Bet? What to bet on? The evil dragon was at a loss. You definitely don't dare to gamble. I'll definitely bet. Xia Li's method of provoking people is always effective. There is no time when a strong evil dragon will not be fooled. You definitely wouldn't dare to kiss me now, Xia Li said. Lucia. She hesitated for a moment, wavering between competitiveness and being deceived. No matter how dumb you are, you know that the hero is cheating. The dragon won't be fooled. Then I certainly wouldn't dare. After thinking about it for a while, Lucia still felt a little embarrassed and decided to swallow her anger. Are you scared now? Xia Li persevered and continued to provoke. Now that both parents have met, Lucia has been recognized by the old couple, which is also an important step for Xia Li. Xia Li thought about it and decided that if the ID card route wasn't feasible, he would confess to his parents. Even though she may not get recognition from society, as long as she can get the blessings of her family, Xia Li feels that the road ahead will not be so tortuous. You want to bully me? The stinky dragon groaned, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and then took out Ms. Fong's WeChat to threaten Xia Li. Your mother just said that if you bully me, I can report you. Oh, Xia Li sighed. Now, the two women he feared most in his life have joined forces. Okay then, no more kissing. He looked depressed and walked out of the house dejectedly. Lucia felt complicated when she saw his expression. Reaching out and grabbing Xia Li's clothes, Lucia looked away, biting her lower lip and whispered, How many bets do you want to make? Meow, 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 meow. On the balcony, a series of long and undulating cat meows could be heard faintly. Xia Li wiped his lips. He walked over to look and found two cats squatting there looking at the stars. Wuqi sat in the cardboard box while Mianhua lay quietly on the ground. Meow, meow, meow. See? That's the Big Dipper. Huh? You asked me why there are 6 Big Dippers. Actually, I don't know because it's just nonsense and you wouldn't understand it anyway. And that one over there, that's the Can planet. I'm so awesome. Wuqi was meowing halfway when he suddenly felt a shadow approaching from behind. Without the golden bell hanging around his neck, his reactions became increasingly slow. Now that the figure was right in front of his nose, he finally reacted. Seeing his good brother in front of him, Wuqi started to curse. Are you a cat? Why are you walking without making any sound? Really? It's okay that you didn't turn off the lights when you went out, but why didn't you even close the balcony door? I had made an appointment with Suehua next door to go out and play, but in order to protect your little kitten, I even broke the appointment with Suehua. You have to compensate, Suehua. End of this chapter. Now that we have officially met, are you relieved now? The white car was driving on a country road. The cement road which had been in disrepair for a long time, was bulging with lumps and bumps, causing the car to shake. I've never been worried about this kid, Xia Jun replied. Under normal circumstances, it should be Mr. Xia who asks Ms. Fong this question. After all, Ms. Fong is the one who is worried at home. But it's different in this case. The father and son hardly communicated at home, and when Xia Li went to college, the number of times they communicated was even fewer. Look, today we met for a rare time, but Xia Jun was still silent and frugal with his words. Fong Xian knew the old man's temper. Although he usually looked sullen and expressionless, he actually kept things to himself. When Xia Li's grandfather passed away a few years ago, Xia Jun completed the funeral without saying a word. Fong Xia thought the old man was very strong, but when she turned around, she saw that the old man's eyes were swollen as if he had been stung by a bee. Fong Xia recovered after 7 days of mourning and faced life positively, but the old man's eyes remained swollen for a month. When I went to work, I said I had eye allergies, and when I got home at night, I continued to smoke and wipe my tears. No one else understands old Xia. Only Fong Xia does. He seems cold-blooded, but he is actually the most loyal and righteous one. If Fong Xia has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, then Xia Jun has a soft heart without a tongue. Bah, you've been so stubborn your whole life. When Xia Li was a kid, you were afraid he would rebel, so I thought it was normal for you to intimidate him a few times. Now, the kid is 23 years old and has a relationship. Who knows? He might bring you a grandson next. If you continue to behave like this, be careful of creating a rift between father and son, or between grandfather and grandson. Fong Xia continued to mutter, and the old man stopped talking again. After being stuffy for a while, Fong Xia couldn't stand it anymore and rolled down the car window to get some fresh air. Xia Jun held the steering wheel and then spoke. Good. Where's good? Everything is fine, said the old man. Fong Xia rolled her eyes at him and said, There are no outsiders here. Xia Li is a man of courage and bravery, but he has little social experience. I used to think that he would be easily deceived when he entered society. At least he would meet some smooth-talking girls who could fool him. Now, after seeing the girlfriend he is dating, I feel relieved. What do you mean? Fong Xia raised her eyebrows. You mean, your cheap son who is easy to fool has found a daughter-in-law who is even easier to fool, so you feel relieved? That's not the case. Xia Jun didn't know where to start, but it seemed that this was what he meant. Maybe all young people are like this nowadays, he concluded, then paused and added. That's right. I don't know what's going on at Xiaolu's home. Fong Xia took in everything Xia Jun said. Fong Xia got to know Lucia's family situation through indirect means. Although I haven't heard it from Lucia herself, Xia Li has mentioned it twice. Zhao Qin, the neighbor downstairs, has already stepped on a landmine for her, repeatedly asking about the family situation of a little girl whose parents have both passed away and who has no relatives. Isn't this simply exposing the other person's scars? When it comes to marriage, Fong Xia will ask for details. Before this, she had tried to avoid these issues. As for work, since Lucia and Xia Li are students of the same grade and the same school, that means they just graduated in June this year. Even her son, who was ambitious and declared that he would earn his living expenses by working part-time as soon as he entered university, has not been in a hurry to find a job after graduating from his senior year. Xiaolu doesn't need to worry either. Young people, just follow your own plan. In Fong Xia and Xia Yunjun's minds, they had no requirements for Xia Li to find a girlfriend. As long as the girl has no problem with her character and personality, she has no objection. Next time I should ask her where her home is. Fong Xia muttered. It's not easy for the little girl to be alone outside, so it would be nice to take her back to her hometown. Since we have already met, we should show some sincerity. We have to go and take a look anyway. Having made up her mind, Fong Xia took out her cell phone and started to make arrangements. I'll ask Xia Li's aunt how she prepared when she went to the girl's house. Press this. Yes, up and down, left and right, Aliba. In front of the computer, Xia Li opened an old arcade game and took out a controller and put it into the dragon's claws. Ever since meeting Xiaoxia and Laoxia 2 days ago, Lucia has always wanted to hear about Xia Li's embarrassing childhood stories. But why would Xia Li do such a thing? No matter how Lucia asked him. He shook his head and said he couldn't remember and had forgotten. The stinky dragon was interested in his childhood. Xia Li thought, since she was not willing to tell her, it would be okay to let her experience the happiness of her childhood as compensation. After pressing this button, you will have 30 lives. Xia Li grabbed the evil dragon's hand and guided her to control the Contra character on the screen to jump and grab. Lucia stared at the pixelated man on the screen, her legs swaying as she sat on the elevated gaming chair. Before long, the pixelated man died under the enemy's hail of bullets. The number in the lower right corner jumps to 29. Lucia can die 29 times and can pass the first level just by lying down. That counts as cheating, she said. Strictly speaking, it is indeed a cheat code given by the official. Xia Li said, there are too many cheat codes in games nowadays. Feng Ling Yuing can become invincible with just a ding. But these are all standalone games, and you can play them by yourself, so it doesn't matter. Oh, Lucia seemed to understand. She really didn't understand why the hero always wanted her to play games. Obviously, playing games is not as fun as playing hero. But when she thought about the idea of sharing what you like with the people you care about, Lucia could understand it. She often feels this way. Looking at Xia Li's sparkling eyes, he seemed to be looking forward to Lucia's comments on his childhood games. Is it fun? Xia Li asked impatiently. Lucia shook her head and nodded. It's a little fun. It's not fun. Dragons are not interested in electronic products at all, except rice cookers. However, in order to make the hero happy, Lucia decided to say this against her will. You play? I'll cook today's meal. Xia Li rolled up his sleeves, happy to help. Lucia didn't want to spoil the fun either. She nodded and continued to control the character on her controller to die. Take your time. Xia Li gave the computer to Lucia and went to do other things. I took 2 days off for records of the continent of A's a few days ago, but have since resumed updating. Except for the fact that the editor urged me to submit my manuscript once, everything has been normal. It has been more than a month since the serialization of this travelogue, but since the electronic contract was only signed in the middle and late last month, the royalties will have to be withdrawn next month. Xia Li estimated that there were about 3,000. After all, it's just a part-time job, and this income is already very good. If Chun Tao, a 995 social animal, knew about this, he would probably be envious to death. However, it was quite difficult to write this record. Xia Li often couldn't find anything to write about, so he could only go to the evil dragon to squeeze him out. The evil dragon said a lot of things, and he had to polish and enrich those saliva words before they could form a 2,000-word chapter. The recent content has shifted from the dragon's adolescence to the story of the hero. A lot of readers have been sighing and hoping that the hero will die soon. If possible, Xia Li actually doesn't want to write about his past deeds. Whenever Xia Li thinks back to the days when he had the sword hanging around his neck, he suffers from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. The more this happened, the more Xia Li felt that life here was precious. You didn't go out? Just as he sat back on the sofa, Xia Li saw Wuqi walking out of the cat litter box. He walked a few steps, sat on the ground, and sniffed his paws, then stuck out his tongue with an expression as if he was disgusted by the stink. He then walked back to the litter box and stepped on it a couple of times. Then he came out cursing. Meow, meow, meow. Isn't this teaching your cotton to bury its poop? This little guy was born a stray cat, but he doesn't know how to bury his poop. If this behavior is done outside, a big cat will come and beat him up in no time. Wuqi smelled the cat's paw and still felt the smell. He guessed that he had stepped on it. He meowed again and said some dirty words. He went to the balcony with his tail wagging and turned on the faucet to wash his paw. The movements are smooth and flowing. Meow. Mianhua followed behind him silently, her voice soft but with a hint of aggrieved. Although I couldn't understand what the other party was saying, I roughly knew that this adult cat was teaching me a lesson. Never mind him. Xia Li went to pick up little Mianhua. This is your home. It doesn't matter whether you bury it or not. I will clean it for you regularly anyway. Meow. Mianhua cried softly again and rubbed her cheek against Xia Li's chest. Xia Li still likes cats very much. When little Mianhua acted so coquettishly towards him, he couldn't help but touch the round cat's head. Suddenly, I felt a pair of murderous eyes looking at me. Xia Li looked towards the small dark room vigilantly. In front of the computer, Lucia pressed the handle hard, glanced at Xia Li, and continued to look at the screen. Xia Li, go to your mother's place. Putting the cotton back on the ground, he pointed to the room without windows. Meow. Cotton was puzzled. Xia Li urged, go quickly, otherwise we will both have to sleep in the corridor tonight. Meow. I don't know whether this little calico cat really understood or simply saw Xia Li's gestures. It walked step by step to the small dark room, then jumped onto the computer desk, quietly watching Lucia play games. The cold expression on Lucia's face finally eased a little. Let's discuss something. Wuchi shook the cat's paw and licked it twice. The day was getting colder and colder, and the cold water on the balcony was not heated by the water heater, so my paws were frozen stiff. Fortunately, Wuji has also suffered a lot, so severe cold has never been a problem for him. You said. Xia Li went to the kitchen and put on an apron. Lucia's small strawberry apron looked a little funny on him. It was too short, hanging on the upper thigh, and I could hardly tie the rope at the back. Wuchi followed all the way, wanting to laugh but unable to. At least the other person can cook for the person he likes. In comparison, his cat claws with clipped nails couldn't even catch mice in the wild. The brave man praised by people in another world is actually cooking at home in a pink apron. Wuchi couldn't help but sigh at this. The contrast is too great. It feels like a college professor watching Teletubbies at home after to get off work. What's wrong with cooking at home? There aren't such rich ingredients and seasonings in the other world, and I've been retired for a long time. Sally put the processed carp into the pan and fry it, sprinkling some green onion, ginger, garlic, and seasonings on it, and turning it over. When it was almost done, he poured all the boiling water in. The bubbling water instantly turned milky white, and the color in the pot looked rich and delicious, which he sniffed and swallowed silently. Last time, Brother Xia said that he would not let himself eat the food cooked by his girlfriend. Now that Xia Li made this meal himself, can I give him a bowl to try? Xia Li turned the kitchen knife and cut a piece of tofu into square pieces, then threw them into the pot to cook. When the water in the pot began to boil again, Xia Li turned it to low heat and turned around to ask Wu Qi the same question. What did you just want to say? Wu Qi came back to his senses and looked up at him. Jinling, when will you return it to me? Isn't this your deposit? What should I do if you run away without the bell? Xia Li casually turned on the range hood, half leaned against the operating table, stared at the cow cat on the ground, and said, What deposit? You are too heartless. That thing is a divine weapon. Wu Qi opened his mouth and meowed. Just like Xia Li has feelings for his own demon exorcist sword, Wu Qi also has deep feelings for Jinling. Without it, he would have died countless times. And the artifact is really precious. Are you going to use it recently? Xia Li asked. It's not like I need to use it. I used to rely on it, but now it's gone, and I'm a little uncomfortable. I don't think you will encounter any danger when you go out. Xia Li thought for a moment and said again. First of all, Wu Qi understands human rules. He knows traffic lights, and at least he won't do anything reckless. In addition, he is a cat with human intelligence. For him, the free life in the city shouldn't be as easy as cheating. Fighting. I can't want to fight, meow. Wu Qi wailed. With who? The tomcat outside. Xia Li only thought of this possibility. Wu Qi nodded. Xia Li really wanted to say, you are a male cat without balls. Why are you fighting with other cats? But I think this sentence is quite hurtful, so it didn't hurt Wu Qi's self-esteem. Jinling's predictive ability is triggered randomly for you. Even if you use it in a fight, you may not be able to use it, right? Xia Li asked back. Wu Qi nodded again. The magic power in the golden bell is very useful to me. You can save it for me. I will help you find a way to deal with the fight. Okay. After thinking it over, Wu Qi felt that if he just ate and drank at Brother Xia's place, he couldn't let the other party support him for free, so he just kept the money with him as rent. Besides, Wu Qi heard that the golden bell could be transformed into magic power in Xia Li's hands, which was a big deal. After comprehensive consideration, Wu Qi decided to nod and agree. I won't cut your nails anymore. As for other things, I heard that the more colors a cat has, the higher its status is. I have ink at home. How about I dye your cat into a zongbiao? Xia Li suggested. That's a good idea, Wuchi said, looking up. Why didn't he think of that? In the cat world, white cats have the lowest social status, and ragdolls, which are held in the palms of humans' hands and called princess cats, also have the lowest status in the cat world. The second is a cow cat like him. Dying, that's a good idea. It is more than enough to deceive cats with low IQ. The two hit it off immediately and just started working. A man and a cat were struggling in the bathroom for a long time. Lucia played Contra for half an hour, but she really had no interest in computer games. However, Xia Li was very interested in a folder called Reference Materials on her desktop. What about Cat Ear Girl, Vampire Princess, and there are even pictures of Dragon Girl. I don't know what's going on in the brave man's head all day long. Lucia held cotton and went to ask Xia Li some questions. The pot in the kitchen was bubbling and bubbling, but Lucia couldn't see Xia Li in it. She heard some noise in the bathroom, so she turned and went to the bathroom again. Opened the door. Lucia saw a topless man and a wet cat. The cat was dyed colorfully by the paint on the ground, and people were not much better. Into this chapter, Xia Li washed her face and came out of the bathroom. Compared to the red ink mark on his face, Wuchi has completely become a calico cat. The black and white body has patches of red, blue, and even a dark purple color that is a mixture of the two inks. Xia Li originally wanted to dye this thing's body with tiger-like patterns, but failed. Instead of dyeing a tiger, a monster appeared. It looks pretty fierce. Xia Li chopped the kitchen knife in his hand, then turned to Wuchi to comfort him. Wuchi looked at his own reflection in the glass and actually did not dislike Xia Li's craftsmanship. Maybe he is ugly in the eyes of humans, but he is absolutely invincible in the eyes of cats. The kind that looks intimidating. I used to vomit when I looked in the mirror because I was tired of looking at my face. Now I think this cat face is quite handsome, 1/10 as handsome as my human body. Meow. Wuchi's excited cat meow echoed in the kitchen. Xia Li said, "It is already very dangerous when you have such thoughts." Since he has learned to appreciate his own appearance, it is not just his body that has become bestial, but his soul as well. Right? Beast fell? Turn around and cut the vegetables carefully. There are also the goodies that Ms. Fong brought 2 days ago in the refrigerator. Xia Li grabbed a handful of red and green grass, chopped it up, and then mixed it with chili oil and seasonings. There's a faint fishy smell in the air, and if you smell carefully, you can smell a fragrance. Lucia stood at the door, supervising with her arms folded across her chest. I haven't seen the hero for just half an hour, and he has dyed himself like this. She also said that it was dangerous to keep a dragon like her at home. According to Lucia, it was also dangerous to keep a hero at home. Sniffing, Lucia smelled a fishy odor, but she thought it was just the smell left by the carp. She walked over, took the dishcloth, and rubbed Xia Li's face. Xia Li, you've become a little cat. Be gentle, I'm thin-skinned. Xia Li was busy with his hands and stretched his neck to let Lucia wipe his face. Meow. Wuchi looked at him with disdain, then walked to the living room with a seductive cat step to play with cotton. Then Xia Li heated up the oil in a pan and fried some tomato and eggs. Just at this moment, the light of the rice cooker was on. Lucia went to add rice, and Xia Li was responsible for serving the dishes. 3 dishes and a soup were quickly prepared. This combination of fish and vegetables was considered a sumptuous meal for their family. Xia Li added a bowl of carp meat to Wuchi's meal. People should keep their words. Wuchi has been staring at him for a long time, and it is as if he is looking at Xia Li as a fish. Cotton meowed and wanted to have a taste, but was slapped away by Wuchi's cat paw. You are still young and cannot spit out fish bones. When you grow up into a big cat, you can ask your master to prepare fish bones for you every day. Then remember to give me a bite, Wuchi patted Mianhua's head and preached. Xia Li ignored the 2 cats and focused his attention on the evil dragon across the table. Try this grass. It's a specialty of Shu province. He picked up a white grass root and put in Lucia's bowl. I wanted her to try this thing before, but never had the chance. Miss Fong understood him and knew that he just liked it. A few days ago, she brought a big bag of it over, and Xia Li couldn't finish it. As the old girlfriend of a man from Shu province, for the sake of future family harmony, I think it is necessary for you to get in touch with it. Xia Li said seriously. Lucia took the chopsticks and took great effort to pick up the suspicious grass root. She put her nose close to it and sniffed it. The strong fishy stench made her almost cry. It stinks. It's poisonous. It's not poisonous. It's not poisonous. Xia Li knew what the dragon would say. It won't attack people, and it can reduce inflammation if eaten. It's very useful to both the human body and the dragon body. Lucia looked at him doubtfully. This was probably the worst food Lucia had ever eaten on Earth. It was more terrifying to her than Coke. She just took a bite and swallowed it at a very fast speed. As long as she swallows it fast enough, the stinky smell won't catch up with her. How is it? Is it delicious? Xia Li waited for the evil dragon's answer with some anticipation. The evil dragon said nothing, but silently picked up a piece of tofu and ate it to cover up the taste in his mouth. You actually let a giant dragon from another world eat how-to-any-chordata. Wuchi on the side was shocked. The tofu here is delicious. Lucia was trying to take advantage of the hero, but in order not to dampen the hero's expectations, she deliberately avoided the topic. Xia Li reached up with his sleeves, wanted to pick up a piece of grass with chopsticks and put it into the evil dragon's bowl. The dragon immediately roared. I can't eat any more. Xia Li smiled. If you don't like it, just say so, okay? Lucia poked the rice with her chopsticks and nodded slightly. I know. It's because she didn't want to disappoint the hero. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to swallow it. No matter what you don't like in the future, you should speak up. You should know how to say no. This is how you should behave when interacting with other humans outside. And this is how it should be for me too, Xia Li said. Before this, Xia Li taught Lucia how to accept human kindness, how to distinguish between good people and bad people, and what means to use to fight back when encountering bad people. But there was one more thing. He hadn't taught Lucia how to say no. This dragon was too stupid and foolish. At least for Xia Li, Lucia could never say anything to refuse him. Even though Xia Li may be misleading, sometimes it is also important to understand Lucia's needs. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sure where the boundary between himself and Lucia was. If you don't like it, just refuse it. This is everyone's right. Xia Li paused and said, It is also your right as a girl. Lucia stared at him blankly. She seemed to have never thought about this kind of question. Reject the hero? Where to start? Looking at Xia Li handing over a piece of strange green grass with chopsticks, Lucia thought about it and opened her mouth. She had no reason to refuse the brave man's feeding. Xia Li retracted his chopsticks. Are you a stupid dragon? Okay, I'll let you reject me. Is this some weird hobby, Xia Li? Lucia asked innocently. Xia Li's nose was crooked due to anger. He is teaching the dragon how to behave. What does the dragon think of him? You said I wouldn't refuse, but I'm just doing this to you, Lucia said in a slow voice. Xia Li's nose, which had been crooked by anger, returned to its normal position. Come to think of it, Lucia treats other humans like the flowers on the mountaintop, and she is born with an arrogant temperament that keeps people at a distance. Quietly looking at the dragon in front of her who would accept whatever she did, Xia Li ate the how-to-any-chordata on her chopsticks. You won't refuse anything? He hoped that Lucia would understand all the implications of human behavior and then choose to accept it, instead of agreeing to everything without reservation at the beginning. It's better to bully her less in the future. After eating 2 bites of fish and putting 2 pieces of tofu into the bowl, Xia Li served soup to Lucia. Today's carp and tofu soup is stewed until it is milky white. The tofu is very tender, and the fish meat is very fragrant. In the past, Xia Li had little confidence in his cooking skills. Firstly, he was deeply poisoned by the food from another world. Secondly, he once lived alone and never pursued the quality of life. Now that Lucia has entered his life, Xia Li has begun to focus on enjoying life. Eat more. Eating will help you gain weight and grow further. He handed over a small bowl of soup and Lucia blew on it twice and drank it. Xia Li, your cooking skills are already half as good as mine. Lucia thought the food was delicious and praised it generously. Xia Li had no objection to her statement, which was extremely watery. Oh, that's right. Speaking of development, Lucia thought of another thing. There are many well-developed pictures in your computer folders. Cough. Xia Li almost choked on a piece of tofu. When Lucia said the word development, it was obvious that she was emphasizing it. Wipe your face. Your cheeks look a little funny with tofu crumbs and red ink. Lucia looked serious, and her eyes made Xia Li very alert. Impossible. He has hidden all the folders. With Lucia's computer skills, it's impossible to open it. You really still like that kind of furry tail, right? The evil dragon asked in a questioning voice. Xia Li felt uneasy and started to explain. In the artworks of the human world, apart from normal human girls, there are effeminate animals. Compared to scaly animals, the most effeminate ones are foxes and cats, so you have survivor bias. The two of them had almost finished their meal. In order to prove his innocence, Xia Li dragged along to look at the computer. Lucia casually picked up the little cotton ball lying at her feet. As she walked, she teased little Cotton and kept talking. Cotton, stay away from the hero from now on. Meow. You are in danger. Xia Li, even if he likes that kind of thing, he wouldn't do that to a cat, right? When he came to the computer, Xia Li finally understood what the folder that the evil dragon was talking about was. After all this time, all you get is the reference materials on the desktop. If what Lucia opened were the browsing traces, then Xia Li would really have no way to defend himself. But these things are indeed necessary for work. There's not a single nude picture here, Xia Li said, pointing at the folder. The evil dragon was stunned. You still have exposed nipples? I don't. Xia Li wilted for a second. After all this trouble, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. He was the one who put himself in the situation's shoes, thinking that the evil dragon had seen something extraordinary. But this was the result? I will write the settings in my travelogue. In order to perfect the settings, illustrations are essential. As he spoke, Xia Li opened his AI mapping software. The things in these folders are all reference materials. I will use them to make AI generate images. After learning that these were all Lucia saw, Xia Li didn't panic at all, and even showed her a picture. Lucia took a look, but she couldn't understand it anyway. However, when the so-called AI drawing software is opened, the last remaining picture information was displayed. Okay. Something white flashed by. Lucia just took a look, and Xia Li turned it off at the speed of light. What? Without? I saw the silver dragon horns. No, nothing. Xia Li simply chose to turn off the computer. No matter how thick-skinned you are, you will feel a little different at this moment. Fortunately, there was still red ink on his face that had not been washed off. Otherwise, his emotions would definitely be exposed. The software records contain hundreds of photos of silver dragon girls. Rather than being a girl, she should be called a woman. In order to restore the photo of Lucia in her prime in her memory, Xia Li tried using AI several times. They are all those that have lifted the age restriction. They are all tall and plump, with a cold and arrogant expression mixed with 2 parts disgust, 3 parts shyness, and 5 parts gentleness. Of course, these are only for secretly watching by yourself. I didn't expect to be caught by Lucia herself. I just can't help but think about Piampian. What's wrong with me just being greedy for my girlfriend? Xia Li raised his head and looked at Lucia standing in front of him. Compared to when she first arrived on Earth, she had grown a little taller, and her barrenness had a little more curve. But she is still short and small, with a pretty face that reveals purity and loveliness. She seemed to have nothing to do with the pictures in the computer, but only Xia Li herself knew that. She was gradually getting closer to the image of the Silver Dragon Queen in her memory. That's me. Lucia still had a troubled look on her face. She was very sure about what she had just seen. That's not it. Xia Li shook his head quickly. Then, is it another silver dragon? You are peeking at other dragons. Lucia's clear amber eyes showed sadness. No. I remembered it wrongly. That was you. I was using the computer to restore your previous appearance. Xia Li felt that if this continued, there would be a big misunderstanding. If he looked at other female creatures for even a second longer, Lucia would become extremely jealous. He's secretly refining other dragons behind Lucia's back. I'm afraid this jealous little girl will explode. As he explained, he turned on his phone and showed Lucia 2 less shabby photos. See, I've tried my best to get close to the vocabulary instructions based on your appearance, but AI technology is limited, so I'm still a little short. OM. As she was explaining, Lucia took a look and Xia Li's phone vibrated. The caller ID above says courier. Xia Li immediately changed the subject and said, "Oh, the reference books I bought a few days ago have arrived. Didn't I say I was planning to open a pet hospital? My parents suggested that I try to get a veterinary license first. Only when I get this can I be considered to have entered the field." I pressed the answer button and a rough man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, your express has arrived. I see that you have door-to-door delivery for this order. Is anyone home right now? I'll bring it to you right away." Yes, bring it up." "Okay, confirm that the delivery address is Unit 2, Building 3, Shandong, Chuyang Community." "Hello, are you listening?" 2 bangs. Xia Li's cell phone fell to the ground. In front of him, the evil dragon that had been thinking silently suddenly moved. She stood there, the silver dragon scales on her face emitting a silvery white glow. Like an illusion, beautiful dragon horns extended from both sides of the forehead, and the thin, cherry-colored lips became more vivid. Those amber eyes were close to gold, and the originally pure and harmless almond-shaped eyes were replaced by a sharp feeling. Sharp, cold, and arrogant, but when she narrowed her eyes slightly, she was surprisingly charming. "You like this?" She has lost the mellow voice that a sweet girl should have, and has gained a more mature and cool feeling. Lucia tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. She leaned over and kissed Xia Li on the cheek with her red lips. End of this chapter. The full version of the trial card for Lucia Savannah can only last for half a minute. Half a minute later, the magic power was exhausted. The silver dragon horns that appeared disappeared completely, and the cold and arrogant face gradually softened until it became pretty and lovely again. "At least hold on for a minute, you stinking dragon." As a pure-blooded dragon, when Lucia has plenty of magic power, she will use the magic power in the air to strengthen herself and make herself look majestic. This majestic aura disappeared instantly after arriving on Earth without magic, and the body shrank significantly. This kind of shrinkage cannot be restored by just a little bit of magic power. The reason why Lucia was able to restore her original appearance for half a minute was entirely because she used illusion magic to disguise herself according to the appearance in her memory. Xia Li knew very well that this was an illusion, but even so, he was still completely fascinated by the stinky dragon's move. It would be nice if he could add a tail. Just a pair of dragon horns is not enough. It's not good enough. Should we at least let him try the feel of it? Xia Li dared to guarantee that his XP was normal, but she was his girlfriend after all. It was natural to tolerate every aspect of the person he liked. Whether it is Lucia in human form, Lucia in half-human form, Lucia in dragon form, or Lucia in girl form or mature version. Xia Li is looking forward to meeting her. So what's wrong with liking dragon girls? Absolutely not. 2 weeks passed in a flash. The last dead leaf on the ginkgo tree was blown away by the biting cold wind and fell on the deserted street. The outdoor temperature has dropped to close to 0 degrees, which is almost the lowest temperature in Qingqing City all year round. The Chinese New Year is just 1 month away. This year, the Chinese New Year was celebrated very late, in mid-February of the Gregorian calendar. Elementary and junior high school students have already gone on vacation one after another, but only high school students are still on the front line. The university town near Xia Li's home welcomed a wave of people returning home for the winter vacation, and the deserted old town became lively for once. However, this kind of excitement faded away like the tide, and soon returned to the peacefulness as it was when Tathagata came. Call! Greeting the first rays of dawn, Xia Li stood in front of the windowsill and yawned loudly. Get up, wash, eat some hot porridge, and then start the day's work. The young cook's cooking skills have become much more sophisticated. Now, even when eating breakfast, Xia Li can taste some stir-fried dishes. After breakfast, Elong read a book on the sofa, occasionally checking his phone and making silly sounds of he. After a period of hard work, Lucia has almost mastered Chinese and mathematics. Xia Li only planned to let her learn entry-level math at the beginning, just enough for her to be able to do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division clearly and not be fooled when she goes out. As for Chinese, a vocabulary sufficient for daily life is sufficient. As for further study, firstly, there were no conditions for systematic learning, and secondly, the difficulty was not proportional to the practicality. So before Lucia gave up, Xia Li gave up for her. Hey, Xia Li, I saw a funny joke and will share it with you later. The dragon's silly laughter could be heard from the living room. Xia Li tapped the keyboard twice and said casually, "Got it." During these 2 weeks, Xia Li was either writing a book or reading books on veterinary medicine. Now I have quit playing games and no longer visit my website. I alternate between work and study every day, which can be considered a disguised combination of work and rest. It's Along, on the other hand, who watches short videos intensively all day long and acquires new memes even faster than Xia Li. Instead, Xia Li became the one who couldn't keep up with the trend. After writing the latest chapter, click Publish. As usual, Xia Li flipped through the comment section. The story has now progressed to the point where the silver dragon and the hero meet. Because there are 2 protagonists, 2 perspectives are needed. Xia Li specifically asked Lucia what she was thinking when they first met. The dragon's answer was straightforward. "I don't have any idea. I hit you because you hit me." Xia Li even shamelessly asked if anyone felt that he was different from the humans around him. For example, appearance, behavior, etc. After all, men in the other world look very casual. In comparison, Xia Li is still very confident about his face. The result was the same. No idea. There was no such thing as love at first sight between Xia Li and Lucia. Only love grows after being forced to live together. Literally, Xia Li didn't have such thoughts when he first met Lucia. All I knew was that there was a dragon and an enemy on the other side, so I went up with a knife in hand. MD, it turns out that this is not a dragon slaying plot. Something is wrong. Why is this hero flirting with Silver Dragon? No. How can Lucia and the Shaku human fall in love? Brave claw, fist, fist. I can't get in no matter how hard I try. What is Forall talking about? Who gets in? The comment section is as lively as ever. Either he is scolding the hero, or he is on his way to scold the hero. Out of selfish motives, Xia Li changed some of the plot. For example, the Silver Dragon and the hero fought when they first met, and then they were hunted by a third-party force. The Empire and the man and the dragon were forced to hide in a cave. What followed were some daily interactions, with Xia Li slightly modifying and filling in the story between Lucia and herself after she had just arrived on Earth. Anyone can see that the plot is developing toward a love story between a human and a dragon. Some people criticized it, some liked it, but most people just silently accepted this plot. After all, the setting of 2 protagonists from the beginning doomed the story to such an ending. I wrote for 2 hours and then read veterinary microbiology for half an hour. It really gives me a headache. Xia Li had never been exposed to this kind of profession before. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. It is not as easy as imagined to enter the veterinary industry. The whole morning passed by in circles. Xia Li received a message from a pet hospital. The content is to remind Xia Li that it is time to vaccinate the cotton. Xia Li then calculated with his fingers. The last appointment was for the 2nd dose of the vaccine 3 weeks later, and today is exactly the 21st day. Bring cotton to get the injection this afternoon. Oh, I'll go with you. The lunch was very sumptuous, with a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers, a bowl of seaweed egg soup, and mapo tofu, which was not spicy enough. As soon as Xia Li put a piece of tofu into his bowl, Lucia scooped the tofu out of his bowl with a spoon. Xia Li looked up in confusion. "Take advantage of you." Lucia smiled sweetly. "Xia Li." So he stood up and put his hand on Lucia's soft little face and touched it. The dragon's face is smooth and tender and feels great. "I'm taking advantage of you." Xia Li hit back. The evil dragon pouted and raised his hand to fight back. The fair little hand randomly touched Xia Li's chest. "Eat it back." Xia Li held his head high and chest out and stopped talking. His eyes were quietly fixed on Lucia's heaving chest. Lucia blushed and gave him a warning look. "If I touch it, I'll be bitten by the dragon's teeth, and it will hurt, right?" Xia Li thought, "But it doesn't seem to be a loss." You. Lucia knew that the hero had such courage, so she took the initiative to attack and bit Xia Li's arm before anything happened. Xia Li stopped in pain, predicting taking advantage of someone. Lucia said proudly, "The dragon wins. Would you like to buy some new ones?" Xia Li asked while rubbing the 2 rows of teeth marks on his arm. "By gods and demons." Lucia's little mouth was filled with tofu, and her voice was unclear. "The size doesn't seem right. Should I buy a bigger size?" Xia Li made an estimate. Last time it was 75A. This time it will probably be 80B. However, Xia Li didn't know much about girls' underwear, so she wasn't sure about the size. Lucia muttered something with something in her mouth, and it was unclear whether she was talking or chewing. Her face turned slightly red, and she didn't want to answer Xia Li's question. Boys are like this. They just shiver and feel hungry every day. Xia Li always liked to make carp and tofu soup for her. Later, Lucia looked it up herself and found that the thing was actually, you have no good intentions. However, ever since she used magic to partially transform into a dragon last time, Lucia was not as timid as before when dealing with Xia Li. The dragon-like self can directly control the hero. Xia Li's body would instantly stiffen, unable to move his eyes away, and could only utter exclamations like ABA. Lucia is confident that she can defeat Xia Li in this state. In the future, when you are in doubt, you don't have to go to the hero's mother to complain. Just turn into a dragon directly. Anyway, now that 2 dragon scales are stored, Lucia can activate it twice. The golden bell and the demon exorcising sword can produce the magic power of a dragon scale in about a week. Under Xia Li's guidance, this magic power will be absorbed by Lucia and stored in her body. Xia Li said that magic power should not be used indiscriminately, as it will be of great use in the future. Lucia also thinks it should not be used indiscriminately. She is also very useful. Had lunch. Xia Li was responsible for washing the dishes, while Lucia was responsible for being a useless dragon on the sofa. The man and the dragon had a very good understanding of each other. After Xia Li finished washing the dishes, Lucia lazily got up from the sofa. She went out carrying the big sheep, but then thought something was wrong and replaced the big sheep with small Cotton. Meow. Little Cotton was put into the airline box, and a pair of amber eyes similar to Lucia's looked out uneasily. "Good boy. Daddy is taking you to get an injection." Meow. Lucia played with the kitten in the cage and went downstairs with Xia Li. Almost a month has passed since we adopted Cotton. Now Cotton has gained a lot of weight. When he first came home, he weighed less than 2 kilograms, but now he has become a healthy kitten weighing 4 kilograms. It seems that Xia Li's family can raise anything easily. They can make their dragon grow from A to B, and they can also make their cats fat. But the goldfish are not okay. Those 2 goldfish died a long time ago, probably because of the climate. Xia Li secretly threw the goldfish's body into the waterway. When Lucia asked where the fish had gone, Xia Li didn't know. Later, the dragon didn't ask any more questions, and the matter was left unresolved. Haha, what a cute cat. How can it be cute? It's obviously ugly. Downstairs in the community, 2 teenage children were squatting beside a flower bed, holding a small can of cat food in their hands, feeding a cat that looked both sloppy and a little mentally ill. The cat was black and white, with a yin-yang face. The white part of its face was dyed red and blue, which looked very funny. This cat must have been abused, otherwise it wouldn't be this color. A little girl with pigtails said this in a regretful tone. The little boy next to her nodded. It could have fallen into a paint bucket, but the paint bucket isn't this color. He must have been bullied. The 2 children were still carrying their school bags, and considering the current time, they should have just returned from tutoring classes not long ago. Xia Li had seen these 2 children before. They should be residents of the same community. Xia Li had already opened the car door, but then she changed her mind and decided to take Wuji's parents home with her since she had to go back to Wuji's parents' home today. No wonder Wuji has been missing for a while. It turns out he found a new meal ticket. Look at Wuji, who took a bite of the can and then glared at Xia Li with a smug look. That look is very similar to the previous internet celebrity cat, Fresh Brother. I dyed this cat. Xia Li walked over and greeted the two of them. The little girl looked up in surprise. My brother actually bullied the kitten. You may not believe it, but the cat did it voluntarily. This is my cat. He spilled the ink. Xia Li explained. So that's how it is. The little girl opened her eyes wide. Right, I thought maybe some paint was spilled or something like that. The little boy next to him echoed. Wuchi buried his head in his food, listening to the conversation between the two people. When the little girl reached out to touch him, he was happy to accept it, but when that hand was replaced by the little boy's hand, his body couldn't help but dodge interestingly, as if he was unwilling to be touched by the little boy. The little boy was not convinced and looked up and asked the cat's owner, "Brother, why does a cat's back shrink when you touch it?" "Because I touched the cat." Xia Li answered immediately. "Hee, brother, are you talking about Pinyin? I know this, it's a joke." The little girl patted Wuchi's head with her hand. As if to show her friends how much the cat likes her, she deliberately put her hand to the base of the tail and gave it a tentative pull. Wuchi suddenly looked up. The three of them looked over at the same time, thinking the cat was angry. Meow. A soft, even wanton meow came out of Wuchi's mouth. That's a sensitive spot, don't. Xia Li, damn it, I can't stand it anymore. This cat is so mean. So sexy. Take it away quickly. Brother, is he angry? Did I hurt him? The little girl withdrew her hand and said with some regret. No, he didn't seem angry just now. Xia Li's mouth twitched. Let's go, Wuchi. After calling Wuchi's name, Xia Li turned around and opened the back door of the car. Boarding. Wuchi licked the corner of his mouth and was about to take another bite. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him again. This time it was Brother Xia's girlfriend who called his name, but the calm tone made Wuchi's hair stand on end. Wuchi, we need to take Cotton to the hospital. Lucia's voice came from the co-pilot. Wuchi is a clever one. Sister Long spoke. Now I have to leave. He jumped into the car. Xia Li slammed the car door shut. End of this chapter. When Xia Li arrived at the pet hospital, the first thing he did was to hand the cotton to the nurse and asked her to hold the cotton and queue up for the injection. The dragon was waiting alone behind the window, with occasionally two small animals pushed into the injection room. The puppy, who was originally very weak and still hanging on to his last breath, managed to let out a scream after seeing Lucia. Lucia tilted her head and looked over, her beautiful pair of almond-shaped eyes looking harmless. Poison. The doctor pushing the cart thought he had misheard and turned to look at the little girl standing at the door. The little girl had a calm expression and pointed at the dog lying in the cart. Poisoned, Lucia said in a very affirmative tone. The other party should be the parent of a small animal, right? It was out of kindness and my own experience in raising pets that I spoke up to remind him. The doctor nodded and spoke to the kind little girl as he opened the door of the injection room with his fingerprint. This puppy had frequent urination some time ago, and has even had symptoms of blood in his urine in the past few days. The puppy's parents just brought it to the hospital this morning. We haven't made a final diagnosis yet, but the preliminary diagnosis is a urinary system disease, probably nephritis or urinary tract infection. As he spoke, the doctor smiled at Lucia and pushed the cart to the injection room. Lucia stood at the door, watching the glass door slowly close, her brows furrowed. It's obviously poisoning, she murmured. The other side, after putting down the cotton, Xia Li went to the front desk. He had one more thing to do. Holding Wuchi in her arms, she just appeared in front of the two receptionists at the front desk. The two receptionists in pink work clothes came up to her and greeted her with a smile. Dean, why are you painting like a little cat? Did you spill the ink on the table? It's only been 3 weeks since I last saw you, and you've gained a lot of weight. Let me smell your paws to see if they stink. Ugh, they stink. He just went out to play, and I didn't have time to wash his feet. Xia Li was surrounded in the center of the crowd. 4 or 5 people surrounded her and chatted about Wuji, who was in Xia Li's arms. Bringing Wuji back to my parents' home, it was like a meeting with a famous star. Wuji hadn't been to the hospital for a long time and missed it a little. Wow, Sister Xin, you changed your perfume. Why is it still smelling like a man? Sister Xin, are you in love? I haven't seen Sister Chio for a few weeks. How come you've lost weight? Why would you diet for a man? Hey, oh my God, Brother Zhao, don't touch me. Don't touch me with the hand that broke my balls. Wuji treats girls and boys very differently. The former gestured in a friendly manner and even rubbed the female nurse's hand with his chin, but the latter simply stretched out his claws and slapped him away with a fierce look in his eyes. Xia Li even suspected that the reason why Wuji was caught for sterilization was probably related to his personality. Meow, meow. Dean, you are so well behaved. You never let me hold you before. Do you miss your home here? Come on, I'll take you to wash Gio. The female nurse held Wuji in her arms. Wuji lay on his back, immersed in the soft facial cleanser, with a happy expression on his face. Xia Li just couldn't see it. So, does this guy like women or female cats? You can't have everything. He glanced at the evil dragon not far away. It seemed that the evil dragon was attracted by the department inside the glass door and didn't care about Xia Li's situation at all. Fortunately, the evil dragon did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would have been jealous again. No, what is he feeling guilty about? Cough. Surrounded by 3 or 5 hospital staff members, Xia Li took the opportunity to chat about business while the female nurse was wiping Wuji's paws with a wet wipe. By the way, our pet hospital has been open for 3 years, right? The female nurse wearing a pink hat turned around and smiled gently. Yes, it's been 3 years. The dean was adopted on the day the hospital opened. His seniority is even older than mine. The female nurse teased Wuji with her fingers, and Wuji stretched out his claws to dig and scratch, wriggling in the nurse's arms like a maggot. Everyone has missed the dean a lot during this period, but everyone is also very happy to find a good family for the dean. The female nurse was talking to herself as she rubbed Wuji's belly. Wuji twisted around because he felt itchy. The fleshy feel was enough to prove that the male client, Xia, was usually very kind to Wuji and had managed to make Dean Wuji a little fatter, which was unusual. However, Xia did not want to ask about this aspect. He looked around at the cozy decoration environment. 3 years is a short time compared to other industries. But for a new industry like pet hospitals, it is already a long time. Judging from a scale of its development, this path is feasible. Are you hiring interns? Xia Li came back to his senses and pretended to ask casually. The female nurse turned slightly and looked at Xia Li again. It was obvious that Xia Li didn't look very old. Although there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes, this look was very clear. He is the kind of clear-minded college student who has never entered society. Fresh graduates? She asked. Xia Li was silent for a moment and did not rush to answer the question. Not to mention recent graduates. Even their majors are not even remotely related. Even the person who wants to come to your pet hospital for internship is not even a human being. But these questions obviously should not be answered directly. Xia Li was somewhat relieved that Lucia was now 20 meters away. Otherwise, if that honest dragon was by his side, he would have no room to lie at all. When she was in the countryside, she followed her grandparents to various villages. Her grandfather was the most famous veterinarian in the village. The animals he took over included not only livestock such as chickens, ducks, cows, and pigs, but also many cats and dogs. Although she has no academic qualifications, she has strong professional skills. Wuji went out and ate garbage some time ago and vomited all night. My girlfriend saved him with her miraculous hands. And the temperature dropped last week, so I had to go out. The next day after I came back, I had diarrhea, which was also cured by my girlfriend in 2 doses. Xia Li spoke without any pause. Although he made up the lies on the spot, they flowed so smoothly as if they had really happened. The female nurse was stunned when she heard this. Dean Wuji really likes to go out and play. He is a very worrying cat. The illness described by the man in front of him is also reasonable. Right, Wuji? Seeing the female nurse hesitate, Xia Li quickly gave Wuji a look. He stretched out his arm. Wuchi let out a soft meow, then jumped into Xia Li's arms and rubbed against him. He kept turning over on his belly in Xia Li's arms, with his long black tail hanging lazily on his arm. These body languages represent the cat's absolute trust. If it hadn't had several painful experiences, it would be difficult for an adult cat to trust a human in such a short period of time. Therefore, Wuchi's actions were undoubtedly conveying the message to the nurse. My master is right. Meow meow. How about it? Brother, my acting is pretty good, right? Won't you give me a bonus when I get back? Wuchi was like a giant maggot, wriggling in Xia Li's arms and clothes. Xia Li frowned. I wondered if the cat hadn't been washed for a long time. Why did it smell so bad? Maybe I could go to the pet store downstairs and get a card for him. This happened a bit suddenly. The female nurse was also surprised by Wuchi's attitude towards Xia Li. This kind of unconditional trust cannot be established in just 3 weeks. The young man was right. Not only were his family good at raising cats, but they were also impeccable when it came to taking care of sick cats. In fact, the threshold for recruiting interns in our hospital is very low. After all, veterinary medicine is an unpopular profession now, and it is difficult to recruit someone with the right major or even experience. But I'm not sure about this matter. Please wait here for a while, and I will ask my colleagues. The female nurse was also not vague. After all, the other party was the kind-hearted person who adopted the dean. She was immediately moved and walked into the inner room. Xia Li held Wuchi and sat in the rest area waiting. This nurse's surname is Xia Xian. Maybe she and you have the same ancestor. Wuchi was lying on Xia Li's legs, crossing his legs, still looking like a normal person. Xia Li ignored him, and he continued. You can also call her Xin. You want me to die? Xia Li lowered his voice and stared at the naughty cat in his arms. Not to mention that this name is not suitable to be called out loud. I'm afraid that before Xia Li could even pronounce the word Xan, she was knocked unconscious by the evil dragon's claw. That little jealous guy and his family is no joke. Wuchi shook his head and said nonchalantly, this is the bad thing about being a human. Unlike me, I was the harem king in the other world. Do you know how many little female cats were willing to stick there, but out and wait for me when I ascended the throne? Xia Li heard this and smiled. His eyes were fixed on the empty space under the cat's belly. His eyes were full of provocation and disdain. Wuchi immediately covered his lower body. What's wrong? What's wrong with no eggs? Even if I don't have any balls, I can still kill the little yellow hair guy outside your community alone. Considering that there were surveillance cameras around, Xia Li did not continue chatting with Wuchi. After sitting for a while, Lucia came from the corridor holding little Cotton. Now that Cotton had received an injection, he was very timid and kept shrinking his neck, acting timidly. Lucia was comforting Cotton, and just after taking 2 steps, she was stopped by a male doctor. Xia Li was observing this scene. Xia Li had also seen the male doctor before. He was Dr. Li, who had written the examination order from Yinhua. At the same time, the female nurse who went backstage to communicate with her colleagues also came out. Dr. Li and the nurse each said a few words. Dr. Li's eyes lit up, and his eyes under his glasses were very excited. Seeing this, Xia Li walked over holding Wuchi. We did an expedited examination and found that it was not nephritis or urinary system disease, but poisoning. The cause of the poisoning was eating garlic, which caused hemolytic hematuria. We immediately called the puppy's owner and confirmed this. The dog owner bought a bag of garlic some time ago and placed it very low. His dog would stroll into the kitchen from time to time, and they thought the dog was rummaging through the trash can, but the amount of stuff in the trash can did not decrease. I just asked them to check the store garlic, and they found that the garlic had been eaten in several places. Dr. Li's voice was excited. If the little girl in front of him hadn't reminded him just now, if he had delayed any further, the animal would have been severely poisoned, and there would have been no way to save it. The puppy has now been sent for gastric lavage. I want you to tell me how you found out it had food poisoning. I've been in this industry for 5 years, and it is rare that I can identify a patient's condition at a glance before receiving the result report. Lucia was confused by the series of questions. Fortunately, Xia Li came over at this time. She quickly took 2 steps back and hid behind Xia Li. I can just see it directly. She whispered, "Do you have such experience? Have you often treated animals before?" Dr. Li asked again. Lucia shook her head and nodded. Xia Li took a step forward. Yes, her grandfather is a veterinarian, and she was raised by her grandparents since she was a child. Dr. Li looked up at Xia Li. At the same time, the female nurse standing next to Dr. Li also spoke. "Dr. Li, this is the client I just told you about. He said his girlfriend is very experienced in treating animals and wants to come to our hospital for an internship." No wonder. Dr. Li sighed with deep emotion and looked at Lucia with respect in his eyes. Our industry is a new one, and everyone has only been in the industry for a short time. We have learned a lot of theoretical experience in school, but we are very short of clinical experience. Little girl, I'm afraid you have more veterinary experience than I do. Dr. Li said this from the bottom of his heart. It was already evening when we came out of the pet hospital. In the afternoon, in order to test the accuracy of Lucia's diagnosis, Dr. Li took her to the inpatient department for another round of examination. The results are without exception, with an accuracy of 100%. Apart from the differences in expression and the fact that the treatment method is more inclined towards traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Li could not find any fault with it. He would only think that the difference in knowledge was because Lucia was a child from the countryside, so she was different from those who had received professional training. However, it was precisely because of Lucia's lack of theoretical knowledge that Dr. Li was more convinced that she had rich clinical experience, so rich that she could completely defeat them, the experienced doctors. With Dr. Li's introduction, Lucia's internship spot was secured. Xia Li specifically emphasized that Lucia is not a college student and cannot provide those documents. Dr. Li didn't care about this. She waved her hand and said that the interns didn't know how to do the actual operation and were just the doctor's second in command. She didn't have to bear any responsibility, so there was no need to seize any documents. However, the intern salary was very low, only 1,200 yuan per month. When Xia Li heard that the company actually paid interns, he thought it was a conscientious business. Lucia and he were very excited and agreed immediately. The internship time is scheduled after the Chinese New Year. This left Lucia about 40 days to prepare. During this period, Lucia needs to gain a deeper understanding of social and workplace norms and also make up for her knowledge of modern veterinary medicine. "I found a job for you. How do you feel?" In the car, Xia Li started the ignition and began to preheat the engine. The warm air quickly filled the space, and Lucia felt her heart warm as well. "Feels good." The evil dragon was still in an excited state at this moment and nodded very vigorously. Now she is also a useful dragon in human society, instead of a useless dragon who just came to Earth. It is important to show your own value. This is not only an explanation to Lucia herself, but also an explanation to Xia Li's parents. My task now is to study harder to get the veterinary qualification certificate and then ask my family to invest. By then, you will also be a qualified doctor. We will join forces. Xia Li began to imagine such a future. Just thinking about it makes me feel happy. Live with the person you love, do the same job, live the same life, then grow up together, grow old together, and live your life together. Is this the ultimate goal of all people in love? Xia Li looked at Lucia's pure and sweet smile with a deep gaze and fell into deep thought for a moment. Lucia's fair cheeks were hazy with a layer of orange-red in the dim light of the setting sun, and the silver scales on her face were shining and flowing with silver sandlight. After hearing what Xia Li said, even Lucia couldn't help but start imagining this future. She will be with Xia Li forever. Well, then let's go home now. End of this chapter. After finalizing Lucia's workday, the dragon was in an excited state every day. Every day he keeps saying that he wants to study. Then he looks at the textbooks for a while, touches the fish for a while, and occasionally comes to harass Xia Li a few times. This learning state is exactly the same as Xia Li's childhood. I didn't miss any of the daily housework. Xia Li asked her to take a break, but she was still as diligent as a little bee, fiddling here, wiping there, then go to the washing machine to smell the clothes one by one, and finally kneading them before stuffing them into the washing machine. Every time he saw this scene, Xia Li would feel strangely embarrassed. It's fine if you smell the coat and sweater, but don't smell the socks too. After smelling them, you still have a very painful expression. Moreover, this Long has secretly scrubbed Xia Li's underpants more than once or twice. Sometimes when Xia Li was taking a shower and didn't have time to scrub herself, Long would go to the bathroom right after her and wash her hands when he came out. After washing, I would ask Xia Li what the pocket in the middle of these boxer briefs was for. Were you pretending to be a secret weapon? Stop messing with that washing machine and come read a book. Xia Li was getting impatient waiting on the sofa, so he grabbed the basics of veterinary clinical practice in his hand and summoned the evil dragon to study together. The evil dragon then poured the laundry detergent into the washing machine and then took out the fragrance beads and poured a small cap of it in. This kind of fragrance beads has the scent of lavender, which is better than laundry detergent. It can keep the fragrance for 10 days when used on winter clothes. Xia Li bought this for Lucia when she went to the supermarket last time. She likes it very much. I'll read this one. Lucia pulled a book from the coffee table, then kicked off her slippers and launched a dragon on the spot. Then he fell precisely into the soft sofa, crossed his legs in white socks, curled up like a cat, and began to read. The complete set of textbooks Xia Li bought contained as many as 20 books. Even if the two of them read one book a week, it would take a long time. Not to mention, this dragon learns to read very slowly and stutters when learning. Smelling the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, Xia Li lost all mood to study and secretly moved his body closer to the evil dragon. This guy was still studying pinyin last month, but today he started reading university professional textbooks with Xia Li. This knowledge spans. Maybe the evil dragon is actually a top student? Xia Li took a peek at the evil dragon's pretty face and hooked her cheek with her finger. The feeling now is just like when the teacher changed seats at school and accidentally moved the girl I had a crush onto my desk mate. Who would have the mood to read in this situation? Wouldn't they just flirt with their female classmate? The evil dragon felt itchy on her face and raised her hand to slap the hero's stinky hand away. When she felt the hero withdraw his hand in disappointment, she felt a little reluctant. So she grabbed the big, greasy hand and put on her soft face. The hero's hands were a little cooler than Lucia's own body temperature, probably because he had been holding the book in the middle of winter. There is no heating in the house, and the air conditioner hanging on the wall probably has aging electronic components. So the heating effect is very poor, and it consumes a lot of electricity. The hero's mother was right. The winter here is very cold. Fortunately, as a dragon, she is not afraid of the cold. Why start working and earning money? I'll buy you a big house. Lucia said this sincerely, and after thinking for a while, she simply stuffed the hero's slightly cold big hand into her clothes and covered it. Xia Li stretched out his arms and kept lying on the evil dragon. This warm and peaceful feeling is so blissful. Why buy a house? The housing prices have plummeted now, and who knows what the situation will be like in the future. Xia Li murmured with his eyes closed. Besides, you're just an intern, and you only make 1,200 yuan a month, which is not enough to rent a house. How can you think of buying a house? Although not discouraging, the enthusiasm of evil dragons has always been Xia Li's principle of doing things. But what needs to be made clear should still be made clear. Recognizing reality is also an important part of entering human society. Lucia curled up on the sofa, pursing her lips and saying nothing. She just wanted to find a new house for Xia Li where her hands wouldn't get cold in the winter. Dragons usually have very low requirements for their nests, basically just enough to accommodate their huge bodies. But if we consider the future, then the requirements are very high. First of all, female dragons will only consider reproduction when the climate is suitable and there is enough food. If we compare this to humans, it is very similar to the material pursuit between humans and their significant other. Lucia still has some of this pursuit. She counted on her fingers. The price of an ordinary building in Qingcheng City is about 2 yuan per square meter. So if you want to buy a house of 100 square meters, then you need, well, 2 million. Lucia scratched her forehead, feeling like dragon horns were about to grow there. 1,200 yuan a month. If I can earn 2 million, I'll want it, I'll want it. 138 years. Xia Li gave the answer aloud. Lucia was stunned. The brave one is so powerful. Xia Li silently turned off the computer on his phone, then turned around and spoke to Along. More than 100 years. During that time, I was only over 100 years. Lucia's eyes lit up. She didn't think too much about it. She just felt that more than 100 years was not a long time for a dragon. 100 years had passed from her birth to adulthood, and she had lived these 100 years in a daze, without much feeling. Then these 138 years seemed quite short. Xia Li was silent for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. He pulled his hand away from Lucia's soft belly, picked up a veterinary clinical book, and began to read it. Lucia wouldn't think as much as he did. Such was her innocent character, and the dragon race's strong adaptability left her with almost no worries. But Xia Li is different. As a human being, Xia Li has a lot to think about. With one hand on the armrest of the sofa, Xia Li stared at Lucia's serious face in a trance. After a long while, he finally sighed with some relief. What's the point of thinking so much? Even he himself was educating Lucia that what is important is always the process, not the result. Do I have to back down now and tell Lucia that humans and dragons cannot be together forever? The best way is not to let Lucia integrate into the Earth society, but to send Lucia back to the continent of A's and let her be a dragon that is forever free? Pity. Xia Li is not such a great person. My love for Lucia has always been selfish. He selfishly wanted to keep her by his side, and he was determined to do so even when faced with racial and identity issues, and even when opposed by everyone around him. What's more, Lucia herself said so. Tell him not to abandon her. Xia Li, okay. Lucia raised the book in her hand and waved it in front of Xia Li. Xia Li then came to his senses and saw the 5 big words, veterinary obstetrics, written on the cover of the book. How do you pronounce this word? Asked the evil dragon with a bitter face. The biggest problem with this kind of professional book is that it does not have pinyin, which forces Lucia to take photos with her mobile phone to recognize the words every time. So her learning efficiency is very slow. Tan, the word tan means paralysis. Xia Li read the word she pointed to. So Lucia moved her finger again and pointed to the word behind. What about this word? Lan Huan, paralyzed. Lucia, human writing is so difficult to understand, and they, as mammals, are too fragile. This book, Veterinary Obstetrics, describes hundreds of problems that may be encountered during the delivery process. But it's different for the dragon clan. They just lay eggs. There's nothing wrong with laying eggs. After recovering their strength for 2 hours, they will become a powerful dragon again. Thinking of this, Lucia touched herself. Now, she's also a mammal. Could it be that this book can actually be used on myself? Lucia paused. When she raised her eyes, she found Xia Li staring at her intently. So she pursed her lips, and her little face began to turn red. She was quite embarrassed about this, but Xia Li still had a dull look in his eyes, staring at her with a thoughtful look. What are you looking at? Lucia shrank her ankles. Look at my girlfriend. She's so pretty. Xia Li replied immediately. Lucia was even more embarrassed now, and quickly replaced the obstetrics book in her hand with a thick veterinary manual, muttering, "You must be thinking about something. And it's a bad thing." Xia Li replied, "I was thinking that if you and I had grown up together, we could still be classmates." As he spoke, this scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In the summer, you were a refreshing little skirt and a high ponytail. In the winter, you wrap yourself up like a fat mealworm, with your long hair loose and occasionally tied into 2 ponytails. She looks like the girl next door, pure and kind. And then I'll reach out and flick your little vest during class. Lucia couldn't understand the secret language between humans, but things like popping a vest sound quite fun. Then I'll flick your little vest too. The dragon counterattacked. I don't have a vest. What's a vest? Xia Li thought for a moment, then made a half circle with his hand. It's the one round, flat, and worn on the body. Okay. Lucia didn't understand. Xia Li glanced at the book veterinary obstetrics that she had casually placed on the coffee table and explained it from a professional perspective, used by mammals to feed their babies after giving birth. Before he could finish his words, the evil dragon's long and slender eyebrows had already frowned. Xia Li knew what to do and didn't continue. Click till. Otherwise, it would be bad if you were bitten by the evil dragon. However, in reality, Lucia only acted like a weak and delicate little dragon in front of him. In fact, this guy might be a violent person. If she were really in school, she would probably be a big sister with a rebellious ponytail, sharp eyes, and hateful actions, right? Xia Li is the weak teenager whose vest was shot, and he can only cling to the big sister's thigh and act as a little brother. Take back your thoughts. Xia Li turned his attention back to the book Fundamentals of Veterinary Clinical Practice in his hand. From now on, we are classmates. I study to get a certificate, and you study to catch up on theoretical knowledge and prepare for your internship. Do you understand? I know, the dragon nodded. We are all working hard for our common future. I didn't expect you could say such words. Xia Li was a little moved. Lucia pursed her lips and smiled. She used to want to be a useful dragon in society because she was afraid that she would be worthless and then abandoned by Xia Li. Later, after making sure that Xia Li would not abandon her, she still wanted to become a dragon that was useful to society. But the goal is pretty cliché. She wants to make money. I want to figure out how to survive in human society and then earn some gold coins with my own hands to save. The dragon clan loves money very much. Originally, Lucia didn't have high hopes for the internship. Zhou said that interns are pure slaves in the society, and some places even require payment for internships. So Lucia just gave it a try with the mentality of gaining work experience, but she didn't expect that after talking to Xia Li, she actually got a salary. The situation took a quick turn, and Lucia was secretly happy about it for several days. She didn't have the ability before, so she couldn't think of going far away. But now Lucia has a certain economic foundation. She began to plan her future. Lucia's goal is very clear. Her future will definitely include Xia Li. According to what Xia Li's mother said, she and Xia Li would move to a more comfortable small house and then stabilize their work and life. And then this and that. Lucia's face turned red, and she really wanted to conjure up a dragon's tail and flick it a few times. Generally speaking, when human environmental factors have stabilized and people are old enough, isn't it time to consider the affairs of the little ones? Oh, she and the hero are not called little people, but little dragons. But what does the hero think? The hero didn't even say this. So, as a newly arrived dragon, would she be thinking too far? But Lucia believed from the beginning that the hero tricked her back to the nest so that she could give birth to dragon cubs. Later, I found out that this was not the case. Later, I discovered that this was actually the case. The rounding off of a human couple's relationship is similar to the birth of dragon cubs, which is a proof of affection. Lucia's time surfing the internet was not in vain. Just now, the hero was talking about mammals, but he stopped talking halfway through. This hero is not a hero, but a wise man. Thinking of this, Lucia glanced at Xia Li secretly. Xia Li is sorting books. In order to synchronize his and Lucia's learning progress, he bought 2 sets of identical test papers. After all, Xia Li is going to take an exam, so he sets very high standards for himself and at least makes sure he scores above the passing line every time he does the test. But the requirement for Lucia is just to understand the meaning of the questions on the test paper. Why do you look like you're going to eat me? Turning around, Xia Li saw Long sitting on the sofa with a blushing face, but his gentle eyes were stirring some kind of impulse. The look on his face seemed as if it wouldn't be surprising if he pounced on him and opened his bloody mouth to swallow him in the next second. No! Lucia groaned and jumped off the sofa to pick up the little cotton on the ground. What are you thinking about? Why are you thinking about yourself so much that you are blushing? Xia Li was a little confused. Girls always think in a strange way. Lucia raised her hand and touched the 2 dragon scales on her face. After thinking about it, I put my hand down. Last time you said you would teach me what love is. Lucia rubbed her cotton-like little head. Without even looking at Xia Li's expression, she continued talking with her head down. Have you finished teaching? I. A very old question. Xia Li hadn't figured out how to answer this question. Liking is neither a state nor a goal, so there is no way to define an end or a beginning. Some people may never understand this feeling in their entire life, while others will benefit greatly from that moment. Sometimes even Xia Li himself can't understand the complex emotions between humans. I'm just getting started. You still have a long way to go. Xia Li put the books in order and couldn't help but want to continue the topic. He raised his eyes and asked the dragon, "How much do you think you have learned during this time?" "I learn a lot." The dragon was happy to answer this question. She looked up and raised a finger. "I like gold coins because of the dragon race's primitive desire for beautiful metal gems. I like cotton because it is cute and pitiful, and it is a desire to protect it. So you like me?" "I like Xia Li because you're the same as gold coins." Xia Li, "No, I've worked hard for more than a month, but why is it still just gold coins?" Lucia added seriously, "Primitive desire." Xia Li pondered over these 4 words for a while. What this means is that the dragon's liking for himself is also a primitive impulse. "Isn't this still a gold coin?" "But you are different from the gold coins," Lucia added. "If you lose the gold coins, you can get them back. Even if a lot of gold coins are taken away, it will only make me angry, not sad. But if you leave, or get sick, or are sad, I will be sad, because there is only one Xia Li in the world. You are unique. This is my like." End of this chapter. Half a month passed in a flash. It didn't rain during this period, and the average temperature rose by a few degrees, mainly because the sun was out during the day. In a basin like Shu province, it is rare to have a sunny day in winter. Whenever the sun starts to rise, a lot of kittens and puppies, as well as old humans and baby humans, will naturally grow on the edge of the flower beds downstairs in the community and on the lawns in the park outside. It is particularly lively under the warm winter sun. The old people brought small stools and chatted about family matters. The little kids on winter vacation chased their own shadows, and the adults who took a break from their busy schedule lay directly on the flower beds, enjoying the short sunshine. Everything around me is unexpected, yet inexplicably beautiful. Listening to the bustling conversations downstairs, the sunlight was like a wildly growing ivy, quickly covering the entire house. Xia Li turned over, covering himself with a quilt. This old neighborhood, which is usually quiet and deserted, becomes lively only when the Chinese New Year is approaching. "Brothers, brothers, are you asleep?" Feeling a cat's paw scratching his face, Xia Li spoke sleepily and vaguely. "Wake up now." "Oh, then you can continue to sleep." Xia Li sat up and saw the colorfully dyed cat sitting on top of his head, staring at him with its eyes. Wuchi lowered his nose and sniffed Xia Li's head. "Brother, you smell so good. Are you sick?" Xia Li sat up and looked at the time. It was already noon. The dragon didn't even get up. "That's right, I read too late last night, and Lucia probably stayed up late too, so neither of us woke up on time this morning. It's only been a few days since we last met, and your family's land is so low now." Wuchi leaped up and landed on the coffee table. He lowered his head to glance at the book on the coffee table. The messy human knowledge on it was not something a little cat like him could understand. "What? Did you have a fight with Long Jia?" Wuchi looked up at Xia Li again. He has a busy nightlife, and having several female cats is more than he can handle, so he rarely appears around here at night. But in Wuchi's impression, Xia Li should sleep in the same room with his girlfriend. "Why did you sleep on the sofa today?" Could it be that they had an argument and then got kicked out? If it were an ordinary petite girl, Wuchi would not have such an association. After all, this home nominally belongs to Xia Li, and it should be the woman who gets angry and leaves during a quarrel. But if it was Sister Long, that's hard to say. Brother Xia doesn't need to hold on to the wall when he goes out, which Wuchi admires very much. "What are you arguing about?" Xia Li rubbed his frizzy hair and said sleepily, "I stayed up late reading last night. I read too late and accidentally fell asleep. So that's how it is." Wuchi spoke with regret, and he used his claws to push away the books piled at his feet one by one, with a look of shock on his face. "You're really working hard." Other college students majoring in veterinary medicine need to spend 4 years to obtain this certificate. With your speed, how long do you plan to take? About half a year. Xia Li replied immediately. Half a year. He opened his mouth silently. After all, he was the kind of poor student who went to illegal internet cafes to surf the internet in high school. He only felt admiration for the fact that learning others' 4-year major in half a year. The next qualification exam is in June, so the fastest time is half a year, Xia Li added. The biggest advantage of online learning is the flexible time schedule. Unlike full-time universities, daily chores won't waste a lot of time. If you focus your energy on the same thing every day and don't slack off or do things perfunctorily, then success is inevitable. This is the learning experience Xia Li summed up after 3 years in the other world. In addition, he now has a junior high school girl who goes to school with him, and she cooks and washes clothes for him every day. This enthusiasm is at its peak. You pervert. Wuchi struggled for a while, but was at a loss for words. He couldn't find a suitable one, so he could only give a proper compliment. By the way, Xia Li was almost awake and remembered the important matter he had wanted to ask Wuchi for the past 2 days. That family reunion visa you mentioned last time. Do you have any other ideas? Wuchi thought for a moment and said, you can check it online. I also heard the customers in the hospital talking about it. The client's wife is a foreigner, and they applied for this visa not long after they got married. It is said to be equivalent to a foreigner's ID card in China. I don't know the details. You have to find out for yourself. I've learned that 2 things are needed. One is proof of relationship, and the other is foreign identity proof. Xia Li frowned, his tone helpless. Comparing the two, foreign ID cards may be a little simpler. In some small countries, you can become a legal citizen by paying money. Wuchi listened and nodded, thinking about Xia Li's current situation. So, the biggest problem now is lack of money? I really don't have any money, Xia Li said frankly. One more thing. First, I have to get Lucia abroad. Don't you have magic? Just teleport with magic, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wuchi waved his cat fist and imagined boldly. That would require too much magic power, and teleportation magic can only teleport to places you've been to before. Xia Li's words awakened the cat from its dream, and the cat looked at Xia Li in confusion and speechlessness. The magic in your world is so useless. The superpowers in our world allow us to choose our destination directly with our thoughts. There's nothing we can do about our different worldviews. Xia Li shrugged. What should I do? Wuchi thought about it and found that he really couldn't break the situation. Xia Li's face darkened and he hesitated for a moment. In fact, he wanted to discuss this matter with Lucia. But Lucia is a dragon without any opinion of her own. When asked, she would only say, okay, and I'll listen to Xia Li. She's completely unable to think of the various risks for Xia Li, so he can only come to Wuchi to discuss this matter. However, there's a magic scroll that can directly open a 2-way portal. Oh, then we have to go get the magic scroll now. Wuchi became a little excited. Just like playing a game, you accept the task and then go to the designated location to complete it. If you want to obtain an identity through legal means, there is only one way. Xia Li continued. Wuchi nodded. Tell me, where should we go to dig for treasure? Go back to A's continent. Wuchi. After returning, not only can I get various magic props, but also, Xia Li's eyes lit up. We can also take back a large number of magic crystals. The magic power stored in them can allow us to go back again and bring back more things. This is a virtuous cycle. As he spoke, Xia Li glanced at the demon-killing sword hanging on the wall. Wuchi took half a step back. How? Why did the invincible mode suddenly turn on? Doesn't it mean that you have to accept the task first and then submit it? How come the plugin went bankrupt directly? Go back to the magic continent to get something. This has a significant impact on the Earth. Why not just use a dimensionality reduction attack? Of course, that's all going well. Xia Li turned his attention back to the book on the table. If things don't go well, it's better to open the store honestly and run the store with Lucia in an honest manner. If society cannot accept Lucia, then tell her parents honestly. Now her parents know Lucia, and they like her reaction very much. I believe that even if Xia Li tells them the truth, they will be able to accept it now. It doesn't matter if society doesn't recognize it, as long as parents do. There is no need to hold a wedding. The family of four can just have a meal and eat hot pot. Without an identity, Xia Li could not get married, so he would never marry. He was worried that Lucia's health would not allow her to go to the hospital, so he could just not have the child. This would be responsible for both the mother and the child. The half-human, half-dragon little dragon will never be able to leave his home in his entire life. Instead of that, it would be better for him and Lucia to depend on each other for the rest of their lives. Xia Li has thought about all these results. Of course, this is the worst possible outcome. Now, there is still a clear way to go. That's what he just said. Go back to the continent of A's. In this way, all problems can be solved. Then how are you going to get back? Why do I feel like your return to the magical world is more difficult than sneaking across? Wu Qi was puzzled. No, it's easier to go back than to smuggle. Xia Li said, after all, smuggling is against the law, and Xia Li does not intend to go that far. If anything went wrong, Lucia's situation would not stand up to investigation. Moreover, the small countries around China cannot obtain identities, and they may even be cheated out of their money. If you want to go, you can only go to a farther place, which is not only more dangerous, but also has countless variables along the way. In comparison, the possibility of returning to the continent of A's is higher. Since I can travel through time once, I can travel through time a second time. At least this kind of time travel magic has been proven in practice. And it was proven twice. Go there once and return to Earth once. If you count the cat in front of you, that's 4 times. Using magic to teleport to a place you've never been to is not feasible. There's no such magic in the A's continent. But the magic that can teleport to the continent of A's really does exist. Somehow, Xia Li could feel the pull from the demon-repelling sword. It wasn't just his fantasy to want to use magic to locate the continent of A's. In the past, Xia Li had no hope for such things, always feeling that magic was too far away from Earth. But now they can all collect magic. What else is impossible? After changing his way of thinking, Xia Li suddenly became enlightened. I feel like the days are becoming more and more hopeful. All right. Wu Qi thought about it for a while and felt that Xia Li's proposal was indeed more feasible. Compared to taking crooked paths in this strictly regulated society, using magic is obviously more scientific. At least now I have a goal, which is a good thing. I'll give you the golden bell. It's more useful to you than to me. Wu Qi jumped off the coffee table and slowly went to his own bowl to eat and drink. I haven't been back for a few days and ate a lot of garbage outside. Now I miss cat food a little bit. Wu Qi was muttering to himself as he ate his meal. But no matter what, money is needed first, so it's not wrong for you to learn this. Even though I'm a cat now, I still think like a human. I can still understand the importance of money in human society. It's one thing to let Xia live a good life. You will also need it when you buy a foreign identity in the future. Speaking of which, I heard that in some places in Ojo, you can even buy a title with money. Why don't you try buying one too? Wu Qi looked fascinated. Xia Li waved his hand. Don't bring up that. Let's wait until I get the qualification certificate and the first startup capital. Talking to Wu Qi for so long actually made him feel a lot better. I feel more motivated to learn. I'm a little hungry. It would be nice if I could drink some loving hot porridge from my girlfriend at this time. However, the hardworking little dragon is still sleeping now, so he is probably the only one who has to do the cooking. Xia Li added another spoonful of cat food to Wu Qi and brought a cat strip. Cotton and Wu Qi each got half. Then he went to the kitchen and tied an apron on himself. Every time Wu Qi saw the pink mini apron hanging on Xia Li, he felt funny. What delicious food are you going to make today? Wu Qi licked his nose and walked over to take a look. As usual, when Xia Li cooks, he can have a bite. Do you want to eat stewed pork ribs? Xia Li took out a steak from the refrigerator. I bought this at the supermarket 2 days ago. I asked the lady to chop the steak into pieces. Now I can just wash and blanch it to remove the fishy smell and start stewing it directly. It's very convenient. Eat, eat, eat. Give me 2 pieces, and I'll give one to Tsuehua too. Okay. Xia Li washed the ribs and looked at him again. After thinking for a while, I decided to ask, "Did you soak it?" "I got it." Wuchi nodded and raised his cat paw to count. 3. Xia Li, he can't even handle one. How can this cat with its eggs broken handle 3? Can you do it? Who are you looking down on? Wash the ribs until they are almost clean, then cut 2 pieces of ginger and some green onion. Put them into a pot with cold water, pour in cooking wine, and turn on the fire to cook. While waiting for the water to boil, Xia Li turned around and asked the cat on the ground, "I've always been curious about your mentality. Do you like human girls more, or cats more?" "I could do anything. Have you ever thought about changing back?" Xia Li asked again. "This is impossible. I've been a cat for more than 20 years, and I'm used to it. If I change back, I'll have neither an identity nor relatives. Lucia doesn't have an identity either. Isn't she working hard to get one now? I'll get one for you when the time comes." Xia Li could see the loneliness in the cat's eyes. Xia Li was all too familiar with this kind of hypocrisy. "Isn't it just the same as myself in the past? Why bother? It's better to be a cat and have more fun." Wuchi raised his paw, took a look, then slowly put it down. It's not that he hasn't thought about it. Mainly, I can't face it. He couldn't even face the fact that he was alone, let alone going home to take another look. How could he dare to change back? Besides, it's impossible. He didn't even know why he turned into a cat. Xia Li at least knew how he traveled through time. He was summoned by a summoning magic. But Wu Qi himself traveled through time inexplicably, and then inexplicably turned into a cat. He had no clue at all. "You can try it." Xia Li suddenly thought of a possibility. If your transformation into a cat is a magic, and you continue in this magical state, coming to the side of the demon-repelling sword, Xia Li grabbed it. Following a sharp metal friction sound, he slowly pulled out the demon exorcist sword, revealing a dark blue sword body. "My sword is called Demon Removing Sword. It can remove all magic. Come here, I'll give you a sword." The faint blue light mixed with the sunlight refracted from the floor, shining together on Xia Li's chiseled profile, making his expression appear unpredictable. Wuchi felt like his cat hair was about to explode. He forced himself to swallow a mouthful of saliva and retreated repeatedly. "Wait, don't do that. I'm not ready yet." Xia Li took 2 steps forward. "You are ultimately a modern man. People always have to face these things. To put it bluntly, it's about dealing with the aftermath. Even if your parents are gone, your loved ones are still here. Escaping will only make your obsession deeper, and all that's left is regret." Xia Li brought this up just to force Wuchi. If you know you're going to regret it from the beginning, it is better to regret it sooner. There is still room for regret now. Wuchi is not very old, and his parents may just be old. But if you wait a few more decades, you will really miss it. Just like him and Lucia. If he had escaped or hesitated for a moment instead of choosing to risk his life to be with Lucia, it will be a completely different ending. Even if Wuchi couldn't use the demon exorcising sword to change back, he couldn't escape the concern he had as a human being. To fight off the devil, you're not only fighting off the curse of transformation, but also your own inner demons. But wait. Meow. Wuchi had a look of fear on his face and screamed continuously. "Don't do this kind of thing." Just when his back was against the wall and he had nowhere to retreat. Suddenly the cat's ears moved and it heard the sound of footsteps. Then, with a creaky sound, the door of the room opened. Lucia was wearing a green dinosaur pajamas, and the dark green dinosaur made her already fair face look even whiter. She held a large sheep in her arms, rubbing her eyes and whispering softly. "Xia Li, what time is it now?" "Meow, meow." No wonder. When she opened her eyes, Lucia saw the cow-cat pressed against the wall, looking at her for help. When she raised her pretty face again, Lucia saw Xia Li holding the unsheathed demon exorcist sword, ready to draw the sword. Xia Li's eyes were sharp, and the way he held the sword made Long's heart pound. What a dangerous move. If it were on the continent of A's, Lucia would have run away immediately after seeing Xia Li like this. "Xia Li, you want to kill the cat?" "Meow, meow." "Yes, he wants to kill the cat." "Sister Long, save me." No, this is not good." Lucia overcame her fear of the demon exorcist sword. She walked over tremblingly and pressed down Xia Li's hand holding the sword. Blood, blood, blood will be all over the ground. The dragon stuttered. Meow. That's right, Sister Long. There are still many good dragons in the world. All right, let me do it. Lucia rolled up her sleeves. She had a move that could kill people instantly without drawing blood. Wait a minute. I'll go get a knife from the kitchen. After saying that, the evil dragon turned and left. Wuchi was left in shock, unable to react for a long time. End of this chapter. It would definitely not work to use the demon exorcising sword to dispel Wuchi's transformation magic. Xia Li swung his sword, but all he got in return was a scream from Wuchi. If you don't know, you might think they're killing cats. In fact, it is just cutting off a small piece of hair. Wuchi covered his head with his hands. There was a small tuft of black cat hair on the ground. Fortunately, he doesn't have the same hair loss trouble as humans. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken. It's not magic. Xia Li sheathed his sword and made a summary. Definitely not. There is no magic in our world. Wuchi used his claws to gather the fur on the ground, then hooked his fingers around it and threw it into the trash can. This human-like action looks quite strange. You are so cruel, Wuchi cried. If the brave man who suddenly drew his sword was cruel enough, then Sister Long, who was holding a kitchen knife and ready to attack at any time, was the devil. Anyway, he can't stay in this house anymore. Speaking of transformation magic, does that count as you using transformation magic now? Xia Li returned to the kitchen and stewed the ribs again after blanching them to remove the fishy smell. The boiling steam filled the entire space, making the temperature much warmer. The evil dragon held the kitchen knife in his hand and put it back on the knife rack. When he came to his senses, he seemed to hear Xia Li saying this to him. Transform. Lucia thought for a moment and corrected. We call this transfiguration. Is it a kind of magic? Xia Li asked thoughtfully. Lucia kept silent, and after thinking for a moment, she couldn't come up with an answer. Pure-blooded dragons are born with the ability to transform. Transforming requires both physical strength and magic power, but it's hard to say whether it's a form of magic. If it's not magic, then this ability is equivalent to the octopus's mimicry. Xia Li thought again. When Lucia has enough magic power, she can use it to transform into a dragon, returning to her original silver dragon form, and she can also use it to transform into a human form at any time. This is an ability inherited from dragons. Just like spiders can spin silk and lizards can change color according to the environment. However, in order to prove his guess, Xia Li still took the demon-repelling sword and tried it out. Wuchi, who was squatting at the kitchen door, preparing to eat some ribs, almost dropped his jaw when he saw this scene. No, man. If you cancel the transformation here, the house will collapse. Wuchi is indeed a neurotic cat with the color of a cow, always making a fuss. When Wuchi saw Xia Li draw out his sword and carefully place the blade flat in Lucia's palm, he really couldn't bear it anymore. These two had such a great time. I'll throw the ribs onto the balcony later. You guys take your time playing. The shadow of the cow cat disappeared into the living room. Cotton, who was sleeping on the sofa, meowed in confusion, wondering why this adult cat was frightened. The kitchen was peaceful and nothing happened. Well, I can't change back. Xia Li felt it was a pity that he was unable to transform the pair of white and tender hands of the human girl into dragon claws. In fact, you don't need to try to know that Lucia has touched the demon exorcist sword before, and if she could transform, she would have done so long ago. Xia Li withdrew his hand in disappointment, but before putting the sword back into the sheath, he still persevered and stretched out the sword to gently pat Lucia on the butt. What? The dragon covered his butt. Let's give it a try. What if the hands can't change? Other parts of the body can change. Xia Li argued. Then why is it the butt? Lucia asked the hero with a red face. The hero has been getting worse and worse recently, which makes her always think too much. Xia Li hesitated for a moment before saying, because I'm lustful. You can't just say, I want to see the dragon's tail. Lucia can really use magic to transform it for him to see. No. The magic power must be saved for other things and cannot be used on such weird things. Lucia didn't expect the hero to admit it so frankly. There's nothing we can do about it. In human relationships, when a boy does these things to a girl, it is just a proof of his love for her. Lucia understood. With a blushing face, she picked up the rice and chopsticks, and a table of dishes was quickly served with the tacit cooperation of the two. Lucia hadn't eaten for 12 hours and was already crying for food. She loved the 3 dishes and 1 soup that Xia Li made. She inhaled them like crazy in minutes and filled her dragon stomach. After eating and washing the dishes, it's time for a new round of study. Xia Li typed on the keyboard in the room for 2 hours and then went back to the living room without stopping to continue reading books and doing exercises with Along. Lucia had 2 test papers on her little head. She was sitting on the sofa with a little calico cat sleeping in her arms. It was afternoon, and the warm winter sun shone obliquely into the house, coating the entire space with a layer of golden sand. It was bright outside the window, and the sounds of the noisy and fighting human cubs in the neighborhood always attracted Lucia's attention inadvertently. Looking at the golden sunshine, Lucia was in a daze for a long time. Go back 15 years, and I was one of those little brats down there. Xia Li came over unnoticed, took the cotton away, and held the evil dragon in his arms. And I'm the leader and the king of kids, Xia Li added. Little sea king. Lucia looked up. Little boy king. Xia Li was anxious. Where did this long learn such strange words? How could she look at him like that? 15 years ago, I was still robbing the nobles of their small gold coins. Lucia also began to recall her past, but she had no good memories of her past. The most profound impression was still the first time I fought against the hero 3 years ago. A pure-blooded dragon that was about to reach adulthood and had great ambitions suffered a severe defeat at the hands of humans for the first time. Originally thinking it was just an accidental mistake, Lucia didn't believe that her innate strength could be challenged by a tiny human male, until he was defeated by the brave men again and again. The dragon flame that was ejected was reflected back like a mirror. The boulder magic that can bring devastating impact, the explosive fire that sweeps over like a wave, the freezing magic that forcibly stops all life at absolute zero. These magics were like toys in front of him. There's no magic that cannot be broken by a sword. If one sword doesn't work, use 2 swords. A set of combos can cut the magic circle that has been constructed with great difficulty in half. Human commoners call him a hero, nobles and royals call him a brave man, and the dragons secretly call him the Dragon Slayer. At this point, the human male's face was deeply imprinted in Lucia's mind. It is definitely the kind that can even leave traces in the inheritance of memory. Thinking of this, Lucia looked up again, looking at the familiar face of this lifelong enemy in front of him. Lucia raised her hand and snapped. Sally didn't know why Long slapped him. That's not right. When he was holding the dragon, his hands were a little dishonest, but he was just touching the belly. I won't get beaten. Lucia hummed, moved in Xia Li's arms, and found a comfortable lying position again. A brave man who once trampled countless dragons under his feet. Now he's being pressed down by me. If you think about it this way, you are also super awesome. 99.99% of the dragons on the continent of Azer have been defeated. I had a chat with Wuchi at noon. Xia Li didn't know what the dragon was mumbling to himself. He took his hand out of Lucia's green dinosaur pocket and tidied up the strands of hair that were scratching his face. What were you talking about? The evil dragon tilted his head back and looked at him. That is, to solve your identity problem, we have to change our thinking. Lucia thought it was a question about starting a business, which was something she couldn't understand. I was ready to pretend to be asleep, but when I heard it was a problem with my ID card, my eyes opened right back up. Xia Li continued, I can't guarantee that I can get you an ID card without any risk. It is not feasible for me to take any risk with you. So I have never dared to act rashly regarding the ID card, for fear that I would lose you if I wasn't careful. Having said that, Xia Li held the evil dragon tighter in his arms. If she made any mistake, Lucia would be exposed. Whether it is exposed to the public or noticed by the people above, the consequences are serious. Xia Li can block thousands of troops on the continent of Aze and destroy all obstacles with a wave of his sword. but he cannot stop the equalization device for all beings on Earth. So, he has been cautious all along. But we can change our thinking. Since society and science cannot solve these problems, we use magic. Sometimes, magic is more scientific than science. After squeezing the soft dragon claw in his hand, Xia Li lifted the back of his hand and kissed it, then whispered softly in Lucia's ear, "I think we should go back to A's continent first." After saying this, Xia Li clearly felt the evil dragon in his arms move. Her body stiffened for a moment. Then she turned her shoulder and looked at Xia Li quietly. No, I'm not sending you back. I'm going back once and then coming back," Xia Li said hurriedly. Lucia frowned slightly, and her beautiful amber eyes looked like a pair of golden dragon pupils in the bright room. She looked at Xia Li and was silent for a long time. "Did I eat too much just now?" Lucia asked uncertainly. Xia Li had no idea what was going on in this dragon's mind. Maybe this is the difference between the thinking of dragons and humans? "No. What does this have to do with it? You're going to throw me back." "That's not what I meant. Why doesn't this dragon listen to people?" Xia Li was so anxious that her face turned red. So Xia Li repeated to Lucia what he had said to Wuchi before. Lucia understands the rules of magic on the continent of A's better than Xia Li. If it's a teleportation scroll, it would indeed be easy to send her somewhere else. In fact, there is no need to go through the trouble of looking for the teleportation scroll. Just let Xia Li go to the destination to open the teleportation array, and then she can open it at the same time, and two-way teleportation can be achieved. But Xia Li has no magic power. Xia Li can't use his body to store magic power like Lucia, so he can only rely on teleportation scrolls to make up for it. "If I go back..." Lucia opened her eyes wide and suddenly thought of many possibilities. If she goes back, she will be a dragon and Xia Li will be a hero. Their love is a taboo in the continent of A's. Xia Li will be labeled a traitor to humanity, and Lucia will probably become a laughing stock in the eyes of the pure-blooded dragons. I'm not from that world, and I don't have to abide by their rules. If anyone wants to harm us, I will defeat them," Xia Li promised aggressively. "Then I'll knock them down too." Lucia Cuckoo threw 2 punches. The fist went astray and hit Xia Li's chin. Xia Li felt pain, and Lucia quickly turned around and rubbed his skin. Suddenly I thought, if I go back, I'm going to flatten Xia Li with my butt. The brave man who dared not attack her. It was exciting to think about it. Play the brave man in the palm of your hand. As evening approached, the setting sun slowly set. After reading for an entire afternoon, Xia Li stood up, stretched, and moved his arms. When you're in flow mode, time flies by fast. Lucia fell asleep on the sofa at some point. Cotton lay on her belly, the tip of her tail wagging, her erect ears moving with the movement around her, as if she was keeping watch for Lucia. The word learning by reading is too advanced for the Dragon Clan. It was already enough for Lucia to be able to learn, so Xia Li never asked her to be strict. There is no time to cook now, and Lucia will become a hungry dragon once she wakes up. Xia Li went to the balcony and looked around. The steak thrown in the corner had not been eaten yet, and Wuchi had gone somewhere unknown. The children who were playing downstairs were called home by their parents one after another for dinner. The old men and women who were basking in the sun had already removed their benches, and the cats and dogs were nowhere to be seen. Everything returned to its former tranquility, waiting for the next reunion under the scorching sun. What is different from the past is that every family in the community has become more lively than before. Through the thick walls and floors, you can even hear the conversations of the neighbors in the surrounding homes. There are students who graduate and go home to visit their parents. And there are also people from Beijing who have worked for a year and return to their hometown with their families to celebrate the new year. Come to think of it, the new year is almost here. Lucia's only little sister, Zhou Anqi, should be back too, right? And what is the relationship between her and Fu Yuan like? Xia Li has been very busy recently. He is either reading or writing books every day and has no time to care about the situation of his friends. I took out my phone and ordered 3 servings of fried rice and 1 serving of fried noodles to ensure that the hungry dragon could eat when he woke up. Xia Li opened the chat window with his brothers. I haven't seen you for a few days, but the messages I've received are already $9.99 plus. When Xia Li saw this number, his eyebrows twitched. After scrolling up, he found that they were all red envelopes that had been snatched away. Xia Li thought that the matter was settled, so Fu Yuan was distributing red envelopes in the group. But when I turned around, I found that the red envelopes were all sent by Peach and Monkey. Not only that, the original small group of 5 people suddenly became a group of 4. There are still people who quit the group. As Xia Li expected, the person who quit the group was Zhou Anqi. What's going on with Zhou Anqi? After seeing the news that Zhou Anqi had quit the group, Xia Li immediately asked the evil dragon beside him. Alon can be considered one of Zhou Anqi's friends. Girls can talk about anything, so she would know some rumors. However, Lucia rubbed her eyes and rolled around on the sofa, muttering to Xia Li to hold her. Xia Li thought, "We are talking about serious business. Why is she acting like a spoiled child?" But he still bent down honestly and picked up the evil dragon who was sleeping in a daze from the sofa. Did she have a fight with Fu Yuan? Xia Li emphasized again. Who? Long asked in a daze. Zhou Anqi. Do not know. Seeing Xia Li's solemn expression, Lucia rubbed herself in Xia Li's arms twice again. Her moist breath blew into Xia Li's sweater, feeling hot. Xia Li seriously suspected that the dragon was pulling him. Unfortunately, Xia Li was completely controlled by the evil dragon. She lost her way in the act of pampering and wanted to pick up the dragon and throw him into the small dark room to punish him severely. You're playing with fire, dragon girl. However, Xia Li still cares very much about these good brothers who grew up together. Especially when it comes to relationship issues. You can't just break up like that. Moreover, leaving the group after a quarrel is too girly and does not fit Zhou Anqi's usual style. Let me check your phone. Xia Li endured the charm that the female dragon cast on him and reached into Lucia's dinosaur pajamas. You don't look. I want to see. No. Lucia turned around at Xia Li's suspicion, took out the cell phone from her pocket, and put it into her collar. Xia Li was stunned. No. Do you think I won't dare to take it if you put it in my chest? You really think I'm a gentleman? Xia Li didn't hesitate at all and started to dig. As soon as his wrist entered the evil dragon's snow-white neck, there was a bang sound. Because her clothes were not full enough, the phone fell down Lucia's belly. Xia Li picked it up first. Fortunately, the phone case was there, so Lucia's precious little phone was not damaged after the fall. Seeing this, Lucia did not bother with the hero anymore and reluctantly stretched out her little finger to unlock the phone. Since you can't win the fight anyway, if you live under the hero's roof, you have to serve him. How come some people still use the fingerprint of their little finger to lock their phone? Xia Li was too tired to complain, so he opened Lucia's WeChat and looked through the chat history. There's a sense of tension in peeping into my girlfriend's privacy. I'll just say nothing. The evil dragon propped himself up with his arms, swung his legs, and spoke in a helpless tone. Xia Li flipped through a few pages and really didn't see anything valuable. In addition to sharing videos from the Bilibili with each other, the chat records between Lucia and Zhou Anqi are basically about cooking and Lucia's confusions in her studies during this period. Too normal. It's so normal that it's a little abnormal. Since Lucia couldn't find a breakthrough here, Xia Li would try another approach. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Fu Yuan, but it seemed as if the other end had been waiting for him for a long time, and an unwilling voice bombarded him like thunder. Boss, what should I do? Downstairs of Building 3, Shandong, Chaoyang Community. The 5 people looked at each other, and looking at the 2 faces that were both familiar and unfamiliar, Xia Li finally remembered that the other party should be disciples of a faction from other units in the same community. When Xia Li was still the leader of the kids, he often fought with this group of people. Later, he moved away from Qingchang City, and his disciples accepted new members, who were the 2 in front of him now. When we were young, there was no deep hatred. No matter how big the conflict was, it could be solved with a bag of snacks. Instead, when we grew up, we cherished the pure friendship in our childhood especially, and we would get together every time we met when we went home during the Chinese New Year. Finally, after a moment of silence, a young man with a beard who looked a little older took the initiative to step forward and greet Xia Li. I don't know if you still remember me. My last name is Gong. I'm older than you. You can call me Old Gong. My last name is Fu. You can call me Mr. Fu. My last name is Xia. You can call me Grandpa Xia. Xia Li smiled and shook hands with him, and also shook hand with Fu Yuan. Among boys, the one who addresses someone of higher seniority has more advantages. This is an eternal truth. Fuck you, you're just forcing it, right? Chen Tao on the other side couldn't help but say, what super generation increase? Everyone laughed a few times, and all the times when they had beaten each other black and blue when they were young were gone. Girlfriend, the man surnamed Gong walked up to Xia Li. He was wearing a standard plaid shirt, with unkempt stubble and sparse hair, which showed his professional identity as a programmer. He glanced at the little girl who was following Xia Li closely and asked Xia Li in a low voice. The little girl was wearing a teddy bear coat and a wide, flat hat that revealed her pretty, clean face. She put her hands in her pockets and followed Xia Li leisurely. She seemed indifferent to everything around her. There was only Xia Li in her eyes. She walked a few steps and then lowered her head to play with her mobile phone. Xia Li nodded. Before leaving, he told Lucia that he just wanted to have a midnight snack and ask Fu Yuan and Zhou about the situation. It would take at most 2 hours. He asked Lucia to read a book at home, but the dragon was not happy and insisted on following to see what was going on. Xia Li couldn't resist the female dragon's charm and had to agree to her. As a result, Long refused to follow him, saying that he wanted to keep his distance, and followed Xia Li like a puppy, taking pictures secretly. Could it be that I had let a wolf into the house and became a traitor? Xia Li thought anxiously. I heard that he has met his parents? That happened so fast. I can't even see any girls in my workplace, and my mom is so worried. The man surnamed Gong sighed. While expressing his emotion, his eyes couldn't help but fall on Xia Li. I couldn't beat him when I was a kid, and when I grew up, I felt even more helpless. What did this guy practice? How come you're so strong? Nowadays, most people work in offices or go out to sell things. The long-term stay-up late-night jobs and life pressures have made the bodies of college graduates like them, who have graduated for 1 or 2 years, as fragile as paper. Why does old Xiao look so radiant and energetic? Fu Yuan found a barbecue restaurant and sat down. Considering that it would be convenient to go back after drinking, the location here is not far from the community and it only takes about 10 minutes to walk. The barbecue restaurant is very small, with a floor area of only 30 square meters, and most of the seats are outdoors. There's a large umbrella advertising beer with a small charcoal stove underneath, and a group of people were sitting around the stove. When there was no wind, the warm air from the stove made people's cheeks red, and the cold wind made people shiver. This is the feeling you want. Sister-in-law, won't you come and sit down? Fu Yuan saw Lucia standing on the curb, not far away, talking on the phone. Her voice was very soft, and Fu Yuan couldn't hear what she was saying, nor did he take it seriously. Don't worry about her. Xia Li withdrew his gaze and turned the skewers of meat that the boss brought up over in the stove. It's easy to guess who Lucia is talking to on the phone. Oh no, now he really has become a traitor. However, since Lucia chose to contact Zhou at this time, and Zhou also responded to her, doesn't it also prove that things should not be as bad as Xia Li imagined? Tell me, what's going on between you and Angie? Chen Tao opened 2 bottles of beer and filled the cups on the table one by one. The skewers in this barbecue restaurant are grilled by hand. It's a little slow, but it tastes warm. As the Chinese New Year approaches, the surrounding streets are particularly busy. The old town here is only crowded with people at the end of the year. It is usually very deserted. Suddenly, I felt like I had gone back in time to 15 years ago. I went to the capital to look for her, and then she was not happy to see me, but she felt it was not nice to leave me there alone. So she reluctantly had a meal with me and sent me on the train, and then I came back. Fu Yuan said all this calmly, but one could tell from the tone of his voice how unwilling he was. Is this why you're quitting the group? Xia Li asked again. It sounds very calm, not like a quarrel. We never had a fight. I just told her that I wanted to go to the capital, live there, and take the civil service exam. She was studying for her master's degree, and I was taking my civil service exam. As long as she was willing, I would be with her immediately. We were still working hard for our respective dreams, but the difference from now was that we could see each other every day. Xia Li took a sip of beer. The beer had been left outside for too long, so it had an ice-cold effect. It tasted bitter, but also a bit chilling when he drank it. She didn't agree. She felt that I was putting all the responsibility on her. When I asked her whether she agreed or not, I was asking her to make a choice, and the price of making a choice was to take responsibility. What if I was influenced by her and failed to pass the civil service exam? What if both parents blamed me? What if her studies were affected by my existence? Graduate student life was not as easy as I thought. She had endless experiments to do every day, and sometimes she couldn't go back to the dormitory all day. She had so many things to think about. I thought I had thought enough, but every question she asked left me with no answer. There are too many possibilities in the future. Even though I have prepared myself mentally, I am still a little scared among so many possibilities. Fu Yuan said solemnly, "Is such that, after hearing so much, the man named Gong who was sitting opposite also swallowed the bitter wine and couldn't help but speak. Girls have to consider more things. Because of the age of pregnancy, they need to make the most correct decision in the short time. But it is different for boys because boys start at 30 and they have plenty of time to do the wrong things. People have different tolerance levels," Xia Li added. "The same is true for humans and dragons. Compared to Lucia's long dragon life, Xia Li's short life might just be a flash in the pan." Thinking of this, Xia Li shuddered. "No, I can't let Yuanzi's influence make me so pessimistic." When encountering such emotional problems around her, Xia Li always subconsciously brings them into her own picture. But their situations are different. If we go back to A's and have magic, everything will be different. It's precisely because we are so familiar with each other that we don't even dare to make mistakes. Fu Yuan smiled bitterly and she said that if she and I were just ordinary friends and then developed feelings for each other, she might agree to let me try dating. But because the target was me, she didn't want to. She was unwilling to change her life, which she had finally stabilized. She was afraid of losing what she had obtained after 18 years of hard study. She said she used to like me, but now, she probably doesn't like me anymore. What does should mean? Such an ambiguous word. Chen Tao pondered these words carefully, but he felt that Zhou Anqi was not the kind of person who would use ambiguous words to give pursuers a little hope and hook them. There was light flowing in Fu Yuan's eyes, and the thick lenses on his nose were covered with mist. He quickly took them off and wiped them with his clothes. I turned on the windshield wipers, but why can't I see the road clearly? Fu Yuan spoke with a nasal voice. It was clearly a joke, but when he said it with an unwilling tone, it had a different meaning. Don't do this. Now, even Xia Li felt a little sorry for him after hearing what he said. In fact, what she said was not should, but just 5 short words. I don't like you, Fu Yuan added. Everyone was silent. They poured themselves a glass of wine and drank it without saying a word. She liked you before, didn't she? Chen Tao couldn't stand it anymore, so he stretched out his arm to pull Fu Yuan over, wanting to comfort him. Fu Yuan nodded. Time changes everything, and that's normal in my opinion. Do you remember the snacks you liked to eat when you were a child? Oh, I remember you liked to eat, sour girl. Fu Yuan nodded again. You liked to eat when you were a kid. How about you now? I don't like it now. That's right. Just because you liked something before doesn't mean you will like it now or in the future. Is sour girl wrong? Sour girl is not wrong. Are you wrong? You are not wrong either. You're not wrong. It is time that has changed all these things, so Yuanzi, think more positively. Chen Tao patted Fu Yuan's shoulders heavily. Fu Yuan was thin to begin with, and he was mentally haggard, so he almost fell apart after being patted a few times by Chen Tao. Yeah, she just doesn't like me anymore. Fu Yuan lowered his head and took 2 pieces of paper to wipe his glasses. The big umbrella above his head could not block the big raindrops from falling on his face. For a moment, I didn't know whether Chen Tao succeeded in comforting him or just hit him harder. However, if Xia Li said something at this time to rekindle his hope and encourage him to persevere, it would make him more painful. So Xia Li remained silent. Xia Li, someone beside him tugged at the corner of his clothes. Xia Li turned around and saw Lucia's cute and delicate little face right in front of him. She stared at the skewers on the stove and spoke to Xia Li eagerly. I want to eat. The evil dragon opened his mouth. Xia Li picked up 2 skewers of grilled pork belly and stuffed them into her hands. I can't feed you now. Just take it and eat it. No matter what, it feels a bit awkward to show affection in front of a brother who just broke up. Oh, Lucia was also obedient. She took the skewers of meat, dragged over a small stool, and started eating the meat. Fu Yuan paused for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and greeted Lucia. Sister-in-law, if you don't drink beer, just ask the boss to get you a drink. Don't be polite. After all, he was the host and Lucia was the guest, so he should naturally greet the guest when she sat down. However, Fu Yuan lost his words halfway through, and drops of rain as big as beans flowed down his face. Lucia stared blankly at the little person crying loudly in front of her, then turned to look at Xia Li. The corners of the evil dragon's mouth went from flat in surprise to gradually upturned. Why does this dragon look like he wants to laugh but doesn't? Don't laugh. Xia Li winked at her and used lip language to stop the evil dragon's evil behavior. So Lucia coughed twice and suppressed the smile on her face. It's okay, I'll just eat whatever I want. Well, I want to get some more food. Why don't you guys eat for a while longer? End of this chapter. After 2 bottles of beer, it was already midnight. At this time a month ago, Xia Li's elderly lifestyle had already sounded the alarm. But recently he has been staying up late to read, and midnight is the time when he is most focused on studying. The fire in the small charcoal stove was almost burnt out. The winter night was cold and windy. The boss replaced the charcoal with a new round and added 2 skewers of meat. The evil dragon next to Xia Li was eating voraciously. He felt it was not enough for himself, so after tasting 2 spicy bites, he stuffed the meat into Xia Li's mouth. Xia Li's mouth never stopped moving. While comforting his good brother, he also had to eat the skewers of meat with ambergris sent by the evil dragon. The empty bottles on the table kept piling up, and seeing that the 3rd box of beer was almost empty, Xia Li and Chun Tao felt that something was wrong, and they both pulled Fu Yuan to persuade him to drink less. Even my friends in the next unit couldn't stand it anymore. All right, don't be sad. People will always go through these things. Just think of it as paying the price for growth. The 4 grown men huddled together over there, and Fu Yuan spoke unwillingly about his worries. Those words that we usually don't dare to say out loud, because we are so rational, burst out today like a bursting dam. Fu Yuan grew up in the countryside. When he was 6, his parents spent all their savings to buy a new house in Qingqing City so that he could go to school in the city. Parents at that time were like this, always thinking that sending their children to study abroad would help them escape the shackles of fate. In order to respond to his parents' kindness, Fu Yuan worked hard and usually ranked among the top in exams. He was always regarded as the other people's child by his neighbors since he was a child. However, Fu Yuan, who came from the countryside, was not only cowardly, but also had an inferiority complex in his bones. His thin stature and the constant praise from adults made him the one who was excluded without exception. When he was in school, he was ostracized by his classmates. When he returned home, he was bullied by his neighbors. Children's jealousy is a kind of innate malice. The better Fu Yuan's grades are, the more he is a thorn in the eyes of his peers. Later, he was saved by Xia Li and joined Xia Li's team, and the so-called childhood shadow disappeared. He has been calling him boss since he was 8 years old. However, the person who saved him was not only Boss Xia, but also the girl of the same age with a high ponytail, who was always a head taller than him, who often stood in front of him to vent his anger, and who always loved to bully and torment him. From elementary school to junior high school to high school and college, they are friends and enemies. They talk about their dreams during the day and stay up for an extra half hour at night to study questions just to beat each other in the next monthly exam. Fu Yuan tells the story of a humble boy's tragic secret love. He was like a moth in the night, chasing the only light in his life. He could have chased her and run away, but the things he was carrying made him a little confused. His parents bet everything on him, His life is not at his feet, so he dare not take one more step forward. Tonight is destined to be a sad night. Under the clear night sky, a heartbroken boy trapped in love is struggling in the quagmire, and the stars are quietly listening to his story. Speak up, speak up. Say these words, and you'll feel better. But it will be great if you could tell Zhou and She what you wrote. Chun Tao patted Fu Yuan's shoulder, and his eyes became moist. Xia Li sat on the side without saying a word. The beer tonight was particularly bitter. They all watched each other grow up, and the scene before them moved everyone. Xia Li, why is he crying? Lucia brought a small stool and looked at the drunk boy over there. She squeezed closer to Xia Li with a small skewer in her mouth. Elong ate too many skewers tonight. Basically, she ate all 200 or so bamboo sticks by herself. Now, there's a stain of grease on her little face. Xia Li pulled out a piece of toilet paper and wiped her mouth. It's normal. I would cry too. Is this the human emotion of a broken heart? Lucia thought for a moment. The word broken heart was very new to her. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. Well, I guess so. Xia Li nodded. The breakup of an unrequited love is also considered breakup. However, Zhou and She told Yuan that she had never liked him. Is this really true? If you were heartbroken, would you cry? The evil dragon asked again. Xia Li glanced down at her. Lucia blinked at him with her amber-like, clear eyes. Her beautiful little almond eyes were still so clean and pure, as if all the questions she asked were just the innocent curiosity of a child. I won't fall out of love. Xia Li doesn't dare to face reality. I bother. Xia Li couldn't help but knock on the dragon's head. He had drunk quite a bit of wine, and the blow hurt Lucia, who frowned and hit back with a bamboo stick. Stupidity technique. The bamboo stick fell so lightly that it didn't even move Xia Li's hair. Xia Li pulled Long over and wanted to take advantage of the alcohol to kiss her hard. But considering that there was a good brother next to him who had just broken up, he resisted the urge to kiss her and just pinched the soft and delicious white face twice. Lucia didn't argue with him. The hero doesn't allow her to use magic, so she can't defeat him, but she can use other means to defeat the hero. Stretching out her little arm, she took a bottle of beer from the box, and then she bit the beer cap off with her little canine teeth in 2 bites. Then pour wine for Xia Li. Drink more, she said. Xia Li, is this his girlfriend? What kind of girlfriend would keep forcing herself to drink? After filling Xia Li's glass with wine, Lucia used her omnipotent dragon teeth to pry open a bottle of jujube juice, filled her own glass, and then clinked glasses with Xia Li. You do it, I don't care, said the evil dragon. Xia Li, Lucia really likes the human drinking culture of clinking glasses. Xia Li was forced by her to drink 3 glasses in a row, but she didn't even finish half of the small cup in her hand. Xia Li felt that sooner or later he would be vomited by this dragon. Xia Li was controlled by the dizziness magic. Sister-in-law, you're the only one who dares to play with him like this. At the other end of the table, the boys who were hugging each other and crying their hearts out seemed to have calmed down. The boy with the watermelon head was wiping his glasses. His eyes were slightly red, and he was very envious of the scene here. Lucia smiled. Of course, the only one who can defeat the hero is the Silver Dragon Queen. Following Fu Yuan's words, several people turned their attention over, and Qin Tao was the first to stir up trouble. I remember Xiaolu is very strong. How about you try arm wrestling with Xia Tur, he suggested. Xia Li was drunk, and when he heard what he said, he raised his eyelids and looked over. This is a dragon. Don't do it. Lucia smiled faintly and put her little hands on the table. She lifted up her sleeves, revealing a small piece of her delicate, snow-white skin. Her slender wrists looked quite fragile and didn't look like she was very strong at all. Xia Li frowned, thinking that the small wooden tables at the barbecue stall were quite brittle, and any normal boy would break them if they arm wrestled with them. If he and Lucia were to compete, wouldn't they break at the slightest touch? Hurry up, why are you so fussy? Qin Tao felt that this was a good sign to liven up the atmosphere and naturally would not miss it. He walked over and pushed Xia Li. Xia Li was already drunk and was pushed all over the place by him. Several people couldn't help but laugh out loud. The previously depressing atmosphere was instantly relieved a lot. Come, mate. Lucia had been waiting for a long time, her smiling eyes like little crescent moons, looking at Xia Li sweetly. To be honest, Xia Li had no confidence, but he still sat over and held Lucia's soft little hand with his right hand. Take a deep breath. When facing a giant dragon, trying to fight with force is just asking for trouble. If you want to defeat Lucia, you can only rely on speed. Thinking this in his mind, when the countdown of 3, 2, 1 from Chun Tao ended, Xia Li exerted force instantly. The veins on his wrist bulged, and he pressed Lucia's small hand out. The small wooden table under his elbow was shaking, but the evil dragon in front of him didn't move at all. Lucia's expression was calm, with a smile in her eyes. Sure enough, she's quite strong, Chun Tao exclaimed. I didn't expect Xia Tuer to be so serious. It was just arm wrestling, but his eyes looked like he wanted to fight. It can be seen that Xiao Lu is really strong, which is why Xia Tuer takes her so seriously. A moment later, with a pop sound, Lucia fell down without any warning. Oh, I lost. Lucia sighed. Xia Li was stunned. Release the water. I definitely let the water down just now. Come again. Xia Li slapped his thigh. Why are you coming if you won? I won't come. My hands hurt. Lucia shook her dragon claw. This hand was uncomfortable because of being pinched by Xia Li just now, and it was sweaty. Everyone was just happy about this result, and it was not surprising. After all, with Xia Li's strong arms, it would be difficult for him to lose to the little girl. Several people over there continued chatting, trying to turn the topic to a positive one. Fu Yuan showed a rare smile on his face, and the water stains at the corners of his eyes sparkled under the light. Xia Li put his head close to the evil dragon's ear, wishing he could bury himself in her soft body, and he spoke in a questioning tone. Did you let the water go? I don't have any. You deliberately. I certainly didn't mean it, Lucia said. Xia Li laughed angrily. No means yes. You did this on purpose. With Long's level of Chinese, do you still want to fool him? Because losing to you at this time can make you feel better. Lucia admitted in a low voice. After all, he defeated her dragon in front of his brothers. I hope that when we return to the continent of A's, the brave man will lose to her twice so that she can save face. I won't give up. Let's go back and try again. Xia Li knew that Long had some ulterior motives, but he was drunk at the moment and had to compete for the victory. Don't PK with a drunk hero. The evil dragon calmly took a sip of juice and said with a disdainful tone. Xia Li's face turned red with anxiety. Just as he was about to grab Long and humiliate him, before he could extend his arm, Lucia's eyes suddenly lit up and she reached out to hold Xia Li. Hurry up, the plot is about to be triggered. Xia Li thought, even he wasn't drunk, so how come Long got drunk first? Aren't they just a group of boys comforting their heartbroken brother? Where's the plot? Turning back, Xia Li vaguely heard the sound of high heels coming closer and closer. The person was dragging a suitcase and was wearing a youthful and beautiful long skirt that suited her temperament, with a plain down jacket on the outside. She came over and took off the U-shaped pillow from her shoulders. He looked so tired, probably because he had been sitting on the transportation for a whole day. Crack! A sound. The U-shaped pillow hit Fu Yuan's head while he was drinking. Fu Yuan looked over blankly, with a stunned expression on his face. Chi, am I dreaming? He asked Chun Tao beside him. Chun Tao shook his head uncertainly. No. If you're dreaming, then aren't we dreaming the same dream? Even though he was a little confused from drinking, Fu Yuan remembered it clearly. Shi just said a few days ago that she would not come back for the Chinese New Year. She also said that she would withdraw from the group first, and, after calming down for a few days, she would take the initiative to tell Xia Li and the others about the matter. After saying these words, Fu Yuan thought that he would never see Zhou Anqi again. Yuanzi, come here. Zhou Anqi let go of the suitcase in her hand. She was tall and stood under the street light, casting a long shadow. Fu Yuan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He always feels confused at the crossroads of life, and every time he feels confused, he will indecisively ask for help from people around him. For example, now, Fu Yuan looked at Xia Li, hoping that Xia Li would say something. Xia Li held the female dragon's hand. Although he was drunk, he still remained rational about the current situation. "Unz, go over there," Xia Li repeated. After a moment of silence, the girl under the street light could no longer bear it. From childhood to adulthood, when have you ever had your own opinion? Zhou Anqi's black high heels made a crisp sound as she stepped on the suitcase. She walked over and grabbed Fu Yuan by the collar. Fu Yuan is less than 1.7 meters tall, even shorter than Zhou Anqi. When Zhou Anqi grabbed him, he was like a piece of boneless meat being dragged off the chair. He wanted to stand up, but because he had no strength or courage, his legs were weak, and he almost sat on the ground. Every time I ask you a question, your answer is always ambiguous. If I didn't know you well enough, I would just think you were a scumbag who changes his mind every day. Fu Yuan, do you know what you want in this life? Do you have the courage to face what you want? Zhou Anqi's voice was no longer as gentle as usual. The girl's heartfelt cry was somewhat heartbreaking. The evil dragon next to Xia Li moved its body and stayed close to Xia Li silently. Even Chun Tao at the other side of the table had never seen such a scene. He followed Lucia and took a stool to sit next to Xia Li. A group of people were watching the show with their eyes wide open. Fu Yuan lowered his head without saying a word. Apart from clenching his fists, he couldn't utter a word. "You want to take the civil service exam, and you also want to come to Beijing to be with me. Where in the world can there be so many good things? Can you just take the exam to become a civil servant in Beijing? You can't be so greedy." Zhou Anqi's angry voice scolding him came down on him, and Fu Yuan endured it quietly. "You don't have the courage to give up everything, I do." After hearing these words, Fu Yuan slowly raised his drooping head. He was still being pulled by Zhou Anqi's collar, but those lightless eyes were gradually breaking into the light. Like a moth flying towards a flame, his eyes reflected the light that belonged to him. "Before I met you, I was a poor student. You took me to study and read books. You used your playtime to patiently and gently teach me the subjects. We competed on the same stage, appeared on the podium for the top 3 in the grade, and appeared in the city's mathematical Olympiad examination room. It's strange that you, a skinny and weak person like you, can actually give me such strength. I have asked myself more than once why I have to work so hard and study so hard. Later I realized that I want to catch up with you. The unattainable dream of wanting to be a scientist that I had in my childhood has now become something I can try. But you always stay where you are and are always too cowardly to move forward. I was standing far away and saw you huddled in place. I couldn't help but wonder why I wanted to catch up with you. Catching up with you wouldn't bring me any sense of accomplishment. Fu Yuan, stand up right there. Angel Eye." Zhou Anqi's voice was almost squeezed out her chest. She grabbed Fu Yuan's collar fiercely. Fu Yuan's eyes became blurry again when he heard these words. "Come with me, like before," she said forcefully. Not only Xia Li, but everyone present saw Zhou Anqi so domineering for the first time. Xia Li was so scared that the string of beans fell to the ground. Is this Zhou Anqi?" Chen Tao kept shaking his head and didn't dare to speak. No one wanted to make a sound and disturb this scene. Xia Li picked up the skewers that fell on the ground and threw them into the trash can. He looked up and heard a faint breathing sound. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw mist in Lucia's bright eyes. She grabbed the corner of Xia Li's clothes with her fingers very hard. Xia Li was stunned for a moment. This dragon who never understands human emotions. "You actually shed tears?" End of this chapter. Zhou Anqi's voice was deafening in the quiet night. The diners who were drinking and eating skewers at the next tables all cast their eyes over here. Seeing that something was not right, Zhou Anqi grabbed Fu Yuan's arm and left here, heading straight into the dark alley. The alley is connected to the park, which is very suitable for taking a walk and chatting. At the barbecue table, several people looked at each other, but no one said anything. "Do you want to follow?" "I won't follow him, for fear of something happening. I should follow them, but I'm afraid of disturbing these two people. Angie was so strong just now. It's like she's become a different person." Chen Tao squeezed his head over and spoke to Xia Li in a very low voice. Even though everyone had gone far away, he still acted cautiously. After all, She's a girl who was born and raised in Shu province. When she doesn't talk, she's like a submissive little rabbit. But once she gets angry, she's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xia Li raised his hand and rubbed the Tyrannosaurus beside him, then nodded, agreeing with Chun Tao's statement. I hope Anchi won't do this or that to you, Enzi. Chun Tao said uneasily. Xia Li nodded again. Judging from their personalities, Yuanzi would definitely be the one being pinned to the ground and rubbed. However, Xia Li understood Zhou Anqi. She wouldn't really do anything to Yuanzi, but she wouldn't let him go easily either. Someone has already paid for your table, and the other party asked if you want more food. The barbecue restaurant owner, wearing an apron, came over, glanced at the situation on the table, and replied to the customer on his mobile phone. Chen Tao reacted and shook his head quickly. No, we've almost finished eating, and there's still 6 bottles of wine left. You can give him the money back. Okay. The barbecue restaurant owner counted the beer and sent a voice message to the customer. At the same time, Sally received 2 messages from Zhou Anqi. Chi, brother Xia, it's okay, you guys can go back. Chi, it was my fault for leaving the group. I wanted to calm down, but I found that I couldn't calm down. I acted on impulse. I'm very sorry. Summer Dawn, please have good talk. After replying to the message, they had almost finished eating the barbecue on the table, and after drinking their glasses of wine, they went home. From the other side of the alley, intermittent sounds of arguing could be heard. Why give up research? Isn't this your dream? Give up research? Where are all your efforts so far? My dream has changed now. Is that okay? But there's so many buts. I'm here in front of you now. This is my decision. What about your decision? Speak. You're crying. Don't cry. Chen Tao shrank his neck and could vaguely hear Fu Yuan's crying. He couldn't make up his mind, so he had to ask Xia Li, do you want to persuade me? No, we can't get involved in this matter. Xia Li shook his head. Chen Tao still felt uneasy. Yuanzi had drunk a little too much. He planned to wait nearby and help Zhou Anqi carry Yuanzi back. Angie's suitcase is still here with me. I'll help her look after it. You guys go back first. Ro. Xia Li followed him, said hello, pulled Longclaw beside him, and led him home. Alas, the adult world is never easy. The older you get, the more you worry about what's ahead. I really envy Xia Tuer, who doesn't have to worry about anything when she's with Xiao Lu. Chun Tao looked at the 2 people leaving and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Who said I have no worries? Xia Li didn't look back. It seemed like he was talking to himself. The things he has to worry about are not necessarily less than those between Zhou Anqi and Fu Yuan. It can only be said that every family has a difficult scripture to recite. Along the way, Lucia, beside Xia Li, was rubbing her eyes. She forced herself to hold back the 2 drops of dragon's tears that were crystal clear under the light. The pepper got into my eyes. Without waiting for Xia Li to speak, Lucia took the lead in explaining her gaffe. Yeah, Xia Li nodded perfunctorily. Really, Lucia said emphatically. I know you won't lie to me. Xia Li nodded again. Lucia felt uneasy. She felt that her understanding of human emotions was not that deep yet. However, when Lucia saw her friend dropping everything and appearing in front of Watermelon Head today, she felt an indescribable touch in her heart. Putting herself in his shoes, if Xia Li had abandoned her in the A's continent, she would also rush back to Xia Li without hesitation and question Xia Li why he abandoned her, just like Zhou Anqi questioned Watermelon Head. Angie left the group at noon. She was in a bad mood today, and I was trying to comfort her. On the way back, Lucia began to explain what she had done today. After learning that Xia Li was going out drinking with Watermelon Head tonight, Lucia told Zhou Anqi about it. Zhou Anqi finally found the answer after struggling. It took her 4 hours to return to Qingchang City from the capital, and then she appeared in front of everyone. This was a huge gamble, and Zhou Anqi was undoubtedly betting her entire future on it. It is no exaggeration to say that it was a stupid act done on impulse. However, as long as she thinks it is worth it, no one has the right to criticize her actions. So you did something good. Sally took a breath and remembered something else. Then why is there no chat history in your phone? I deleted it in advance. Evil Dragon explained. Sally stopped. Lucia, who was following behind Xia Li, didn't have time to brake and bumped into Xia Li's back. She took a step back, rubbed her forehead, and raised her watery eyes. Okay, you're defending against me too. Xia Li started to pull Long's soft little face. The evil dragon's face was like a dough ball made of fermented dough, but it was deformed by Xia Li's kneading and soon turned red. The two of them were very affectionate and walked unsteadily back to the downstairs of the community. Xia Li felt his head shaking violently, and as time went by, it became increasingly difficult for his brain to control his limbs. Very dizzy, Lucia hugged Xia Li's arm and found that Xia Li's body was staggering and he couldn't stand straight. She thought the hero was pretending to be drunk and deceiving her like last time. But when Lucia looked at Xia Li's expression suspiciously, she found that his somewhat blurry eyes were not fake at all. This time, the hero really seems to be controlled by the stun magic. I asked you to force me to drink. Now, you carry me up. Xia Li grabbed the handrail of the stairs and felt it shaking violently. Considering that the infrastructure in this old community had long been aging, he was afraid of breaking the 2 iron bars, so he let go and fell to the wall on the other side. Hey! Lucia thought the hero was going to lie down, so she quickly used her thin body to prop him up. Didn't you say that beer has a low alcohol content and it's not easy to get drunk? Lucia lifted Xia Li's arm over. Unfortunately, the height difference between her and the hero is too big, so it is difficult for her to carry the hero on her back. Low alcohol content doesn't mean you won't get drunk, and whether or not you can get drunk depends mostly on the scene. For example, today's scene is pretty easy to get drunk. Xia Li's voice was unclear like chanting a sutra, and the smell of alcohol mixed with the sound of his voice blew on Lucia's snow-white neck. Lucia was in a panic and felt an itch on the back of her neck, so she raised her hand to scratch it. Don't make a fuss. Just after carrying him for 2 steps, Lucia felt a tingling sensation in her neck again. You don't bite me. The evil dragon turned back angrily. You said it yourself, Xia Li said roguely. For a dragon, nibbling is a behavior similar to expressing affection. That's the behavior of a dragon, not a human. You are a human. You can't behave like a dragon. Lucia spoke out to stop Xia Li, but seeing that it didn't work, she simply slapped Xia Li's old face. How could Xia Li understand such logical questions at this moment? Lucia's words went in one ear and out the other to him, without him even thinking about it. I'm a dragon now, he said. After saying that, he kept rubbing his face against Lucia's snow-white neck. Lucia had to support him and stop his little movements, and she was too busy at the stairs. This hero is drunk, so troublesome. If you bite me again, I will. I wanted to threaten the hero, but I found that I had no threat to offer. Xia Li raised his unconscious face, narrowed his eyes slightly, and waited for her to continue. It seemed that he was waiting for Lucia to give a threatening answer before he would weigh whether to carry it out. Isn't this reasonable? Lucia pouted and said, I'll leave you at the stairs. Xia Li, then I will be picked up by someone. You will be picked up by bad guys and made into a slave. Lucia snorted twice, thinking that her words were cruel enough and the hero would definitely be scared. As an adult man, the possibility of me being picked up and used as a laborer in modern society is very small. The greater probability is that I will be picked up by a passing woman, dragged home, and do something bad. This is called picking up corpses. Before Xia Li could finish his words, Lucia's little fist had already hit Xia Li's chest. He almost vomited the wine he drank. Hey, why are you hitting me? I'm already dizzy enough. If you hit me again, I'll pass out in front of you. Shut up. You are not allowed to talk. Lucia dragged Xia Li upstairs. She originally wanted to threaten the hero, but now the hero is threatening her instead. Now it seems that even the brave warrior in a dizzy state is difficult to be defeated. It's so terrifying. Lucia grabbed Xia Li's arms and put them on her shoulders, using her short body to pull him upstairs. Although he was strong enough, he was not tall enough. Xia Li's legs dragged on the ground like a rag, bumping against the steps and struggling all the way home. Lucia took out the key and opened the door. Little Cotton had heard the noise a long time ago and was squatting on the ground to greet them. So Lucia left Xia Li at the door, went into the house to touch the cotton first, then turned back and grabbed Xia Li into the house. She first threw him on the sofa, then thought about it and carried him into the room. The hero was dressed properly, and she had to work hard to take off his coat. She stripped off the clothes layer by layer. When she took off the last autumn shirt, it got stuck on her neck. Lucia pulled the clothes so hard that they were deformed. Then she pulled the clothes off the hero's distorted head like pulling a carrot. "Can you give me some privacy?" Xia Li grabbed the last pair of pants as if he was grabbing the last bit of his dignity. "What are you doing? What are you doing? In the middle of winter, are they going to skin him clean and stew him? You're feeling hot. The internet says the best way to cool down is to take off your clothes," Lucia said innocently. Xia Li took a breath. "It's winter now. So how do we keep away heat in winter?" Lucia blinked and suddenly thought of a solution. "I understand. I'll put you on the balcony to cool down naturally." Xia Li's mouth twitched. After thinking carefully, he found that he really couldn't keep up with the evil dragon's train of thought. "Okay, tomorrow I will be a corpse without temperature." Lucia soon stopped making any noise. Xia Li lay flat on the bed, feeling like a small boat, swaying with the surging waves. "This is a symptom of drunkenness. The last time I drank like this was when I graduated from high school. In the past, when I drank too much, no one would come to take care of me." Xia Li usually walked home by herself, climbed into bed, and waited for the dawn of the next day. Drink some water, go to the bathroom a few times, and wait for the alcohol in the body to be completely metabolized, and you'll be a healthy man again when you wake up. But this time it's different. This time, there's Lucia. Xia Li was very curious about how the dragon would deal with himself in this situation. After waiting for a while, the sound completely disappeared from my ears. Xia Li thought the evil dragon had really moved him to the balcony to cool down, so he opened his eyes and found himself still lying on the bed. The familiar ceiling, the glaring incandescent light, the rustling sounds. Turning around, Xia Li saw that Lucia had taken off her coat at some point. She was wearing a close-fitting warm outfit with a low neckline, revealing her small and delicate collarbone. Her slender waistline was graceful and beautiful, and the curve of her chest was just right for one hand to rest on. This is undoubtedly the most fatal temptation for the irrational Xia Li. He couldn't help but want to hug the evil dragon, but the evil dragon twisted its waist and turned sideways. "What are you doing?" Lucia turned her little face away and said, "I'll cool down." "You cool down, I'll cool down too." Xia Li felt his throat dry and waited quietly for a moment before Lucia snuggled into his arms like a cat. Now Xia Li understood why Lucia said cool down. She took off her clothes and waited for the heat from her body to dissipate. The room without air conditioning is very cold, and the body temperature will drop after taking off clothes. When she was almost cooled, she crawled into Xia Li's arms and used her body to cool Xia Li down. This is the evil dragon's physical cooling method. Xia Li took a deep breath and calmed down. "What do you think about what happened between Anshi and Yuanzi just now?" Xia Li asked softly. The evil dragon in his arms moved twice, went out to cool down for 2 minutes, and then returned to Xia Li's arms. Xia Li felt like he was in a world of ice and fire. What Lucia didn't know was that by snuggling into Xia Li's arms, she was not cooling Xia Li down, but was heating him up instead. The girl's slightly cool body was like a ball of fire to Xia Li, and Xia Li felt that his nerves were constantly being teased. "I don't know. Human emotions are too profound," the evil dragon muttered in reply. "But I see you're about to drop your little pearls." Xia Li said again, "That's because the peppers went in." "I do not believe." "Believe or not." Lucia wouldn't say that to a drunk hero. She used the back of her hand to feel the temperature of Xia Li's forehead, and it felt even hotter. Just when Lucia wanted to go to the refrigerator to freeze herself for a while and then come back, Xia Li pulled her back and told her to stop. "Stop wasting time and come here." When a human's body temperature exceeds 40 degrees, it's easy for something to go wrong, and they can die. Lucia's face was serious. These were things she had looked up on the internet. "I have a normal fever after drinking. The temperature is not high, and I won't die," Xia Li said with his eyes closed. Lucia didn't believe it and used her hand to measure Xia Li's temperature. She wasn't sure how hot Xia Li's temperature was, but she felt that Xia Li's body was very hot, which looked abnormal. Then do you want to drink some honey water to sober you up? We have honey at home. No. All right, it's okay. Just stay in my arms for a while. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Although Xia Li's tone was helpless, she was still very moved in her heart. Lucia, after holding her for a while, Xia Li felt the girl in his arms was so soft and delicious that he always wanted to bury his head in her arms and steal a bite. He kissed the dragon's face, his tone extremely gentle. The evil dragon put his ear to Xia Li's chest and listened. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? No. Then you should sleep well. Lucia, what if I want to marry you? Xia Li suddenly said. Lucia was stunned and seemed to be thinking about the answer to this question in her little head. That, she said seriously. Then I will marry you too. Xia Li. Lucia knew the customs of human marriage, but she couldn't tell the difference between marrying and being married. When Xia Li said that, she answered like that in response to Xia Li. Xia Li was silent for a long time, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Then should I accept your gift? Dowry? What is that? The evil dragon didn't understand. If you want to marry me, you have to pay a sum of money, and then you can marry me. Xia Li analyzed with his limited thinking ability. When Lucia heard that she had to spend money, her expression became serious. How much? How much? It may be a bit expensive. Xia Li said seriously. Can you give me a better discount? I still need to buy a house, and I don't have much money. End of this chapter. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the thin clouds. Xia Li opened his eyes and then felt dizzy. Every time I drink too much, I get very little sleep that night, and I might still have a hangover the next day. Xia Li washed his face and drank 2 glasses of water, and now he felt a little more sober. Lucia was still curled up in the quilt, as sleepy as a cat. No matter how loud noise Xia Li made, she turned a deaf ear to it. Xia Li vaguely remembered that he seemed to have given the dragon a lot of trouble last night. I forgot exactly how it went on. All I knew was that she was busy running around, sometimes bringing a glass of water, sometimes go to the kitchen to tinker with the refrigerator. Thinking of this, Xia Li reached his hand between his legs. The pants are still there. No, why are you still here? What happened last night? The holy sword couldn't be triggered. Xia Li remembered that she said some very touching words at that time, and then nothing happened. He proved with his actions that a truly drunk person would not do the trick. A dash. Rubbing his nose, Xia Li dragged his tired body to the kitchen to make breakfast. There was no morning porridge this time. He had to rely on his own hands. As soon as I came to the refrigerator, I was shocked by the scene in front of me. What's wrong with this refrigerator? Vegetables and fruits were spread all over the floor, and bottles and jars were arranged neatly like an array. The eggs were rolling all over the place, and there was an ignorant little calico cat nearby, using its paws to dig the eggs out. There's a thief in the house. Xia Li was surprised and asked me in Hua. Caught me out. Obviously, the cat didn't know. When Xia Li opened the refrigerator, it was empty as he had expected. Even the middle partition had been pulled out. Look at the row of shoe prints on the edge of the refrigerator. If Xia Li was right, a dragon emptied the refrigerator last night and crawled into it for a while. A dash. Thinking of this, Xia Li felt a chill and sneezed loudly again. It's bad. My invincible body has been ruined by the evil dragon. I'll clean it up right away. Lucia walked out of the bedroom at some point. Perhaps she woke up when Xia Li sneezed for the first time. The evil dragon was wearing a green dinosaur cotton coat, and his thin body was wrapped in pajamas, making it look round. She squatted down and began to pick up the things on the ground. These tomatoes haven't gone bad, have they? Yogurt should be stored in a refrigerator at 2 to 6 degrees. What was the temperature last night? Is it still edible? Lucia squatted on the ground and checked the shelf life and storage temperature of each one. Seeing that Xia Li didn't answer her, she continued muttering. I was going to put them back in the refrigerator last night, but you hugged me so tightly that I couldn't get out, and then I fell asleep in a daze. Is this food okay? After thinking about it, Lucia felt that the question was ambiguous, so she stood up again and put her little hand on Xia Li's forehead to test the temperature. Are you okay? Xia Li was speechless, So he grabbed the little hand and kissed it. Lucia hunched her shoulders and retracted her dragon claws. Even though Xia Li had kissed him countless times, Long still felt embarrassed every time he was attacked by a sneak attack. Moreover, this blushing feeling has become more and more obvious recently. Especially last night when drunk Xia Li hugged her tightly, Lucia was extremely nervous. She could even hear the sound of Long's heartbeat clearly. I was afraid of what Xia Li would do next, but I was also looking forward to what he would do. Have I become more sensitive, or has the hero become more aggressive? Lucia couldn't tell. But the only thing she knew was that she didn't hate Xia Li for being like this. Last night, Xia Li remembered that he felt hot after drinking too much last night. Lucia thought he had a fever and wanted to try to cool him down. Lucia was stupid and didn't know how humans cool down. She didn't know anything about fever-reducing patches, fever-reducing medicine, or putting a towel on the forehead to cool down. She could only use her body in the most clumsy way to cool Xia Li down. Snapped! Xia Li was lost in thought when a box of yogurt hit his face, bringing his wandering thoughts back to his mind. I picked up the yogurt blankly and looked up to see that the evil dragon had almost cleaned up the refrigerator. Lucia bent down and picked up the cotton used to pick out the eggs, then collected the eggs in the corner, washed them, and put them in the pot to cook. I had eggs and yogurt this morning, the evil dragon said with his hands on his hips. Okay, Xia Li nodded. This dragon is increasingly feeling like a little woman from Shu province. I won't be controlled by her in the future, right? Xia Li silently inserted the straw into the yogurt and handed it to Lucia. Lucia held it with both hands and started sucking. The eggs in the pot were cooked in 5 minutes, and the two sat at the dining table to peel the eggs. The evil dragon was clumsy and peeled a boiled egg with pits and dents all over it. Xia Li took her own smooth egg and exchanged it with her. Xia Li couldn't help but smile when he recalled the first time the evil dragon wanted to eat the egg with the shell. Humph! Seeing the mocking smile on the hero's face, Lucia was unhappy and hummed twice. Have you considered how much money you have? What? How much do I have? Xia Li couldn't keep up with the evil dragon's jumping thoughts, and suddenly a question popped up that stunned him. It's the bride price money you mentioned last night. Lucia took a bite of the egg. She liked the runny yolk that was not fully cooked. Xia Li then remembered this matter. He did ask it last night. He asked Lucia, "If I wanted to marry you, what would you do?" Lucia's response at the time was, "I'll marry you too. You are worthy of it, you stinky dragon." In this kind of conversation, any girl would answer yes or no, right? How come when it comes to Lucia, the situation becomes completely reversed? Me? I'm very expensive. How many? Lucia looked over at me infatuatedly, her flawless and pure eyes, as if she was a consumer waiting for an unscrupulous merchant to rip her off. Xia Li made a 1 with his fingers. 1,000,000. The dragon gasped. Xia Li took back his finger and said, "I am the one marrying you, so I should pay for it." He decided not to tease the dragon anymore. It would be better to be serious about this matter. Lucia doesn't care about who marries whom. She cares more about something else. So how much am I worth? According to the wanted amount on the A's continent, you are worth 10,000 gold coins. But on Earth, you are priceless. Xia Li answered seriously, without any ambiguity. Lucia thought about it. Her eyes dimmed. I'm worthless. Priceless means it's too expensive, so there's no way to put a price on it. It's not worthless. Xia Li couldn't help but retort, but he quickly gave up explaining. The evil dragon does not understand human customs regarding marriage. Playing the piano to a dragon, the two cannot play in unison at all. After eating the last bite of egg, Xia Li went to the kitchen to wash the pot. There will be a circle of white scale on the edge of the pot after boiling eggs, which can be easily removed by brushing it twice with a dishcloth. I glanced at Lucia, who was tidying up the refrigerator in the back. Xia Li still wanted to continue the previous topic. Just because Lucia doesn't care doesn't mean Xia Li can take advantage of the situation. He has always been serious about Lucia's affairs. The topic just now, when I said I wanted to marry you last night, it was definitely not just a casual remark. Although I was indeed drunk at the time, I was very sober when I said this. I forgot everything when I woke up this morning, but I remember this one thing very clearly. Xia Li cleared his throat, and his tone changed from frivolous to serious. Lucia slowed down and weighed the half cabbage in her hand. She looked back at Xia Li with some confusion in her eyes, as if she didn't understand the meaning of what Xia Li said. What is the difference between giving money and not giving money? Lucia has been surfing the internet for so long that she has come across the topic of human men and women getting married. But she never thought of asking Xia Li for money. She took the money, but it was useless. Why should Xia Li care about this? I really can't give you anything right now. Now, I am no different from those guys who only know how to talk and make girls happy. Xia Li wiped the water droplets from his hands and suddenly took a breath. When he turned around, Lucia hugged the half cabbage in her arms a little tighter. The sun is shining brightly today, and it has already risen early in the morning. Xia Li's hair was made fluffy by the light. Lucia secretly glanced at the brave man standing with his back to the light, then lowered her head to peel the leaves of the cabbage in her hand, pretending to be busy. Xia Li ignored her and continued talking. But what I said was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment thing. It's true that I like you, and it's true that I want to live with you. Even if you tell me now that you want to return to A's continent, guess what I would do? Lucia looked back at him and shook her head. Do not know. I will choose to go back with you, Xia Li said. Lucia was stunned for a moment. This was an unexpected answer. But I won't go back. She peeled off the 2 yellowed leaves on the cabbage and threw them into the trash can, covered them with a new layer of plastic wrap, and then put them back in the refrigerator. Then he continued what he had just said. The food here is rich and tastier than over there. And the most important thing is, here are the families of the brave. Just because of this, Xia Li asked, wanting to ask something more, but Lucia nodded vigorously. Okay, it's not my fault. It has nothing to do with me. A little bit. Lucia gestured with her index finger and thumb. Xia Li smiled and said, You know, when you like someone, it's easy to feel inferior and insecure. You always want to get some answers or responses from the other person before you can feel at ease. That's 2 points. Lucia corrected herself. Xia Li went over and hugged her. You didn't understand before, and I didn't know how to explain it. But last night, I found that action and courage are equally important. If Zhou hadn't come last night, then Yuanzi and her would have ended up like this without any clear reason. If I don't explain it clearly, you will never understand it in your life. You're stupid to begin with, and if I fool you around, you will live a confused life in this life. I'm not stupid. Lucia looked up at Xia Li. Behind Xia Li was the sun, and the golden light outlined his figure. Lucia felt that his shadow was so far away from her, yet within reach. He raised his arms and wrapped them around the hero's neck, making the dragon feel reassured. Xia Li, do you like sour girls too? She also thought about what happened last night, the emotional issues that the humans discussed. Lucia listened to the whole thing and had her own opinion. Sour girl, what I mean is, will you still like me in the future? Human emotions are changeable, said Lucia. Xia Li hesitated for a moment. He didn't expect that the evil dragon could understand to this extent. Your understanding is correct. The feeling of liking may change over time, but love will not. Love is eternal. Love, Lucia murmured. What is love? Human emotions are interconnected, and just when she thinks she understands something, new questions arise. Lucia didn't want to think about it so complicatedly, but when Xia Li hugged her like this, she felt like she could understand it. So, do you want to be with me? I am with you now. Then will you marry me? For a moment, Xia Li felt like he was proposing. Propose to a dragon. So, is this considered a marriage proposal? There were no flowers, no diamond rings, no witnesses, not even a bit of surprise or romance. He was just talking about his own feelings here, instilling human thoughts, but how much could the dragon opposite him listen to? The evil dragon in her arms opened its mouth slightly, as if it wanted to ask a question. Xia Li interrupted the dragon's curiosity and asked her with some itch. If you want, you can call me husband. I do not want to. The dragon answered in 1 second. Xia Li was stunned. Fortunately, he still had some confidence that he would win, but reality gave him a heavy blow. What? Because my mother is not nice. What? Lucia said. The antonym of husband is mother. If you're the husband, then I am the mother. I don't like this title. The corresponding name for husband is wife. Oh, 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 then what? Lucia twisted her slender waist and pulled herself out of Xia Li's arms. Her pretty face had flushed at some point. Someone is knocking on the door. I'll go check it out, said the evil dragon, and timidly left the kitchen. Xia Li wondered who was knocking on the door, but after his pounding heartbeat calmed down, he indeed heard a knock on the door. Boss, it's me. I came to see you. Sister Lu, open the door. Two familiar voices sounded from behind the door. Lucia, who was on alert, immediately ran back to the kitchen. Xia Li was amused to see her put down the kitchen knife, and then rushed to open the door anxiously. Angie, you're here. The guests were the two young lovers who had been crying and shouting last night. Only then did Xia Li slowly come out of the kitchen. Thinking about what happened just now, he still felt that something was wrong. Lucia surfs the internet every day, so it is impossible for her not to know the names used between human couples. How could the opposite of male be female? This dragon is playing tricks on him. 3 poles in the sun. It was a rare occasion for guests to come to Xia Li's home. Since they are neighbors, it is not uncommon for them to visit each other. But as they get older, they rarely stay at their friends' homes. Fu Yuan and Zhou Anqi both had dark circles under their eyes, probably because they hadn't slept the whole night. They dragged their tired bodies into the house like zombies. However, he seemed to be in good spirits, probably because they had made up after the quarrel. Xia Li asked the two to sit down. Lucia had never seen friends visiting others and was a little overwhelmed. As I recall, the dragon's way of entertaining guests was simple, treating them to a big meal. So Lucia turned around and was about to go to the kitchen, but Xia Li reached out and pulled her back, asking her to go with Zhou Anqi. Why not entertain them? Lucia asked in a very low voice. Xia Li pulled her and said, I'll take care of this matter. You go and accompany She. Oh. The evil dragon nodded and had to turn back. Is this the kitten you and Xiaga raised? The first thing Zhou Anqi saw when she entered the room was the cat litter box placed on the wall. She looked around and saw a sweet-looking calico cat curled up on the cat climbing frame. After this period of time together, Cotton's courage has been tempered by Lucia. It is not even afraid of the fear from blood suppression. When facing these strange, 2-legged beasts, it even meows to greet them. Zhou Anqi squatted down and petted the cat. Girls naturally like these furry little animals. So cute. What's your name? It's called Cotton. Cotton? Huh. It sounds like your naming style. The two girls over there quickly started playing together, and Xia Li then brought a cup of hot tea and placed it on the coffee table. Fu Yuan sat awkwardly. Even though he had on shoe covers, he was afraid of dirtying the floor, so he stood on tiptoe with his feet. Drink some hot water. Xia Li placed the tea in front of him, and Fu Yuan came back to his senses and reached out to take it. Thanks. Corn silk tea. It helps reduce swelling. Xia Li said again. Fu Yuan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously touched his eyes. These eyes are really swollen. As he rubbed his lips, tears began to come out again. Boss, and She has given up research. Yeah, I heard it last night. Fu Yuan said anxiously. This is the dream she told me when she was in junior high school. Giving up now is bad for myself and my family. What's the point of thinking about this now? Fu Yuan was halfway through his words when Xia Li interrupted him. He looked up at Xia Li and saw a kind of perseverance in Xia Li's eyes that was not what young people like them who had just entered the society should have. From now on, there is only one thing you need to do, so that she will not regret her decision in the future. Can you do it? Xia Li said word by word. These words were not only a question to Fu Yuan, but also a question to himself from Xia Li. The main reason why Fu Yuan and Zhou Anqi came to Xia Li's house this time was to explain the things between them. This secret crush that started in elementary school and lasted for 10 years is actually not melodramatic at all, and there are no misunderstandings. It's just that the two people pursue different lives. The dreams they have, the differences in their families, and the expectations of their parents, all these things combine to become the troubles of adults, forming a gap that hinders their progress. However, Now Joanchi has decided to cross this gap. Although the feeling of liking someone will change, childhood dreams can also be easily erased by time. It is not easy to become a scientist. Doing experiments is not fun at all. Living in Beijing, far away from her hometown, makes her feel suffocated. She is just one of the countless people in society. Compared with her dreams, what she wants to pursue now is her own life, and this 10-year love affair. It's time to put a perfect end to it. After these words were spoken, the result became clear. Xia Li is the boss among them, and Joanchi feels that quitting the group was indeed an act of impulse. In order to give an explanation, she specially brought Fu Yuan to their house today to talk things out. Xia Li naturally supported their cause. As young people, whose youth doesn't make their blood boil a few times. Seeing his good brother regain his love, Xia Li was happy for him. However, when Xia Li asked whether they were already in a relationship, Zhou Anqi just turned her head away and snorted. Look at his performance. I will work hard. Fu Yuan sat upright, and he was very serious when answering every question. Zhou Anqi became anxious when she saw his honest appearance, so she reached out and grabbed his hand. Fu Yuan's face turned red instantly. No. Is the relationship between these two people reversed? Who is teasing whom? I'll watch your performance too. The evil dragon beside Xia Li thought this was very appropriate and added a sentence following Zhou Anqi's. Xia Li pulled the dragon claw over and said, Aren't we already together? Lucia shook her head. Angel said that only after the boy confesses his love and the girl agrees, they could be considered together. In just a few minutes, Zhou Anqi taught his little dragon something new. Xia Li reflected for a few seconds. Did he go through this process? It seems like I have walked through it, but never finished it. Either he was distracted by Lucia's strange train of thought, or he came up with an ambiguous answer. After reflecting on this, Xia Li found that he couldn't even figure out the current progress of his relationship with Lucia. He thought he had successfully proposed 2 hours ago, but now the evil dragon said, I can decide whether we should be together or not based on your performance. He is almost through the game here, but why does Lucia feel like she is still in the novice village? Love is not like playing a game. There is no progress bar, and most of the time you're in a muddle. But this situation is also normal. Many people have reached the stage of marriage, but are still not sure whether they really love each other. This is how feelings between human beings are. They cannot be defined. Come here. Xia Li was so angry that he hugged the stinky dragon who wanted to send their relationship back to the novice village. The evil dragon twisted and struggled, with a smiling expression on his face. Hey. In the end, he was successfully captured by Xia Li, and is little but was forced to sit on Xia Li's legs. Zhou Anqi on the side glanced at Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan was still sitting very still, but his face was even redder than before. This guy is hopeless. Xia Li felt that he really needed to teach Yuanzi some experience in love. Why being in a relationship was like being in jail. Thinking of this, Xia Li couldn't help but think about himself and Lucia. There was no reference around him before, but now with Anqi and Yuanzi, Xia Li has someone to compare himself with. When it comes to love, he himself is just a novice, not to mention any experience. When he and Lucia were in love, they were both crossing the river by feeling the stones. Brother Xia, why are there so many books on your table? Zhou Anqi seldom visited Xia Li's home, and hadn't come once since Xia Li moved back to live alone. I didn't expect that when I sat in this room again, I was no longer the little kid following Xia Li. Everyone had started to start their own family. The small house was full of the breath of life. Zhou Anqi was envious of this kind of cohabitation life, and couldn't help imagining her future with Fu Yuan. She finally set her eyes on the book on the table. The pile of books makes me think of the purgatory-like high school years. Xia Li then stood up and tidied up the messy coffee table, and Lucia lent a hand. Oh, well, I'm planning to get a veterinary qualification certificate. Veterinary qualification certificate. Fu Yuan and Zhou Anqi asked in unison. Boss, I remember you graduated from Chinese language and literature. Yes, there are not many jobs for my major, so I've been thinking about doing something else recently. Xia Li answered casually. Zhou Anqi thought for a moment and said, Is it because Lu Mei likes it? Yeah. Xia Li nodded. It doesn't take much thought to guess this. The only person who can make Xia Li take such action now is Lucia. Fu Yuan looked at the complicated study materials with sharp eyes and suddenly understood what Xia Li had just said to him. Xia Li is proving with practical actions that he can do it. After seeing Yuanzi and Anqi off, Xia Li quickly cleaned the house one by one. Normally, when no one came to visit, Xia Li didn't feel this way. But today, a friend came to visit, and not only did he not entertain him well, but he even felt that the bad habits he had developed over the past 20 years had been exposed. All I could see were books and clothes scattered everywhere. The floor hadn't been mopped for several days, and there were grains of cat litter on it. Xia Li was cleaning up here, and Long was doing odd jobs next to him. I thought Lucia would be flustered, but unexpectedly she worked more efficiently than Xia Li himself. Xia Li held the mop and watched Lucia take the rag and wipe the furniture in the house in an orderly manner. Angie and Watermelon Head. Are they a couple? Lucia wiped the TV cabinet and turned to ask Xia Li. She still found it strange. After all, a real example was happening right in front of her. In the past, Lucia didn't understand how people were connected to each other, but after experiencing it herself and witnessing the process with her own eyes, Lucia gained new insights. Going both ways? It probably means this. I guess so. Xia Li put the mop into the mop pool to wash it clean, thought for a moment and said, actually, for them, the most difficult hurdle is their parents. Parents? Lucia was stunned for a moment and quickly compared her current situation. Then your parents? My parents like you very much, Xia Li said, but they're different. Their parents have planned different life paths for them. If they want to be together, they have to go against their parents' arrangements. This is the most difficult stage. Aren't all humans independent individuals? Why should we obey the arrangements of others? Lucia didn't understand. Xia Li tried to explain. Everyone is independent, but maybe they want to meet the expectations of their elders. Most people don't want to disappoint their parents. This kind of thing is complicated to explain, and the situation of each family is different. Lucia listened to this quietly. She put the rag under the faucet to clean it. The faucet on the balcony did not have hot water, and the freezing cold water froze her little hands red. Her fingertips were as pink and tender as lotus buds pulled out of the ground. Lucia didn't feel cold, so she wiped her hands and continued cleaning. No wonder Xia Li always emphasized the freedom of dragons in front of her. Xia Li said that if one becomes a human being, there will be no freedom. Now that I think about it, that's the truth. Humans want to take care of too many things. This is a manifestation of greed. But Lucia was different. Even if Lucia became a human, she would not consider those things. Dreams, money, society. Lucia doesn't think they are important. What are you thinking about? Xia Li suddenly reached out and pinched the evil dragon's soft face. The dragon shook his head and muttered, "Humans are so complicated. Too complicated. Not like them, the dragon clan. If they fall in love and find a mate, they can live in the same nest. As long as there is enough food and the climate is suitable, a dragon egg will be laid in the nest immediately. Humans don't have so many messy things." "Then, when will they do that?" Lucia said after thinking for a while. Which one is that?" Xia Li knocked on the dragon head. "What are you thinking about?" "I mean, get married." A barely noticeable blush flashed across Lucia's face. "Then I don't know." Xia Li shook his head. The two of them chatted one after another. Taking advantage of this momentum, I cleaned the house inside and out. The Chinese New Year is just a few weeks away, so cleaning now can be seen as a way to say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. After wiping the dusty storage cabinet inside and out, Xia Li took out a small appliance that had been covered in dust for a long time from the innermost cabinet. I took it to the balcony, and besides removing dust, I found that it could still be used. In Sichuan province, this thing is called a little sun. It is a heater used in winter. As before, Xia Li introduced Lucia to the great inventions of the human world. As the switch turned on, the resistor wire began to heat up, and the heat was reflected back from the reflector, shining an orange-yellow light on Lucia's face. The strong light forced Lucia to close her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, there was a hint of surprise on her face. Are you trying to say, what a powerful holy light magic? Xia Li actually used holy light magic to sneak attack me. Luckily, I'm not a black dragon that is afraid of holy light. Xia Li said first, speak the evil dragon's words and leave the evil dragon speechless. However, this time, Xia Li guessed the wrong direction. Lucia put her face close to it to smell the scent, then squatted down to look at the buttons on the machine. I wonder if it uses a lot of electricity. Lucia said, Xia Li, what a real dragon. Since when has this middle-aged dragon become so integrated into modern life? Now it is Xia Li who seems to be acting a bit immature. Give me your hand. This holy light magic. This little sun is used to warm the body. Put your hand that has touched the cold water on it to warm it up, otherwise you will get frostbite. Xia Li put the evil dragon's little claws in front of the heater to warm them, and they gave off a smell of detergent. End of this chapter. The Chinese New Year is just 1 week away, and Qingcheng City is entering its coldest period. The temperature fluctuated between 0 degrees and below zero. There were 2 rain and snow showers during this period. The snowflakes fell bit by bit like salt and melted instantly when they were placed in the palm of my hand. There was a thin layer of frost floating on the car's glass. Passers-by carefully collected it and rolled it into a snowball the size of a sugar pill, which made them happy for a long time. Every household has taken out the thick clothes from the bottom of the box. Children are running on the ground in large down jackets that go above their knees, like upright mealworms. The community downstairs is getting busier day by day. Those parents who went to work far away returned home, carrying large and small bags. The old people and children waiting at the door greeted them warmly after seeing their family members. The whole family gathered together and had endless things to say. It was a picture of family happiness. Every household began to hang lanterns. Even the old man with yellow teeth, who usually did not manage the community environment, bought some festive small flags and hung them at the door. In the distance, there were occasional sounds of rockets, which scared the evil dragon in the living room so much that it shrank its ankles and looked around curiously. Don't be afraid of the sound of cannons. They will continue to sound intermittently for another month. I know. Xia Li knew that Lucia had sharp hearing, so she went out of her way to comfort her. The evil dragon responded loudly, and soon came running over with a clattering sound of its feet. She was not wearing shoes either. Her feet were wrapped in a pair of thick terry socks, and she walked silently on the floor. It's cold, wear shoes. Xia Li frowned. This dragon just won't listen. I used to like eating ice cream and playing in cold water in winter, but now I don't even like to wear shoes. Relying on her strong physique, she did whatever she wanted. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have been on a 4-drip long ago. Come here. Lucia waved at Xia Li mysteriously. Xia Li didn't know what the dragon was thinking. As soon as he bent over, Lucia put her hand in front of Xia Li's nose. I'll just rub against it, but won't go in, said the evil dragon. Xia Li. He never said that. Why is her nose dry? Lucia withdrew her hand from Xia Li's nose and touched the nose of little Mianhua in her arms uncertainly. The cat's nose feels wet, as if it is sick. But Lucia has learned a lot about pets in the past few days. A wet nose of a cat or dog indicates health, but a dry nose indicates the possibility of illness. On the other hand, humans. Why is Xia Li's nose so dry? It looks unhealthy. If my nose is wet, then I'm sick. Xia Li reached out to hug Lucia's slender waist, but Lucia refused and turned her waist away nimbly. Come here, let me touch yours. Lucia shrugged her nose and said, Mine is dry too. I'll just rub it. I won't let you rub it. After saying that, she ran away holding the kitten in her arms. The main point is that I can tease Xia Li, but Xia Li cannot tease me. After walking 2 steps not far, Lucia poked her head out of the door again. How long will you keep typing on the keyboard? Very soon. Xia Li habitually pressed the Enter key twice and glanced at the word count of this chapter. There were still about 200 words left to finish. Don't cook today. We'll go out to eat later. He paused and added, The new year is coming soon, and my mother is always thinking about you. Great Human wants to see me. Lucia's eyes lit up. The incident between Zhou Anqi and Fu Yuan made Lucia understand truth. Humans are social creatures. What they do is not only influenced by their own emotions and environmental factors, but also the most important factor, family situation. As expected, Lucia knew that by establishing a good relationship with the hero's mother, she could indirectly control the hero. The little hero surrendered to the silver dragon's power in a moment. As soon as Xia Li mentioned Ms. Fong, Lucia's face showed a smile. She hid behind the door and laughed, wondering what was going on in her head. Xia Li sighed and continued. They plan to return to Qingchang City this year, and they will definitely meet you then. But before that, they have to go back to their hometown. Back to my hometown. Lucia looked up at the cracked and peeling white walls of her home. Isn't this your hometown? This is where I grew up, and it can be considered my hometown. However, the hometown they refer to is where they grew up when they were young. That is, my grandmother's home. Oh, humans have so many homes, Lucia said with emotion. Xia Li took out the chat history on his mobile phone and showed it to Lucia. This was the conversation he had with Fong Xia this morning. The general content was that the new year was coming soon, so he asked Xia Li to go back with him to his grandmother's house to see her and wish her a happy new year. Xia Li knew what Miss Fong was up to. Isn't it just to give her an opportunity to let the people from Grandma's side meet Lucia? In Miss Fong's eyes, she wanted to take Lucia to meet all her relatives right away. Then she urged them to get married, and after that, she urged them to have children. People always have to progress to this step. I've already agreed, Xia Li said as he took the phone back. I'm okay. Lucia had nothing to worry about. For her, the more time she met with Xia Li's relatives, the more she would be able to control the little hero. Xia Li waved her hand. Okay, let's buy some things later. We can't go back empty-handed this time. In the past, whenever Xia Li returned to her grandmother's house, she would come back empty-handed, and Fong Xia would be the one to take care of the filial piety to the elderly. Things are different now. Now that Xia Li has graduated from university and entered the society, he has lost the protective identity of a student during festivals and holidays, and it is time to face the cumbersome etiquette of adults. It is not only necessary to prepare something for grandma, it is also best to bring something for the elderly couple to show their filial piety. Miss Fong has so many friends. If Xia Li shows her some favors, she can brag to each of them more than 10 times. She will definitely have a very happy new year. Come to think of it, that's quite a lot of things I bought. When I came to my senses, the evil dragon had already slipped into the living room to read a book. Xia Li organized his thoughts, finished the content of this chapter, and then clicked the scheduled release. During this period, the royalties from the website's backend increased rapidly as the number of words increased. Xia Li's online serialized book, A's Continent, Records of Observations in Another World, became a bit of a hit after being recommended by a lot of readers. With the arrival of the winter vacation, the comments section became even more lively. The dragons that are referred to as evil in his stories are actually quite simple. Yes, simple. The silver dragon Lucia in the story has been tricked by the brave man into going to the human city. Her shocked and exaggerated reaction to new things in human society forms a sharp contrast with her true image as a dragon. Contrast cute. It was exactly the same as the Lucia that Xia Li saw on Earth. In a sense, these plots were not made up by Xia Li, but it comes from life. Question: why do you like Lucia? A. Because she is kind. Playing with all kinds of jokes will only hurt you. Daily question: when will the hero die? That's not right. Aren't silver dragons of the lawful good camp? Why are the silver dragons in the author's story different? It's not a D&D setting. The author himself said, it's a completely new worldview. Don't bring everything in a D&D, right? I am a fan of the setting. The plot is not important to me, but I am very curious. Why can the author provide such detailed illustrations? These illustrations are closely linked, and they don't seem to be thought up on the spur of the moment. Using such a detailed worldview to write a novel gives me a feeling of overkill, although this point does attract me as a fan of the setting. Is he really a time traveler? Haha. Your question is, the other world also uses simplified Chinese? Haha. Xia Li calmly closed the comment section. Writing about indigenous dragons from another world is a controversial subject in itself. Let them argue if they want to. People have different views and concepts. If you try to force others to agree with your ideas, you will only bring trouble upon yourself. Xia Li closed the backstage and saw an exclamation mark next to his avatar. When I clicked on them, they were all private messages. Most of the private messages are about urging for updates, and occasionally there will be two superheroic guys criticizing the plot, and their criticisms are mostly the same. Why does the silver dragon, who has such powerful strength, have to live a miserable life? Why is he still procrastinating when he is already writing a novel? Why don't he write a fun story? Xia Li simply ignored this kind of content. All I can say is that humans and dragons think differently. Okay. Xia Li opened the most recent private message, which was quite interesting. Are you a time traveler? This is a person with a completely black head. Xia Li casually clicked on his message record and found that the other party was a new account, and the messages and comments were basically all about Xia Li's novel. It can be seen that the fan stickiness is relatively high, with the intention of establishing a persona for himself or perhaps teasing the other person. Xia Li replied with 2 words. Yes. After replying, I closed the private message and opened the data interface. Reading the comment section doesn't bring Xia Li much sense of accomplishment, but seeing the money from writing articles definitely gives me a sense of accomplishment. Now I get several thousand yuan in royalties every month. It is no exaggeration to say that I have defeated the vast majority of recent graduates. And this is only a part-time job. If he had lived alone in the past, Xia Li might have chosen to lie down. After all, if one person eats, the whole family will not be hungry. He is still so young and can waste a few more years to relax for a while. But now the mentality is different. Now that he has Lucia, Xia Li is not satisfied with this kind of unstable job. He doesn't mind if the popularity of the book dies down and he loses his royalties. He will have to live on instant noodles. Maybe Lucia doesn't mind, and she also likes eating instant noodles. But Xia Li cares about this a lot. He also wants to take Lucia to taste all the delicacies in the world, so naturally he has to look forward. After turning off the computer, Xia Li went to the living room to greet Evil Dragon. Along fell asleep, while reading with her face pressed on the book. When Xia Li called her, she woke up suddenly. I didn't sleep. My eyes just felt uncomfortable. There was a red mark on the face of the evil dragon who said this. This dragon is like this. Every time he learns complex knowledge, his brain becomes sleepy. From a biological point of view, dragons are indeed a race that will sleep after eating and drinking, and their body structure is not naturally suitable for learning knowledge. Xia Li never asked Lucia to be strict, so he just smiled. You drool in your sleep. Chuck. Lucia stuck out her little tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, and found that there was no saliva there, but she tasted the ink taste that only new books have. Let's go. We're going out shopping today. As they were talking, the sound of a rocket was heard in the community. Lucia was startled, and the little cotton ball in her arms widened her eyes with fear. Xia Li took the cotton and put in the nest. I'll buy you some firecrackers to set off. The ban on firecrackers was very strict in the past 2 years, but this year the policy seems to have been relaxed. The area we are in allows the setting off of firecrackers within the specified range. Will it be expensive? Lucia asked, following behind him. There are no firecrackers in the other world. This unknown thing always makes Lucia feel uneasy. Of course, this uneasiness is mostly about the price. Why are you asking these questions? Xia Li took a scarf and put it on Lucia. Your story has been well received online, and we're making a lot of money. As I told you last time, I will give you a share. By this calculation, you have saved several $1,000s, so buying sex is just a drop in the bucket for you. But I don't even want to buy a gun. Lucia muttered softly. Xia Li knew what the dragon wanted to buy. She wanted to buy a house. You're not a big deal when buying a house. Xia Li paused here. Maybe it's really bad. After all, Long was planning to use his monthly internship salary of 1,200 yuan to save up enough money to buy a house. Hey, let's go out. Why do you think so much? You always say that I think too much, but now you think more than I do. Xia Li muttered to himself. Lucia looked down and reflected. Does she think too much? Originally, she never thought about anything about the future. But after living with Xia Li, she began to think about her future with Xia Li. Buying a house is to replace the new nest and create a better living space. This is the instinct of the dragon clan. It would be best to stock up on more gold coins or food with high nutritional value. Then a big white egg is laid, which is also the instinct of the dragon clan to reproduce. After all, creating a better living space is for dragon eggs. Even if an adult dragon is thrown on an iceberg, it will remain unharmed, but hatching eggs requires very harsh conditions. As Lucia thought about it, she found herself thinking a lot more. Changed. Her thoughts, mood, and even personality have changed a lot. Whereas Wuchi gone to hang out again, Xia Li's voice came from the balcony. He bent down and replaced the cat food and water prepared on the balcony with a new batch. As the Chinese New Year approaches, every household eats rich fish and meat, and many wealthy families will feed some of the food to stray cats. These human foods may not be as delicious as canned cat foods for stray cats, but for Wuchi, they're definitely rare delicacies, so he's been eating outside in recent days. This guy has really become a stray cat. However, he has recently acquired several new female cats, and he has shown them off to Xia Li several times. I guess he is living a very comfortable life. After tidying up the balcony, Xia Li went to the entrance to change his shoes. Lucia had been waiting at the door for a long time. She was wearing a light blue down jacket and a pink cashmere scarf around her neck. She put her hands in her pockets, revealing a small part of her face as she stared blankly at Xia Li. Xia Li straightened her scarf and wrapped the two tender little earlobes inside. It's cold outside. It even snowed a little yesterday. I'm not afraid of the cold, the evil dragon muttered. There were already 3 silver-white dragon scales on Lucia's face. Those scales will emit colorful streams of light under the light shield, which looks unpredictable and quite dazzling. However, there are only 3 scales on Lucia's face, and the other 2 scales grow on her arms. The dragon scales on the arms are harder, and according to Lucia's feeling, they store more magic power than the scales on the face. This relieved Xia Li of some of his worries. He was concerned before. If the dragon scales on Lucia's face grew more and more and covered her entire cheek, it could no longer be explained by girls' cosmetics. If things go wrong, Ms. Fong might even drag me to the hospital to see a dermatologist. But now, these dragon scales seemed to satisfy Lucia's wishes. After 3 scales appeared, they changed positions, and the remaining dragon scales began to spread to the limbs. Lucia said that she had a feeling that they might grow on the back in the future. 5 pieces in total. Well, the mature version Lucia experience card can't even be used for 3 minutes. It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Vegetable dragon. What? Xia Li stared at Lucia's little face for a while. The hero smiled with ill intentions, and it was obviously a secret evil smile. Lucia snorted softly and hid her rosy face in her scarf again. No, not now. Xia Li grabbed the dragon claw and let it out. What? Lucia looked up at him, not understanding. Xia Li held back his laughter and locked the door. Lucia stared at him for a long time and only felt relieved after they went downstairs. The wind was blowing coldly, and it was indeed quite chilly. Without the powerful magic power enveloping the body, it would be difficult for this human body to withstand the sub-zero temperature. However, the clothes in the human world are warm, and the hero's stinky hands are also warm. Lucia pulled the big hand in her hand, raised her head, and said, "The scarf is quite long. Do you want to wrap it around too?" "How can I wrap it around him? If we each wrap 1 circle around him, won't he be strangled to death?" Xia Li said. Lucia thought about it and put the big hand into her pocket. "Then I'll keep you warm this way. Can you put it in another place?" Xia Li's big hand squeezed into Lucia's narrow pocket, almost bursting it. Girls' pockets are not meant to hold things, and certainly not to hold a boyfriend's hands. Where to change? The evil dragon took Xia Li's hand away and adjusted his pocket, which was about to be broken. "Let go." Xia Li coughed lightly and looked around. After confirming that there were no familiar elders, he touched his strong chest and said, "This kind of place is warmer." Lucia thought for a moment, then pulled down the zipper on her chest with a swish and was about to put Xia Li's hand in. Xia Li was startled. As soon as the Chinese New Year arrives, the old city and the new city of Qingcheng City form a sharp contrast. Most of the people in Xinjiang district are from other places who have moved to Chengdu. After the New Year holiday, they all return to their hometowns. The city center is even quieter than before. On the contrary, the small streets and alleys in the old city are crowded with people. The pedestrians passing by are all strangers, but they nod and greet each other. In order to boost the economy, Wanyo District has rarely opened up the streets, allowing citizens to set up stalls in designated locations. In the past, the urban management officers would chase after the small vendors, wishing to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Now it is different. The urban management officers not only maintain order on the streets, but even join in and take the initiative to help some elderly vendors carry their goods. As the end of the year approaches, every citizen has a kind smile on his face, and the city is full of joy. Fireworks are so expensive. Lucia had never seen so many people. The small street was full of vendors sitting on the ground. The two-lane road was so crowded with people that there was no room for cars to pass. The sound of people talking and car horns continued. This place is even more lively than Chunbei Road where Xia Li took her, or rather, more crowded. Taking a look at the red and green firecrackers on the street stalls, Lucia couldn't take her eyes off the price tags. You wanted to ring or not ring. Xia Li grabbed a firework cannon that looked like a missile and turned around to ask Lucia. Lucia replied, "It's silent." Xia Li held back his laughter. This silver dragon's breath can melt stones. Afraid of the sound of gunfire? This is so integrated in a modern society. After buying a bag of small silent fireworks for 200 yuan, Xia Li went to the next door with the bag in his hand. Lucia clung tightly to Xia Li's arm, alert to the people passing by. "Will there be any bad guys?" she said anxiously. According to probability theory, the more people there are, the easier it is to encounter bad people. Lucia encountered one on the subway last time. "Were there so many bad guys?" Xia Li said. "There's so many policemen patrolling nearby. Even if there are bad guys among the people, they won't dare to act rashly. However, I am worried about pickpockets." Glancing at the short female dragon beside him, Xia Li thought that there were no valuables in Lucia's pockets, so there would be nothing to steal if a pickpocket came. However, he still pulled Lucia over and whispered with his head tilted, "Keep an eye on me, or some bad guy will snatch me away and you won't be able to catch up with me." Hearing this, Lucia subconsciously exerted force with her hands. She held Xia Li's 3 fingers tightly, and after thinking for a moment, she felt that Xia Li was deliberately lying to her, so she snorted and held him even tighter. Xia Li bought some melon seeds and candies at the market, which are essential for festivals. These snacks remain in his childhood memories. When he was a child, the things he missed most during the Chinese New Year, besides the red envelopes, were these 2 pieces of candy. But after entering high school, these things disappeared quietly. It was not that they were gone from the house, but that Xia Li never paid attention to them again. Now that Lucia is by her side, Xia Li wants her to experience the New Year atmosphere she had as a child, so she bought all the necessary New Year goods. The goods sold at the stalls here are all similar, probably all purchased wholesale from the same vendor. Food, toys, clothing, and daily necessities are all dyed a festive red color. In the other world, the bright red, wherever you look, is the battlefield and despair. But on Earth, especially in China, bright red is no longer a terrifying color, but a color of joy and blessing. Xia Li finally squeezed out of the crowd. Looking back, he saw that only the dragon claw was left in his hand. Lucia's body was still blocking the back, so he let go of the dragon claw and said, "Wait for me a moment," he said, turning around and pointing at the goods on the shelf, and said to the vendor, "Give me a couplet and 2 lanterns. First couplet, dragon dances in the sky and sings on the earth. Second line, fortune befalls all families and happiness arises. Horizontal banner, forever and ever." Young people don't have much to be particular about when buying New Year's goods. The main thing is to go with the look. They just take whatever they like. It's simple and rough. After paying the bill, Xia Li took the couplet and broke through the siege. She saw Lucia waiting for her there. Her little face was hidden under the scarf, making her fair cheeks look pink. Come to think of it, this year happens to be the year of the dragon. Xia Li unfolded the couplet and took a look. This couplet with the word dragon on it would definitely bring good fortune if hung at home. Year of the dragon? Lucia looked up at him. Have you heard of the 12 zodiac signs? I understand a little, but not very well, Lucia replied. She had seen those netizens discussing on the internet about why there is no cat in the 12 Chinese zodiac signs. She only knew that there was no cat, but she didn't know what exactly there was. So, there are dragons? Lucia feels that the years in human society are truly magical. Obviously, there is no such species as dragon in this world. Dragons are fantasy creatures to them, but a dragon can appear among the 12 zodiac signs. So this year is my zodiac year. Lucia suddenly thought of this word. Xia Li smiled and said, That's not how you calculate your zodiac year. Next year is still my zodiac year. Next year is the year of the snake, but I have nothing to do with snakes. Lucia looked him over for a while. How does this hero resemble a snake? In Lucia's perspective, snakes are those thin and long species, but Xia Li looks thick and flat, referring to his body shape, and indeed has nothing to do with snakes. Oh yes, snakes entangle people. Xia Li was very clingy when she slept at night. He would secretly hug her in the middle of the night and wished he could be together with her. Then you do look like a snake. The dragon nodded his head and concluded. Xia Li couldn't keep up with her train of thought. He was still thinking about the year of the dragon. In the year of the dragon, bring home a dragon wife. How festive. She silently glanced at the dwarf dragon beside her. The soft white scales on the dwarf dragon's face shone brightly under the natural light, making her pretty little face look even more gorgeous. Magnificent may be an inappropriate word to describe a human face, but when thinking of Lucia's true form as a silver dragon, the word becomes very appropriate. Noble, gorgeous, and extraordinarily beautiful. Why didn't I think the dragons in Azer were beautiful before? At that time, because of preconceived notions, after concluding that the dragon race was a symbol of evil, Xia Li never looked at this race with a straight eye. Now that he hadn't seen them for a long time, when he suddenly thought of those towering figures, the only word left in Xia Li's mind to describe them was beautiful. Broken. He suddenly came back to his senses. Xia Li felt that there was something wrong with this habit of his. Have you begun to appreciate dragons in giant dragon form? He hadn't even gotten enough of dragons in human form. Xia Li squeezed the little paws in his hands, cleared his throat, and continued what he was saying. The Chinese dragons are different from your species. The Chinese dragons are auspicious and represent good fortune. Your appearance is more like a Western dragon, which is ominous. Breast? Lucia raised her head. Different worldviews can't be generalized. Xia Li shook his head and denied what he said again. The evil dragon beside her was still touching her chest. She wanted to hear more about what happened to the Western dragon's chest, but Xia Li didn't continue talking and pulled her into the mall. The small shopping mall in the old town has entered its busiest period of the year. The sounds of hawking were getting louder and louder, and bright purple and red billboards were filled with promotional activities. Merchants took advantage of this wave of traffic to frantically boost their year-end performance. Xia Li, okay, do you want to ride a dragon? I what? The indoor shops were filled with the sound of people talking. Xia Li thought he had misheard and bent down to listen. Lucia stood on tiptoe, put her hand to her lips, and spoke loudly in Xia Li's ear. Have you ever ridden a dragon? What do you think? Xia Li asked back. I'm asking you. I haven't had one. The two of them were talking loudly at the top of their lungs, and Xia Li's head was buzzing with the noise. After staring at Lucia's snow-white face for a long time, he pulled Lucia aside and asked, What do you want to say? There. Lucia crossed her arm and pointed to the door of a shop. Xia Li looked in the direction he was looking and saw a shop selling children's clothes. Usually, such shops would place a few game consoles outside to attract children's attention. There are also game machines outside this store, including the common bull-catching game and a rocking car. The direction Lucia was pointing was exactly the rocking car. Perhaps because of the upcoming year of the dragon, the appearance of this rocking car is a red Chinese dragon with a fat body cartoon eyes, and two dragon whiskers wrapped around its body for long distance. "I want to ride it," Lucia said, pointing to the rocking chair. "Xia Li, that's for children to sit on." Yu. He looked down at the dwarf dragon, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. To be honest, although Lucia looked thin and small in Xia Li's eyes, her figure was not at all like a child, and she was an out-and-out girl. It is somewhat strange for such a young girl to sit in a children's rocking chair. But if she doesn't mind the eyes of people around her, this is a deal that both parties are willing to make. "I want to ride a dragon," Lucia said loudly. Xia Li replied in a low voice. "I want to ride Long Long too." "Then let's ride together." "I'll forget it. You can ride it yourself. I'm overweight." Xia Li touched his trouser pocket. It had been a long time since he had carried change with him when he went out. He went to the store to ask the boss to exchange a few coins and then put them in Lucia's hand. "See that coin slot in the middle of the rocking chair? You'll put your coins in there later. You queue up here to ride the rocking dragon. I'll go across the street to buy something." Xia Li pointed to the electrical appliance store opposite the children's clothing store and said. The evil dragon nodded, with some reluctance in his eyes. "Then when will you come over? I'll be back after I finish shopping. You wait here." Xia Li rubbed Long's head and turned away. It just so happened that there were too many people over there, so Lucia had to queue up for the rocking chair and sit on a small bench. It's the end of the year now, and although there are many petty thieves, it's rare to see people robbing others. And Lucia is so strong. Who can rob her? Unless she lets go. Thinking of this, Xia Li looked back vigilantly. Lucia sat obediently on the small stool, staring at Xia Li with her eyes, like a kindergarten kid waiting to be picked up by his parents. That looked so eager. Xia Li went to an electrical appliance store and bought a knee pad warmer. This was for her grandmother. Her grandmother's cold legs would hurt a lot when it rained, and this heater could relieve the pain to a certain extent. I turned around and found Lucia still queuing there, so I went to another store and bought 2 boxes of fruit and milk. When passing by a daily necessities store, I stopped and bought a set of skincare products for Ms. Fong. Women's skincare products are not cheap. A set can cost thousands of dollars. Xia Li didn't know what this thing was used for, but he knew that Ms. Fong would be happy when she received it. As long as the Queen Mother is happy, everything else is secondary. When we got back to the children's clothing store, Lucia just happened to be sitting on a rocking car. The human cubs around her cast envious glances at her, and when she didn't know where to press the start button, there were human cubs who helped her find the way. I have horns on my head and a tail behind me. The rocking car began to rock. Lucia was still curious about the structure of the rocking chair 1 second, but her eyes lit up the next. With the background music of the nursery rhyme about the little dragon man, Xia Li felt that the dragon sitting on the dragon was quite appropriate. Hey, hey, hey. Is it fun? It's fun. I want to do it again 1,000,000,000 times. Forget about it. The human cubs queuing behind you are about to cry. Xia Li lent a hand and helped Lucia down. Lucia was still smiling. Her little mouth pursed into a wavy line, and her clear eyes curved into little crescents. "Then let's ride again next time," she said reluctantly. Xia Li picked up the box on the ground. In just over 10 minutes, his hands were already full of things. If a girl came shopping, the amount of purchases would be enough to take her half a day to shop, but it is different for boys. Boys buy things quickly and efficiently, and their main focus is accuracy and speed. "This is for you." Xia Li handed one of the small boxes to Silicho. Lucia thought Xia Li asked her to help carry it, so she took it in her arms without hesitation. However, Xia Li said, "Take it apart and have a look." "Okay, this is for you." "For me?" Lucia looked at the gift in her arms with some surprise. "Didn't you say that the year of the dragon is your zodiac year? So I'm giving you something." Xia Li said, "Is it the red underwear?" Lucia started to open the box. Xia Li was at a loss for words. "What have you learned?" "It said on the internet that if you wear red underwear during your birth year, the color will fade and your butt will turn red. Next year, it will be your turn to wear it. But these aren't underwear." Xia Li felt both angry and amused. This Long speaks in a very different way. Where did she learn so many things? Lucia opened the box and blinked. There was no stuffed toy, beautiful crystal ball, gloves, or hat inside. Those things look good, but are useless. They're just cheap things to fool girls. They are not within Xia Li's purchasing range. He bought 2 sets of skincare products in total, one for Ms. Fong and one for Lucia. Lucia's attention was first attracted by the beautiful little bottle on it. Then she picked up the box and began to look around, tapping her fingers on the surface of the box. "What are you doing? Why is there no price tag?" Lucia said with great concern. "This gift is so well wrapped that you can tell it's very expensive." Based on the pictures and text above, Lucia could roughly guess that they were things used for skincare, but she actually had no need for these things. "Why do you care about this?" "I don't need anything too expensive. My face isn't worth that much," Lucia said with awe. Instead of working so hard on her dragon face, she might as well buy 2 more bricks to build a new nest. "Who said your face is worthless? Didn't I tell you it's priceless? Not worth a dime." "Bullshit. Priceless means priceless and priceless. Priceless and priceless." Xia Li's hands were full of things, but he still freed one index finger and pulled Lucia's hand over and hooked it. This Long's previous way of thinking was easy to change. As long as Xia Li corrected her, her concept would change immediately. But now I have my own ideas and have become stubborn. End of this chapter. Early in the morning, Xia Li was awakened by a barrage of phone calls. He took out his cell phone and saw the caller was Ms. Fong and immediately got up from the bed. "Hey, hello, what time is it? Why are you just waking up?" When Fong Xia heard Xia Li's sleepy voice, she knew he hadn't gotten up yet. Xia Li paused for a moment and thought carefully. He did set an alarm before going to bed last night. Did the alarm not go off? Or did it go off, but I subconsciously turned it off and then forgot about it? He raised his phone uncertainly and checked the time. My goodness, it's only 7:30, and he set the alarm for 8 o'clock, but the time he agreed with Fong Xia was 8:30. Fong Xia arrived an hour early. "Mom, isn't it time yet? It's getting late. Since you're awake, hurry up and pack up and go downstairs." An urging voice came from Fong Xia's side. "Xia Li, can I wake up if you don't call me?" Fong Xia is one of the only 2 people that Xia Li will not care about or refute. The other person will probably be Lucia in the future. Xia Li quickly got out of bed, put on his clothes, and turned around to wake up Lucia, who was half asleep on the bed. "Evil dragon, wake up. Hey, hey, Ong." Lucia turned over, crossed her arms, and was about to hug the arm that Xia Li extended to her. However, Xia Li retracted his arms, lifted her from the bed, and began to skin her. The evil dragon had only 2 pieces of clothing on him. He took off one, thought about it, and decided not to take off the second one. "The Queen Mother is already downstairs. Hurry up and get up. Let's go downstairs together after you finish cleaning up." "Oh." Lucia rubbed her eyelids, looking like she was still sleepy. At this time, Dragon Brain had not yet fully started up, so it had to wait for a while. Xia Li packed up and went to get New Year's goods, taking everything he bought yesterday. Along was still washing in front of the sink. She wiped off the water droplets with a towel, then poured out a little bit of the skincare water that Xia Li bought for her yesterday and patted it on her fair and tender face. The sound and rhythm are like a little seal patting its belly. "Hit me gently." Xia Li hesitated to speak. After Cotton's litter box was cleaned, the dragon was finally ready to go. Lucia was wearing a khaki cotton coat today, a dark brown beret on her head, and a light brown scarf wrapped around her neck twice. At first glance, she looked gentle and elegant, like a little painter. Today's dressing style is mainly designed to look warm, otherwise you will be forced to wear a big flower jacket when you go to the village. Lucia glanced at Xia Li, and it seemed like a dragon was laughing secretly. "What are you grinning about?" Xia Li took out his key, locked the door, and went downstairs carrying a large box of things. "You're dressed so thickly, wrapped up like a goblin." "Xia Li, thank you for describing me like this so early in the morning." Xia Li was wearing a dark green down jacket with a fox fur collar on his shoulders. The jacket was very loose, and with the hat on, he looked like a green monster. "I'm a goblin, so you're the dragoness who lives in the goblin's lair. What's wrong with the goblin's nest?" Lucia didn't understand. "You'll know if you read more comics online," Xia Li said tactfully. Lucia is not interested in this type of work for the time being, but when she comes into contact with it in the future, it is estimated that her views will be refreshed again. The XP of humans in this world is very complicated, especially when it comes to themes about a different world. You can spend as much time as you want. Bah! Just as she walked downstairs, the black car in the community honked its horn to urge the driver. Feng Xia was afraid of disturbing the neighbors, so she honked the horn twice quite lightly, and just enough. Hurry up, we have to go back to Grandma's house for lunch at noon. Feng Xia stretched her neck and exhaled puffs of white air as she spoke. Xia Li put his things in the trunk, then pulled out the back seat and sat in. Mom, what time is it? Isn't it still early for lunch? Feng Xia rolled her eyes at him and said, Do you think lunch will be cooked by itself without me having to make it? Don't I have to light a fire and cook? Xia Li was choked by this sentence and thought about it. It made sense. What did you buy? Feng Xia glanced into the trunk. I bought a heater for my grandma and some fruits and dairy products. You were sensible. Hearing this, Feng Xia showed a rare smile of relief on her face. My son has grown up. That's right, he's already graduated from college and has a beautiful girlfriend. Thinking of this, Feng Xia felt even more relieved. It is said that parents' responsibility is to raise their children until they graduate from high school. After high school graduation, the sky is high and the sea is wide, and they, as parents, let go and wait for the eagle to spread its wings and soar. But in fact, this is not the case in today's society. The set-apart eagle does not have the ability to survive on its own and needs further financial assistance from its parents. Some are lucky enough to find a good job during campus recruitment, while those who are unlucky have their parents to find a way to arrange a job for them. After their job is stable, they can find a partner, get married, and have children. There are only so many things in life. Parents will be worried for the rest of their lives and would like to pave their children's future with a shovel. But look at Feng Xia herself now. Xia Li is a child who is very easy to worry about. After graduating from high school, he basically stopped asking his family for money. From college to entering society to finding a girlfriend, it was not Feng Xia's turn to worry about anything. Xiaolu, why don't you sit in the front? The road to the village is very narrow and not easy to walk on. It's easy to get carsick if you sit in the back. When Feng Xia saw Lucia, the expression on her face changed instantly. It only takes a moment to go from disgust to joy. Xia Li felt it was a pity that his mother did not perform Sichuan opera face-changing. But you can't say this because saying it will automatically trigger the Shu province Tyrannosaurus to attack. No need, Auntie. I want to sit with Xia Li. Lucia climbed into the car, quickly moved her little butt and squeezed together with Xia Li, rubbing her eyes and looking very sleepy. Feng Xia said, Are you still sleepy? The road back home is very complicated. Xia Li doesn't know the way, so I'll be steering. Auntie drives very slowly, so we have to leave early. Lucia understood the hero's mother's implicit apology and shook her head repeatedly. It's okay, Auntie, I'm not sleepy. She, Long, also has a basic understanding of humans' complex language techniques. Feng Xia smiled and nodded, and the vehicle started. As Feng Xia herself said, she drove slowly and gently, unlike the men who steered the wheel violently. Lucia was sitting in the back seat and was almost coaxed to sleep several times by this cradle-like driving style. Xia Li leaned against the window and looked at her phone. Lucia wanted to fall asleep, but she just said she wasn't sleepy, so closing her eyes now would be like slapping herself in the face. So, resisting the urge to sleep, Lucia leaned over to look at Xia Li's phone. Lucia found that Xia Li was actually reading the electronic version of veterinary information. The densely packed words made her even more sleepy. Hey, why are you kissing me? My mom is here. This is not good. Xia Li suddenly raised his eyes and said. This sentence scared the dragon silly. Lucia raised her face in surprise, looked at the gaze of the hero's mother in the rearview mirror, and then looked at the hero who seemed to be smiling beside her. I still don't admit to the stolen kiss. I didn't kiss. Lucia tried to explain, but when she saw the pair of eyes in the rearview mirror that seemed to be trying not to laugh, her little face turned red. The hero's mother's expression of trying to hold back a smile is somewhat similar to the hero's. She must have believed it. In addition, Lucia was leaning over to look at Xia Li just now, and their cheeks were very close, so it was normal for people to mistakenly think that she was kissing Xia Li secretly. I didn't kiss, Lucia argued. Xia Li felt that if he continued teasing the dragon, it would become extremely anxious, so he changed his tone and spoke with some regret. Well, then I must be overthinking it. Lucia stared at him, her cheeks puffed out. Bullying, this is definitely bullying. While the hero's mother wasn't paying attention, Lucia used a dragon strike and bumped Xia Li with her shoulder. Xia Li was reading a book when he was suddenly interrupted by a dragon. He didn't expect that this dragon was so bold that he actually dared to launch a sneak attack on him. With his shoulders suddenly tilted to the side, Xia Li bumped back. Lucia refused to accept it and bumped into him again. The two of them were bumping into each other in the back seat, and even the car was shaking. Feng Xia rarely gets distracted when driving, but the noise made by the two people behind her is so loud that she can't help but take a few more glances. Not to mention, it's quite cheerful. The car drove around for 2 hours before arriving in the countryside. Feng Xiao's prediction was correct, and it was right to set off early. It's congested. It's too congested. Qingqing City is notoriously congested, and the country roads are even more congested during the Spring Festival. Feng Xiao's driving skills are not very good to begin with, and when she encounters a narrow road and meets other cars, she can make everyone in the car sweat profusely. Xia Li volunteered several times to drive instead of Feng Xia, but was rejected by Feng Xia every time. Lucia finally fell asleep on the car's seat. She curled up her body, and her sleeping posture was exactly the same as Cotton at home. Xia Li secretly brought her over and let her rest her head on his legs. After thinking about it, she realized that Long always complained that his legs were too stiff, so she had to take the lumbar pillow from the passenger seat and let her sleep on it. The scenery outside the car transitioned from a bustling metropolis to a bustling small town. As time went by, the buildings were gradually replaced by flats, small bridges, and flowing water began to appear beside the driveways, and smoke rose from the quiet and peaceful fields. The scenery here is not as picturesque as those in famous scenic spots, but wherever you look, you can feel the peaceful and tranquil life. Even through a layer of car window glass, you can still feel the rural atmosphere. Looking down at Lucia lying on his lap, Xia Li gently brushed the hair by her ear to one side, revealing a small piece of crystal pink earlobe. He leaned down and whispered in that ear, "Wake up, stinky dragon." Lucia slowly opened her eyes, arched her head against Xia Li's body, opened her pink lips, and said in a daze, "I just dreamed that you and I were in the car, and you slandered me for kissing you." "It's not a dream, it's real," Xia Li said. One sentence awakens the dragon from its dream. Lucia found that she was really in a car, and the person sitting in the driver's seat was the hero's mother. Not a dream. She remembered that when she got on the car, she insisted that she was not sleepy, but she actually fell asleep. "It's okay. Just sleep if you're tired. You guys wait in the car for a while. I'll go downstairs to buy some groceries." Feng Xia turned around and spoke in a gentle tone. Seeing the helpless expression on Lucia's face, she couldn't help but smile. Lucia's style of doing things and the way she speaks are both very interesting. This kind of interesting doesn't mean that she is humorous or witty, but rather a more natural, childlike feeling. This feeling can naturally bring people a favorable impression, and the mood seems to be affected by her and become very good. No wonder Xia Li likes it so much. Feng Xia also likes it very much. "Come on, let's go down and take a look too." Xia Li opened the car door and got out with Along. "It's too stuffy in the car, so I just came out to get some fresh air. It is less than 1 kilometer away from here to my grandmother's house." Now we are at the entrance of the village. There's a small market here that sells all kinds of daily necessities, fruits and vegetables. The things are very fresh and the prices are cheap. Feng Xia went to the front to buy meat. Her grandmother's family grew some vegetables, but what they lacked now was meat products such as chicken, duck, fish, and beef. These things would be better during the new year, so the more the better. "Would you like to eat strawberries?" Xia Li took the evil dragon for a walk. Winter strawberries were grown in greenhouses. They were big and red and looked very appetizing. Lucia looked in the direction of the site and saw many bamboo baskets placed on both sides of the road with big red strawberries inside. Lucia had eaten a lot of candied strawberries, but this was the first time she had seen fresh strawberries. Each strawberry was almost as big as half her palm. "Grandma, how much are the strawberries?" The evil dragon's eyes lit up as he watched, and Xia Li squatted down and began to choose. The old lady in front of the basket had gray hair, probably because of her hearing problems. When Xia Li approached, she started talking to herself. "It's chocolate-covered strawberries. I say, how to sell it?" Xia Li said loudly. "Just picked it this morning. Money, how much per pound?" It is quite troublesome to communicate with elderly people. Xia Li almost shouted until his voice was hoarse, but the hard-of-hearing old lady still couldn't hear him clearly. "Yes, yes, I grow them myself." The old woman was afraid that Xia Li was saying that her strawberries were not good, so she kept gesturing with her hands. Xia Li, Lucia, who was watching the fun from the side, squatted down, raised one hand, and rubbed her index and middle fingers with her thumb. This is the earthling way of implying the word money, and the dragon really learned it. "Oh, the big one is 18 pounds, and the small one is 15. She said the older one is 18. Lucia turned and said to Xia Li, "Xia Li, you are quite a smart dragon. 18 yuan is so expensive, even more expensive than meat." Lucia paused, feeling that it was not worth it. "It's already cheap. It's 18 here, but 36 in the city. It's not a problem to sell strawberries of this size for double the price." Lucia's eyes lit up, and she quickly thought of an idea. "Then let's buy them all back and then sell them, and make a fortune." "You have a good business sense," Xia Li nodded and said. "But have you ever calculated the shipping costs and depreciation? Moreover, by the time we take them to the city to sell, the strawberries will no longer be fresh. The traders in this business start collecting strawberries at 3 or 4 in the morning and then resell them." The evil dragon listened with great interest and found it very interesting. But when she heard that she had to get up at 3 o'clock, she backed out. This is one of the basic rules for the operation of the city. In places she cannot see, there are countless people working hard like this. "Buy 3 pounds. Xia Li learned his lesson this time and gestured a number with his hand. The old lady immediately understood and weighed a bag for Xia Li using the traditional small scale she carried with her. Xia Li held in his hand, and it felt really heavy. "The 3 pounds I bought in the countryside always feel like more than in the city." Just as he was about to leave, the evil dragon behind Xia Li was stopped by the old lady. A few big red strawberries were stuffed into Lucia's pocket, and soon the pocket was filled with them. "The girl is very well behaved. Eat 2 more. They are very sweet," the old lady said kindly. Xia Li couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. "Your face can really be used to make a living." "Thanks." Lucia is thin-skinned and speaks in a low voice. The old lady obviously couldn't hear them. She just smiled and sat there watching them leave. Lucia followed Xia Li in small steps, silently took out a strawberry from her pocket and put it in Xia Li's hand. "You're welcome to eat," said the dragon generously. "You didn't say some humans offered sacrifices to me." Xia Li turned around and looked at her. The temperature in the countryside was very low, and the little face was frozen red. The cool breeze brought the fragrance of grass waves. Lucia is a little shy, like a shy little country girl. She lowered her head and took a bite of the strawberry. The sweet strawberry fragrance spread in her mouth. She hummed softly. "This is not an offering. This is the kindness of mankind." End of this chapter. My grandmother's house is an old-style bungalow. The tiles on the roof are old and covered with thick, deep moss. Although Feng Xia had hired someone to deal with it not long ago, the rainy and humid climate in Shu province is most likely to grow moss, especially in the summer, and it will grow all over the roof if you are not careful. After arriving at the destination, Feng Xia turned left and right and drove the car into the yard. Not seeing the old lady, she got out of the car, opened the door, and walked straight inside. "Mom, old Xia has been very busy these past 2 days, so this time only Xia Li and I are back." "Yes, he also brought his girlfriend back." As people walked further and further away, the sound became smaller and smaller and was gradually swallowed up by the small building. Xia Li pulled Lucia out of the car, and they went to the trunk to move things. Why don't they use a key to open the door? Lucia didn't know what was going on in her mind. She stared at the iron door in the yard, thinking about something. The door opened with a slight push, as did the door inside the house. All the doors Lucia saw along the way were open, and no one had locked them. Is the anti-theft awareness of people here so weak? Or is it that the customs are different from those of city dwellers? Everyone knows each other well in rural areas, so there's nothing to be on guard against. Elderly people like my grandmother who live alone like to sleep with the door open, so that if anything happens, it's easy to call for help. As Xia Li spoke, he picked up the large plate of pork ribs that Feng Xia had bought from the car and used his free hand to get a box of milk. Lucia stood there thinking about it and found it amazing. Sleeping with the door open. Even the dragons themselves knew that they had to create an illusion at the entrance of their nests where humans were present, otherwise their homes would be robbed. But this small village had no such precautions at all. Don't you think it's strange? There is the least surveillance in the countryside, and everyone trusts their neighbors. Do you know what this is called? Xia Li turned around and asked Lucia a question. Lucia thought about it and said, "This is called knowing everything. It's called simple." Xia Li couldn't help but smile. "Oh, simple." Lucia nodded, thinking about the word carefully. I'll come. Feng Xia in the room had put on a white apron with a chicken essence advertisement printed on it at some point. As she was tying her apron ribbon, she looked back and saw Lucia carrying rice. So she walked over without stopping and took the rice. The moment Feng Xia picked up the rice, her arms felt heavy. Lucia was clearly holding it as if it were a toy, but it was so heavy in her hands that she bent over. I guess when Xiaolu was at home, she helped to move heavy things at home. Thinking of this, Feng Xia began to feel sorry for the girl again. She stuffed all the rice into Xia Li's arms. Just ask Xia Li to run a few more times for these things. It's cold outside. Go inside and warm yourself by the fire. Feng Xia pulled Lucia into the house. Lucia looked back every few steps to look at Xia Li. It's okay. It's normal for a man to lift heavy objects. Don't be too accommodating to him. For things like rice, he should be the one to do it. She naturally knew that the little girl was reluctant to let her son go. Just like when Xia Li was a child, Feng Xia was reluctant to let the little Xia Li carry heavy objects. Later, Xia Li grew up and took on the corresponding weight on his shoulders. Feng Xia no longer watched her son as closely as before. Now, someone has come to keep an eye on Xia Li for her. Feng Xia felt very relieved when she thought of this. Are you cold? Let me get you a hot water bottle. Feng Xia held the little girl's hand in hers, with a smile that was hard to refuse. The more I look, the more I like it. As a woman, Feng Xia's intuition told her that Lucia really cared about Xia Li. Her every look, every action, every gesture revealed her affection. Auntie, I'm not cold. Without Xia Li, Lucia was like a headless fly and had no way to deal with the situation that followed. Fortunately, there were not many people at Xia Li's grandmother's house. Apart from her grandmother herself, no one else lived in this small house. Lucia raised her eyes and looked over. The sunlight outside the window was dazzling on the cement road. The light in the house was dim. Under the incandescent lamp, without a lampshade, an old man walked slowly towards me with a cane. The old face reminded people of a dry branch, and the old eyes were as turbid as a quagmire. But it was not difficult to see that the shape of the eyes was somewhat similar to Xia Li's. The old man's hair was a colorless silver white, a color that reminded Lucia of herself in human form on the continent of A's. Here, eat some candy. This was the first sentence Xia Li's grandmother said after seeing Lucia. She opened her hand, and the coin-sized 8-treasure candy appeared in her palm. The old woman does not understand the preferences of modern young people. When Xia Li was a child, she liked to eat candy, so she always remembered that the child liked to eat candy, but she did not know that the child she was thinking about had already grown up. Perhaps even the old man himself was a little unconfident. He stretched out his hand and then took it back tremblingly, with a hint of apology on his kind face. I have a tablet computer next to my bed. Let me see if I can use it. Lucia remained silent because she was shy and didn't know how to face such a scene. But after seeing the apology on the old man's face, she panicked again. I thought that even without Xia Li, with her current level of communication, she would be able to deal with humans more than enough. But now Lucia realized that leaving Xia Li simply couldn't do it. Grandma, eat some strawberries. Following the principle of barter, Lucia took out 2 big strawberries from her pocket, walked up to the old woman, and stuffed them into her hands, then exchanged them for candy. Lucia peeled off the plastic bag, covering the 8 treasure candy, and stuffed the candy into her mouth without hesitation. The candy is very big, probably the biggest candy you can buy at the village market. It tastes sweet in your mouth. Good times. Lucia had a happy smile on her face. Every time she smiled, it was so sincere that there was no trace of perfunctory emotion at all. Mom, this is Xia Li's girlfriend. Her name is Lucia. Fang Xia helped the old man over and introduced him enthusiastically. The wrinkles on the old woman's face deepened after she smiled. She looked at Lucia with her cloudy eyes and nodded vigorously. Hello. For their generation, the chance to see their grandchildren is really one less time. Hello, Grandma. I'm Lucia, Xia Li's only girlfriend. Happy New Year, Grandma. Lucia also greeted him generously. Xia Li taught her before they set out. During this period, if you don't know what to say, just say Happy New Year to everyone you meet. Mom, the things have been moved to the kitchen. Is everything all right? If nothing goes wrong, I'll take Lucia for a walk, Grandma. At this moment, Xia Li, sweating profusely, stepped over the threshold. When he saw Lucia's rosy little face, he roughly guessed what was going on. It rained last night, and the fields are all covered in mud. You can go play later, but come over and give me a hand first. After Fang Xia gave the order, she helped the old lady back to the house and sat down. Xia Li hasn't seen his grandmother for 3 years. Grandma didn't change much. In Xia Li's memory, she had always been gray-haired, and her movements became slower and slower every year. Fang Xia took the old man back to the inner room, and Xia Li took Lucia to the kitchen. The old man lived alone at home, and there were not many things in the house, but everything was kept clean. What did you guys just talk about? We haven't started talking yet. The kitchen at my grandmother's house still uses the oldest type of wood-burning stove. Xia Li brought all the firewood piled outside the wall and piled them together. It was a rare opportunity for him to come back, so he did as much of the hard work as he could. In just a few minutes, he could finish everything the old man had done in the morning. After building the firewood pile, the evil dragon who was standing by and watching the fun had bulging cheeks and made suspicious, sticking noises from his mouth from time to time. It was obvious that there was something in his mouth. What's in your mouth? Xia Li looked up suspiciously. Candy, do you want some? Lucia opened her mouth for Xia Li to see. Xia Li was busy adding firewood to the stove and shook his head subconsciously. Then think about it. This is a rare opportunity. How can I refuse it? Eat. His answer made the dragon's expression pause slightly, and the sound of crunching candy in his mouth disappeared. Suddenly, I felt like I had stepped into a pit. There is only one candy. Click, click. Lucia bit the 8 treasure candy in half with her dragon teeth with great effort, spat the candy into her hand with a buff, and was going to feed it to Xia Li. Xia Li said disdainfully, At least use your mouth. Why are you using your hands? Fang Xia walked in from outside when he was talking. Lucia was anxious and slapped half a candy directly into Xia Li's mouth while he was talking. Cough. The candy hit Xia Li's throat directly, and he almost choked to death. Have a cold. Fang Xia scooped a spoonful of well water to wash the pot. Xia Li shook his head. No. Your grandmother's health is getting worse every year. Alas. Fang Xia took the pot brush and swept it around the iron pot twice. At first glance, her words don't seem to have any special meaning, but if you think about it from another angle, it seems to be hinting at something. The older generation is like this, especially the older generation. Their greatest wish in life is to see their children and grandchildren grow up. Xia Li threw 2 pieces of firewood into the stove and looked back at Lucia. Lucia ate the candy with a smacking sound, neither standing nor sitting. Perhaps she thought the candy was very sweet, for when she looked at Xia Li, the corners of her mouth pursed together. What are you laughing? Xia Li snorted coldly. My mother asked you to give birth to a little dragon. Don't you understand? Life. Little. Dragon. Xia Li grabbed a handful of hay, which was dried pea stalks. The air in the south is humid, and it is difficult to ignite firewood directly, so a fire starter is needed, and these dry pea stalks are the fire starters commonly used in the rural areas here. I took the lighter and clicked it twice, then shook it and found that there was no oil left. Mom, it can't be lit, Xia Li said. If Feng Xia was not present, Xia Li would find a way to solve the problem himself. But when Feng Xia was present, he would behave like a mother who would solve the problem. There's a spare lighter in the small room at the side door. Go get it, Feng Xia said. Oh, Xia Li got up and went to run errands. But when he took the lighter and returned to the earthen stove in the kitchen, he found that the fire was burning brightly. Look, Xiaolu is so excited, but you can't. Feng Xia scooped out all the dirty water in the pot and poured it away, speaking casually. Xia Li didn't believe it, so he walked over and took the lighter from Lucia's hand to have a look. It's obviously out of oil. Lucia sat on a small stool in front of the earthen stove, pursed her lips, and said nothing. How did you light the fire? Xia Li leaned close to the evil dragon's ear and whispered. The evil dragon shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Xia Li counted the dragon scales on her face, then rolled up her sleeves to take a look. There are quite a few dragon scales. But Lucia must have used fire magic just now. Realizing that the hero had seen through her secret use of magic, Lucia's face could no longer hide her expression and her ears turned red. Xia Li couldn't help but took a bite on those crystal pink earlobes. The evil dragon covered his face and looked at him in disbelief. They actually launched a sneak attack in front of the great human beings. Have all the new firewood outside been brought in? Feng Xia poured some oil into the pot and spoke in a nonchalant tone. It was unknown whether she saw this scene. Well, we've finished moving. Then go and have fun. Your aunt will be here soon and won't need you, Feng Xia said disdainfully. Xia Li obeyed the order and ran away with Lucia. The country paths after the rain cannot be said to be full of mud. They're made of mud. The soft mud was sticky under their feet. The two men stepped on the ground, one deep and one shallow, leaving two sets of footprints. A breath of freedom. Lucia hadn't felt the breath of the wilderness for a long time. On both sides of the ridges were planted green plants that Lucia did not recognize. The view here became very wide, and she could see very far at a glance. There's a fruit forest not far away, with large orange and red fruits hanging on it. Lucia looked up at the sky, and the blue sky and white clouds that she once could reach became out of reach. However, she found that she was not missing the blue sky at all. Rather than chasing the wind in the sky, the warmth of the hero in her hand made her feel more at ease. Down to earth. She likes this feeling. This is rapeseed. It will bloom with golden flowers next month. It can be eaten as a vegetable before it blooms, and after the flowering period, it will be used to press oil. The oil you pour into frying eggs is pressed from this rapeseed. Xia Li acted as a tour guide and introduced the characteristics of his hometown to the evil dragon. Rapeseed oil is a specialty of our southwest region. Wheat and rice are seldom grown here. Do you see the orange trees over there? The village here is rich in oranges. The orange is called a haim. The orange is covered with a plastic bag to make it fresher and cleaner. My grandmother used to be a fruit farmer. When I was a child, I often helped her put bags on oranges. Later, when she got old, she contracted out all the fruit trees. Sally talked about the past with great interest, and Lucia listened with great interest. Put a plastic bag over the fruit. This is a preservation magic unique to this world. Lucia's eyes brightened as she realized that the humans in the two worlds were similar. They all use their wisdom to solve survival problems, but the methods used by humans in the A's continent are more radical. There are geese and roosters in the backyard. Come on, I'll take you to see them. After Xia Li introduced the things here, he took the evil dragon to another place to have a look. When the wooden fence was opened, the poultry in the backyard became restless. Lucia rushed out like a fire monkey. It was the first time that Xia Li saw someone returning to the countryside to chase geese. Normally, People were chased by geese all the way. Although the dragon's bloodline suppression had no effect on birds, Lucia's agility and fearless character made her the king of the mountain in the backyard in a matter of minutes. Put it down for me, and put down the duck's water basin as well. Lucia grabbed the basin with one hand and the goose's neck with the other and dragged the goose around the yard. Xia Li couldn't stop her. It's only been a few minutes since it was released into the wild, and its wild nature has been revealed. No wonder it is said that dragons can bring disasters to living beings. This is the disaster. End of this chapter. Chevron_left. The goose that Lucia had just caught was immediately stewed by her aunt, who sent her back home. My aunt married in the next village, which is less than 10 miles away from here. It only takes a few minutes to get there by electric bike. When she has nothing to do, she likes to go to her parents' house. Today, Feng Xia rarely brings her children back, so she wants to show off her skills to everyone. Just as she was about to go to the backyard to catch a goose, my aunt pushed open the fence and saw a pretty little girl standing there. The little girl was holding the goose's neck with one hand, and no matter how the goose flapped its wings, she was not afraid at all. I thought it was a girl who ran into the wrong yard, but when I looked again and saw Xia Li, the misunderstanding was automatically resolved. Are you scared? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. My aunt was killing the goose, feeding it wine, bleeding it, and plucking its feathers with boiling water. It was the first time Lucia saw humans processing animal meat. She stood by and watched with great interest, swallowing her saliva from time to time. I bought this goose from the market last year. I didn't expect it to be so fat. Your grandma can fatten up any animal she raises. Isn't it amazing? By the way, Xiaolu, Xiaoxia said you're from another place. How do you deal with geese there? Xia Li's aunt was also very outgoing and started chatting with Lucia quite familiarly. Lucia squatted on the concrete floor, thought for a moment, and said, "We all chew them raw." She lives in the mountains and has never seen a big goose. Oh yes, I live in the mountains and have never seen a big goose. Fortunately, Lucia reacted quickly. As soon as Xia Li reminded her, she immediately remembered that such things should not be said out loud. Auntie, why do you give the goose white wine? Lucia cleverly changed the subject in her own way. Give it a little before it dies? Ha ha. Auntie was amused by Lucia's words. The goose feathers are easier to pluck after being filled with white wine, and it can also remove the fishy smell to a certain extent. When most of the blood had been drained, my aunt cut open the goose's stomach and took out all the internal organs. Xia Li brought a basin of boiling hot water and did some odd jobs in the back. He plucked the hair skillfully, and Lucia's eyes widened. I used to think that the hero was very skilled in handling fish. Now it seems that the hero is also very familiar with killing birds, and he must be able to kill dragons as well. Your mother said that you have changed a lot in recent times. The aunt looked up at Xia Li. Her short curly hair was very elastic, and her lips painted with eye-colored lipstick had the retro beauty of the 1970s and 1980s. Reaching out and pinching Xia Li's arm, the aunt said, "Not bad, you've gained muscle. Have you been working out recently?" "Yes, we are dating each other," Xia Li replied with a smile. The aunt looked at Xia Li, then at Lucia, who was squatting under the eaves and staring at the goose. The smile in her eyes became even more intense, and she said with emotion, "Ah, you have grown up in the blink of an eye. In my memory, you are still this old." My aunt gestured the height with her hand. When Lucia heard that there was a young version of Xia Li's story to listen to, she quickly turned her gaze over. When Xia Li was a child, she often went back to her grandmother's house during the winter and summer vacations. The aunt also noticed Lucia's interested look and continued. My grandmother's fields used to grow rice, and Xia Li would come back from summer vacation and go to help with his sickle. When he was young, he was weak, so he always sat in the mud while cutting rice. When he got home, Feng Xiao would give him a beating. As she recalled the past, my aunt became more and more cheerful, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Young people like to look forward to the future, while older people like to reminisce about the past. Lucia also smiled, and her mind automatically imagined the scene of little Xia Li rolling around in the mud. Isn't this the same as when she was a child? He liked to be naked when he was a child. Annie leaned closer and added in a low voice. Now the smile on the evil dragon's face became even more intense. The little Xia Li who was rolling around in the mud pit turned into a dirty little Xia Li who was naked and without pants. Seeing this, Xia Li hurriedly pulled the two apart to stop the conversation from continuing. The evil dragon was still reluctant to leave after being dragged away by him, and his mind was full of all kinds of thoughts. Naked but, Xia Li smacked his lips. Whose child hasn't been naked before? When you were a child, your dragon scales hadn't fully grown yet. So isn't that the same as being completely naked? Shame on you. I've had scales since birth, the dragon retorted. Those soft scales can be considered scales. Xia Li gently pulled the dragon scales on her face. Scales like these can't even be considered human belly bands, right? Humph. The evil dragon covered its scales, protesting against Xia Li's metaphorical method. Look at your bare butt. Lucia didn't want to miss any opportunity to embarrass the hero. Xia Li glanced at her. The two of them were walking aimlessly on the muddy path. The rapeseed around them was green, and there was still morning dew on it that had not completely dried up. I'll show it to you when we get back. Don't miss it then, Xia Li said without any fear. I'll definitely watch it. Then I want to see yours too. Do not show you. Why? Because you can't show the dragon's butt. Do you think you were a tiger? What you want to see is not the dragon's butt, but the dragon's tail, right? Lucia said with narrowed eyes. She remembered the folders she saw in Xia Li's computer, which were all about women of foreign races. In those pictures, the most tense thing is not the eyes and movements, but the heads, horns, and tails of those foreign girls. How could she not understand the hero's little quirk? Xia Li took a breath of cold air. How do you know? When it was time for dinner, Feng Xia called the two back into the house. The voice of "it's time to eat," coming from the other side of the wilderness, was particularly familiar to Xia Li, and he could hear it even from a long distance away. For a moment, I seemed to be back in my carefree childhood, with the sounds of insects in summer, the forest paths under the moonlight, and the snow and frost in the early morning of winter. The air in the country is cold. Lucia's face was red from the cold. After returning to the house, Feng Xia pulled her to the stove to warm her up, then turned around and ordered Xia Li to add more rice to the steamer. Xia Li pursed his lips, having nothing to say about his declining family status. At noon, my uncle also came back. My uncle had been busy with farm work all day, but when he saw Xia Li, he still greeted her warmly. Today's lunch was quite sumptuous, with several large pots of meat filling up the small wooden table. Xia Li said that this is how the Chinese New Year is: a big table of food is prepared one day, and then it is eaten for several days until the meat and vegetables can no longer be eaten. Seeing that there was enough food today, Lucia did not hold back anymore and finished the big bowl of rice that Xia Li had given her. The elders like little girls who can eat like this the most. It looks capable and not squeamish, and the key is that it is very healthy. After the meal, it's time to clean the pot. As expected, Xia Li was the one who was contracted to do these unskilled jobs. Do you feel that this place is very backward? Xia Li was washing dishes in an iron pot, while Lucia was rinsing them beside her. It's amazing that the well water is warm in winter. Not backward. Lucia thought for a moment and shook her head. I think it's normal. In her impression, this is what human civilization should be like. On the contrary, the modern metropolis was a little too advanced for her. My mother-in-law lives here alone. Lucia asked again. What she actually wanted to ask was another question, but she didn't know how to express it. What is the corresponding name for Grandma? Grandpa. Xia Li paused, just like a wife to her husband. Lucia automatically ignored the second half of the sentence and said, Where did Grandpa go? Grandpa's gone. Where did you go? Xia Li slowed down his movements, looked into Lucia's innocent eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Gone. He left the year after I was born. When you came in through the front door, did you see the black and white photo in the living room? That was my grandpa. Oh, gone means dead, Xia Li added. Hearing this, Lucia looked at him. Lucia had taken a look at the photo in the living room. She had thought it was just placed there casually, but she had not expected the photo to carry such weight. Put it there, probably to remember relatives. Lucia felt a little sad when she recalled the lonely figure of her mother-in-law leaning on a cane. As I thought about it, my mood became heavier. The lonely shadow slowly swallowed her up, which reminded Lucia of her past. I'm going to get some air. The kitchen was stuffy, and the burning firewood was robbing the air of oxygen. Lucia felt carsick, so she went outside to stand alone to cool off. Xia Li glanced at her and said nothing. The dragon also needs to grow. She has been on Earth for so long. This should be the closest she has come to facing the death of humans in this world. Mom, tell me something. Xia Li washed the dishes clean, piled them aside, and went to the yard to talk to Feng Xia. Feng Xia was eating melon seeds and chatting with her aunt with a smile on her face. Grandma sat quietly beside me and listened. Even though she didn't understand a lot of what was said, she still cooperated and smiled along. Xia Li dragged over a small stool, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and started eating them. I found a job for Xiaolu, and she will go there after the new year, said Xia Li. So fast. Feng Xia threw away the melon seed shell and asked in surprise, "What kind of job is it?" "An intern at a veterinary hospital. Isn't this the one you were talking about last time?" "Correct. You." Feng Xia paused and smiled unhappily. "You find a job for Xiaolu, what about you? Are you lying at home?" Xia Li was about to speak, but Feng Xia, who was always strong, did not give him time to refute. "You don't have a job. Why are you anxious to find one for Xiaolu? This is where she wanted to go. I'm not saying anything bad about you." Feng Xia threw a melon seed shell at Xia Li. The melon seed shell hit Xia Li's forehead and then fell down. "Xiaolu is good in every way, but looking at my son, no. He himself is not in a hurry to find a job. So why is he in a hurry to let his girlfriend go out to work? What kind of words are you talking about?" "I'm reading a book. I've read several books in the past month, and I'm going to take the exam in March." Xia Li explained patiently. Feng Xia stared at him and took another bite of melon seeds. She knew very well that her son was a man of action and would do what he said. He said he was studying by reading, so he must be reading. Xia Li seldom lies, so what he says is very valuable to Feng Xia. "I heard about your situation from your mother. Do your best. Your family members support you very much." At this time, my aunt interrupted, and she was probably talking about Xia Li's desire to start business. The new year is already the year of the dragon. It would be nice to have a dragon baby. Feng Xia added. The topics of these two sisters are not on the same page at all. Xia Li knew that Ms. Feng was very anxious. As soon as Lucia was not around, she showed her true colors. But think about it. My aunt's granddaughter is already in elementary school. How can Feng Xia not be anxious? "Mom, the year of the dragon is very popular. The school exams in 6 years will be very difficult, and the college entrance exams in 18 years will be even more difficult. Why should the children and parents suffer together?" Xia Li said, looking at his mother. Feng Xia was surprised for a moment. "You have thought of this?" "I think about it as much as you do." Xia Li sighed. The people in the yard were talking excitedly, and Lucia, who was taking a breath outside another door, also came over. Lucia was holding a big beetle in her hand and was smilingly trying to use it to tease Xia Li, but when she saw so many people here, she immediately threw the beetle aside. "Hello, Andy. Hello, mother-in-law." The evil dragon suppressed the bad expression on his face and greeted politely. "Some insects bite very painfully, especially a kind of caterpillar, which we call live chili here. It will make your whole body itchy after you touch it. You should be careful. If you are curious about anything, let Xia Li deal with it." Feng Xia naturally saw the childish side of Lucia and said to her with a smile. Xia Li glanced at her mother. "No, I am your biological son, Miss Feng. I feel like I have no place in this family anymore." "Okay, Auntie, I'll be careful next time." Lucia became obedient in an instant, much more obedient than when she was with Xia Li. Xia Li sneered at her pretentious behavior. He knew that Lucia was uncomfortable in the presence of her elders, so he simply took Lucia to wander the fields. After the dragon was released into the wild, it acted like a wild monkey. Xia Li couldn't catch up with it, so she could only find a rock to sit on and let the evil dragon make trouble there. It feels like taking care of a baby. When I was a child, I ran around in the fields and my parents watched me. Don't step on the pea seedlings in other people's fields. That's a broad bean over there. You can't break the flowers off. Come here. The evil dragon was so naughty that Xia Li was so angry that he wanted to stamp his feet. Lucia really came over to scold him, holding something mysteriously in her hand, and then put it into Sexy Ali's pocket. When Xia Li was a child, he was not afraid of insects. It seemed that children were not afraid of insects. But when he grew up, his genes awakened, and he became afraid of everything he saw. Watching Lucia stuff a handful of earthworms into her pocket, Xia Li almost let out a sharp cry. Don't put earthworms in my pocket. Hee hee, I finally caught this. Lost. Feed it to the chickens. Chickens are vegetarian, not meat. You lied to me. Chickens must eat worms. Put in your own pocket. If you put in my pocket, it will fall out. Please keep it for me. Turn around and put some in that pocket too. End of this chapter. When we left, the blazing red sun was still hanging in the sky and had not yet completely set. Feng Xia rarely drives at night, so she returned home before evening. If it were any other time, she would definitely take Xia Li to stay at her parents' house for one night. But with Lucia there, she was worried that it would be inconvenient for her. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so today won't be a big deal. Mom, I'm going home. Be careful on the road. Drive slowly. Well, you can go back and rest. You don't have to see us off. Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye, Mother-in-law. The three of them got in the car and waved goodbye to the old man. The old lady in her 80s stood in the sunset with an expression of reluctance on her face, but mostly a smile. In Xia Li's memory, her grandmother was a person of few words, which was completely opposite to Feng Xia. She likes to look at you tenderly like this. She won't express her thoughts, but will give silently and do everything meticulously. As the car drove farther and farther away, the old lady's shadow stretched longer and longer on the ground until it disappeared. Lucia lay by the window, looking in that direction, feeling an indescribable sadness in her heart. One person, what can you usually do at home? Humans are not like dragons. When they're bored, they can choose to sleep for a long time. Ordinary people basically wake up after sleeping for 8 hours a day, and the elderly sleep even less. My mother-in-law doesn't know how to use the internet, and she can't walk far due to physical reasons. She is always trapped in that row of small houses, and there's not even anyone around to talk to. Lucia has a deep understanding of this feeling of loneliness. Put your head in here, your face is going to burst. What are you thinking about? Sally pulled Lucia in the car. Lucia's face turned red from the cold. She shook her head and said, I feel a little dizzy. Sally remembered that Long was prone to motion sickness. Normally when riding in a car, Sally would open the sunroof. Today, he left a little gap in the sunroof, but the concrete roads in the countryside were winding, and Sally would feel uncomfortable if he looked at his phone for a long time, not to mention Lucia, who was already prone to motion sickness. It was fine when she came, and Lucia slept the whole time. But now that she had just eaten, she couldn't sleep, and it was normal for her to feel dizzy. Mom, drive slower. Lucia is carsick, Xiaoli said, sticking his head forward. Feng Xiao's car speed slowed down a bit. She took the bag from the passenger seat and threw it back. There's sliced ginger in it. Put on Xiaolu's belly button. It will help relieve the pain. What kind of folk remedy is this? Xiaoli complained. This is not just a folk remedy. It has scientific basis, Feng Xiao retorted. Although he felt it was unreliable, Xiaoli still decided to give it a try. Feng Xiao's handbag is like a Doraemon's treasure box. Xiaoli found a fruit knife, a Band-Aid, a hot water bottle, all kinds of random things in it. I took out a small seal bag and found sliced ginger inside. A woman's mind is delicate, and she can consider every little thing carefully. Xiaoli secretly admired him and took out a piece of ginger and a Band-Aid. Turning back, I saw that the evil dragon behind me had already laid down. Judging from his slightly frowning expression, he must be really dizzy. Xiaoli opened her clothes and lifted up a corner of her sweater. Lucia's eyebrows twitched, and she squinted at Xiaoli. She didn't know what Xiaoli was going to do, but suddenly stripping her clothes like this and doing it in front of the great human beings, the evil dragon had a shy expression on his face. He reached out to take the waist pillow beside him to cover his eyes, pretending to be going to sleep. Sleep. Fell asleep. There was nothing to be done, so he could only let Xia Li do whatever he wanted. Xia Li watched her series of actions and couldn't help feeling confused. "What are you doing? Don't be shy." It made him feel awkward. It's obviously just a normal thing. Lifting up her innermost autumn clothes, the girl's skin is so white and smooth that it seems to be as delicate as a baby's. Lucia had a slender waist, and her abdomen was slightly raised with a flexible and perfect curve. As soon as Xia Li put his hot palm on it, she moved slightly. Lucia lowered the small pillow that was pressing on her face, revealing a pair of watery light brown eyes, and looked at Xia Li shyly. That look was like a little lamb captured by a hunter with nowhere to escape. "Don't look at me like that." Xia Li felt that his blood tank was almost empty. He stole a glance at Feng Xia. It was already late at night, and the lights on the rural road were dim. Feng Xia was driving very carefully and didn't pay any attention to the movement in the car. Xia Li then leaned over and asked in a low voice in Long's ear, "What are you thinking about?" "My mind is blank," Lucia said tremblingly. Xia Li sneered. "Gentiana is usually so fat, but this is it? Take out a piece of ginger and place it on her belly. Come to think of it, an egg-laying creature like Lucia also has a belly button? When I looked over there, I saw a belly button that looked like a needle seam. This dragon has been having a very good meal recently. He has gained 3 pounds during the holidays and has gained a lot of weight compared to when he first came to Earth." Sally put some ginger slices on it and then put a Band-Aid on it. Lucia hummed twice in a soft voice. Don't make any weird noises. My belly is burning. This folk remedy to relieve your dizziness should be of some use." Sally pulled the sweater back to cover Lucia. Lucia covered her face with her hands and spoke as usual, but Xia Li saw her little earlobes that were crystal clear and red. "Home remedies? Witchcraft. I can't say it has nothing to do with witchcraft. I can only say it has nothing to do with it. Why are you sitting up? Lie back down." As she was talking, Lucia suddenly sat up. Xia Li was startled and pressed her shoulders to make her lie down. The evil dragon remained unmoved, staring at Xia Li in the darkness, and no one knew what he was thinking. She leaned forward and first put her nose against Xia Li's clothes and sniffed it, as if trying to confirm what the smell was. Xia Li had a bad feeling in his heart. "Yes, he knows it." The dragon suddenly bit my arm. "Isn't it said that the dragon race expresses love by biting lightly?" This bite was clearly a heavy one. Rubbing his arm, Xia Li ate the bite silently, considering that Feng Xia was still sitting in front of him. Fortunately, he was wearing thick clothes, otherwise it would not be so easy to get rid of the bite. After a long journey, the group finally returned to the city. Country roads faded away, and tall buildings rose up, blocking most of the view. The night engulfed the city, and the streetlights on both sides stood there forever like giants holding up human modern civilization. Red obstacle lights were flashing on the rooftops in the distance, and the scenery outside the window became more and more familiar. Sally came back to his senses. "Got home. Mom, it's so late. Why don't you stay overnight and go back tomorrow morning?" After getting out of the car, Sally was still worried about letting Feng Xia drive alone at night. No need. Feng Xia packed up her things and threw the car keys to Xia Li. She took a deep look at Lucia, who was holding Xia Li's hand. Overall, it's still inconvenient. It's not that Feng Xia herself is inconvenienced, but she is worried that Lucia will be inconvenienced. Xia Li understood and took out his phone to look for some better hotels nearby. Before he could say anything, a white car that had been waiting in the community for a long time flashed its high beams. Feng Xia brushed up a strand of hair by her ear and smiled at Xia Li. "Your dad is here to pick me up." Xia Li took a look and saw old Xia sitting in the car. He was wearing a light blue shirt underneath his clothes. Presumably, he had just driven here after get off work. Facing Xia Li's gaze, old Xia raised his hand to signal. Seeing this, Xia Li turned around, opened the trunk, and stuffed an exquisite gift box into Feng Xia's hand. "Mom, this is a little gift from Xiaolu and me." "Hey, why did you give me a present?" A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Xia's eyes, and then she looked at the packaging again, which should be some well-known skincare product. Well, I bought a gift for Grandma. I thought of buying one for you as well. Xia Li said frankly. I had originally planned to give it away on New Year's Eve, but then I thought since I'd already bought it, there wouldn't be much difference in a few days, and I happen to be going back to my hometown today, so I might as well give it away. This will allow Ms. Fong to be happy for 2 more days. Oh, that's thoughtful. Fong Xia smiled happily. I wish you could give Mom a gift with your own labor someday, but I'm already very happy that you have this intention. Mom, isn't this what I earned through my own labor? Really? Fong Xia looked at Xia Li. This guy has no job now. He is just an idler in society. Fong Xia doesn't believe that he has started to make money. Didn't I say before that I am working part-time? Is that the one, writing stories? Yes, several thousand a month. Xia Li nodded. Fong Xia's eyes lit up with joy. She knew that Xia Li would not lie to her about such things. So she turned around and walked away with the gift box. Old Xia, your son used his first paycheck to buy me a gift. Take a look. Xia Li, no, don't tell my dad. Xia Li didn't have time to prepare a gift for Lao Xia. When Lao Xia found out about it, although he wouldn't say anything, he must have been jealous in his heart. Xia Li gritted his teeth and quickly took out his cell phone to send a message to Lao Xia. Summer dawn, Dad, Xiaolu and I have prepared a New Year's present for you. It will arrive by express in a few days, and we'll give it to you then. In less than half a minute, Lao Xia came back with a message. Lao Xia, well, it's okay. Having the intention is enough. Bah, I don't believe you. You are a proud old man. You are very bad. Watching the white car go away, Xia Li placed an order for a carbon fishing rod on Taobao and asked the seller to expedite the delivery via SF Express. After squeezing Lucia's little hand beside him, Xia Li took her home. The dragon fell asleep in the second half of the journey. Sometimes Xia Li had to admire the dragon's ability to sleep. It seems that she has no problem sleeping 20 hours a day. What did you just bite me for? Xia Li turned his head to ask Lucia, who was half asleep. Lucia yawned and rubbed her eyes. No. What do you mean nothing? You bit me before, and it was pretty bad. Xia Li wanted to lift up the sleeves of her arms to show Lucia, but found that she was too dressed to lift them. Because you touched my belly. Lucia also recalled that scene, and her face turned rosy under the streetlight. What's wrong with touching your belly? Do you have to bite me if I touch it? Well, bullshit. Don't bite people like this in the future. Does it hurt? Lucia tilted her head. It hurts, Xia Li said. You almost bit through my arm. Arrive home. Little Cotton, who had been lonely all day, meowed to greet the two at the door. Lucia kicked her legs and threw her shoes off with her feet. After changing into slippers, she picked up the shoes and put them at the door in a dejected manner. Walking to Cotton's cat bed, Lucia glanced at the empty food bowl and wondered. Cotton has such a good appetite. I thought you would be depressed and unable to eat when we are not at home. Meow. If Lucia were alone at home, she wouldn't have such a good appetite. While adding more rice to Cotton's meal, Lucia felt a little emotional. Sure enough, there is still a big difference between intelligent species and non-intelligent species. The biggest difference is in the emotional aspect. The more you think, the less you eat. Unfortunately, Lucia no longer wants to be the heartless dragon who only knows how to eat, sleep, and sleep. Stop petting the cat. Go take a shower first. You've been playing in the fields for so long today. Your clothes are all covered in mud. They're so dirty. Xia Li walked over and took the little cotton ball from Lucia's arms. Meow, meow. Little Cotton flapped its paws, turned around, and hugged Xia Li's arms. Compared to the female master who can suppress its blood, it really prefers the male master with a good smell. Lucia saw it and pouted, looking a little unhappy. Suddenly, I remembered that Xia Li said today that he wanted to show her his butt. Just as she was about to say this, Lucia weighed the issue again in her mind. It's fine if we chat a little outside during the day, but now it's just me and Xia Li at home. If Xia Li's hen showed it to her, she might not dare to look at it. In the past, as a giant dragon, Lucia was fearless. She would dare to face any brave warrior, even if a naked brave warrior appeared in front of her. But now I always feel something is weird. And today, when he suddenly bit Xia Li, the more I thought about it, the more my cheeks started to burn. Lucia couldn't tell whether this was the love of humans or the love of dragons. But one thing is certain. She seems to like Xia Li more and more. What's wrong? You crashed when I took the cat away. Xia Li waved his hand in front of Lucia, interrupting her thoughts. This dragon is so quiet today that he keeps staring blankly at every turn. Is he going to hibernate? But dragons don't hibernate. This species sleeps whenever they want. Humph, I'm going to take a shower. The dragon searched in the closet and then went into the bathroom. Xia Li was also a little tired. Between reading and working, he chose the latter. I opened the computer tiredly and rushed to publish the new chapter of my travelogue before midnight. I patrolled the comment section and opened the private messages to take a look, but there was nothing unusual. Xia Li slid his finger to the user interface with a completely black avatar and opened it with some concern. There was no reply, and the only conversation between the two was, "Are you a time traveler?" Xia Li replied with a yes. The settings of Xia Li's travelogue are very detailed. The content of the setting volume is almost 1/3 of the main text, and there are even various illustrations and analyses. In the eyes of others, this is indeed a very time-consuming and laborious process. After all, creating a world that does not exist out of thin air consumes a lot of imagination. But for Xia Li, he only needed to copy the settings of the A's continent and ask Lucia for additional information if he didn't understand something. It didn't require any brain power at all. There is no charge for the setting volume, because it is placed there to attract setting parties and stir up hot topics. Therefore, when normal readers see him spending so much effort on a content that cannot make money, in addition to being impressed by the author's dedication, they also wonder if he has too much free time. But if you're not a normal reader, you will have a lot of associations. For example, in such a huge worldview that has not yet had any bugs, asking the other person whether he is a time traveler. I don't know how the brother or girl with the black avatar came up with this idea. Maybe it was inspired. Or maybe you have had a similar experience? Brother, why are you asking this? Xia Li still felt a little curious and sent a message. After all, the novel has been serialized for 2 months, and the other party is the first person to ask me such a question. OM. As soon as the message was sent, the phone vibrated. Xia Li was startled while thinking. He opened the message notification and found that it was a WeChat message from Fong Xia. Ms. Fong, son, be the first one to like a post on my WeChat moments. Xia Li's heart was pounding. She felt angry and amused at the same time when she saw the news. When I opened Fong Xia's moments, I thought it was some kind of free gift-giving content where you could collect likes, but I found out that the content was related to me. I received a New Year's gift from my son and future daughter-in-law today. Next came 9 consecutive photos of Fong Xia holding a gift box taken from various angles, with all the comments below expressing support. Aunt Lu, flowers. Uncle Chun, Chong. Xiao Xia is starting to enjoy her life. Xia Li calmly gave a thumbs up. After thinking about it, he and Fong Xia did have several common friends, so he replied with a comment. Summer dawn. Mom, I wish you a happy new year. May you become younger and more beautiful. After this comment is posted, Fong Xia will probably brag about it for several months. Let her be happy for a while. Whether a woman is young or not mainly depends on her mentality. With Fong Xia's mentality, Xia Li feels that she can stay young forever. Inadvertently, a figure flashed past my sight. Looking up, Xia Li saw 3 pieces of shining silver dragon scales in front of him. Lucia came closer and peeked sideways. It can't be said to be peeking, but she was forcing herself to look at Xia Li's phone. You dragon, why are there no footsteps when you walk? Xia Li was shocked. Lucia wiped her hair with a towel. Look at what you are doing. At this point, of course I'm working. Oh. Lucia looked away angrily. I thought the hero was hiding in a small dark room, looking at some weird pictures. Lucia wanted to catch him, but failed. It seemed like she was overthinking it. It's the end of the month. The day before New Year's Eve. Xia Li's friends who were working away from home have returned one after another. Even Chun Tao's company, which he often complained about as a black-hearted boss, had its annual holiday, and Monkey also came back from far away to reunite with his family. The gang members of Building Number 3 in the Shandong Chuyang community gathered again. This was especially precious to several people who had previously quit the group. However, no one talked about the issue of leaving the group. There was no need to discuss this topic. It was enough to know that Yuanzi and Anshi were back to normal. No, the monkey hadn't come back for a long time, and he was a little confused when looking at the people in front of him. There is a traitor among us? To be precise, we are the only two who have not betrayed. Shintao nodded and patted the monkey's shoulder solemnly. In front of the two, Xia was holding Lucia's hand, and Lucia was sipping milk tea. Yuanzi and Anshi were standing together, and although they were not holding hands, it was not difficult to see their relationship from their faces. You put it so euphemistically. Isn't it just virgin solo? Zhou Anshi smiled slyly. Shintao was choked and unable to refute. We have been brothers and sisters for 20 years. Even if we don't have to stick our necks out for our brothers, at least we shouldn't stab them in the back. Shintao wanted to cry but couldn't. He turned to seek some comfort from the monkey and found that the monkey was tapping on the phone. Are you also going to be a traitor to the organization? He asked doubtfully. No. Monkey waved his hand. I just came back a few days ago. My mom arranged a blind date for me. We just started chatting, just trying to cope with it. Shintao cried, even louder this time. The group walked and stopped, chatting about random things. There was no purpose for this meeting. It was just a reunion after a long time and a small gathering as usual. New Year's Eve is just one day away, and we will have to visit relatives for a while in the following period. It will be difficult to get together by then. After wandering around until they arrived at the subway station, a few people decided that since they had nowhere to go anyway, they might as well go for a walk in the city center. Lucia did not participate in the discussion, but just followed behind silently. She still has psychological trauma about the subway. The last time she took the subway, she encountered a pickpocket. This time she was extra careful and protected Xia Li, fearing that Xia Li would be stolen by the pickpocket. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. As soon as you exit the subway, you will see rows of large shopping malls. No matter how many times Lucia sees it, she will always be shocked by the tall buildings built by humans. The humans in this world have no magic, but what they created with their own hands seemed like real magic. Sister Lu, let's go grab the dolls. Zhou Anshi was in high spirits. Now that she had Lucia, she quickly left her boyfriend aside and pulled Lucia away to be distracted by the machines in the mall. There's a large video game arcade on the 4th floor of the mall. Business is booming right now, and the place is packed. Claudel, Lucia had never been to such a place. She had only seen similar small games on street stalls. Can you catch a doll? Well, not. Where has Brother Xia taken you to? He has never taken you to the arcade. Zhou Anshi looked at Xia Li with dissatisfaction. Xia Li was walking with a boy, and suddenly a question stunned him. No, Xia Li took me to ride that kind of rocking car. Lucia explained for Xia Li and pointed to the racing cars in the arcade. They're all rocking cars, racing cars, and children's cars. For Lucia, there is no difference. Pucci, Zhou Anshi smiled. Okay, I'll go exchange the currency. You wait here for me. The arcade was quite noisy, with young people of all kinds sitting in front of the machines. Some were calmly inserting coins to gamble, while others were holding guns and shouting loudly. Lucia was dazzled by what she saw and soon shifted her attention to the boxing ring next to her. A test of strength, where you can get a lot of lottery tickets by smashing the score with one punch. Don't go to this. Xia Li saw that Long was glancing over there and stopped her in time. I'm afraid that Lucia's punch will not destroy the score, but the machine. The dragon nodded. I just play with the rocking car and that doll. Xia Li must have felt ashamed as well. I had said before that I would take Lucia to more places, date her, and let her broaden her horizons. As a result, there were only a few places I took Lucia to. However, there is a reason for this. Firstly, Xia Li and Lucia are both homebodies, and Lucia is even more of a homebodied person than him. She would stay at home if she could avoid going out. Secondly, Xia Li's daily study tasks and part-time job are very heavy. In the past, just writing his travelogue would take up most of his afternoon. Now, with endless reading and studying, he has even less free time. I'm also glad that Xia Li's girlfriend is Lucia. If it were another girl, she would have asked him a series of questions. Why don't you reply to my message? Why don't you accompany me? Do you not love me anymore? Lucia was taken by Xia Li to catch dolls, while Monkey and Towsy went to the side to drive racing cars. Xia Li had no interest in these things, so he found a row of chairs outside and sat down. From here, he could just see Lucia, who was seriously learning the technique of grabbing dolls in front of the machine. Boss! Fu Yuan was not interested in the video game arcade either, so he walked over and sat with Xia Li. How are you and Anchi doing now? Xia Li asked with some concern. I haven't told my parents yet. Fu Yuan sighed and said, Angie only told her family that she's going to take a New Year holiday, and she hasn't told them about giving up her research. When are you going to tell me? The day after tomorrow. I will visit Uncle Zhou's house on New Year's Day. You? Xia Li paused. It really gives people a new look in the new year. Isn't this kid afraid that Zhou Anchi's mother will sweep him out with a broom? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, not only did my daughter give up her postgraduate studies, she even brought her boyfriend back home. The Zhou family certainly didn't expect that after taking all sorts of precautions against their own daughter, they still couldn't guard against the grass in their own backyard. Forget it, Xia Li shook his head and said, it would be good if you were braver. Right now, what you lack most is courage. Fu Yuan nodded, having a deeper understanding of this sentence. Sister Lu, I didn't expect you to be an expert at catching dolls. Zhou Anchi's excited voice came from not far away. Xia Li frowned, his eyes fixed on the scene over there. There's a 360-degree camera area in the video game arcade. What is this dragon doing? Don't use the levitation magic again and let the boss take all the dolls away. Boss, if you have any secrets to love, please teach me, such as how to make a girl happy. Fu Yuan was also looking at the claw machine over there, and when his eyes fell on Zhou Anchi, even his gaze softened a little. I really can't teach you in this regard. Xia Li replied. How do you usually coax your sister-in-law? Fu Yuan asked humbly. I usually don't coax her. What if she gets angry? She'll be fine after a while if she's angry, Xia Li said. If it doesn't get better, maybe you'll step on him or bite him. As far as I can remember, Lucia has never had any temper tantrum. So far, the biggest threat Lucia has posed to Xia Li is just one sentence. I'm going to tell your mother. What about other aspects? How to make her happy? Fu Yuan asked again. She was very happy there. What? Xia Li thought for a moment and said, especially when she is eating. Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan was completely confused now. Forget it. Everyone's way of falling in love is different. Zhou Anchi and Lucia have such different personalities that he wouldn't be able to apply it even if he learned it. But then again, the boss's love story is a little too normal. Other boys sweat profusely when they are in love, and their mentality is like riding a roller coaster every day. Why is he so relaxed? TSK. Fu Yuan was thinking with his head down when he heard Xia Li beside him clicking his tongue in a muffled sound. Then he slapped his thigh and stood up. Lucia. Xia Li walked towards the claw machine in the store. Lucia was fiddling with the joystick to grab a big turtle in the glass cabinet. As expected, the big turtle was caught by the clamp and thrown into the cave. Great! Zhou Anchi cheered on the sidelines. This series of operations seemed to be smooth, but if you look closely, you can find that the clamp of the claw machine was clearly loose, but the big turtle on it took half a second to fall down. Zhou Anchi is an ordinary person after all. His eyesight is not that good, so he can't find any clues. But Xia Li is different. Green-haired turtle, Lucia bent down and took the doll out of the grid. Suddenly, she felt a shadow looming behind her. Lucia turned around mechanically, and when she saw that the person behind her was a hero, her expression became even more guilty. Xia Li stared at her calmly. That look seemed to say, you are not allowed to play anymore. Lucia blinked her lively eyes, and that look seemed like an admission of fault or an attempt to please. Brother Xia, Sister Lu is a genius at grabbing dolls. Zhou Anchi held up a string of dolls in her hand and said excitedly, I've already caught 10. I've never seen anyone so lucky in my life. It's like this machine recognizes her. Whenever she catches, she hits the target every time. Xia Li nodded slightly in response to Zhou Anchi, but her eyes were still fixed on the guilty little face of Alon. There was no need for Xia Li to say anything more. Lucia could tell from Zhou Anqi's words that she had gone a little too far. If I continue doing this, I will definitely be suspected. I'm going to play on the rocking car. Lucia wiped the sweat from her hands and headed straight for the racing area on the other side. Towsy and Monkey had just driven down the road and saw the two girls want to play too, so they got back in and started a four-man PK. Lucia is a master at claw machines, but when it comes to driving, she is definitely a novice. The rocking chair she was sitting in before had an idle steering wheel and no accelerator or acceleration button. All three competitors flew out, but she was still moving slowly there, like a little turtle. Finally, Xia Li put her foot on the accelerator, and the car started moving completely. Adult rocking chairs are different from children's rocking chairs and are much more playable. Although she got first place, last, Lucia was the happiest one among them. Xia Li, I can drive now. I'll drive for you next time, said the evil dragon confidently. You're still far from where you are. Xia Li pulled the stinky dragon into his hands. One of Lucia's hands was held by Zhou Anqi, and the other hand was held by Xia Li. After much hesitation, she decided to stay close to Xia Li. Zhou Anqi was not disappointed and turned to grab the idiot Fu Yuan on the other side. Sister Lu, do you want to learn how to drive? Why don't we sign up for the same driving school when the weather gets warmer? Zhou Anqi suggested. Lucia didn't understand what driving school meant, so she looked up to see what Xia Li meant. She doesn't need it for now. Let's talk about it later. Xia Li refused on behalf of Lucia. We haven't even got our marriage certificate yet. There is no rush for a driver's license. The gathering lasted until the afternoon and then dispersed. Ho Zijia had to go deal with his blind date, so he withdrew early. Seeing this, Chen Tao was not happy to be caught between two couples, so he also backed out. The remaining four people looked at each other and finally decided to go back home. After Xia Li got home, he started typing on the keyboard. Today's task has not been completed yet. Lucia wanted to come to the small dark room to talk to him several times, but seeing that he was so busy, she went back. What happened? Stopping what he was doing, Xia Li called out to the sneaky dragon. Lucia came over and put the big turtle that she had picked up from the video game arcade in the morning in Xia Li's hand. Why, I'm not angry, Xia Li said with a helpless smile. Even Lucia is not stingy, so why should a grown man like him be stingy? The reason why Lucia was not allowed to use magic outside was because she was afraid that she would be discovered. Now their strength was too weak to withstand the torment. But the claw machine was fine. Even Zhou Anqi, who was closest to Lucia, couldn't notice this little trick, so she couldn't expect anyone else to notice it. Give you a big turtle. Lucia still wants to give a doll to Xia Li. Xia Li frowned. Why did you give me a green-haired turtle? Green is unlucky. The rest were given to Anqi. After all, she bought the game coins with her own money. Explained the evil dragon. Xia Li pursed her lips and reluctantly stuffed the turtle into the drawer and banished it to the cold palace. That's right, Lucia felt in her pocket. She was wearing the brown bear clothes she had changed into a few days ago. Winter coats are not washed often. If you don't get tired of them, it's normal to wash them once a week or two. Lucia groped in her pocket and took out 2 pieces of red paper and handed them to Xia Li. $200. You want to buy me another day? No. Lucia shook her head. Xia Li's face showed a strange expression. His sales of heroes are so bad that even the evil dragon won't buy him, even if he has money. But think about it. Where does this dragon get the cash? Who gave it to you? Wild, Lucia replied. What? It suddenly came out of my pocket this morning, so it's wild, Lucia explained. Xia Li was silent for a moment. I've seen money falling out of people's pockets, but I've never seen money making money in people's pockets. What kind-hearted person would put money into other people's pockets? Santa Claus? Thinking of the word old man, Xia Li paused. Take it, he said. Okay. It could only be that my grandmother gave it to you. She wasn't very good at communicating with people, especially with children of our generation. She was very reserved. I guess she was afraid that you wouldn't accept it, so she quietly put it in your pocket. But I have no impression at all. Didn't you take off your coat for a while eating? It should have been at that time. Xia Li's 2 words made Lucia's face darken. Lucia felt bad when she thought back to the old man standing by the low wall and smiling at her and saying goodbye. She could feel the loneliness. "Thank you, Grandma," Lucia said from a distance. "What does Grandma usually do when she is alone at home?" she asked sincerely. "Maybe she watches TV and then grows some green onions, coriander, and yes, some Houtuinia cordata, which is the fishy-smelling grass I gave you last time. She likes this kind of thing very much." Xia Li replied. Lucia thought for a while and then said, "Why doesn't Grandma live with other relatives, such as my aunt and uncle's house, so that she won't be lonely?" "Your question." Xia Li was a little surprised that Lucia would think to this point. She can actually think about problems from a human perspective, and her thoughts are very thoughtful. "My mother and aunt have both done this. But the elderly like the place where they're used to living. My mother brought her to the city, and she felt uncomfortable all over. She said that the city is big, but it is like a cage to her. It feels more cramped here than the bungalow in the countryside. Everyone's lifestyle and pace are different. It will take time for my grandmother to change her lifestyle. She is old and doesn't want to make any changes, so my mother just lets her do it." It was rare for Lucia to care so much about a human being, and Xia Li patiently said a lot. After a few seconds, Lucia looked up again and asked, "Will she be lonely?" "Maybe," Xia Li said with a wry smile. "My grandpa passed away early, and she has become accustomed to this kind of loneliness." "Habit." Lucia was lost in thought, mumbling to herself. Xia Li once told her that habit is a terrible thing. She didn't take it seriously at the time, but now she understood. End of this chapter.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.